Hello and welcome to our course on Excel 2013. My name is Toby and I'm your instructor on this course. This course is specifically aimed at helping you to get through the MOS Excel 2013 exam 77-420. MOS stands for Microsoft Office Specialist. Details of this and other Microsoft exams can be found on the Microsoft website. We're currently looking at the page for exam 77-420. Bear in mind that these pages do change over time, so when you come to look at this on the Microsoft site, it may not have exactly the same location or indeed exactly the same content as you can see here. But it's a good idea to start by familiarizing yourself with the details of this exam. The skills that are measured in the exam can be divided into the 5 sections that you can see here. Create and manage worksheets and workbooks, create cells and ranges, create tables, apply formulas and functions, and create charts and objects. The structure of this course is basically going to follow that list of skills measured. And within each of the items in that list, if we click on the plus to expand it, you can see a much more detailed list of the individual specific items that you need to be familiar with. Now at the bottom of each of the 5 sections there are some links to some information available from Microsoft. Let's follow that first one, Basic Tasks in Excel 2013. Click on that, it opens a new page in my browser and then goes through some basic tasks in Excel 2013. Now the coverage here is not particularly comprehensive or detailed, but you're probably going to find it quite useful to go through that as well as going through the course. And it should help to give you some more background information about the use of Excel 2013. Now, although the structure of the course basically follows that 5 sections, and then within each of the 5 sections the sequence is pretty much as it's written there, it's not possible to correspond exactly to the content and sequence as it is there, because on occasion I have to bring one topic forward in order to explain something else. But if you want to monitor progress, you're going to find that the list of topics on this page of the Microsoft website is a very good guide and a very good way of following our progress through the content of the syllabus for the 77-420 exam. Amongst the other pieces of information provided on the same page that you might find useful are a couple of links to Twitter feeds for MS Learning and Office from Microsoft, and some information about the official Microsoft MOS 2013 study guide for Microsoft Excel. At the time of recording this is a fairly newly published book, and it does contain a lot of the information that you need for the exam. In the later parts of this page it talks about who should take this exam and more information about exams. And it's important to recognize that with MOS Excel 2013 you won't be doing a conventional question and answer type of exam. The Excel 2013 MOS exam is a very practical hands-on exam where you'll be given some resources, possibly including a workbook to start with, perhaps with multiple sheets, some data, some graphics or other objects, and you'll be required to turn all of those elements into a working workbook. Now, one of the things I'm really going to concentrate on during this course is to give you some practice at that sort of project-based Excel work, where you're going to take some resources and turn them into a working workbook. And for that purpose, there are going to be a total of 5 case studies associated with this course, and I want to talk about those next. In the supplementary material that's provided to you with this course, you will find a set of 5 folders. And each of those folders contains the information related to one case study. Case study 1 is the one that I'm going to use throughout the course to demonstrate some of the tools and techniques of Excel 2013. As I do that, from time to time I'll also set you some exercises to do, and those exercises will be ones that are part of case study 2. And then when we finish covering the material for the course, At the end, we're going to go through 3 complete case studies, numbers 3, 4 and 5, from beginning to end in great detail. And at the moment, what you need to do is to make sure that you have access to those 5 case studies in their 5 folders. I suggest you don't worry about numbers 3 to 5 at all until we get to the end of the course, although if you're really keen and you're finding that you're really strong on Excel 2013, there's not really any harm in you trying to work through those early on. And then when we go through them at the end of the course, you can see whether you've done them right or you've done them wrong, or you've got a better or a worse approach than the ones that I've taken. But the ones you're going to need from the beginning are case study 1 and case study 2. And as I say, we'll be working through those throughout the course. I'm back at the Microsoft page for exam 77420. Just 2 other things to mention. One of them is that the details of this exam and the information about it do vary quite rapidly. There's a new exams, these 2013 exams. The style is new as well, and more or less on a week-by-week basis the information about them tends to change. And in fact, there's more information available now than there was even a couple of months ago. But one thing that I don't expect to change is that the MOS exams are provided by a company called Certiport, and if you're having to arrange your own exam, so you're not doing this via a course or via your employer, then the link through to Certiport and the ability to schedule your exam are all available from that same page on the Microsoft website at this stage. As I said earlier on, make sure that you always get the latest information. So we're virtually at the position now that we can start. We're going to start in the next unit. I'm actually using Excel 2013 on Windows 8.0. There is a tile here on my start screen which I'm going to use to start Excel 2013. I won't constantly start and stop Excel. Generally speaking, during the course it'll be running. If you are using Windows 8, that's a good way to start. You may choose to add Excel 2013 to your taskbar, or if you're using Windows 8.1, which is not commercially available at the time of recording this, but may well be by the time that you're following the course, then you should be able to see Excel 2013 on your new Start menu. If you're running on Windows 7, then Excel 2013 should certainly be on your Start menu. And again, as with both of those operating systems, you'll have options to add desktop shortcuts and so on. So I'm going to assume that you've set up Excel 2013 to start in a way to suit you. I'm going to actually put a desktop shortcut for me to start, but you will rarely, if ever, see me actually starting Excel 2013. So we'll start Excel 2013 in the next unit. I'll see you then. Welcome to this first unit on creating and managing worksheets and workbooks. In this section we're going to look at how to create a new blank workbook and how to create new workbooks using templates. We'll see how to add worksheets to existing workbooks and how to copy and move worksheets, both within a workbook and between workbooks. Before we go too much farther, what I'd like to do is to talk about what you can actually see on the screen. I'm recording this on a pretty large screen device actually, but I'm only recording part of the screen. I'm recording a wide screen part of the screen. You can't see my taskbar, but you may well wonder why you see, for instance, a different set of Excel templates to me. Well, it's virtually impossible to make all of these agree for everybody. So with something like the start screen that you can see here when I've just actually started Excel 2013, although you'll see a recent files list on the left, mine is currently empty by the way, and you'll probably see some templates on the right. They probably won't be exactly the same ones as I see, and of course you'll be logged in with a different account to me as well. Now specifically, when we actually go in to start to work on Excel, although you'll see a ribbon and you'll usually see the same tabs as me, depending on the resolution of your screen, you may see slightly different groups visible in the tabs. You may see different commands within the groups, not because they're fundamentally different, but because there isn't room for Excel to show everything for everybody using every resolution of screen. So we need to get used to the idea that you may see slightly different things to me, but having said that, fundamentally the content will be the same. I'll try to explain a little bit more of that as we go along. One of the assumptions by the time you come to do the Excel 2013 exam is that you've had, I think the figure's about 6 months of experience with Excel, and I am going to assume on this course that you have used Excel before, but I'm also going to cover a lot of the basic things as we go, perhaps quite quickly, but just to make sure that some of the fundamentals are clear. And one of the fundamentals here is that a difference in Excel 2013 to earlier versions is that, for instance, if you want to create a new workbook, you don't automatically, as with older versions, get 3 worksheets. So let's suppose I'm going to start here by creating a new Excel workbook. If I click on blank workbook, I get a workbook but with just one sheet. By default the sheet is called Sheet 1 and the book is called Book 1. So let's suppose I'm going to start to put some content into this worksheet, Sheet 1. I'm going to put 1 in cell A1, then click on cell B1 and just put 2. Click on C1 and put 3. That'll do for now. To commit the content of any cell, I just click somewhere else, or I can use the tick button here, the enter button. And now I'm going to save this workbook. Now I'm going to save all of my work except the work specifically on case study 1 into a scratch folder. So over the period of the course this scratch folder will build up. If you're working along with me, I suggest you do the same. So I'm going to go into Backstage View and click on Save As. On this occasion I'm going to save to my computer. So on the right I've got some recent folders. That's the scratch folder that I'm generally going to use. It's currently empty as far as XLSX files are concerned. The Save As type here is Excel Workbook, which is the default for Excel 2013 workbooks, and I'm going to give this particular one a more useful name. Not much more useful though. So it's now called Practice Workbook 1, and click on Save. And now you can see the name of the workbook in the title bar. The next thing I'm going to do is to change the name of the single worksheet that is in this workbook. It's currently called Sheet 1. All I need to do is to right click on the tab at the bottom and click on Rename. And I'm going to call it First Sheet. Note how the tab resizes to accommodate the name that I give that sheet. Hit the Enter key and that name is now saved. So I've got some cell content on First Sheet in the workbook Practice Workbook 1. Now it will quite often be the case that you'll need more than one worksheet in a workbook, and there are a couple of ways of adding additional worksheets. If you look at the Home tab on the ribbon, and bear in mind what I said about exactly which commands you can see in which groups on the ribbon, you will have a Cells group on the Home tab, and within the Cells group there will be an Insert button. Click on the Insert button, and one of the options is Insert Sheet. I click on Insert Sheet, watch what happens. We get a new Sheet 2. It appears to the left of the selected sheet. We only had one sheet, First Sheet, before, so that's now going to be to the left of that. I'm now going to rename Sheet 2, and having renamed it, if I want to change the sequence of the sheets, it's pretty straightforward. All you need to do is to click on one of them, hold it with the mouse, and then you can drag it into its new position. An alternative way of adding another worksheet is to use this little plus button down here to the right of the worksheet tabs. That's a New Sheet button. Click on that And again, you get a new sheet. I'm going to rename this one as well, and I'm going to call it, you probably guessed it. At any time, if I want to delete a sheet, all I need to do is to right click on it, and one of the options is delete. So given an open workbook, that's how you can add sheets, delete sheets, move sheets around. What about creating a second workbook? If I click on File and then New, I can choose from blank workbook or from one of a number of templates that are available to me. Now the list of templates you see may well be different from mine, and which ones you choose to practice with, it's entirely up to you. If you want a template on a particular subject, you can also search for templates using the search facility that's available here. There are some suggested searches underneath: budget, invoice, calendars, and so on. Obviously you need to be connected to the internet, but if I say wanted a template related to accounts, if I just type in the term accounts and then hit the magnifying glass icon, Excel comes back with quite a long list of accounts related templates. If I choose one of those, say accounts payable ledger, displays some information about that. There is actually a rating system that people who have used this template can use to give you a bit of a feedback and tell you whether they thought the template was useful or not. Let's choose that particular option, click on create. The template's downloaded and a suitable workbook is created. Note the name that it gets, in this case accounts payable ledger. Once you have two or more workbooks open, you'll need to be able to switch between them. There are a number of ways of doing that. We're going to look here at one of the simplest. If you click on the View tab, there is a Switch Windows button to the right hand end of the window group. Click on that, and that gives you a list of the open books. I'm going to go now to my Practice Workbook 1, so click on that to select it. And then what I want to do is to move one of the sheets, the first sheet, into the new workbook that I just created. So if I select that sheet, there it is, first sheet, and then right click on the tab, there is a move or copy option. Click on that, comes up with the move or copy dialog. Now where do I want to move it to? Well, it's currently in the practice workbook. The to book is actually the ledger one, so it's accounts payable ledger 1. Accounts payable ledger 1 only has one sheet at the moment, so this sheet will either go before that sheet or I can move it to the end. I'm actually going to move it to the end, so it will be the last sheet in the accounts payable ledger 1 book. If I wanted to make a copy rather than move it, I would check this box here, but I'm actually going to move it. So click on OK, and it's moved, and here I am now in accounts payable ledger 1. If on the other hand from this book I wanted to make a copy of the account ledgers sheet to my practice workbook, right click, click on move or copy, choose where I want to move or copy it to. That's going to be practice workbook 1. I want it before the second sheet, and on this occasion I'm going to create a copy. So I'm going to copy the account ledgers sheet from accounts payable ledger 1 to practice workbook 1, and I'm going to put it before the sheet that's called second sheet. So click on OK, and there you can see in practice workbook 1 it's to the left of second sheet. Now before we move on, there's just a couple of other things I want to point out about move or copy. Let me right click on one of these sheets again. When you do move or copy, you do have the option of moving or copying within the same workbook. So if all you want is a copy of a worksheet, or you want to move it rather than dragging it, you want to use this dialog, that's fine. So I've currently got practice workbook 1 open, and if I want to make a copy within practice workbook 1, that's fine. The other option on the to book drop down here is new book, and you can actually use this as a way of creating a new book containing a specific sheet. In this unit you've seen how to create new blank workbooks and how to create new workbooks using templates. We've also added worksheets to existing workbooks and moved and copied worksheets between workbooks and within a workbook. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again. In this unit we're going to look at importing files into Excel 2013, and we're also going to look at opening non-native files directly in Excel as well. The first thing we're going to do is to create a new blank workbook. So click on blank workbook, and there we are with a single sheet. And just before we go importing some data into this worksheet, I'd like to show you something in Excel options. So if we click on the File tab, then click on Options. On the first page of the Excel options, on the General page, right at the bottom, there's an option, Show the Start Screen when this application starts. If you don't want to see that start screen, if you'd rather just open straight into Excel itself, and then for example if you want to create a new workbook, you just go into Backstage View and click on New, etc. You can uncheck this checkbox and then you won't see that start screen again, of course until you check that checkbox again. I'm pretty much assuming that you're familiar with Excel options. If you aren't, some of them we'll be covering during the course, the ones that you may not have seen before, but in particular you should be familiar with the ones on that first general page. So I'm going to uncheck that box because I don't really want to see the start screen every time I start up Excel. Of course, if you make a change to any of the Excel options, click on OK to confirm and commit that change. Cancel, of course, means that anything you've changed in the options but haven't yet committed will be cancelled. So click on OK. Now let me get back to importing that data. Now the data that I'm going to import is in a file on my device. It's in a file with an extension of TXT, that's a text file. And what I'm going to do before I do the import is to just open that file up and show you what's in the file. Now, depending on how your system is set up, you may have a program set up to deal with a TXT file when you double click on it. With my system, if I double click on a TXT file, it opens in Microsoft Notepad. And there you have the contents of this file that I'm going to import. Now the file may look a bit like a spreadsheet, although it isn't. It's actually what's called a tab delimited file, and although you can't see the tab characters, everything in this file is separated by tab characters. So it says family name on the first line, then there's a tab, then it says first name, then there's a tab, then it says team, and so on. And each of the rows of what I'm going to refer to as data in this TXT file has a number of elements, a word or a group of words or a number in it, and they're separated by tab characters. So this is called a tab delimited file. And what I'm going to do is to import this tab delimited file into Excel. So let me close the file, go back into Excel and do that. Now first of all, note that the currently selected cell is A1, the top left hand corner of this worksheet. I go to the Data tab, and within the Data tab there's a group called Get External Data, and one of the options on there is From Text. And if you look at the screen tip, import data from a text file. Now what I need to do is to browse to that file and open it. There it is. Select it, click on Import. Now when I've clicked on Import, the Text Import Wizard opens, and Excel 2013 has already looked at that file and it's tried to work out what that file is all about. It's pretty good at this, and usually when it tries to work out what it is, it gets it right. Occasionally it gets it wrong, usually it gets it right. And on this occasion, as you can see from step 1 of 3 in the Text Import Wizard there, it says that it's a delimited file. When the text import wizard starts, it basically considers two options. The first is delimited, which means that the individual items, I'm going to refer to them as fields, the individual fields are separated by some kind of delimiter, such as a tab character or a comma or a semicolon, something like that. And the second option is that everything has a fixed width. So if you look at this particular example where we've got names and numbers, there may be a certain number of characters allowed for each name, a certain number of characters allowed for each number, and where those characters aren't needed in a particular case, it's all just padded out with spaces to make everything a fixed width. Now it's important that you know about the data that you're importing so that you can correct it if it gets that first choice wrong. The second thing that's very important is this checkbox here, my data has headers. If you look at this sample of our data here, which is shown in the bottom here, that first row is a header row because those numbers you can see relate to the months of the year, and the names of the months of the year are in that first row. So we're going to check the box that says my data has headers, and then we're going to click next and go to step 2. Now at step 2, Excel 2013 has also tried to work out what's going on, and it suggested that the delimiter here is a tab character, which it is, so that's fine. There's a couple of other options over here that are quite important. Treat consecutive delimiters as one. As you'll see in a little while, sometimes one of the fields is empty, and in that case you get two delimiters. So for instance here, if we didn't have a 321 here for Jan, for Carmichael Jason, and just a blank there, we might have two tab characters one after the other with nothing in between. If you wanted to treat two delimiters as one, you check this box. You won't often do that, by the way, but if you need to, that's the box to use. The next option is the text qualifier option. It may be that in one of these fields you have some text that needs to have the delimiter character in it. So for instance, within one of these name fields you may need a tab character in this case. If that's the case, you need to delimit that field with whatever the character here is, and you have a character at the beginning, character at the end, very often double quotes used. So if you say wanted a field value in which the delimiter is one of the valid characters, you'd start with your text qualifier, in this case the double quote, you'd put your text in, maybe with a tab in the middle of it, and then you would end that particular field with that text qualifier, the double quote again. So having checked all the setup here, I'm happy with all of that. I click on next to go to step 3. Now in step 3 what you can do is to sort out the formatting of all of these fields. So you can, for instance, make sure that the numbers are formatted as numbers and so on. We're going to talk about formatting later on in the course, so at the moment all I'm going to do here is click finish and we'll see what happens. Now with this little import data dialog, there are several things that won't really mean much to you at the moment. Things like table, pivot table and data model. We're going to ignore all of those for the moment, and we're going to just concentrate on what's roughly in the middle. Where do you want to put the data? On an existing worksheet, and there you can see the cell that's currently selected equals $A$1. That is one way of referring to cell A1. Or do you want to create a new worksheet for it? That new worksheet will be in the current workbook. I'm going to stick with an existing worksheet. I'm going to stick with A1 and click on OK. And what I can see has happened is that all of my data has been imported into this worksheet. Now this data is the basic data we're using in case study 1. And let me just describe the data to you because understanding it is going to be quite important. The first column, column A, which in Excel terminology is a column, but since we're dealing with data here, in data terminology it's a field. It's the family name column or the family name field. The second column is the first name column, the first name field. We then have a column showing which team each of these people are in. They're salespeople, they work for a company, and the rest of the columns are their sales figures for last year. The figures are arranged into months, so there is a January field, a February field, a March field, and each salesperson, Martin Dean for example, has a value for January sales. It's 274. February sales 467, and so on. So this is basically a set of data related to sales figures for two teams of salespeople, and this is the basic data we're going to be using in case study 1. Now I need to point out a couple of very important things about what's just happened. First of all, we've imported data into a worksheet. There is no longer any connection to the original data. The file that we got the data from is nothing to do with this workbook at all, so this data has a sort of independent life to the life it had before. It's now sitting in this workbook. The second thing to note, of course, is that so far we've done no kind of formatting or presentation work on this data at all. We're not doing any totaling up. During the course we're going to be doing all sorts of things with this data and presenting it in all sorts of different ways. So over the coming units you're going to find that this spreadsheet pretty much changes out of all recognition. But let's begin by just revising a couple of things from the first unit. Let's rename this sheet. Right click on the sheet, click on rename, and we're going to call it monthly sales. And then the next thing we're going to do is to actually save the workbook itself. And I'm going to save it in my case study 1 folder. So I'm saving it as an Excel workbook, and the name I'm going to give it is CS1. Now the 01 at the end there denotes the fact this is the first of several versions that I'm going to create as I work through case study 1 during the course. Having entered the file name, I click on save and my workbook is saved. Now let me go into Backstage View by clicking on File and then Close to close that workbook. Note that I now have Excel open but no workbooks open. Now it's time to get you started on case study 2, and in the folder for case study 2 you'll see a file called TA Expenses June 2013.csv. This is a CSV file. CSV stands for comma separated values, and if I open that now in Notepad, this time instead of double clicking I'm going to right click and say open with, and then amongst the programs I'm offered there is Notepad, so let me just open that in Notepad. This is a file showing what are supposed to be my expenses. They aren't really, but we'll pretend that they are. And instead of using tab delimiters, this file uses comma delimiters, hence the name comma separated values. And if you look, say, at the first row, it says date, comma, description of expense, comma, airfare, comma. They are clearly the field names. They will be at the tops of the columns in the spreadsheet. Then each row after that is one expense line. So 6/4/2013 is June 4th, 2013. Travel to Bourne & Co. is the description of the expense. The airfare, $350. The accommodation, $150, and so on. Now notice that in many cases we've got a situation I described earlier where you have two delimiters next to each other. Look at that fifth line, 6/7/2013 sales seminar, comma, 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 and in that case the missing values there aren't really missing values, they're just there wasn't an airfare, it was a local sales seminar. And that gives you a good example of where you'll get adjacent delimiters, and you have that option of replacing double delimiters with single ones. You definitely wouldn't want to do that here, or everything would get extremely confused. So your task is as follows. Create a new blank workbook. Import the contents of this CSV file into it using the same approach that we used earlier in this section, but this time the separator is going to be a comma. Save the resulting workbook with its single worksheet with the name of CS2 Expenses 01. So that's the first case study 2 sample file, 01.xlsx. And I will already have saved one of those, which will be my answer to this exercise. So That's a job for you to do. I've got one other thing to talk about in this section though. It is actually possible to open what are called non-native files in Excel 2013, and in fact you can try to open any type of file you like. Whether you'll actually have much success with opening it or whether it will make any sense is another matter altogether. If you go into Backstage View by clicking on File and then click on Open, check, say, your computer if you're looking for a file that's on your computer, and let's suppose that we want to browse to the Case Study 1 folder. So let's go to that Case Study 1 folder, and amongst the files that you can see there is the XLSX file, the one I made just now. Now, down at the bottom right of this dialog there's a selector showing the type of file that I'm looking for with this browse. If I hover over that little drop down, you can see a long list going off the edge of the screen of all the different types of file that it will show. But if instead I said all files ***, it would show every file in that folder, and one of them of course is the Team Monthly Sales text file. If I select that and open that, then Excel 2013 will try to open it and see if it can make sense of that file. Now note, I'm not doing an import here, I'm trying to open that actual file. Click on Open, and it goes through the same steps that it did before with the text import wizard, the difference being now that I am actually opening that file. So I'll go through this and then we'll see what we finish up with. And what you finish up with is effectively the same that we had before with the import, but with a very important difference. And that is that I've actually got the TXT file open itself. I haven't imported its contents into a different workbook. I've opened that text file. And this is a very fundamental difference, of course, because if I make changes to this, I'll be changing the data in the text file, not a workbook that I've imported the data into. So that's an example of opening a non-native file in Excel. There are many types of file that you can open. For instance, if you open the CSV file that you're using for Case Study 2, that will behave in a pretty similar kind of way. In this unit we've looked at importing files into Excel 2013 and at opening non-native files in Excel. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again. In this unit we're going to look at a couple of ways of navigating through worksheets and workbooks in Excel 2013. We're going to start by looking at using Find and Replace, and then we'll take a look at Go To. We're going to start by looking at Find and Replace. But before we do, I just need to point out one thing, and that is that many of the facilities within Find and Replace and within Go To that we'll look at later on in this unit may not mean a lot to you at this stage. Hopefully most of them will later on in the course, but at this stage we're going to be using quite a limited range of the options available. So I'm going to ignore quite a few things and we'll come back to them later in the course as well. I've opened the practice workbook that we created earlier on. I've got one of the sheets selected, Account Ledgers, and what I'm going to do is to try to find something within this sheet. Now, when it comes to navigating through worksheets and workbooks, one of the things that you'll very often need to do is to find a particular entry. But in fact, you're not restricted to just finding, say, a word in a worksheet or in a workbook. You may want to find a number. You may want to find a particular piece of formatting. Or you may want to find, say, a special character somewhere. And in fact, you can find just about anything there is in an Excel 2013 worksheet or workbook. So let's suppose that I want to do one of those things that you will routinely need to do when you're working in Excel, and that is to find something. On the Home tab in the Editing group there is a Find and Select button. Click on that. very top option there is Find. Click on Find and it brings up the Find and Replace dialog. This dialog has a Find tab, and I can type in here what I want to find, and it has a Replace tab, and with the Replace tab you specify what you want to find, and then you also specify what you want to replace it with. So for instance, if I wanted to replace the word purchase here with the word buy, I could find purchase and replace it with buy. I then have a number of buttons along the bottom that actually determine what action I'm taking. So for instance, if I say find purchase replace with buy and say replace all, the left hand button, it will replace all occurrences of purchase with buy and not just the one that I've currently got selected. Now, apart from these buttons along the bottom, there are some other options available via this Options button. I'm going to come back to those in just a moment. You notice the Options button had some little chevrons pointing to the right. When you expose these other options, you get an Options button with the chevrons pointing to the left. So if I click on that, it basically says less options, and when you've got less options, so when you've basically hidden those, this one is effectively more options. That's a feature you'll see in quite a few situations in Excel 2013. Now let's do a straightforward find to begin with. Let's suppose that I know there's an entry somewhere in this workbook that says 201, and I want to find it. So I click in the Find box, I type in 201, and I click on Find Next. Now you can see that it has found 201, and where it's found it is on the left in the date, because it's part of the year 2012. Now let's suppose I think actually that's not what I meant. I actually meant there is something which has got the number 201 in it. Well, that's really where the options come in. So for instance, if you look at the first option within, the first choice with this drop down is, do you want to look in the current sheet or in the whole workbook? Now if you think it could be anywhere in the workbook, choose the workbook option. I'm going to say no, it's definitely on this sheet, so let's stick with this sheet. You can then say, as you try to find this, you can either go across the rows or down the columns. Do I want to search by rows or by columns? Now in this situation, that particular option doesn't really matter, because that option really says if you're going through step by step, do you want to go a row at a time or a column at a time through this sheet? So I'm going to stick with by rows. But the third option is very important. What do you want to look in? Do you want to look in formulas, or in actual values, or in fact in comments? Now I'm looking for this in an actual value. There's a value in a sheet somewhere that says 201, and the one it's found is part of the date 2012, and that's not what I'm looking for. I can then say, do I want to match the case? So if this is a word, say it was John with a capital J, do I need John to match the capital J, or does anything John, whether it's got a capital J or not, does that match? And alongside that, does it have to match the entire cell contents? So must it be completely 201, that's the whole content of the cell, or is it any part of the cell? Now in this case, of course, 201 is part of the contents of that cell. It's just part of the year of that date. So I'm going to say no, I want to match the entire cell contents. I'm looking for a number, so matching case doesn't matter. Find me the next one that just says 201 and only 201. And if it can't find it, it will say we couldn't find what you were looking for. So that's not right. Let me switch that off. Now let me try stepping through the ones that it finds. Let's find the next one without matching the entire cell contents. There's another one with a date. There we go. I'm going to get this a lot of times with these dates, aren't I? Let's keep trying. That's the one that I want. It's $201 and it's over there, and I did find it eventually. Now one other option here, which will mean a little bit more later on in the course, is that when you're specifying what you want to find, you can specify any format that it must be subject to. So you may be looking for 201 in a particular situation with a particular format. And the finds that you've done are basically kept as a sort of mini history. And if you want to find something again, you won't necessarily have to type it in. If you click on that drop down, it may still be in this sort of mini history list of finds. Now let's try doing a replace. We've been told that our accounting codes must change, and the code 550 accounts payable is to be replaced with a new code 555 accounts payable. So all I need to do is to type in the find term, which is 550 accounts payable, and then type in the term I'm going to replace it with. If I need to set any of the more options, such as matching the whole cell contents or matching case, I can do all that, of course. But in the interest of speed, let's say first of all, I want to make sure that I've got these terms typed in correctly. So I do a find next to begin with. That finds me one of the terms. Now if I do a replace, watch what happens. Now you can see 555 accounts payable, that's fine. As soon as it does the replace, it finds the next one. If I think I'm happy, and I'm happy with my options such as just this worksheet, etc., I click on replace all, and it says we have made 9 replacements. Click on OK, and you'll find that everywhere that said 550 accounts payable before now says 555 accounts payable. So that's a replace. So when you finish with that dialog, just click on close. Let me now look at the last little topic in this unit, and that is the use of GoTo. This is also accessed from the Home tab, Editing Group, Find and Select button. GoTo. And the GoTo dialog is one which lets you go to specific places, to specific things. Now the things that you can go to are many and various. You can go to things like a particular named cell. As we'll see later on, you can name cells, or you can name whole ranges of cells, and you can say go to that point. So let's look at one or two simple examples. Let's try typing in the reference E7 and click on OK. That basically takes us to cell E7 and actually selects that cell. You see how it has a selection border around it. Let's do another GoTo. As you'll see later, it's possible to name cells, not only refer to them by their numeric references, but also refer to them by name. So for instance, account 2 is a name. If I want to go to the cell with the name account 2, click on OK. And it's actually a whole range of cells. It is account 2. It's part of the accounts within this account ledger. Go back in again. When you click on Go To, there's an option at the bottom, Special, and that lets you go to a whole range of different things. So for instance, middle right, last cell, if you select that and click on OK, it'll take you to the last cell in this worksheet. If you click on Formulas, 3 from the top on the left, it will take you to a cell which has a formula on it. Let's click on OK. There's one selected there, and the formula is actually displayed in this bar up here. It's this long bar. That's the formula that's in that cell. The selected cell, by the way, is that one. Now, apart from using the GoTo, if you want to go to Special, which is what we just saw, there is a specific option from that on Find and Select. GoTo Special takes you straight into that GoTo Special dialog. Some of the things you can do GoTo Special on we haven't really talked about so far. We will be talking about them later on, but they're the basic features of GoTo in Excel 2013. In this unit we've looked at using Find and Replace in Excel 2013 and at using GoTo, including GoTo Special. That's the end of this unit. Please join me in the next one. In this unit we're going to look at inserting hyperlinks into a workbook. either to a location in the current worksheet or workbook, to an external file, or to a web location. We'll also look at how to edit hyperlinks and how to remove hyperlinks. If you're used to using the web, you'll know that the basis of the web is links from one place to another, ways to jump from one piece of information to another piece of information, for example. Well, within a large or complex workbook in Excel, it can be very useful to have links from place to place as well, and also to have links to, for example, other documents, or to web pages where there may be more information which will help to understand or use your workbook. On this practice workbook, I've currently selected cell A15. It's just got that account 2 written in it. Now I'm going to go to the second sheet, and I'm going to select this cell G3 on the second sheet. Then I click on the Insert tab, and one of the options on the Insert tab in the Links group is Hyperlink. Click on Hyperlink, and that brings up the Insert Hyperlink dialog. With the Insert Hyperlink dialog, you can basically choose what you want to link to, and the choices that are available are in this list on the left: an existing file or web page, a place in this document, you can create a new document, or you can put a link to an email address, which will actually enable you to send an email, as we'll see in a moment. Depending on which of these options you choose, the rest of the dialog changes to allow you to specify whatever other information, whatever other options you need to choose. So let's start with the email address option. I'm going to send an email to myself, actually. Type in a subject. And if I've already done this once or more, I'll see a list of recently used email addresses in this bigger box at the bottom here to choose from. Now the text that's displayed is that rather long, complicated looking string. I'm going to change that text to say, and then I can also set up a screen tip. Click on OK. Click on OK again. And what you can see now is my hyperlink. Hyperlinks are generally marked in a different color, often blue, and usually underlined. If you've made any kind of mistakes, all you've really got to do, if you right click there, is go into Edit Hyperlink, correct the mistake, in this case the text to display had a deliberate error in it, click on OK. Notice now that if I hover over that, I see the screen tip. This will send an email to Toby. Let's click on that and see what happens. And that of course takes me into my email client, and I can compose my message to Toby. Notice how the heading of the message has already been picked up from the hyperlink. Let's now try a different type of hyperlink. Let's click in, say, cell G5. Well, again on the Insert tab, click on Hyperlink, but this time I'm going to go to a place in this document. So click on Place in this document. Different set of options there. Of course, I have a default text to display. To select the place in the document, I'm given either the option of using a cell reference or using a defined name. Now we'll come to names later on. Let's choose a cell reference on Account Ledgers. And I think that the reference we had before was to cell A15. And I think that was Accounts 2. Of course, I could always check this if I wanted to. And I'll put in a screen tip. Okay, let's click on OK for that one. There's my link. Hover over to check I get my screen tip. I do. Accounts 2 is here. Click on that, and that takes me to, it's actually Account 2, but it takes me to A15 on the sheet Account Ledgers. Okay, this time I'm going to do it very slightly differently. I'm going to type some text into this cell first, and the text I'm going to type in is Exam 77 420 page on Microsoft.com. Don't forget the little tick there for Enter. With that cell selected, I'm now going to click on Hyperlink, and this time I'm going to choose Existing File or Web Page. Now the page I'm going to link to is the one on Microsoft.com with the details of exam 77420. That's the page that I've got here in Internet Explorer. All I need to do is to click on the URL, the address up there, and then copy that to the clipboard using Control-C. So I've now copied that. Now let me go back into Excel and my hyperlink dialog and paste that in as the address to go to. So within the Insert Hyperlink dialog, I've got Existing File or Web Page selected. If I click into the address there, all I've got to do is paste in. I can use the keyboard shortcut Control-V. And there is my address. Note that the text to display on this occasion near the top has picked up the text that I'd already typed into that box. So if you put the text you want to use in there first, that's fine. We can put in a screen tip, of course. Let's say, there's my screen tip. The other thing to bear in mind is that if you don't want to have to go to the website and get the URL there from there by copying and pasting as I just have, or indeed you could of course do it by typing that URL in if you knew what it was. If you go to Browsed Pages, it's got a list of recently browsed pages. So you might well be able to go through that list and find the page that you want. But anyway, on this occasion we've actually got the address in there by copying and pasting. Click on OK. Now you see that the text I typed in has become blue with an underline. Let's just check. Screen tip, of course, is fine. Let's click to see what happens. And it, of course, takes me into Internet Explorer. In my case, that's my default browser, and takes me straight to that page. Let's just look at one more example of a hyperlink. In this occasion, I'm going to use a hyperlink to open a workbook. We've currently got the Practice Workbook 1 open. Let's open the other workbook with a hyperlink. So click on Hyperlink, Existing File or Web Page, but this time we're going to choose an existing file, and in fact an existing workbook, Accounts Payable Ledger 1.xlsx. Now it's perfectly reasonable to open an existing file with a hyperlink. You can, if it's not in the current folder, browse to it. There's an option here to go up one folder, so you can go up and then browse around from there. You've got an option here to browse the web, and you've got an option here to browse for the file using a standard file browser. So you have plenty of ways of finding what you want, whether it's a file or a web page. By the way, just don't forget this other option down here on the left, Create New Document. If you click on Create New Document, you can actually create a completely new workbook from a hyperlink. But let's stick with existing file, current folder. Let's stick with Accounts Payable. Let's stick with the same text to display. Although I think what I might do is just change that to say Open. Click on OK. Now watch what happens if I click on that hyperlink. And there we are. It opens that Accounts Payable workbook. If I were doing this and I wanted to take a look at that workbook, I'd check something, change something maybe. If I just click on the cross in the top right hand corner of Accounts Payable Ledger 1.xlsx's workspace, I close that. I've not made any changes. Sometimes Excel will ask you if you want to save changes even when you haven't actually made any, because sometimes some of the things that happen can be interpreted as changes. But on this occasion I didn't want to make, or in fact didn't make any changes, so click on Don't Save. And I'm back to my Practice Workbook 1.xlsx again. So that's how to open an existing workbook. And finally, if you right click on one of these hyperlinks, say that one, we saw earlier on that you could do Edit Hyperlink to change any of the details. You can open the hyperlink, that's just the same as clicking it using Open Hyperlink. And if you need to remove a hyperlink, just click on Remove Hyperlink. In this unit, we've seen how to insert hyperlinks to locations within the current workbook or worksheet, to external files or documents, or to web locations. You've also seen how to edit a hyperlink or to remove hyperlinks. That's the end of this unit. Please join me in the next one. Welcome to this first unit on formatting worksheets and workbooks in Excel 2013. In this unit we're going to look at laying out a worksheet page for printing, and in particular at using Print Layout View. We'll also look at page setup, including orientation, setting margins and setting the right paper size. There's likely to come a time when you're going to need to print out one or more worksheets. And when you do that, how it will look will depend on a number of factors. One very important point to bear in mind is that worksheets can be very big. They can contain hundreds or thousands of rows, hundreds or thousands of columns, and you're not going to be able to print everything on one sheet of paper. If I were to print out this account ledgers worksheet at the moment in my practice workbook 1, how would it look? Would it all fit on one page? I'm sure it wouldn't, but exactly how would it come out on paper? Well, this is one of the reasons that you need to understand page layout and page setup in Excel 2013, and that's primarily what we're going to look at in this unit. Now the first thing I want to do is to sort of leap ahead a little bit here and talk to you about views. If you click on the View tab, you see in the left that there is a group Workbook Views on the ribbon, and we're in what's currently called Normal View. This is a view which basically shows you a worksheet as a huge spreadsheet. If I wanted to see how this worksheet would look if I printed it, then a much more helpful view is the third one along, Page Layout View. So let me just go into Page Layout View. What this now shows me is my worksheet divided up into the pages I would see if I were to print it. Now you may look at that and think, well, that's not actually very helpful because I can't see any pages, and I'm going to have to leap ahead again to another point, and that is to explain zoom within the Excel workspace. I'm going to look at zoom in much more detail later on, but for the moment let's just use that little slider down at the bottom right, the one that says 100% to the right. This you can use to zoom out to see more, so that's to the left, or in to the right to see less but to see more close up on whatever view is in force at that time. So in Page Layout View, if I click that left and slide, what you're actually going to see, very small, I appreciate that, is the pages that I would get if I were to print this out. Now one page here has the numbers associated with 3 of these accounts, account 1, account 2, account 3, and then another page over here has the little chart that shows some kind of breakdown, blue-red chart showing the breakdown related to these accounts. If I were to zoom out farther still, I'd be able to see more and more of the pages, but with each page I would see less and less detail. And that's one of the strengths and weaknesses of using zoom, is you can see more about the pages but you can't see the detail of what's in them. But one thing that you can tell here is that if I were to print this now, I wouldn't have a very good arrangement in terms of these two, because on 2 pages I've got content that ideally would be much better if it were just on 1 page. So could I actually arrange this so that those little charts would appear alongside the relevant accounts on the same sheet of paper? That would be a much better arrangement. Now, having seen what the situation is in Page Layout View, I'm going to keep Page Layout View on at the moment. Page Layout View, in fact, switching between any of the views doesn't change the content of the spreadsheet in any way. I'm not changing any data or deleting any rows or columns. All I'm doing is looking at how the worksheets will look if I were to print them. Now, in order to lay these pages out in a better way, I'm going to go to the Page Layout tab. And on the Page Layout tab, there's a group, the Page Setup group. And that Page Setup group gives me a lot of commands I can use to change the layout of the pages. The 3 on the left are going to be particularly important: margins, orientation and size. In the bottom right hand corner of the group there is a little button, a little control. It's actually called a dialog box launcher. And if you click on that little launcher, many of the groups have those launchers. You'll see here on this tab that 3 or 4 of the groups have got those little launchers. If you click on that one, it brings up a dialog, and that dialog has several different options on it. It has tabs of options. So it's got a page tab, a margins tab, a header footer tab, and a sheet tab. And we're going to look at 1 or 2 of these now and some of the others later on. But let's go back to page first of all, because I mentioned just now that one of the buttons in the page setup group was orientation. Well, that's one here as well. We've currently got landscape orientation for these pages. We could change them to portrait if we wanted to. And another option we have here is to scale the contents for printing. Now when you scale, you can either say I want them scaled to a certain percentage, so you could for instance say I wanted them scaled in this case to 78% or 70% or 75%, or you can say what I really want you to do is to fit 1 page wide on a page. So I want Excel to do the scaling for me so that my worksheet when I print it will be 1 page wide and however many pages it takes tall. The paper size at the moment is letter, very common default size in the United States, or you could change it to one of the other standard sizes such as A4. So you can make a certain number of adjustments here and then click on OK and see what happens. And of course what Excel has done is to put everything nicely fitting on a single page. If I scroll down I can see that actually go to a second page vertically to cover all 4 of the accounts in this worksheet. Now let's suppose that rather than automating it like that, you wanted to do some manual settings. In some cases, such as with size, if you click on there, you have a list of the standard ones, letter, A4 and so on. If you click on more paper sizes, it actually takes you back into that dialog again, that page setup dialog. If you go to orientation, you just have 2 options, portrait or landscape. Let's change it to portrait. It actually still fits it on to 1 column. It'll be scaled down quite a long way, but it may well still be legible. Let's try using the zoom slider there again, just to zoom in a little bit more. And that's a little bit too far. Let's see how that looks. That looks okay, and it's still all on 1 page. And then when it comes to margins, with margins you have some standard margins of normal. Notice that my units are currently set to inches, so my normal margins are top 3/4 of an inch, bottom 3/4 of an inch, left 0.7, right 0.7, and then there's space allowed for header and footer. But you can also define custom margins. And if I click on custom margins at the bottom here, it brings up the margins tab of the page setup dialog, and here I can define the size of the margins, top, bottom, left, right, size for the header, size for the footer, and I can say how I want the content centered horizontally, centered vertically, either or neither. And then I have a print preview option as well. So I can fine-tune the margins to fit my exact requirements. Now one thing I ought to point out here is that if you were actually going to go to print this now, click on print. It takes you into Backstage View. We're going to talk about printing a little bit later on. But when you've chosen your printer, my default printer is to send content to Microsoft OneNote. But let me just reset that to an actual printer. If I go into printer properties for that actual printer, there will be a whole load of settings that I can use in there. And just to give you a specific example, and this may well be different on your printer, one of the options I can choose, size is, and if I go letter, I get a much longer list of sizes of paper than you get by default within Excel 2013. And if I click on custom there, I can actually define a custom paper size in either inches or millimeters, and I can define a very specific, very customized paper size. Now this is not an intrinsic feature of Excel 2013, and whether you can do this or not will very much depend on your printer and its capabilities. But just be aware that some of these things are dependent on the devices they're using, and in some cases you'll have more or less functionality than other people in this area. Okay, so I'm in print, which is accessed from Backstage View. To get back to my worksheet, you've always got that left hand arrow thing up there in Backstage View. It takes you back to the sheet that you're working on. Okay, so I'm going to File, click on Close. I'm not going to save the changes that I've just made to this practice workbook. Now I'm going to File, Open. This time I'm going to open using the list of recent workbooks on the right. And the one I want is the CS1, Case Study 1, Sales Team Performance 01. Now notice, depending on where you've got a workbook from, you may get a security warning like this one, Enable Content. If you're not sure where a workbook's come from, then you've got to be very cautious and not necessarily enable the content in the workbook. Workbooks can contain macro code, program code, that could potentially corrupt or in some way damage your PC or device. So you've got to be very cautious about opening workbooks. All of these case study workbooks are absolutely fine, so I'm going to click on Enable Content there. And now what I'm going to do is to go into page layout for this particular workbook and just do a bit of setting. I'm going to check the size. It's currently A4. I'm going to change it from A4 to letter size. Now I'm going to go into page layout view, see what it looks like. That's not too bad, and I'm going to adjust the margins. So I'm going to page layout view, click on margins. It's got normal margins at the moment. I'm going to try it with wide margins, and with wide margins, let me just zoom out a little. Okay, you can see what the team monthly sales look like. So I've got, at the moment, you can see portrait orientation, obviously. I've got wide margins, I've got the paper size set to letter. So I've saved that case study 1 spreadsheet with a version number of 2, so it's CS1 Sales Team Performance 02. So let me go into Backstage View and open the most recent case study 2, that's case study 2 Expenses 01. Your next exercise is to do some page setup work on this. I've done this case study 2 page setup work and I've saved it with CS2 expenses 02.xlsx. What I need you to do is to make it into a landscape page layout, make sure it's letter size paper, and set up custom margins which are 1 inch top and bottom and 1/2 inch, 0.5 inches left and right. I don't mind what you have the header and footer settings at the moment. 1 inch top and bottom, 1/2 inch left and right, letter size, landscape, and my answer to that is CS2 Expenses 02. In this unit we've looked at laying out a page for printing. We've used Print Layout View and Zoom, and we've also looked at page setup in general with specific reference to orientation, margins and paper size. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. In this unit we're going to look at adding headers and footers to worksheets in Excel 2013 workbooks, and we'll look at some of the options that are available for headers and footers. We'll see some document properties and how to include those in headers and footers, and we'll also see our first example of a contextual tab. I've got open here version 2 of the Accounts Payable Ledger. This has 2 or 3 pages. I haven't adjusted the page setup settings yet for reasons that will become apparent in a while, and so it's not neatly onto pages. I'm looking at it in page layout view, and you may have noticed before that at the top of each page in grey there's a little message, click to add header. Well, you can add a header to every page of a worksheet. That's particularly useful when you're printing, which can contain all sorts of information. Now, one way of adding this header is to do exactly what it says there, which is click to add header. And if I click, what happens is I see the cursor appear in that box in which I've clicked, and that will let me type something. So if I just put header here as my header, hope you can just about see that, I now have a header. And one very important aspect of using headers and indeed footers is that by default they appear on every page. So if I were now to print out this worksheet, even if it had thousands of rows and columns and took many sheets of paper, every one of them would have that header on it. The same would be true if I added a footer. Now, there are some options you can use to control that, and we'll look at one or two of those in a little while. But you may now think, well, that header's not very distinct. You may want to add information or change information. If you wanted to go back in now to edit that header, there are a couple of ways of doing it. If I just click on the header, I'm now in the position where I could type again. And when I do that, note that when I'm in the header, a contextual tab appears. Now you can see the colouring. It says Header and Footer Tools, and it's a Design tab. And it's a tab that only appears when I'm working on a header or footer. If I click on that tab, that Design tab, I have a whole set of tools that I can use with headers and footers. Let me take you through some of the options on this Design tab. First of all, in the header and footer group on the left, you have some standard layouts for headers and some standard layouts for footers, and I'll look at one of those in a moment. In the next group, the big group, header and footer elements, there are some standard elements that you can insert in a header and footer, such as a page number, or the number of pages, or the current date. Then you have a navigation group that lets you switch between a header and a footer. And then you have these options. Now, the two that are unchecked at the moment are different first page. If I had that checked, then I could have one header on my first page but something different on all the others. And if I had the second one checked, different odd and even pages, then I would get different odd and even pages. This can be very useful if, say, you're going to print a worksheet and bind it in some way and you want odd and even pages, say to have page numbers on the outside margins, so they'd be on the left side for an even numbered page and on the right side for an odd numbered page. Now let's actually insert one of those header and footer elements. Let's say put the file name in there. I've selected it so that when I do an insert it will be overwritten, so I'm going to put the file name in there. And what you see is not the file name, what you see is a code. It's a very specific, what's called a field code, that actually denotes that the file name goes into that space. And one of the reasons that it puts that in rather than the actual name of the file is that if I renamed this file, I would still want that header to show the correct new name. If I click away now, let me just click in the right hand column, watch what happens. You can now see the actual file name, accounts payable ledger2.xlsx. And if I exited from this particular workbook and renamed the workbook and came back in, you would see that that header would show the correct new name. So we're using there something that's called a document property, and that ampersand symbol with the square brackets generally denotes a document property. And of course documents in Excel have many properties. So now let's turn our attention to the footer. Now I can either switch by saying go to footer, or I can put in one of the standard footers. I'm going to put in one of the standard footers, so I'm going to click on footer, and from the list there I'm going to put in that option where it says confidential, comma, then the date, comma, then it puts page 1. Now watch what happens when I do that. What I actually get in the footer is 3 separate elements: confidential on the left, the date in the middle, and the page number on the right. And of course, if I scroll down to the next page, it would have the same footer, but of course it says page 2, because it's a code that's in there. It's the word page, and then the 2, the page number, will be actually represented as a code, and it will be the property of that page, the page number of that page. Similarly, the date isn't actually put in as 11/22. That just happens to be today's date. A code is put in for the date. So that's how to set up a 3-part footer very quickly. And of course, I could go in, delete those, change those, etc. Now I'm going to switch back into the header and show you something else that can be pretty useful, and that is that if you have a logo, you could actually include the logo as a picture. Let's suppose that I'm going to put a logo in the top right here, up in the right hand side of the header. Within the header and footer elements group on this design tab, there is a picture button. Click on picture. This brings up what is pretty much a standard kind of dialogue within Office in general and Excel in particular for inserting pictures. You can insert a picture from a file if you have one. You can do a Bing image search. You can get one, say, from your SkyDrive. I'm going to actually get this one from office.com. I'm going to look for a picture on the theme of accounts. Now, as I say, normally you'd use this, say, to put your company logo in or something like that. But for the purposes of this, let's find something I can put in the top right. What about that one there? Select that picture, click on Insert. Now if I click away, I get that little sort of logo in the top right hand corner. Now I'm quite keen to see how all of this is going to look, but before I do, I want to do a little bit of page setup work because I want to squeeze these 2 pages, side-by-side pages, onto one. When you've been working on header and footer, the header or footer is selected. In order to do general regular things to pages such as page setup, I need to click outside the header and footer, so just going to click somewhere within the page here. Note that the contextual tab that was there before the design tab has now disappeared. That tells me that I'm no longer working on header and footer. So if I go to page layout now, I can go into page setup. I'll just quickly sort this page setup out in the same way that I did earlier on, then perhaps you can just join me again. There we are, that's a bit better. Now let's see how all that would look if I were to print it. Let me just go into File and then Ready to Print, and then I get a preview there on the right. That's not bad actually. As you can see, the logo there's a little bit on the big side. If I maybe made the logo a bit smaller, then I'd be able to read all of the words. The other thing that I can do here is to adjust the margins. Now I'll just quickly show you the effect of that, but you need to be aware that there are a couple of other things you'd need to be able to resolve, which we will be coming to later on, which is things like where the pages are breaking. So for instance here at the bottom of the first page, the heading Account 4 starts right at the bottom of the page, and the detail of Account 4 is on the next page. But let me just go into page setup here. I'll just adjust the top margin. I'm going to put it right up to say 2 inches. And as you can see, that solves the problem certainly on the first page. And as I go into subsequent pages, note the page controls at the bottom to allow me to step through. Of course, I'm going to have this problem to deal with anyway in terms of where the pages break, but that's one for another time. One very important feature of Excel 2013 is that there are usually many ways of doing most things, and there isn't time on this course to show you all the ways of doing everything. It would be a very long course indeed if I did. But in the case of headers and footers, apart from getting to headers and footers via page layout view by clicking on the header or footer, if you're in normal view, you can quickly get to the header and footer area. Just click on the Insert tab. On the Insert tab towards the right hand end in the text group there is a header and footer button, and if you click on header and footer it takes you into what is exactly the same position that we were in before. Note that you've got the contextual tab under header and footer tools, the design tab there as well. In this unit we've looked at adding headers and footers to a worksheet in Excel 2013 and at some of the options that are available when you do that. I've introduced you to document properties and we've seen our first contextual tab. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. In this unit we're going to look at implementing watermarks in Excel 2013. First of all, we'll implement a watermark using a header, both adding the watermark and then formatting it, and then we'll look at alternative ways of implementing a watermark, notably setting up a background image or using a word art object to implement a text watermark. Something that's quite often required when you're working with Excel, and particularly when you're dealing with some kind of confidential information, is to place a watermark on a page. This is normally a picture or a piece of text. The text may say something like confidential or top secret. The picture may represent some kind of company identification. This may be there for security reasons, it may be there for visual effect. But it's useful to be able to put a watermark on pages when you're printing out the contents of a worksheet. And in this unit we're going to have a look at 2 or 3 optional ways of putting watermarks on, and in doing so you'll learn a little bit more about things like formatting pictures. Now, we've already put a header onto this particular sheet with that little picture on the right there. I'm going to just click in there and I'm going to remove that. I'm just going to, having selected the code, I just press the delete key. I'm going to click now in the middle section there. Click to the right of ampersand file, which is the field code to put the file name in. Note that it's not selected. Now I'm going to press the enter key to create a second paragraph within that part of the header. And I'm going to insert the picture that we used just now, but this time I'm going to insert it into this location. So let me do exactly the same thing again. Join me then. Okay, the field code is in place. Let me just click away so that you can see what that looks like. Now, if I wanted that to be a watermark for the whole page, obviously it's a bit small at the moment, so what I really need to do is to make it considerably bigger. Now let me just click away from the header so you can get a better impression of what that would look like. Clearly that picture is much too small to use as a watermark at the moment, so let's just click back into the header again. And you'll notice now that in that header and footer elements group there is a button, Format Picture. And whichever picture we happen to have in here that's currently selected is the one that I can format by pushing on that button, Format Picture. Now, first of all, if I wanted to change the size of the picture, I could use the Size tab. Now, we're going to talk about formatting pictures more later on, but for the moment, again, we're sort of slightly working ahead. Let's have a look at how we would say make that 3 times as big. Now at the moment it's got a height of 1.83 inches, a width of 2 inches. The aspect ratio is locked. Note the checkbox there, lock aspect ratio. And therefore if I increase the height, you notice that automatically the width increases. And automatically you can see how much it's being scaled. One on which, 253%. That will do for a first try. Let's click on that, click on OK. Click to the side, and you can already see the impact of increasing the size of that picture. So let's go back in there again. Let's do a little bit more. Why don't we go up to, say, 400% for now. And the other thing that we can do, if you click on the Picture tab, is that we can control the image itself. At the moment it's a black and white image actually. Color is set to automatic, but I can set color to washout. And if I set it to washout, which is usually what you'll use for a watermark, watch what happens. Okay, that's not too bad. I'm going to do a couple more things to it though. First of all, if I want to move it down the page a little, if I click to the right of the file name and put in some paragraph markers, That will move the picture further down from the file name. And also, if I go back into Format Picture again, I'm going to make it a little bigger. I'm going to say let's go for 500%. And then to make it a little bit more washed out, I'm going to reduce the contrast. It's currently 15%. I'm just going to knock it down. This will be very faint, say to 10%. Now, let's go into Print Preview and see what that looks like. Now maybe that still needs a little bit more washing out, but I think you get the general idea of how you can implement a watermark using that approach. So that's one way of putting a watermark on a page. I've actually removed that from the header because I want to show you an alternative way of doing it. So let me just click away from the header back into the body of the page here. And now I go to the Page Layout tab. One of the options on the Page Layout tab is Background. And here you can choose a picture to use as a page background. Now when you're doing this, you have to be a little bit more careful because you have to do this in quite a different way. The selection of the picture is straightforward enough, but you need to have made sure that you've got the size of the picture about right, and that you, for instance, made sure that if you want a washed out effect, it's washed out, and so on. So I've already prepared a version of the picture that we just used, a washed out version of about the right size. And the reason the size is particularly important here is that when you set up a picture as a background picture in Excel 2013, it is automatically tiled on the page. So if you use a small picture, you'll have several of them tiled in the background. That may well be the impression that you want to use, and that's absolutely fine. You may like that effect. You could also use a very big picture. So here, when I click on background, I'm going to use a picture I've already prepared. So I'm going to click on the Work Offline option. And there's my folder with my pictures in it. The one I want to use is that version, the very washed out version. So click on that and insert. And now you can see it inserted on my page as a page background. It is repeated and it is tiled. So for instance here you can see the size I've got it just sneaks over into the next page. Maybe it should be a little bit smaller. But as I say, that may well be the effect that you want to create, having a washed out background picture like that. Some people like that kind of effect. So that's the option of using a background picture. Having set up a background picture like that, on the Design tab that you can see here, I now have a Delete Background button, and if I click on Delete Background, that gets rid of the picture again. So now I'm going to look at one more option for putting a watermark on, and this is going to involve inserting some text using WordArt. One of the big advantages of the two methods we've seen so far is that basically you can do a job once and it's repeated for every page. So if you set up a header, say, with a watermark picture, then that will apply potentially to every page. Obviously you could have different odd and even, different first, and so on. Similarly with background picture, once you've set up a background picture, that's going to be applied to each of the pages. Now the trouble with this text watermark is that it only appears on the page you put it on. So if you want this kind of effect on every page, you're going to need to duplicate it on every page. But let me just show you the basics of how you do this. I'm looking at the same worksheet here. I click on Insert, and on the Insert tab over here on the right there is a WordArt, Insert WordArt button up there. So click on Insert WordArt. I'm given a choice of styles, although I can change this later if I want to. I'm going to go for, say, that style. And when I do that, I get this box placed here, your text here, and I can just click in there and type my text. Now the text I'm going to put in this case is confidential. Now having entered that text, what I'm going to do next is to format it, and I'm going to format it in a couple of very particular ways. First of all, I'm going to make the text bigger, so if I select it all, if I right click, I'll see the mini toolbar. The mini toolbar there shows me the font that's in use. The font size is 54. I'm going to do this a much bigger size, and you may not see the end of this list of font sizes. It may go off the bottom of the screen, but I'm going to choose a big size. I'm going to choose 96 point, which makes it bigger. This kind of text box shrinks and grows to accommodate what's in it, so I don't have to worry about changing the size of the box. Now what I want to do is to make that text transparent. I'm not going to be able to read what's actually on the sheet if I don't make that transparent. So I go up to Text Fill and I say No Fill, which basically makes the text transparent, but it still has an outline. Now let me just click away so you can see what this looks like at the moment. Okay, so you can just about see the word confidential. Let me click back within the text box again, and there's a little rotation control there, and I'm going to turn that little rotation control around. And there we are. And now you can see the overall effect. We've got confidential, it's transparent text, you can read through it. You could make it more or less distinct by changing the text outline setting. Note that when I click in here, I get another one of those contextual tabs, a Drawing Tools Format tab, and within the Format tab I can change the color, the outline, the strength and everything, the style of the text, all sorts of settings. We'll be looking at more of those later on in the course. And finally in this unit, what I'd like you to do for case study 2 is to use the image file cs2money.jpg that you'll find in the case study 2 folder and set that as a background image for case study 2. My answer to that is CS2 expenses 03. You can see how that looks here. That's basically you're looking at the answer for this exercise. I'd like you to achieve that for case study 2 as well. In this unit we've looked at watermarks in Excel 2013, how to implement a watermark in a header, and also the alternative methods of applying a background image or using word art to create a text watermark. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again. In this unit we're going to look at the use of themes in Excel 2013. We're going to start by looking at how to apply a theme to a worksheet, and then we're going to look at how to create and customize themes and save them for your own use in the future or for other people to use. Now I'm currently zoomed into part of one of the worksheets for the Accounts Payable Ledger workbook. And you can see some figures here, you see the fonts with the numbers and so on, and you see some simple graphics explaining debit and credit balances. If you look at the Page Layout tab, the first group on the left is called the Themes group. And you can apply any one of a number of predefined, pre-installed themes to a workbook. The very first button, the Themes button, has a drop down at the bottom. Click on that and it opens the Themes gallery. Now, there's usually about 20-25 themes within there, and generally speaking they have live preview enabled. And if you hover over one of the themes, such as that one, Integral, or that one, Facet, you can see the effect that you would get if you switch to using that theme. Let's try one below it, Organic, Retrospect, Slice. Let's try that Slice theme. Now once you've applied a theme to a worksheet, it stays applied until you replace it with a different theme. One of the most useful features of themes is that they are shared across the components of the Office software suite. So if, for example, you were preparing a presentation and you had a Word document and a PowerPoint presentation and a couple of Excel spreadsheets, you could use the same theme in all of them to give your presentation a consistent look and feel. But you can also create your own themes, and you can certainly customize the ones that already exist. So let's stick with this theme that we've applied here. If I click back on the themes drop down there, you can see that it's the slice, the one that's highlighted at the moment. That's the one that we applied. See the highlighting around it. And let's now customize this theme. Let's make some changes to it and make it into our own theme. A theme is actually made up of three elements: the colors, the fonts, and any effects that are applied. And I'm going to customize each of those in turn. Let's start with colors. If I click on colors here in the themes group, there's a list of color sets, these sorts of combinations of colors that go together. And if I wanted to change the colors to go in this particular theme, if I go on Customize Colors, what you will see is a list of the colors that are used in this theme. Now, each of these theme colors is used for a particular purpose. So, for instance, the very first one, text background dark 1, the next one, text background light 1. Text background dark 2, text background light 2. In given situations, a certain color of text is used. In another situation, a certain color of text is used. And it has two of each, light and dark. It then has accent colors that are used for graphics and so on, colors to use with hyperlinks, and colors to use with hyperlinks that have already been followed. So let's suppose that what I'm going to do is to create my own theme colors. So I'm going to take this set as a starting point. I'm going to change a couple of the colors. Let me change the background dark 2 color to that one, and the background light 2 color to, say, that one. And I'm going to change a couple of accent colors. I won't guarantee that this will necessarily look particularly nice, but never mind. And I'm going to call this custom set, I'm going to call it custom TA, put my name in it so that I can remember which set are mine, and I'm going to save these as my custom color set. And this basically sits on top of, if you like, the selected theme. So click on Save, and the colors have been changed. So that's how to customize the colors, and I can do a similar job now with the fonts. So click on the drop down on Fonts, choice of fonts there, right at the bottom Customize Fonts, and basically the theme fonts at the moment for heading text are Century Gothic, body font Century Gothic. Let's suppose that I wanted to change, let's say that I would like Franklin Gothic Book for heading fonts, and we'll have Calibri for body fonts, and I'm going to call this particular set of fonts custom TA as well. So there are my font set. Watch what happens to the text as I save this new set of fonts. You notice that all of the text changed fonts. It's not a huge change there, but it's a noticeable change. Now, the final bit of customization we need to do is effects. This is in many ways the most difficult one to describe, and you need to look at this really carefully. In the sort of gallery of effects here, you have a sort of circle and a rectangle and an arrow, and you can see that with each of these named sets of effects, the circle and the rectangle and the arrow are slightly different. Now, when you choose which effect you want to go with your theme, you're basically declaring what effects will be applied to each of three categories of shape. So, for instance, if you choose the office theme, you see how thin the line of the circle is, whereas if you chose the milk glass, you'd have a much thicker circle. Now this will apply to shapes that you add, so it won't apply necessarily to the sort of graphics that we've got here where the graphics are already drawn. And you may want to always choose the effects of graphics as you do them. But if you've got a good idea of how you want your graphics to look, then if you choose an effect to go with your theme, let's select this top shadow one here to go with this theme, and then that will be the one that's applied to new shapes that I add. We'll be talking about adding shapes to worksheets later on in the course. So we'll select top shadow, and then having made effectively your new theme, you can save that theme. So let's say save current theme. Themes are stored in THMX files. That's the file extension THMX for a theme. I'm going to call this one TA theme. If I wanted to give this particular theme to other people working on the team to use in their installations, bear in mind the theme file can be used with all of the components of Microsoft Office, well, virtually all of the components of Microsoft Office. So I could use this theme file with Word, with PowerPoint and so on. But if I wanted other members of the team to use the same theme, I would give them a copy of this THMX file, and then I'll show you in a moment how they would use it. But let me just save that first. Now let's go back to themes again, and if I wanted them to use it, I'd give them that file. They'd put it on a memory stick or on their device somewhere they can find it, and then browse for themes here lets them look for that THMX file, and when they found that THMX file, open it, and that theme will be available to them. So that's how somebody else can use your theme. As it is, there's my custom theme in force. Let's change now to, say, the facet theme. So let's go back to one of those other themes, facet. What about going back to slice, the original slice? That's fine. But of course, at any time, I can go to my custom TA theme. So just a very straightforward exercise for you now on case study 2. I'd like you to apply the celestial theme to case study 2. My answer to that is saved as version 4 of the CS2 expenses workbook. In this unit we've looked at the role of themes in Excel 2013. We've seen how to apply a theme to a worksheet and how to create and customize themes. Finally, we looked at how to save a theme in the form of a THMX file and how that file could be used by somebody else to use your theme. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. In this unit we're going to look at grouping and ungrouping worksheets and at changing worksheet tab colours. I'm also going to give you a quick reminder about deleting worksheets. I've got a new version of our accounts payable ledger workbook here, and I've introduced some worksheets to it. You can see them at the bottom. There's a lot of them, and there's one for each month of the current year. Now, first of all, I've got a couple of these sheets in the wrong order. It goes January, February, April, March. If you want to move worksheets, we saw how to do that earlier on in the course, but you can actually do it by dragging. If I click with the left mouse button on March and just drag it to the left, I can put it into the correct sequence. Now, something that's very useful to be able to do with worksheets is to group them, because if you group worksheets, there are certain things that you can do to one worksheet that are then automatically done to the other worksheets. So let's suppose that I'm going to do some formatting on all of these worksheets. If I were to select them all, then subject to certain restrictions, the formatting I did on one of the worksheets will be done to the others. But just to illustrate this a little bit more neatly, let's just say we want to do some formatting to the first quarter of the year, January, February and March. I've already got the January worksheet selected. You can see that the tab is highlighted. If I hold the Shift key down and click on March, you notice that I've now got 3 months selected. Now that means they're automatically grouped, and in fact if you look at the top of the workspace you'll see the word group after the name of the workbook. That means I've actually got a group selected at the moment. Now let me just type something in cell A1. I'm just going to type in that cell month, and then in cell B receipts, and then in C. Now if I click on the January sheet I'll see it says that. Click on the February sheet, it says exactly the same. Let's select March, but of course if I select April it doesn't say anything. Now one important thing to note there is that as soon as I select a worksheet outside the group, the worksheets are automatically ungrouped. So as soon as I clicked on April, the word group disappeared from after the workbook name at the top of the workspace. Let me just select those same 3 again to make that group again. The other way that you can ungroup them while the group is actually there is you can right click and there is an ungroup sheets option on the contextual menu. Now while these are grouped, the other thing I want to look at is tab color. When you have sheets grouped, and particularly if you're going to do something to them as a group, and then later you want to sort of recognize them as a group without them necessarily being grouped. So for example in this case you want to keep the identification into your 4 quarters of the year. You can choose a tab color and it will apply to the whole group. So let's suppose I wanted that color. That would apply to the 3 worksheets that constitute the first quarter of the year, and then I might make a different group for the second quarter, maybe apply a different color to that group. Of course as soon as I click away from them they are of course no longer a group. That is of course actually no different to applying the tab color to the individual months. It's just a slightly slicker and quicker way of doing things, and it gives you a very good visual reference for the quarters of the year. If I'd wanted to group all of the sheets within the workbook, right click on any of the sheets and there is a select all sheets option, and when you've got all sheets selected effectively you've got all of the sheets in your workbook in a group. And of course when you finish doing whatever you're going to do with them in a group you can right click on any of them, ungroup sheets, and they're ungrouped again. So a group is not a permanent thing in any way. You can do different groupings at different times for different purposes. And one other point to make when it comes to groupings, don't forget that in line with the general rules when you're making selections, that if you want to select non-contiguous worksheets, so if I wanted say the first one in each quarter, if I selected January 1st, I then need to hold the control key down and I could select April, and then let me go along to the beginning of the 3rd quarter, which would be July, and the 4th quarter, which would be October. I've now got 4 sheets selected: January, April, July, October. They're not contiguous, but they are a group. So anything I do to one of those will be done to all 4 of those. So you'd use the control key when you need to create a group of non-contiguous worksheets. Now the other thing I'd like to quickly mention here is deleting a worksheet. I mentioned it much earlier on in the course. If you right click on a worksheet and click on delete, you can delete the worksheet. But be very careful, because deleting a worksheet cannot be undone. You cannot undo deleting a worksheet. If you accidentally delete a worksheet, you're going to be in trouble. You'll probably be able to go back to the last saved version of this workbook, but that may not be good news for you. So beware before you delete a worksheet. Deleting a worksheet cannot be undone. In this unit we've looked at grouping and ungrouping worksheets, at changing worksheet tab colours, and I've given you a very important warning about deleting worksheets. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again. In this unit we're going to look at inserting columns and rows in a worksheet and at deleting columns and rows. We'll also look at how to insert and delete cells. Finally, we'll look at adjusting row height and adjusting column width. One of the things that you're going to do most when you're working in Excel is to adjust the number of rows and columns in a worksheet. Sometimes you'll want to insert new ones, sometimes you'll want to move them around, sometimes you'll want to delete them. And it's useful to know the ways of doing that are most convenient for you and that work best in given situations. As with many other things in Excel, there are many ways of doing this, so I'm going to show you a couple in this section and I'll introduce you to one or two of the others later on in the course. So here we have the worksheet for case study 1 with the sales team monthly sales on it. Let's suppose that I wanted to separate team A from team B. Put a blank row between them. I'll maybe use that row later on to put some totals in, but more of that later. So I really want a blank row between row 6 and row 7. Now if I select row 7, that's the one for Simon Mackenzie, and then on the Home tab click on the Insert button, or should I say the top half of the Insert button, then by default what happens is I get a blank row. Now the reason a row was inserted was because a row was selected. If I use certain of these commands in Excel 2013, what Excel does is to look at what's selected and use that as a guide to what you want to insert. If instead I'd selected column D and clicked exactly the same button, that top half of the insert button, it would look at what's selected, that is column D, and insert a column to the left of column D. So Excel bases what it does using that button on what you've got selected. So for example, if I selected columns H, I and J, 3 columns, click that insert button, I'd get 3 empty columns inserted to the left of the columns that I had selected. And the insert button isn't the only one that works like this. To the right of the insert button there is a delete button. I've still got those 3 cells selected that were just inserted. If I click on delete, those 3 are deleted. And the delete works pretty much on the same principle, that if you click on that it will delete what is selected. So that's the relatively straightforward side of insert and delete. Let's look at the slightly more flexible and complex side of it. Let's suppose you just had a single cell selected here. I've got E8 selected. On the insert button, the lower half of the insert button, if I click on that, I've got a number of options. I can say insert sheet rows, which will insert a row above. I can say insert sheet columns, which will insert a column to the left. Of course, either could be done. I also have an option right at the bottom of insert sheet. That will insert a new worksheet. But if I want to insert cells, it's a little bit more complex and I get a little dialogue. If I wanted to insert a single cell here, how would I do it? Would I shift the cells right to its right? Would I shift the cells down? Would I insert an entire row, or would I insert an entire column? Now let's suppose that I said shift cells down, which is the default. So that's 389. I've got shift cells down selected. Click on OK. Watch what happens. What actually happens is I finish up with an empty cell where I had a cell selected, but the cells below it have all moved down, and of course my rows have now been disturbed because 389 is now a member of a different row. So you can do that. It may fundamentally change the meaning of the data in your worksheet, but you can do that. But once you start doing things in that way, you need to think carefully about the consequences of the shifting that's happening when you're inserting an odd cell or an odd number of cells. You could of course do the same thing with a block of cells. So let me undo that. Let me choose, say, a block of 9 cells there and say insert cells and then shift cells right. Watch what happens when I do an insert there and say shift cells right. space is left for the 9 cells, but everything else gets moved to the right. So that's something to be pretty careful about. Something else you'll want to be able to do is to cut, copy and paste cells, rows, columns. And it's pretty straightforward. You make your selection. Let's suppose I want to copy the first 2 rows in this sheet, or the first 2 rows of data for Jason Carmichael and Dean Martin. Then I can copy using either the copy button there in the clipboard group on the Home tab, or if I right click on the contextual menu, there's a copy. If I'm going to copy them somewhere else, I don't need to make a selection of the same size. All I need to do is to click in the first cell, the cell that corresponds to the first of the selected ones, and then just do a paste, either using the command here in the clipboard group or using the right click menu. So if I do a paste, those 2 rows have now appeared there. If I wanted to do a cut, let me just make the same selection again. This time I'm going to do a cut. Click further down there again. Right click and do a paste. Straightforward paste. The paste is there, and note the rows that were cut are now empty rows. So I could copy those again in their current position, do a cut again, click in there, and then do a paste. And then things are pretty much back to how they were. The main thing to be careful of when you're doing copy and paste is overwriting things. So for instance, let's suppose that I made a selection here of, say, about a dozen cells, and I did a copy. If I now put the cursor here in cell D8 and did a paste, it would not move things out of the way, it would overwrite. So you see I've got this sort of rectangle here, 279 to 389 and 355 to 395, those 12. If I do a paste now, that lot overwrites what was there before, which may be the effect that you wanted, it may not be. But you need to be careful about that when you're doing cut, copy and paste, that you don't overwrite cells that you actually need. The last thing that I want to look at in this unit is row height and column width. The formatting of your worksheets is going to prove to be very important, and sometimes getting the row height and the column width just right is also very important, partly because it will make your worksheets more or less easy to read, and partly because sometimes it's all about getting as much information in view as possible, and therefore you need to be able to adjust things so that you don't have lots of wasted space. Now if I click on, say, row 3 on this sheet, in the cells group on the Home tab there's a format button. Click on the lower part of the format button and there is a row height option right at the beginning, and it says that the row height is 15. Now row height and column width are actually measured in different units in Excel, and that 15 is a height of 15 points, which is actually 0.21 inches or just over 5 millimeters. So that's the default height, 15 points for a row. And in fact, let me just cancel that. Let's choose another row. If I right click, one of the options down there is row height, and I'll find that's 15 as well. You can easily change your row height, so if I change that one there, just make it 20, click on OK. That particular row is now higher, taller than the others. Similarly, I could select a whole set of rows, right click, click on row height. Now the thing now is that some rows are one height, 15, and one of them is another height, 20. So when I click on row height, I don't get a figure. That doesn't mean there is no row height, but it means I've got a mixture of row heights in there. If I wanted to put them all at 20, click on OK, and they're all now at a row height of 20. As you can see, that already makes that particular worksheet a bit easier to read, but of course it's using more space. I have an auto setting. If I select all of the rows, and again go on the Home tab to that Format button, drop down, auto fit row height. This will automatically fit all those rows, the selected rows, to their optimum height. So click on that, and there we are. They're all back to 15 again. Now, many of the same principles apply to column width, but column width is measured in different units. If I choose one of the empty columns, this column, column R, is still at the default width. If I right click on the column, one of the options there is column width, and the default width is, believe it or not, 8.43 characters. It's about just under 3/4 of an inch. I think it's about 0.72 inches, or just over 18 millimeters. The columns that already have content have had their widths adjusted during the process of importing this data. You can see that the column widths have been made to be pretty thin actually. They just about accommodate the data. Let's just see what would happen now if I selected all the columns with some data in them and format auto fit column width. See what happens. That's actually why it's the way it is. That is what auto fit makes of it. If I wanted to make all those columns the same width, I could say, for instance, format column width. Of course it's empty because they're different widths at the moment, so this is empty. But if I put in, say, 15, this is for characters, and clicked on OK, every column now has a width of 15 characters. Of course, in some cases that looks pretty much okay. In the others, you can see those columns are much too wide for the numbers that are in them. And one other thing, apart from selecting the columns as we just did, when you're working in a worksheet, one way of selecting everything in the sheet is to use this little square in the top left hand corner here, above the 1 and to the left of the 8. If you click on that, it selects the whole sheet. And if I went back to auto fit column width, of course I'll be back to where I was just now. And notice the selection is not just columns A to B, it's every column. It's not just rows 1 to 14, it's every row. So all the column widths have been done. Similarly, if I wanted to, I could say auto fit rows, although of course they're auto fit at the moment anyway. So that's column width and row height. So finally in this unit, a straightforward exercise for you to do. Case study 2, expenses 4. I'd just like you to set the row height for each row with data in to 20 points. It's probably currently at a default of 15 points. Change each row with data in to have a height of 20 points. My answer to that is case study 2, expenses version 5. In this unit, we've looked at inserting and deleting columns and rows in a worksheet, and how to insert and delete individual cells and groups of cells. We've also looked at adjusting row height and column width. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again. In this unit we're going to look at implementing data validation in Excel 2013. We're going to look at limiting data to specified values and at how to check that entered data is valid. We'll also look at how you can adapt data validation messages, and finally we'll look at how to cancel data validation. I'm going to demonstrate data validation with a couple of really straightforward examples, and I'm going to use case study 1. Now let's suppose that I need to enter some more data here, and first of all I'm going to enter information about another one of our salespeople, and I'm going to indicate that the person is either in team A or team B. When I enter their details on the next row here, row 12, I'll get to the point where I have to enter their team letter, and it will be A or B. Now of course I could just type in an A or a B, but I might make a mistake and put in a C. So one of the options when you're setting up data validation in Excel 2013 is to restrict what somebody can enter, and in this case I could limit what goes into an entry in column C to just the letter A or the letter B. Now the second thing I'm going to need to do, generally speaking, is to put in the sales figures for that person for each month of the year. So I might put the first value in D12 and so on. Now, in terms of validation, it's very difficult to say in this case if there is, say, an upper limit on their sales figures, but you certainly wouldn't expect their sales figures to be less than 0, i.e. negative. So a second type of data validation is to let a user enter something, in this case a number, but then to tell them if the number is out of range, and in this case out of range would be less than 0. And those two actually represent the main two options in data validation. First of all, limiting what a user can enter, and secondly, checking what a user has entered and then telling them if it's invalid and refusing to accept it. Now bear in mind that they're just very specific examples of data validation. There are various other types. You may, for instance, want to validate a date. If you wanted to record, say, somebody's date of birth who was opening a bank account with you, you might require that the date of birth was not more recent than, say, somebody who's 18 years old, or maybe put an upper limit on somebody's age. You perhaps wouldn't open a bank account for somebody who was more than, say, 100 years old, something like that. Similarly, if you were just dealing with text, names for example, you may have to put a limit on how long somebody's family name could be, sort of 25, 30 characters, something like that. So there are many different types of data validation, and we're just dealing with a couple of straightforward examples here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is to restrict what can go under column C to either letter A or B. Now the way that you do this is going to need to be a little bit more sophisticated than the way that I'm going to do it now, but I'm going to show you a basic way of doing it now, and then I'm going to talk about the sophistication that's possible a little bit later on. First of all, we know the values that are allowed, A and B, so we put those values consecutively, either side by side or one above the other, somewhere in the sheet. The main sophistication here, when you have a list of available values, is usually that you put this list somewhere else in your workbook on another worksheet, and then normally hide that worksheet so that users can't see it. But for the moment, I'm just going to put that list there. So they're the two available values, A and B. Now what I'm going to do is to select the cells to which this validation is going to apply. Now the first cell it applies to is C2, which already has a value of A in it. Ideally I would go way down here, a long way down here. It doesn't really matter how far you go. You want to go far enough that it's going to accommodate the amount of data that you need. Then click on the Data tab, and within the Data tab, one of the commands within the Data Tools group is Data Validation. Click on Data Validation and you get this Data Validation dialog. Now there are three tabs within this dialog. One of them relates to the settings for the data validation itself, which is the one we're going to look at first. And then there are two other tabs that really determine the input message, the sort of helpful message to tell the user what they're restricted to entering, and then the error message that basically says you've entered something wrongly. So let's look at the settings first. In the Allow, one of the options is list, and if you're going to restrict users to entering values from a list, you choose that option, list. Now in this particular case we're going to let users choose from the list by giving them an in-cell drop down. So in other words, when they're in the cell there'll be a little drop down list to choose from. So that's our option, and the source, we can either type in a range of cells for the source, or you can actually select on the sheet here, and automatically that is filled in for you. Now that's S2 to S3. Don't worry about the dollars at the moment. But basically what we're saying is that the range of allowed values is in S2 to S3. So click on OK, and our data validation is in place. Now let's go down to say C12 and see how it works. Click in C12. There's my little drop down. There's the values to choose from, A or B. So that's restricting users to choosing a value from a list. And the list at the moment is over in cells S2 to S3. And you can clearly see now why it would be a good idea to hide that list. But that's the fundamentals of how it works. So setting up data entry in this way doesn't actually stop somebody entering invalid data. If I were to now click in C12 and just type the letter D and try to get that saved by clicking somewhere else on the worksheet, watch what happens. I get that message from Microsoft Excel: the value entered is not valid. A user has restricted values that can be entered into this cell. So let's go into the data validation. Have a look at that. We've got a list restricted. Let's look at the error alert, because at the moment show error alert after invalid data is entered. The style is there, the title, error message. We get a default error message if we don't specify anything else. But supposing instead of that I said invalid team letter, and then for the error message you must enter a valid team letter. I might say A or B. Click on OK. Now let me try that again. Enter a D, click somewhere else. You must enter a valid team letter, A or B. Let's now look at putting validation onto the sales figures for each of the 12 months of the period covered. Again, I'm going to select down many rows. So for these sales figures themselves, for the data validation, I'm going to require whole numbers. So I'm going to say allow whole numbers. And then for the data, I can specify between, equal to, not equal to. I'm going to say greater than or equal to, and the minimum value is going to be 0. So I'm going to require a whole number greater than or equal to 0. Now for the input message, the title of the box will be monthly sales, input message, enter a value greater than or equal to 0, and then the error alert, as before, I can choose the style. There's stop, warning or information. I'm going to say stop again. Invalid monthly sales is going to be the header on that box. And then the message monthly sales must be a whole number greater than or equal to 0. Click on OK. That should all be set up now. Notice already that as I hover over one of the boxes, I get that helpful screen tip. Let's suppose I was going to put a value in here. There's the screen tip again. Let's put in a value of -23. Try to click somewhere else. There's the message. Notice the title, invalid monthly sales. Monthly sales must be a whole number greater than or equal to 0. Cancel. I can't get out of that box with an invalid value left in it. So if I put in a value like 234, that's fine. So that's validation, including the helpful screen tips and the validation messages on the monthly sales figures. Now, one or two other things about this. Sometimes people find this input message a little bit annoying. So if you want to remove it from one or a whole range of cells, select the range you want to remove it from. And then within data validation, show input message when cell is selected. If you deselect that, Click on OK. You won't be bothered by that input message anymore. And then one thing that can be really tricky when you're dealing with validation is if you've applied data validation to a whole range of cells and you're struggling to remember which ones you've applied it to, or maybe it's a whole big block as we've just done here. If you say wanted to remove the validation here, just click on one of the cells that's got the validation, go into data validation, select data validation. This checkbox on the settings tab, apply these changes to all other cells with the same settings. You can use that to make any generic changes. So if you find all of the cells that have got the same validation setting as this one, if you click on clear all, you'll basically clear all validation from the cells that have the same validation as this one at the moment. Similarly, if you wanted to make global changes to messages or so on, checking that box, apply these changes to all other cells with the same settings, is the way to do it. So if I click on clear all and then OK, I basically will have cleared all of the validation which has got the same validation as that cell, i.e. all the ones we set just now. So if I now go into that cell and type -23, that's all perfectly allowed again. So that's how to cancel or clear that validation. Of course, it won't clear the validation that wasn't like it, the validation we put in before, for example, to set up a list of A or B as the allowed values here. That's different validation, so it won't have been cleared by the operation that we just did. And here's your next exercise. It's case study 2. I'd like you to put in a straightforward validation which says that the number of miles, that's in column G here, must be a whole number greater than 0. Now when you're doing this, make sure that you test what you've done with both valid data, so putting in a legal greater than 0 whole number of miles, and testing all of the different cases where you've entered invalid data. So that would be fractional values and 0 or negative values. My answer to that is case study 2 expenses version 6. And finally, I'd just like to remind you of something from earlier on in the course. And I said to you once or twice before that some things make a lot more sense later on in the course. When we were looking at find and select, one of the options was go to special. And if you click on go to special, one of the options in go to special is data validation. And that enables you to go to cells that have got data validation on them. There are two options there: data validation, all cells with data validation, or cells with the same validation as this one. And now you can probably see the advantage of having that go to special command, because given that I've currently got cell A2 selected, which is the name Carmichael, if I click on data validation all OK, it actually finds and selects the cells that have got data validation on them, which currently in case study 1 are the cells which have the data validation comprising limiting me to choosing from A or B. But clearly if I had all sorts of different data validation, all sorts of different places, it would enable me to find and select those. So that's why that's such a useful go to special command. In this unit we've looked at how to implement data validation, either by limiting data to specified values or by checking user input to make sure that it's valid. We've looked at how to change and set up data validation messages and at how to cancel data validation. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again. In this unit we're going to start to look at customizing options and views in Excel 2013. We'll start by looking at the available views, and then we'll look at ways of optimizing the space in the current view, including how to use the formula bar, how to hide the ribbon, and how to use zoom. Now, first of all, you've already seen a couple of the views that are available in Excel 2013. And if you click on the View tab, you can see in the Workbook Views group on the left, there are basically three views that are available. Normal View, Page Break View and Page Layout View, and we've looked at both Normal and Page Layout. There is a fourth button, it's currently greyed out here, called Custom Views, and you can create your own custom views in Excel 2013, but that's outside the scope of this course. So in Page Layout View, which is the currently selected view, you can tell it's selected because it's highlighted. You can see the layout of individual pages, and we used it earlier on to do things like add a header or footer. Normal View, which is the one that you'll probably use the most, is the one that you normally use when you just want to work on the content of a worksheet or working on a workbook. So when you want to enter some data, put some formulae in and so on. The other view, the one that we haven't looked at all so far, is Page Break View, and I'm going to talk about Page Break View in just a moment. But before I do, the opposite corner of the workspace at the right hand end of the status bar and to the left of the zoom slider, there are three buttons. Now you may well not be able to see the screen tips on these three buttons, but the one on the left is Normal, the one in the middle is Page Layout View, and the one on the right is Page Break View. And you can use those three buttons to switch between the three available views, which is probably more convenient than having to go back to the View tab each time that you want to change the view. Now let's take a look at one or two other features of those views. I'm in Normal View at the moment, and as I say, that's the one that you'll often use for just generally working on a worksheet. If I go into Page Layout View, and I'm just going to zoom out a little farther, you'll see what I pointed out to you earlier on, and that is that you can see the individual pages as they would be printed out. You can probably also just about there see access to the header if you want to work on the header, or the footer if you want to work on the footer. Now with Page Break View, one of the big advantages of Page Break View is you see the page layout again. You'll see each page with a sort of blue border around it and the page number with big letters and numbers in the middle, page 1 it says. And one of the features of Page Break View is that it shows you where each page break is with a thick dashed blue line. Now I mentioned to you earlier on that sometimes you get these page breaks in places that you really don't want them, and here for instance we've got the heading Account 4 separated from the details related to Account 4. Now in Page Break View you can very simply fix that by clicking on that blue dash line. You note how the cursor has changed to a double-headed arrow. Click with the mouse and I can drag that page break up to a more convenient place. Now obviously doing it this way is a manual exercise, but it does enable you to go through and make sure that everything fits conveniently into distinct whole pages. So if you want to look at the overall layout of the pages, work on headers and footers, Page Layout View is the way to go. Generally working on the content of a worksheet, you'll probably use Normal View, but to check and correct page breaks in that very straightforward way, you'd use Page Break View. Now I'm going to go back to Normal View and I'm going to talk about a general issue when you're working on Excel 2013, which is that very often you are short of space. There's an awful lot of space taken up, for example, by the ribbon, and there are a couple of other things where you can make yourself a little bit more space to work in, and that's what we're going to look at next. If you've used Excel before, you'll know that apart from the fact that if you're working in a particular cell, so in this case if you look at cell B12 which has got 1003 as its contents, apart from the fact that you can type in that cell, you can also type in the formula bar here. And the formula bar is particularly useful when you've got something long and complicated to enter in a cell. So for instance, if you look here under account 1, at the bottom of the debit column there's $800. If I click on $800, I haven't actually typed $800 in there. The $800 there is actually calculated using a formula. Now we're going to be talking about formulae quite a bit later on in the course. We're going to be going into them in quite a lot of detail. But for the moment, where you have a formula, it's actually a lot easier to type it in a nice big formula bar like this and see what you're doing. It may be a very, very long formula, than to try and squeeze it into a little cell. So that formula bar facility is actually pretty useful. But that doesn't mean that you need it all the time. And if you're working on some aspects of a worksheet, you don't really need to see the formula bar at all. You don't need to know what's in the individual cells, or the content may be so simple that you can just see the content within the cells themselves. Now on the View menu, in the Show tab, there's a set of checkboxes, and one of them is Formula Bar, currently checked. You can hide the formula bar just by unchecking that box, and that gives you a little bit more vertical space. Anytime I want the formula bar back on again so that I can work on a formula, for example, straightforward case, just click it on and off like that. And while we're on the subject of the formula bar, I mentioned just now that you may have very long formulae. If you look at the right hand end of the formula bar, there's a little drop down arrow there. If you click on the drop down arrow, you make the formula bar even bigger. And if you've got a very long formula, that gives you plenty of space to type an extremely long formula in. So that's a great way of making some more space. Now let's look at another great way of making some more space, and that is to actually effectively hide the ribbon. Now you never actually completely hide the ribbon. What you do is collapse it. Now this may seem like quite an unlikely thing to do, and in fact when you're new to Excel it may be more trouble than it's worth, but once you've got used to the general ideas in Excel, you may find it a very helpful way of saving space. Now let's suppose I want a bit more vertical space. To the right hand end of the ribbon there's a little up pointing arrow here, and the screen tip is Collapse the Ribbon. If I click on that, I can no longer see the ribbon. So I've got plenty more space to work in. I can see right up to the end of account 3. I can even almost see account 4 now. And you may say, well that's great, but how do I actually execute any commands in Excel 2013? And the answer to that is that provided you know where the commands are, which tab they're on, it's easy. Because if I wanted something on the View tab, if you click on View, the ribbon is temporarily made available. And then for instance, if I wanted to switch to Page Layout View, if I click on Page Layout, it takes me to Page Layout View. The ribbon's still there, and until I actually start to do anything, the ribbon will stay there, and then it gets collapsed again. And even if, for example, in this case I wanted to switch back to normal view, if I use the button at the right hand end of the status bar to switch back to normal view, I go back to normal view, but of course the ribbon is still collapsed. Now supposing you can't remember where a particular command is, that's no problem. All you do is you click on one of the tabs, you have a look, is it on the Home tab, is it on the Insert tab? You can still work with the ribbon, you can still look through it, try to find the command that you want, and then when you've found the command you want, or if you decide you don't need a command after all, as soon as you go into the worksheet and start working on the worksheet again, the ribbon is collapsed again. How do you get it back? Well, click on any tab, and at the right hand end, instead of that up pointing arrow thing, you've now got a pin the ribbon button, like a push pin. Click on the push pin and the ribbon is now fixed back in position and fully visible again. So it's easy to switch this feature off and on. The last feature that I want to look at in this unit is zoom. Now we've already looked at zoom before, showed you how to use the zoom slider at the bottom right there. That's straightforward enough. If you right click on the number to the right of the zoom slider, the one that shows what's called the zoom level, currently 55%, it actually brings up a little zoom dialog. And using this zoom dialog you can choose one of the preset magnifications, or you can type a magnification, a custom magnification, custom zoom level in, currently 55%. The maximum zoom level is 400%. And if I click on, say, 100%, click on OK, that puts me to what is basically the standard zoom in normal view. On the View tab, there is a zoom group, and in the zoom group you've got a zoom button that takes you to the dialog we just saw, a 100% button that takes you to what is the default setting when you're in normal view, and we also have this one, zoom to selection, which can be very useful. If I made a selection here, just say those cells on this sheet, and did zoom to selection, it actually zooms to show me all of those cells maximized as far as it can. Obviously it won't necessarily fill the whole workspace, but if you want to work on a particular area and want to see it as close up as possible, that is zoom to selection. And normally, to return to zoom standard, you click on 100%, and then if you made a selection, to unmake the selection you can just click somewhere else, for example. In this unit we've looked at changing views in Excel 2013, at showing and hiding the formula bar, at showing and hiding the ribbon, and at using zoom. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this unit we're going to look at some more options for customizing the way that you work with Excel 2013. We're going to look at freezing panes, at splitting the view, and at ways of hiding and showing, that is, hiding and unhiding, worksheets, rows, columns and grid lines. The workbook that I have open here is one that's been created using one of the standard Microsoft templates. There are 3 visible worksheets at the moment. There's actually a 4th worksheet there, guide. Just gives you some instructions about how to use this particular workbook. But I want to look first at the tab that says Daily Cash Flow. Now this particular workbook is used to manage personal cash flow on a daily, monthly and annual basis. And on the daily page there is basically a ledger of cash transactions. So we basically have income transactions and expense transactions. Now the daily transactions themselves are shown here in column D, and then monthly totals and annual figures are given in columns E and F. Now if you wanted to just look at this daily cash flow sheet, as you move down the sheet you lose all of the headings. So if you don't actually know what each of those columns means, you've got to keep sort of flicking back up there to see which column is which. One of the features of Excel 2013 that can really help you in this situation is the ability to freeze panes. And if, in this particular case, I were to select row 13, the whole of row 13, and then on the View tab click on the Freeze Panes button in the window group, and then click on Freeze Panes, what happens is that the rows above this one, that is rows 1 to 12, and the columns to the left of it, and in fact there are no columns to the left of it because I've got the whole row selected, but the rows above and the columns to the left are frozen, and that is that as I scroll they will not move. So let me do a freeze panes. Now watch what happens as I use the right hand scroll bar. Only the figures move. Those rows 1 to 12 stay fixed. Whereas if I use the horizontal scroll bar, the whole thing moves. So that's how to generally freeze panes. When it comes to freezing panes, there are really a couple of special cases. And if you look at the Freeze Panes command button again, you have Freeze Top Row and Freeze First Column. If what you actually want to do is to either of these, then you don't have to make a selection first. If I click on Freeze Top Row here with Case Study 1 shown, click there, Freeze Top Row, you will see a line across there that just basically tells you that it's frozen. Watch what happens now as I use that scroll bar. You can see there's not enough data for it to scroll very far, but you can see that the top row is frozen. And similarly, if I click on Freeze First Column and use the horizontal scroll bar, you can see that column A is frozen. When you've got freeze panes on, all you really need to do is unfreeze panes, an option that becomes visible when panes are frozen, and then everything to do with freezing panes is switched off again. As an alternative to freezing panes, I can actually split the current window and show different parts of the current worksheet in 2 or 4 different windows. Let's look at an example of that. I've got here the annual cash flow worksheet selected in this particular workbook, and if I scroll up and down there, you can see I've got an overall total at the top, total cash flow to date. Then I've got summaries for income, expenses, discretionary and savings, and then further down I've got each of those broken down into individual categories. Now, if I select row 28, which is actually empty, or at least this part of it as far as I can see is empty, and then on the View menu, in the Window group, click on Split, the current window is split, and you may see just a little split bar there, and I can move that split bar up and down. The window is now split into 2 parts, and the top part is one window on the current worksheet, and the lower part is a different window on the current worksheet. Now, the important point here is that they are 2 separate windows, and you can work in either of them, and both of them can access the whole of this worksheet. It's not a situation where one is a frozen pane, a frozen part of the worksheet. If I want to move the split, if I hover over the split bar, I can see the familiar cursor change to a double line with double arrow, and that will enable me to move the split bar up or down. And to get rid of the split bar, all I have to do is to double click on it. Now, this is something you need to be a little bit careful about, because if you double click in slightly the wrong place, you can sometimes go into editing a chart or something like that. But if you're fairly accurate about it, watch what happens here as I double click. The split bar has now gone, and I've just got a single scroll bar on the right again. I can do the same vertically, so let me choose a suitable place here, say column I there, which appears to be empty. Click on Split. Now you can see I've got 2 scroll bars at the bottom there, and I've got 2 separate windows side by side, and I can work in either or both of them. And again, to remove that, just hover over the split bar and carefully double click, and that split's gone as well. I split there by selecting a row or a column. If I'd selected one cell, say that cell, and done Split, I'd finish up with 4 windows. I've got a pair of scroll bars at the bottom and a pair of scroll bars on the right, and I can scroll any combination of these 4 windows, and I can work in all or any of those 4 windows to make changes or to check content on this sheet. And again, to get rid of those split bars, normally what you would do is to hover over the horizontal one, say, double click to get rid of that, and then the same with the vertical one, double click to get rid of that, and I'm back to my start again with one window covering the whole sheet. Now, on the subject of windows, when you have more than one workbook open, you can actually switch between workbooks using this Switch Windows command on the View tab. If you click on that Switch Windows command, it lists the workbooks that you have open, or more specifically, it lists the windows that you have open. And at the moment, the one that's checked is Simple Personal Cash Flow Statement 1. I also have Case Study 1 open. If I select Case Study 1, it'll switch me into Case Study 1, and then I can switch back again. If you're working on a workbook such as this one, another useful command on the View tab in the Window group is New Window. And if I click on that, it gives me a complete new window on the workbook that's currently active. Now this window will not just be a split in this window, it will be a complete window. It will have its own ribbon, its own quick access toolbar, its own scroll bars, its whole everything. This might look a little bit strange when I do this as I'm recording it, but if I click on New Window, I think that was okay. I've now got a second window, and in fact if you look at the title at the top there, you can see I have the same workbook name, but it's got 2 at the end, :2, to show that it's the second window. And if I go back to the View tab and click on Switch Windows, you now see that I've got 3 listed. I've got 2 windows on the Simple Personal Cash Flow Statement 1 workbook and 1 window on the Case Study 1 Sales Team Performance workbook. And in that way you can have multiple windows on the same workbook open, and again you can make changes, you can look at separate places on them, separate worksheets and so on. So that's a way of working with complete separate multiple windows and switching easily between them in Excel 2013. Now bar now, as you can see, we've covered virtually everything on the View tab, but there's one other command here, Arrange All, and I'm not actually going to execute this during the course because with the way that the course is recorded, although I can do this, it does look a little bit strange. I'm going to leave you to experiment with this yourself. If you have 2 or more windows open, whether they're different workbooks or windows on the same workbook, if you click on Arrange All, gives you an option of having all of those open and visible at the same time. And the arrangement options are to have them tiled, to have them arranged horizontally, vertically or cascading. And this checkbox here says, if it's checked, I only want to see the other windows on this active workbook. So given that I'm currently looking at Simple Personal Cash Flow Statement 1, if I had that checked and I chose, say, the vertical arrangement of these windows, I'd get the 2 windows on this workbook side by side, filling the whole of my screen. If I didn't have this checked, I'd have 3 windows, the 2 for this workbook and the 1 for the other workbook, arranged vertically on my screen as well. Now I suggest you give that a try on your own screen and just check that you're familiar with how that looks. I'm not actually going to do that on this occasion. The last thing I'm going to do in this unit is to look at hiding and unhiding worksheets, rows, columns and grid lines. This is pretty straightforward. There are options associated with protection whereby you can hide these and basically protect them from view, and I'm not going to worry about protection at this point. I'm really just going to show you the basic mechanics of hiding. Let's start with a worksheet. If I right click on, say, monthly cash flow at the bottom there, one of the options is hide, and that worksheet is now hidden. Right click on daily cash flow. I can see a hide option and an unhide option. I'm going to hide this one as well. Now let me right click on annual cash flow. Once again I can see hide and unhide. If I click on unhide, it brings up a little dialog that lists the hidden sheets, and I can choose whether to unhide one of those 2 or both of them or neither of them. So hiding and unhiding worksheets is as easy as that. So on this occasion I'm going to unhide both of those sheets. Select the first one and the second one. And now I'm going to look at how to hide rows and columns. It's pretty straightforward. On this particular annual cash flow sheet, let's suppose that I want to hide columns F, G and H, the ones with the expenses summary in. If I select those 3 columns and right click, one of the options is hide. I do that, the column's hidden. Now the hiding in this case is not the most effective hiding in the world. As you can see, it needs a nice thick line there to indicate that there are some hidden columns. And if you look at the column headings, A, B, C, D, etc., you can see the gap in the alphabet, F, G and H are missing. Now you can overcome these to some extent by hiding the column headings, but you get the general principle. The other thing to bear in mind there is that if you click on the Home tab, in this Format button in the Cells group, one of the options down there is hide and unhide. And if you click on unhide columns, it will basically unhide columns for you. If I hadn't done that, let me just hide them again in the same way that I'd done before. Right click, hide. If I right click, say on J and unhide, nothing is unhidden because J is away from the selected columns. If I right click on I and unhide, again nothing is unhidden. But if I select columns either side of the hidden ones, right click and unhide, then those hidden columns are unhidden. And the procedure for rows is pretty much the same. Select, say, 3 rows, right click. You have the same options, either using the contextual menu there, the right click menu, or using the commands available from the Format button in the Cells group on the Home tab. And of course there are a couple of other ways of doing it as well. That's almost it for this unit, but I'd just like to point out another couple of things. The grid lines that you can see can also be hidden. On the View tab in the Show group, we've already looked at switching the formula bar on and off, but you can also switch on and off the grid lines. Watch what happens if I uncheck that box. There are now no visible grid lines. Note that in normal view, which we're in at the moment, you can see the page breaks with this dashed line, and they're easier to see with grid lines not shown. And I also mentioned just now that you can switch these headings off so that it's less obvious, for example, that columns are hidden. That's what this headings checkbox here does. If you uncheck that, you lose the row and column headings, which can sometimes help in terms of confidentiality, but can also give you a little bit more working space. If you don't need to see the row numbers and the column letters, then you can switch them off like that. In this unit, we've looked at freezing panes, at splitting the view, and at hiding and unhiding worksheets, rows, columns, and grid lines. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again. In this unit we're going to look at how to customize the Quick Access toolbar and at how to change its position in the Excel 2013 workspace. We're also going to look at customizing the ribbon. And finally we'll see how to reset the Quick Access toolbar and the ribbon to their default states after we've done some customization. Now you've already seen the Quick Access toolbar much earlier on in the course, and so far we haven't really used it very much. This bar sits up in normally the top left corner of the Excel workspace, and at the right hand end of the bar there's a little drop down arrow. Click on that. It gives access to a list of the standard commands that sit on that toolbar. Now the list is actually quite a long one, but only a few of them are currently shown as buttons on the bar, and the ones that are shown are the ticked ones. At the moment, for instance, Open and Save are two of the options that are checked. If I wanted to show the email button, if I check the email button, that will appear, and there it is. You can also see its screen tip. So for those default buttons, it's easy to switch them on and off, and you could of course have them all shown if you want to. The more that you show, the more space the Quick Access toolbar will take in the workspace. Now the reason for having the Quick Access toolbar is actually in the name itself. It's for quick access, particularly if you're performing a long, perhaps repetitive task on a worksheet or a whole workbook. It's a way of putting the commands that you want readily at hand so that you can quickly get to them without having to switch between the tabs on the ribbon. Now in order for that to be truly helpful, of course, you need to be able to put other commands on the Quick Access toolbar. And the way that you do this is to choose More Commands. Now if you click on More Commands, you get Excel options, open at the Quick Access toolbar page. And on this page you can customize the contents of the Quick Access toolbar. At the moment, what's on the toolbar is this list on the right: save, touch mouse mode, undo, redo, open, max and email. If I wanted to put some different commands on there, then all I have to do is to choose them from the list on the left and add them to the list on the right. So for instance, if I wanted a command to delete sheet rows on the Quick Access toolbar, I select it in the list on the left, click add on the right, and it will now be on the Quick Access toolbar. And I'll show you that command in place in just a moment. But before I do, the list of commands on the left is actually an extremely long list. There's a selector at the top that says popular commands, and there's quite a lot of popular commands. These are the commands that you're probably most likely to want on the Quick Access toolbar. But if, for instance, you clicked on the drop down at the top here and went for all commands, that really is a long list. This is the list of all Excel commands, and as you can see in Excel there are many commands, and you can pretty much put any of them onto the Quick Access toolbar. So if you were preparing yourself to do a long repetitive job and you wanted a particular set of commands at hand, then you can choose them from the list of all commands, and you can pretty much guarantee that whatever it was, you could put it onto the Quick Access toolbar. If you've put a command on there and you no longer want it on there, you select it. Let's suppose I don't really want that max command. I can click on remove and it'll be removed. Now let's take a look again at the Quick Access toolbar itself. Having made some changes, click on OK. And as you can see, the command that I added, delete sheet rows, is there. Now, given that the purpose of the Quick Access toolbar is to give you quick access, if you're working on a long and repetitive task, supposing we were putting in a huge number of figures on this worksheet, constantly having to reach up to the Quick Access toolbar across the ribbon can also be not only a cause of delay, but can also sometimes lead you to accidentally hit commands on the ribbon. Well, one very useful feature is the ability to change the position of the Quick Access toolbar. If you click on the drop down here, the bottom option, show below the ribbon, moves the Quick Access toolbar down there below the ribbon. Makes it very easy to access when you're working within a worksheet. And of course, it's very straightforward to move it back again, show above the ribbon. And yet another feature of the Quick Access toolbar, let's go back into more commands again. So we're back into the Excel options. Note there's a checkbox at the bottom here that enables you to show the Quick Access toolbar below the ribbon. That's an alternative way of doing that. But at the top right here, under Customize Quick Access toolbar, it also gives you the option of customizing it for just this particular workbook. So if I wanted this to be a customized version of the Quick Access toolbar just to be used with this workbook, so again, if I was working on a particular task here, I wanted the Quick Access toolbar set up to suit this particular job, this particular workbook, I can set it to be customized in this way. And then I can build up my Quick Access toolbar, make it exactly the way that I want, and then each time I come back to work on this workbook, I'll get that particular Quick Access toolbar. So my starting point is the Quick Access toolbar as it was just now, where I just added one additional command. On this custom one, which is specifically for the workbook Case Study 1 version 2, I'm going to add a copy button, and a create chart button, and a font drop down. Click on OK. Now if we look at the Quick Access toolbar for this particular workbook, you can see that I've got the customization up to including the delete sheet rows, but then I've got some extra commands as well. I've also got another workbook open at the moment, which is the Simple Personal Cash Flow Statement 1 workbook. Click to that one. And of course I get the Quick Access toolbar customized as far as that additional command, the delete sheet rows command. So what I've done there is a workbook specific customization that only applies to the Case Study 1 workbook. Now I just want to show you a couple of other things in relation to customizing the quick access toolbar. One of them is that if we go back into more commands, at any stage you can reset things to the way that they were. Down at the bottom right here you've got customizations as a reset drop down. You can say reset only the quick access toolbar or reset all customizations. If you choose that second option, then you'll reset customizations to the quick access toolbar and the ribbon, and we're going to look at ribbon customizations next. And the other thing that you can do is, if you're working on the content of the quick access toolbar, it's very straightforward to change the order of the commands. So if you select one of the commands and click on move up, move down, you can change the sequence that they are on the quick access toolbar. Again, that may suit the way that you're working more appropriately. So let's take a look at the ribbon next. Now in some situations customizing the quick access toolbar is not really enough, and some people prefer to customize the ribbon. Of course the ribbon itself has many commands, and bear in mind that you can only see some of the tabs at any one time. So if you had all the commands in all of the tabs, an awful lot of commands are shown on the ribbon. Having said that, what is shown on the ribbon is only a very small proportion of all of the commands that are available. So it's quite often the case, particularly when you've been using Excel for a while or when you're dealing with a pretty heavy piece of work, that having a customized ribbon can also save you quite a bit of time. Now to customize the ribbon, a lot of the features are the same as customizing the quick access toolbar, but generally speaking what you're doing really is adding commands in groups on tabs, or moving around either the tabs or the groups or the commands. So there are actually quite a few more things to consider, and it may take you some time to get the layout of the ribbon just right for your purposes. So first of all, if you right click somewhere on the ribbon, one of the options is customize the ribbon. And that takes you into Excel options, but this time on the customize the ribbon page. This looks quite similar to the page for customizing the quick access toolbar, but there are some important differences. First of all, you've got the list on the left, customize the ribbon, the commands are categorized, you've got popular commands, you've got all commands and so on. But on the right, you choose which tabs you want to look at. Now at the moment it's the main tabs, the ones that are generally there, but you also have a list of all tabs, so that includes the ones that aren't always there, the ones that are contextual in some way, and you also have the tool tabs, the ones related to tools, for instance for working on charts or working on drawings. Let's concentrate on the main tabs at the moment. The first thing about any tab is whether it's visible or not, and that's what the checkbox determines. So if for instance you didn't want to be able to see the review tab at any time, or the formulas tab, you can uncheck those, and then when you look at the ribbon you can no longer see those two tabs. That can be quite a useful ploy if you don't want loads and loads of commands, groups and tabs that you don't use visible. You can just decide to make a whole tab hidden. Let's go back in again. I'm actually going to switch both of those back on. For each of the tabs there's a little icon to the left of the checkbox which will say plus or minus depending on whether you want to expand or collapse it. That shows you the list of groups on that tab, and you can expand or collapse each group. There's absolutely no reason why you shouldn't move a group around. So workbook views that we've used already, I could actually move that and put it onto the review tab if I wanted to. Click on OK, go to the view tab. We've lost one of the groups that we've used throughout the course so far, but it is now on the review tab, so there are the workbook views. Moving things around for the sake of it can be quite confusing, and if you share an installation with somebody else, really quite annoying. So think very carefully before you move any of the standard groups around. And very often when it comes to customization, the best option when you're customizing is not to change the standard tabs and standard groups and so on, which, as I say, can be annoying and it might even annoy you, but to create tabs for specific jobs. So if you've got a particular job that you're doing and you want a particular set of commands, maybe one or two groups, possibly just commands that you specifically need for that task, it's a good idea to make your own tab. Now if you click on New Tab, you get a new tab. Custom in brackets there means this is a custom tab to remind you that it's a custom tab, and you get a new group. By default, a single group called New Group. If I select the tab first and click on Rename, I can call that tab, say, Toby Custom. Now let me click on that group. I'm going to rename that. I'm going to call it Group 1. And I'm actually going to add another group. So I'm going to select the Toby Custom tab again, another new group, rename that. I'm going to call that Group 2. So I've now got a tab with two groups. Let me select one of the groups and let me put the font command in it. So what I'm going to do is select font, click on Add, it's added to that group. Let me put font size on there as well. Now let me select the second group. On the second group I'm going to put copy and cut. I'm not restricted to the popular commands. I can put any commands on there I like, but that'll do for now. So I've created a tab, I've put two groups on it, I've put some commands in, click on OK. Now look at my ribbon, there's my Toby Custom tab. And there are my two groups. I could probably come up with more inventive names than Group 1 and Group 2, but I'm sure that you get the idea from that. And then, as with Quick Access Toolbar, right click, go back into Customize the Ribbon, and I can use the reset option at any time to reset all customizations, and that will reset everything back to the defaults that were in place when I installed Excel 2013. And then finally, just one or two other things to point out here. One of them is that you can of course do a reset, but if you want to remove individual commands from a custom group, select the command and click on Remove. To remove a custom group altogether, right click on the group and then you've got Remove. And if you want to remove a custom tab, right click and again Remove. Bear in mind, of course, that if you've made a tab and you just don't want to use it for a while, you can always make it hidden while you're not using it, and then perhaps if you come back to do the job again and you think that tab might be useful again, you can click on the checkbox there and the tab will once again be visible. One other very quick point that I'd like to make here, and that is that one of the buttons on the Quick Access toolbar, this one, is called Touch Mouse Mode. Now on this course I'm not using touch at all, although the device that I'm recording this on is a fully touch sensitive device. It also supports hand gestures and so on. If you are using a touch device and you go into touch mode, note I'm currently in mouse mode, what this means, particularly in terms of the ribbon, is that the commands on the ribbon and the commands on the Quick Access toolbar get much more spaced out. Now the fundamental reason for this is that if you're operating Excel with your fingers, then you need more spacing in order to be able to accurately operate the commands with the ends of your fingers. For people using touch, this is very often a very popular feature of Excel 2013, so please be aware of it. If you never use it, then you probably don't need this button enabled. But it is important to understand the use of that one, and if you are using a touch device, hopefully you're aware of that, and it will probably help you greatly in using Excel 2013. I'm going to switch back into mouse mode and continue using keyboard and mouse. In this unit we've looked at customizing and positioning the Quick Access toolbar. We've also looked at how to customize the ribbon and how to reset either or both the quick access toolbar and the ribbon after customization. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again. In this unit we're going to look at recording simple macros in Excel 2013 and at how to save a macro-enabled workbook. We'll also look at assigning shortcut keys to macros, and we'll look at the general question of macro security. So we're going to start by looking at this latest version of the Case Study 2 workbook. And this shows the expenses. They're actually expenses for the month of June this year. Just to emphasize the fact that it's the month of June, I'm just going to rename this sheet. I hope you can remember how to do that. I'm going to right click on the tab at the bottom, click on rename, and I'm going to call this sheet June 2013. Now then, let's suppose that each month of the year I have to create a new sheet for the expenses for that month. That's a pretty repetitive process. I'm maybe going to do it once a month, and when I do that I'm going to need to create a new sheet, and I will normally put these headings on it: date, description of expense, and so on. Now I could start by copying last month's sheet, and I could clear out all the figures, I could clear out all the dates, or I can automate the process using a macro. Now bear in mind that what we do when we're working on a workbook or a specific worksheet in Excel is a sequence of steps. We click with the mouse, we type some content, and so on, and we perform a number of commands normally taken from the ribbon. What a macro does is to do exactly the same thing, but it does them under your instruction, and normally by remembering a sequence of commands that you have recorded. And in fact, particularly when you're first working with macros, what you will normally do is do whatever it is once. So in this case we might create the July sheet and record it, and then basically say to Excel, that's what I want you to do. Now next month I want you to do it. And it will repeat the steps that we've recorded. Now in addition to being able to record those steps, having recorded them, you can actually go into what's called the macro editor and edit those steps. So if you want to change them, if you found that one of them's not quite right, or you want to add some steps, you don't have to keep working by recording. You can actually edit a macro, and that's something we're going to look at in this unit as well. Now there's absolutely no reason why I shouldn't tell you now what the exercise at the end of this unit is going to be. You're actually going to develop a macro which creates a new sheet for Case Study 2, and which basically creates an empty sheet and puts those headings on it: date, description of expense, etc. The macro is going to have a name of add month, and my answer to it will be version 7 of Case Study 2. But I don't want you to leap ahead and try to do that yet. I'm basically going to show you in the rest of this unit how to develop that macro using a fairly similar example. So I'm now looking at the latest version of Case Study 1, which shows the annual sales figures for the teams Team A and Team B. And I've just discovered that we need to create one of these sheets for each of the sales teams in our company, and there are actually many sales teams, so I'm going to need a sheet for each sales team. Now I could create those sheets just by copying this one, but I'm actually going to create another sheet using a macro. So first of all I need to decide, at least get clear in my head, what I'm going to do. What I'm going to do is to create a new sheet, and then I'm going to put those headings: family name, first name, team, Jan, Feb, Mar, etc. That sequence of headings along the top there. I'm obviously not going to be able to put the names and numbers in at this stage, but if I've got an automatic way of creating a new sheet, I can put the names and numbers in as a separate exercise, or better still, I can get somebody else to do that for me. So what I want is a process, something where I can just sort of click a button and I'll get a new sheet with those headings on it. And I'm going to do it by doing that once, recording what I'm doing, and making that recording my macro, or at least the macro that gets me started. Now, in order to start to record a macro, apart from being clear about what you're going to do, there are really a couple of options. On the View tab, right at the right, there's a group called Macros. If you click on that arrow at the bottom of the Macros button, one of the options is Record Macro. And I'm going to use that in just a moment. But just notice that little icon to the left of it, that sort of rectangle with a circle in the top left-hand corner, a red circle, looks like a record button. If you look down at the status bar here, there is a Record Macro button on the status bar. If I right click on the status bar, you can see a macro recording option. It's currently checked, and you'll see on the right it says not recording. We're not recording a macro at the moment. Now, if that is checked, you'll see a recording button down there, which you can see, and when you start recording, you will see a stop recording button down there, just like the stop button on a DVD or CD player or recorder. So that's another way that you can start and stop recording macros. But I'm going to use the option on the ribbon, and if I click on Record Macro, you see the Record Macro dialog. So the first thing to do is to give my macro a name. I'm going to call it... Now I can specify a shortcut key. If you want a quick way of executing a macro, and I'll show you the slow way of executing a macro in a moment, you can assign a shortcut key. You have to be a little bit careful about this because you wouldn't want to use one of the keyboard shortcuts that's used for something else. And in fact, many of the possible keyboard shortcuts are used in Excel 2013. But I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control and M on this occasion. It'll actually be Control Shift and M, as it's a capital M. I'm going to store the macro in. I've got a choice of this workbook, a new workbook, or a personal macro workbook where I can keep personal macros. Now, I'm not going to talk about the different ways of storing macros. For the moment, we're going to assume that we're storing them in the current workbook. And then finally, let's give it a description. When I'm happy with that, click on OK, and now recording has started. Now, it's important to remember when you're recording a macro that you're not being timed. It's not checking how many seconds or minutes it takes you to do each thing. So you can take your time, but while you're recording, everything that can be recorded is recorded. So you can't decide to do something else in between and then come back to this. Within Excel, everything you're doing in Excel is being recorded. That's one of the reasons why it's important to be clear about what you're going to do before you start, because you can't now sort of try something out and then think, oh, well, I'll carry on recording now. So I'm going to first of all add a new sheet. So that's the first step. It's going to have a name of Sheet 1. I'm not bothered about the name at the moment. I'll talk about that a little later on. But I am going to add some of the headings. So the first heading was Family Name. Now, when I finish working on that particular cell, if I press Tab, it takes me into the second cell, and that's the first one. I'm going to make a deliberate mistake here, leave the A out of name, press Tab again, Team, press Tab again, Jan, Feb, Mar. That will do for the moment. I realise I haven't finished, but you'll see why I'm going to stop at that point in a moment. So now let me click on Stop. And I've now stopped recording my macro. So there we are. Let's take a look and see what it looks like. So to look at a macro, we click on the drop down on the Macros button in the Macros group on the View tab. And one of the options is View Macros. Click on View Macros. There's a list of macros. There's a selector at the bottom, macros in all open workbooks. We could choose a specific workbook, and the macro's in that if we wanted to, but there is only one macro anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And as you select a macro, you see a description here. That's the description I typed in. So let's click on Edit. And this takes us into what's called the Microsoft Visual Basic for Applications Editor, the VBA editor, which is a bit of a scary thing, but you can really ignore everything on the left, certainly for now anyway. And what we're really interested in is the macro itself, which is in this panel on the right. Now, the macro language is something I'm not going to go into in great detail, but I think if you look at it and I explain it step by step, you can see the main features, and you can see how relatively straightforward it is to change a macro. First of all, we've got the name of the macro. It says sub. Sub's short for subroutine. It doesn't really matter, but it's called add team sheet. These lines in green with the single quotes at the beginning are comments. They explain things about it. One of them contains that description I typed in. The other one tells me what the keyboard shortcut is as a reminder. Then we get the actual commands themselves, and the commands start after those comments, and the whole thing finishes with this end sub. You've got sub up to end sub. Now within the macro, the commands have a very specific syntax, but mostly it's pretty straightforward to understand. So first of all, sheets add. So add a worksheet after the active sheet. That's the one that's selected, which was the first sheet. So the first one says add a new worksheet. Then it says in the active cell, now when you create a new worksheet, the active cell is always going to be A1. Set its value to family name. Then range B1 select. That means select the cell B1, and in that cell put first nummy. Now go to C1, put in T. Now in D1 put in Jan. Now in E1 put in Feb. Now what I can do is to first of all correct that error. So I'm going to change first nummy to first name, and I could, using copy and paste, just as I was editing a regular document, I can change that to April, and I can say the next one I want to select is H. And in that way I have manually edited that macro. Now having made those changes, I've now got 6 months worth in there. If I close the editor and now run the macro, bear in mind that currently sheet 1 is selected. So click on macros, go to view macros, make sure that macro is selected, and then click on run. Watch what happens. I've now got a new sheet, sheet 2, and it's got all those headings in it, including the ones that I manually edited in. Now what I've recorded there is a pretty basic version of a macro, although it should give you enough information and enough ideas to do the exercise that I've already set. The sort of additions you might make to a macro like this would be, for example, as part of it, when you've added all those headings, to select the columns and to do an auto column width, or perhaps set each individual column width to the width that you want. Now let's just return to the macros view again here. If you finish with a macro, you select it in the list there and click on delete. And there is also a button on here, options, and with options you can go in, change the description, or assign a shortcut key, or change the shortcut key assignment. Okay, now when I want to save this new version of case study 1, when I come to do a save, I'll get an important message. Now it warns me that the following features cannot be saved in macro-free workbooks. In order to save a workbook with a macro in it, I need to save it as a macro-enabled workbook. So I'm going to say no here, and I'm going to change the type from Excel Workbook XLSX to Excel Macro Enabled Workbook XLSM. and it will be version 3.xlsm, and that version, when I save it, will contain the macro that I've just recorded and edited. Now, I've just got one other thing to tell you about in relation to macros at this stage. If you go into the Excel options and click on Trust Center, one of the options towards the bottom on the right there, Trust Center Settings, is Macro Settings in the middle on the left. And you can choose between 4 possible selections for macro settings. Running macros is one of the most dangerous things that you can do on a PC, and some people will disable macros. They'll actually stop macros from running. And some people, rather inadvisedly, will choose the 4th option, enable all macros, which basically means if I get an Excel workbook with a macro on it, just run it, I don't care, I'm not worried about the risks. I would suggest that by default you disable macros, and in fact in the middle of the 3 disable options, disable all macros with notification is the default and the recommended setting. What that says is that if you open a workbook which has got a macro in it, that macro is disabled, but you're told that it's been disabled and you are given the option of enabling it. And you've seen examples of enabling behavior earlier on in the course. The top option is ultimately the safest one, disable all macros without notification, which means it just won't run anything and it doesn't tell you that it's not running a macro. Now, if you never want to run macros, whether they're from Microsoft or your best friend or somebody you've never heard of, you just don't want to run them, then that option will certainly protect your system. Alternatively, if you regularly get workbooks from a reliable source and you're quite happy to run macros in those, but you don't want to run them in general, you can choose the 3rd option, disable all macros except digitally signed macros, and ask your source to digitally sign the macros. I'm not going to go into digital signing now, but if you want a secure way of handling specific macros, then digitally signing is the thing to look into. But disable all macros with notification is the setting that I have. If I get a workbook from somebody and there's a macro in it, I'm notified about the macro. I can look at the workbook and say, oh, that's from whoever. If it's somebody I know and I trust them, then I will enable the running of those macros. If it's a workbook from somebody I've never heard of before, I'll probably disable it and investigate further. So those Trust Center macro settings are very important, and I suggest that unless you've got any reason to do otherwise, you make sure you've got that 2nd option selected, and then when you do get a workbook with macros in it, you can act accordingly. In this unit we've looked at recording simple macros and at how to edit macros that we've recorded. We looked at how to assign a shortcut key to a macro and at how to save macro enabled workbooks. And finally, we had a look at the basic principles of managing macro security. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again. In this unit we're going to look at workbook properties, and we'll look in particular at how to access all properties of a workbook and how to show the document panel. However, just before we start that, I'd like to take a quick look at the exercise I set you at the end of the last unit. It was to create version 7 of case study 2, which should have a macro that can create a new sheet with headings for another month's expenses. Now, one of the things that we talked about was the use of a keyboard shortcut, so I've now got my answer to that exercise open. My keyboard shortcut is Control-Shift-M. I'm going to press that now. There's my new worksheet. One of the things that we haven't seen so far, and which I can't actually really set you a practical exercise on as such, but which is important to know about, is the fact that apart from that keyboard shortcut, you could also run this macro from the quick access toolbar or from the ribbon. And I just want to quickly show you how to do that now. If I go to the quick access toolbar, for example, and click on More Commands, the drop down above the list on the left includes macros. And there I can see my Add Month macro. If I select that and click on Add, that macro, or a facility to run that macro I should say, is now added to the Quick Access toolbar. Click on OK. And the macro is represented by that little icon, like 3 little squares with lines connected them. Watch what happens now if I click on that icon. That runs my macro. And I could perform a similar operation to add it to a group on the ribbon, perhaps a custom group on a custom tab if necessary. So that's how you can add the running of a macro to the Quick Access toolbar or the ribbon. I suggest you try that with your own version of Case Study 2 with the macro included, just to make sure that you know how to do it. Now let's get back to workbook properties. I have mentioned workbook properties once or twice before on the course, particularly, for example, when we were adding headers and footers. But if you go into Backstage View by clicking on File, make sure you've got the Info tab selected. The basic workbook properties are listed over here on the right. Now this includes things like any comments about the workbook, the status, which might say something like draft or approved, and then various other things like the name of the company and some information which is maintained by Excel itself. So for instance, the date it was last modified and the date it was created. It also keeps track of the author of the workbook and who last modified the workbook. Now these are some of the properties of the workbook, but in fact there are many others. And if you click on Properties at the top there, you have Advanced Properties as one option. Click on Advanced Properties and you see this dialog which gives you general information, some of which is maintained by Windows, some of which is maintained by Excel, such as the location of the workbook, the size of the workbook, and so on. And some information that you can maintain yourself, such as a title or the subject. You can also look at statistics, such as when it was last created, modified and accessed, and you've got information about the content. So worksheets, named ranges, I'll talk about named ranges later, and you can even define custom properties. But basically with this advanced dialog you can see all of the key properties of the workbook. And one other useful thing to know about is that you can view and edit the properties in what's called the document panel. And if I want to show the document panel, click Show Document Panel, and it appears as a panel above the workbook. And in there I could do things like view or edit the subject, add keywords, categories, status, and so on. If I look on the left, there's a drop down there that lets me access the advanced properties again. And when I finish looking at properties in the document panel, there's a close button on the right. In this unit we've looked at workbook properties and how to access advanced properties. We've also seen how to show and edit properties using the document panel. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this unit we're going to look at printing all or part of a workbook in Excel 2013. We'll see how to set and clear a print area, and we'll also look at scaling when printing. By default, when I print in Excel 2013, it will print the current active worksheet. So with this personal cash flow workbook open, if I click on File and go to Print, I can see a preview of what will be printed on the right. And if you look at the settings in the lower half of this panel, you can see it says Print Active Sheets. Only print the active sheets. And the preview, if the print is going to run to more than 1 pages, has page controls at the bottom where I can step through and look at what will actually be printed. And as we saw earlier on, if I wanted to fit this to a page, etc., there are various ways that I could do that. But supposing I don't want to print the active sheet, I want to print something else. Well, again, going to the top setting, if I click on the drop down, I could say print entire workbook. And that will give me, as I can see, 8 pages, and I can step through the 8 pages to see what they'll look like. Clearly there will be a certain amount of clearing up needed here because I've got some pages with odd bits of empty column and bits of heading on and so on. But basically that gives me the whole workbook. Another option that I have is to go into this particular sheet, for example, let me just zoom out a little, and make a selection. Save that part of the sheet. Now go to print, and one of the options there is print selection, and that will just preview and print for me, if I hit the print button, the selection that I made. So it may well be the case that printing a selection is a very useful thing for you to be able to do. And what often happens is that when you're dealing with possibly a large workbook, you often want to print the same selection. And what you can do is make this selection semi-permanent by defining it to be a print area. So I'm back on that same worksheet again. I've still got discretionary summary and saving summary selected. On the page layout tab in the page setup group there is a print area button, and if I click on that, one of the options is set print area. The print area relates to this specific worksheet, so if I go into File, Print, and I go to Print Active Sheets, I'll see that only the print area is previewed, and that will be what I'll see if I print the sheet now, only the print area within that sheet. Now if on this occasion I actually want to print the whole sheet, if I click on the drop down there again, there is an option at the bottom, ignore print area, which will actually enable me to print the whole sheet if I want to. But if I switch that option back off again, I'm back to just seeing the print area. Now the print area doesn't have to be a set of contiguous cells, a contiguous range on the sheet. If I go back into the sheet again and now select, say, the income summary, and go back to that print area button again, one of the options now is add to print area, and that will be added to the existing print area. If I now go back into Backstage View to do a print of the active sheet, I'll see a page with those 2 blocks on it and another page with the part of the print area that I just added. At any time I can go back into the sheet, click on the print area button again. One of the options is clear print area. So that's a pretty useful feature because print area is remembered, and if you always or very often print just a part of a worksheet, it's well worth defining a print area in that way. The next thing I'd like to look at in relation to configuring printing in Excel 2013 is scaling. Let's now select the monthly cash flow worksheet. Let's suppose I wanted to do a print of this sheet. So I'm going to go into print again. And as you can see here, this would give me 4 pages. Let me just step through the pages and you should get an idea of how that breaks up. It's not particularly convenient actually, but you can see that on 4 sheets of paper you would see the whole of the contents of that worksheet. Now the bottom option under settings currently says no scaling, print sheets at their actual size. But there are quite a few scaling options in Excel 2013, and let's look at a couple of those now. One of them is you can say fit sheet on 1 page. Now there is a physical limit to how much Excel 2013 can do, but let's see if it can fit the whole of this sheet onto 1 page. And certainly it can. The print will be pretty small, but as you can see from the page counters at the bottom, the whole of the content of that worksheet has been squeezed onto 1 page. Now let's look at a couple of the other options. One of them is fit all columns on 1 page. Now what happens in this case is that it will make sure that it gets all the columns on one page. Note it's got a bit of spare space over here, so it could certainly make the columns wider, but if it did that, it would probably need an extra page to accommodate all the rows. So let's see if that's what happens when we select fit all columns on one page. And indeed it is. We get 2 pages, but we use more of the width of the paper for the columns. Then we have the option fit all rows on one page. Which of these is more effective will of course depend on the specific worksheet. And then finally there's another option down here which is custom scaling options. And this takes us into the page setup dialog that we saw earlier in the course, where you can adjust percentage sizes. You can say fit to a certain number of pages wide by a certain number of pages tall. And if for instance you'd realize that you couldn't get everything onto one page, you could adjust it to fit on an appropriate number of pages wide and an appropriate number of pages tall. So that's custom scaling. And that really leaves just one outstanding question. You've seen how to print a whole workbook, how to print individual worksheets. What about printing a selection of worksheets? Well, that's pretty straightforward. All you need to do is to group the worksheets in the way that we covered earlier in the course. And then when you go into print and say print active sheets, it will print all the sheets in the group that you've just made. In this unit, we've looked at printing all or parts of a workbook. We've seen how to set and clear a print area and how to use scaling when printing. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again. In this unit we're going to look at saving workbooks in alternate file formats. We'll look at maintaining backward compatibility when working in Excel 2013, and we'll look at how to save files to various remote locations. In this unit we're basically going to look at 2 things. We're going to look at file formats and we're going to look at locations, places that you can save workbooks. And first of all, we're going to look at formats. Now there are many formats available to you when you're working in Excel 2013. And if I just click on File, Save As, stick with Computer, click on Browse. If you look at the Save As dialog, in the Save As type, there is a very long list. Excel Workbook is right at the top of the list, then Excel Macro Enabled Workbook, Binary Workbook, Excel 97 to 2003 Workbook, a very long list. And we're going to look at quite a few of those options in this unit. So first of all, we have a whole group of standard formats that are the current standard formats for Excel. The default of course is XLSX. Then we have XLSM, which is a macro-enabled workbook. XLSB, which is a binary workbook. This is a format that you can actually use in quite a lot of situations. It's a more compact format than XLSX. I'm not going to go into binary workbook format now, but it is a good alternative. You might find it useful to look into that. And then we have the template versions, XLTX and XLTM, for saving Excel templates and macro-enabled templates. Now the current formats came into force in 2007 and they were referred to as OpenXML formats. Before that, in the versions of Excel before that, the format was quite different. And if you routinely have to interact with people who are using an Excel 2003 or earlier version, you may need to use that older format, the Excel 97 to 2003 format. And a few of these formats refer to that. Now, one of the issues you'll have working in Excel is that if you do need to be backward compatible, and that's what backward compatibility is, then some of the newer features of Excel you won't be able to use because people using older versions of Excel won't actually be able to use those features. So if you do need to be backward compatible, you do need to be careful about which features you use. Conversely, if somebody has an old version of Excel and they want to work on a new workbook, one in one of the newer formats, there is a converter that's available free from Microsoft that will enable them to open a newer version file in their older version Excel. Of course, if the newer version file has features that their older version of Excel doesn't support, they won't be able to use or see those features, but at least they'll be able to open the file. Now, it is possible to work in a mode in Excel 2013 called compatibility mode, in which you are only using the features of Excel that are supported in those older versions, those 2003 and earlier versions. And if you work in compatibility mode, then you'll be safe to interchange the files with people who are using those older versions of Excel. So all I would need to do initially is to select Excel 97 to 2003 workbook format. Notice that my file name remains the same, but the extension is now XLS. It's going into my Scratch folder. Click on Save. And notice that a message comes up, Microsoft Excel Compatibility Checker. The following features in this workbook are not supported by earlier versions of Excel. These features may be lost or degraded, etc. So what Excel 2013 does at this point is to identify the features in this workbook that are not compatible with the earlier version. Now, I can still save it, I can carry on with this, but when somebody opens this older file format version of my workbook, they won't be able to see or use these features. So I have a decision at this point. How important is it to save this in the older format? The answer in this case is that I am going to save it in the older format for reasons that will become apparent in a moment. But if I've already put in features into this workbook that are not compatible with the older format, then obviously I'm going to be somewhat constrained in terms of using the older file format, as will anybody else that's going to open that older format file. So I'm going to click on Continue, and then I'm going to close this workbook. Now, having saved that workbook in the older file format, anybody with an older version of Excel will be able to open it. But what happens now if I open that older version? A couple of things very important to realize. One of them is, if you look at the workbook title at the top here, you'll see written after it in brackets compatibility mode. And by default, this older format file is opened in compatibility mode, and that's going to make sure that as I'm working on it, I don't do any further work which is going to add newer features that are incompatible with the old format. If at some stage I want to convert it back to the new format again, or in fact if I've started off with this as an older format file and I want to convert it to the newer format, in Backstage View there is a button on the info page, talks about compatibility mode, and then gives me an option to convert the file to the newer format, which will enable the features that are associated with the normal format. There is a little warning there, though, the last clause here, but may result in layout changes. On some occasions, when you convert a workbook which is in an older format to the newer format, there may be some layout changes because of what are actually relatively minor changes. But anyway, that is compatibility mode. What I'm going to do now is close this older format workbook and reopen the newer format one again. So let's return to this list of options for the Save As type. Much earlier on in the course we looked at text formats, CSV and TXT format, and there are a variety of text formats that you can save a workbook in. There is tab delimited text that we looked at earlier, and there is comma delimited, or CSV, comma separated value format. The text formats are very straightforward to use, but it's very important to remember that if you save something in a text only format, then any formatting that you have in this workbook will be lost. So if you've made some columns or rows bold, if you've done some horizontal or vertical alignment, anything to do with formatting will be lost in those text only formats. Another very important format, and one I'm going to briefly look at now, is PDF format. Now, if you want to save a workbook in a format that is pretty much universal in terms of people at least being able to look at your workbook, PDF format is a good option because it's pretty much universal, and almost everybody now that has and uses a PC will be able to look at a PDF file. Microsoft, of course, introduced what is essentially their own equivalent of PDF format, which is XPS format, and you can also save in XPS format. But let's take a look at PDF for this particular workbook. So I'm going to save it in PDF format. It introduces some options associated with PDF format. First, down here, optimize for standard, which is used when publishing online and printing, or if you want to publish this workbook online and minimize the size, you can choose the minimum size option. So on this occasion I'm going to stick with standard, but I am going to click on this options button, and then I have a choice: entire workbook, active sheets, or a table. I also have the option here of ignoring print areas if I've got print areas defined on worksheets. I'm going to leave the default of having these document properties and document structure tags on for the moment. I'll say active sheets. I'll click on OK and then click on save, and my workbook will have been saved as a PDF. And this is what the resulting PDF looks like in Adobe Reader, and I can work on it in Adobe Reader in the usual way, distribute it in that format, etc. Now the last option I'd like to look at here is the option of saving a workbook in HTML so that it can be viewed in a web browser. Now it's important not to get too excited about this, because if you do that you don't get a working Excel workbook with all of the functions and formulae and everything else working perfectly. What you get is a representation that can be seen on the web. And you basically have two options. Upper option here, single file web page, either an MHT or an MHTML file, will put everything you need into a single file. Whereas the second option, web page HTML, will basically save it as an HTML structure. So things like image files and so on will be saved as separate files, and the whole thing will be saved as the sort of structure that you'd get on a website. If you're familiar with web publishing, then you'll know the sort of thing that I mean. But it is as straightforward as that to save a workbook for the web, but I should remind you that this won't give you a fully functioning workbook available via a website. So, having looked at the various formats that are available, let's now look at saving to other locations. Now when you do File Save As, one option that we've been using pretty much all the time so far is Computer. If I click on Browse from here, apart from going to my Scratch folder there, note that I have access to other drives on my computer, but also if you're connected to a Windows network, as I am, or to some other network, you may well have access to other devices on the network, and here I have access to servers and other PCs that are available to me, and these are of course remote locations, and if I click on one of these locations I'll be able to browse to a folder there to save my Excel workbook. Now let's look at one or two of the other options that are available when I do a Save As. One of them is to save to SkyDrive. If you have a Microsoft account, you get a certain amount of free space. I think it's currently about 7 gigabytes of space on SkyDrive, And if you've got a SkyDrive account, it works pretty much like a hard drive really. You select that SkyDrive, click on Browse, and as here I have a number of folders on my SkyDrive, and I can save to SkyDrive in pretty much exactly the same way that I've saved to folders on my PC. The same would be true if I had access to a SharePoint facility. If you have access to SkyDrive or to SharePoint and you want to add that as a remote location within Excel 2013, it's pretty straightforward. If you click on Add a Place, it gives you a choice of Office 365 SharePoint or SkyDrive. Whichever of those you choose, let's suppose I want to use Office 365 SharePoint. Select that option. I need to type in the email address that gives me access to that service. Having entered the email address, I click on Next. Now I'm required to enter my password. Click on Sign In. And now you can see access to my SharePoint facility at the top of the list here. That has folders on it. I can click on it and browse and so on. So that gives me access to SharePoint. And then if I actually want to now save this workbook to that SharePoint facility, if I click on Browse, there's my file name. I'm using the default format of XLSX. There's a button here, Browser View Options. And whenever I choose where I want to put this, I can also choose whether I want to save entire workbook, sheets, specific items in the workbook. And then there are a number of options there, such as choosing which sheets I want to save. You can see the checkboxes there for that. So within Browser View Options, you choose exactly what you want to save to SharePoint. In this unit, we've looked at saving workbooks in alternate file formats, and in particular at maintaining backward compatibility in Excel. We've also looked at saving files to remote locations, including network locations, SkyDrive and SharePoint. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again. In this unit we're going to take our first look at inserting data in cells and ranges in Excel 2013. We'll look at the various data types that you can use, how to edit cell data and how to delete it. We'll also look at ranges in Excel 2013. Now, although you've already seen data in worksheets in Excel 2013, we haven't really looked at entering data, formatting data, ordering and grouping it in detail. And that's what we're going to start to do now. When it comes to entering data in Excel, you'll quite often need to type it in. Sometimes you'll put it in, for instance, by copy and paste or by importing from another source. Sometimes you'll enter it using some of the autofill types of facility in Excel 2013 that I'm going to show you in the next unit. But in this unit, I'd like to cover the real basics of entering, editing and deleting data. Okay, let's suppose I'm going to enter some data into cell G3. If I click in G3, and you can see G3 indicated to the left of the formula bar there, then I just start to type. Let's put in, if that's all I want in that cell, then to the left of the formula bar there is an enter tick. Click on enter, and working on that cell is finished. Note, however, that the cell is still selected. Now let me click in H3, do pretty much the same thing again. Notice now that as I type, the contents have spilled over into the next cell. That's absolutely not a problem. And if I tick here, the content that I've entered is in cell H3. It's not in I3, but it sort of spills over into I3 so that you can't see cell I3 at the moment. We'll talk about that later on. Now let me click in G5 and enter something else. If instead of clicking that tick, the enter mark, which is part of the formula bar, I hit the enter key, that also completes the entry of data into G5, but it also moves the selection point down, and I now have G6 selected. So another way of completing entry of data into a cell is to hit the enter key. But there are several keys that will enable me to finish entering data into a cell. So I've now selected J6, and this time I'm going to hit the tab key. The tab key also completes entry, but instead of moving down to the cell below, which the enter key did, it moves right. Now let me just go back to the point that I made just now. If I hover over the line between the headings on columns H and column I, and when I get the cursor with the two opposing arrows on it like that, I click and drag to make column H wider. Notice that all of the content that I keyed in H3 is actually in H3. Similarly here for J6, where it seems to spill into K6, it's not actually in K6 at all, it's just sort of overlapping it. Another important point here is that if you click in a particular cell, like this one, J8, you can click in the formula bar to enter the data. You don't have to have the cursor in the cell. Watch what happens here. I'm going to start typing the same thing again, fourth words. And in the formula bar, if I click on the tick now, that completes the entry into that cell. Now I'm going to click into J10 and start typing. Get partway through typing and I decide that I don't want that content at all. One option is to click on the cancel button to the left of the tick, to the left of the enter button. That will cancel what I'm entering. And similarly, if I start typing and press the escape key on the keyboard, that also cancels what I'm typing. Now let me go to the cell G6. I'm going to start typing there T. Now as soon as I type that, what Excel does is to see above it third words and decides that's probably what I want to type again. That's what's called autocomplete, and it can be a useful feature in Excel. It can also be really annoying. As with many of the other features here, a very important page of Excel options to be aware of is the advanced page. Now one of the options on the advanced page is this one, enable autocomplete for cell values. There are various other options that you can set here. It's a good idea to work through these and familiarize yourself with them. For example, if you look at the very top one, after pressing enter, move the selection. By default it's down, but you could have it move right, up or left. So there are a few of the options on this advanced page that can really help you to customize Excel 2013 to work that way that you want to. Now so far what I've entered into these cells has been straightforward text. Let's try putting a number in. What about 2463.8? Now press the enter key. One of the notable things about numbers when you enter them is that by default they align right in the cell, which is exactly what's happened there. Just about every aspect of alignment you can customize later on, as you'll see, but that's the default, to customize right. Another sort of content we'll want to put into cells is dates. Let's suppose I wanted to put in 3-6-2013. What do you think would happen there? Now, Excel automatically assumes that that is a date and formats it according to a default date format. Now, the default date format will depend on your locale. In the USA, for instance, the format is month, day, year, normally by default. In the UK and Europe, it's generally day, month, year. But we'll talk about date formatting a little bit later on. Now, you certainly won't be surprised to learn that you can put currency amounts into an Excel worksheet. So, for instance, if I wanted to put in a price of $23.95, that's not a problem. And if you're in the UK, you've got a UK keyboard, you can enter an amount in UK pounds. But what if you're in the UK or USA and you want to enter a price in euros? You probably don't have a euro symbol on your keyboard. Well, on the Insert tab, at the right-hand end of the ribbon, there is a Symbols group, and within that there is Symbol. And this dialog gives you access to a vast array of symbols and special characters. Let's just look at the special characters first. You know there are two tabs. There's a Special Characters tab. That has by name special symbols such as a copyright symbol, registered and trademark symbols. But on the Symbols tab itself, you have all of the symbols on all of your fonts available to you. They're arranged into subsets, and also there is a list of the most recently used symbols. Now, if you selected a symbol like this one, for instance, it tells us that the Unicode name of that symbol is a copyright sign. The one to its right is in fact the euro sign. So having found the symbol that I want, euro sign, click on Insert. I can now close this dialog, and I've got a euro sign there ready for me to actually put in the amount in euros. So that's 25.76 euros. Now, whatever sort of data you have in a cell, there will come a point in time when you want to edit it, when you want to change it. It's pretty straightforward in Excel. A couple of little tricks to get used to. Let's suppose I wanted to change this number. If I select the cell, notice that the cursor is the big white cross, and it's not obvious what I would edit if I started typing. You can click anywhere within the formula bar. So if I clicked in there and I wanted to change that from 2463.8 to 2763.8, I can easily do that in the formula bar. But if you want to make a change in the cell itself, that's also pretty straightforward. If I double click in the cell with the square roughly where I want the cursor to go, you'll now see the flashing cursor in the middle of the cell. Now, don't worry about the fact that the dollar sign has disappeared. Excel 2013 has already assumed that what I've got in that cell is a currency figure. So if I changed it from 23.95 to 43.95 and then say hit the enter key, it finishes my edit of that cell, and because it knows it's a currency cell, it's put the dollar sign back for me so I can see that it considers that to be a currency amount. So that's how to edit the contents of a cell using either in situ editing in the cell or using the formula bar. So when it comes to deleting data, that's also very straightforward. If I were to say select L3, note that the whole cell is selected. All I really need to do is to press the delete key. Contents of L3 are deleted. And with all of the things we're doing here, don't forget the undo facility. So you've got the undo button, which has a keyboard shortcut of Control-Z. The undo button is up on the quick access toolbar, and the screen tip usually tells you what it will undo. So when you press the delete key, that's a clear, so it says undo clear. So if I want to undo delete, that's fine. If I wanted to delete just part of the contents, I treat that really as an edit. Double click. It puts the flashing cursor roughly under where I had the cross cursor, and then the backspace key deletes characters to the left of the flashing cursor, and the delete key deletes characters to the right of the flashing cursor. And as with any entry or edit or delete, when I've finished, I've got the options of pressing Enter tab. I can also just click somewhere else on the worksheet, and that also terminates whatever I'm doing in a particular cell. The very last topic in this unit is going to be to look at what a range is. So far, when we've been entering data, editing data, deleting data, I've tended to talk about single cells. And here, for example, you can see that the cell I've got is cell G3. Sometimes I will work on a whole range of cells. Let's suppose I click in G3, hold the mouse button down and go down here to H6. What I now have is a range, and it's the range G3, that's the top left hand cell, to H6, that's the bottom right hand cell. And we'll be using a lot of ranges from now on in the course. Now, not only are ranges pretty much essential in many of the things that we do from now on, even if a range is a single cell, but you can also use ranges to do mass operations. For instance, with the range G3 to H6 selected, look what happens if I press the delete key. I basically delete the content in all of those cells. So that's an Excel 2013 range. In this unit, we've looked at entering data into worksheets, and we've considered data of different types. We've seen how to edit cell data and how to delete cell data, and we've also introduced the idea of a range of cells. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again. In this unit we're going to look at filling a range. We're going to see how to use autofill and how to fill a series of values. We'll also take a look at flash fill in Excel 2013. Now, the first thing I'm going to do is to fill a range of cells with a fixed value. Supposing I select the cells from E2 to E18, let's release the mouse and then start typing. I'm going to type in hello. Now, if instead of pressing enter or tab, I press control enter, every cell in the selected range now gets that value as its contents. That's one way of achieving that. Another way of achieving it is this. If I type the word hello here, notice that for the selected cell, the bottom right hand corner, there is a little handle, and if I drag that handle down and then release it, that also puts that same fixed value in all of those cells. This will work vertically or horizontally. So again, using the handle, that's how to fill a whole horizontal range of cells. Now look at this cell B11. It's got the word fancy in it, and I'm giving it a little bit of formatting. It's bold and it's italic. If I do the same thing, if I drag to do an autofill, works exactly the same as it did just now. But if you look just to the right and below of the little fill handle, you'll see a little icon there. Hover over that, there's a drop down, and it says autofill options. Click on the drop down, and I have the options of copy cells, which is the default, which means that I've basically got exactly the same thing in every cell that has been auto-filled. Fill formatting only, which only copies the formatting of the cell I start with. Or fill without formatting, which copies the content but not the formatting. I'm going to choose the third option on this occasion, which will copy the word fancy but without the bold and italic formatting. So that's autofill without the formatting. Now that's a pretty useful tool to help you to save on typing, but in fact it's even cleverer than it appears to be. If I type, say, the number 2 in B2 and then say the number 5 in C2, select those two cells and drag the autofill handle over to the right, watch what happens. Excel 2013 is able to identify a pattern there. It sees this as a numeric series with 3 being added on each occasion. It bases that totally on the first 2 numbers that I typed in, and it will fill according to that pattern to the end of the range. So similarly, if I chose H2, which has got 20 in it, and I put 21 in H3, then selected those two, then filled down, it just takes that as a series where the numbers increase by 1 each time. Now this intelligence is not restricted to straightforward numbers. So for instance, if I typed in B2 Monday and in C2 Wednesday, selected those and did an autofill to the right, as you can see, it goes up 2 days at a time in sequence. I can also do the same with dates. Now one of the issues with dates is that to some extent this will depend on the formatting and the locale, how this works, and I'll explain more about that later on. But say I've got those 2 dates and I want to autofill that out month at a time. As you can see, it can cope with dates perfectly well as well. Now there are various reasons why you may want a slightly more sophisticated version of this fill functionality. Obviously it's a great way of saving time and effort, but supposing you needed to fill in steps of 5 up to 1,000, say, so you've got a huge number of cells here. Well, in that case you can actually use a series fill dialog. I've got B2, I've got the number 10 in it. On the Home tab in the editing group there is a button Fill, and one of the options on that fill drop down is Series. Click on Series and I get this series dialog where I can define the fill that I want to make. Now if I want a series in rows, so I want this to go along in rows, I want it to be linear fill, so basically it's just going to go up a certain number of steps at a time. And suppose I'm going up in steps of 5, so change the step value to 5, and I want to go as far as 1,000. Now it'd be quite something to do that manually by dragging the fill handle, but this is saying I want a series fill, linear, 5 at a time, stop at 1,000, click on OK. And I can guarantee that if I went right to the end there we are, it gets to 1,000. So that means that you can build up pretty sophisticated series actually, not only using pretty much any combination of numbers, dates and so on, but also in a way that means you haven't got to sort of count out while you're doing a fill by dragging the handle. Let's just try one more example. B4, I've entered 1st of January 2011, and what I'm going to do is to do a fill series columns. It's a date series. I'm going to go up, say, 20 days at a time, and I want to stop at the end of the year. And there we are. It goes as far as it can without exceeding that stop value. And of course an increment of 20 days, I just chose to demonstrate the point. You could do 2 weeks or 3 months or anything else for that matter. And one other small point here, supposing I've got a starting value of 50 and I'm going to create a row series, I can have a negative step value. So if I'd make my step value -10 and say stop at -30, click on OK, it can of course count downwards as well. Autofill is also more sophisticated than it first appears to be. If you have a date like this one, 3rd of January 2011, and I'm going to autofill by dragging on the handle here, you might say, well, what's it going to increment by? Is it going to do a day at a time or a week at a time? What's it going to do? Well, if I release the mouse button, it does a fill, but if I look at the autofill options here, I can choose how much I want to increment by. So I've got a straightforward case of copy, fill in a default series, which appears to be 1 day at a time. I can say fill formatting only, fill without formatting, but I could also say fill in days, weekdays, months, years. Supposing I said fill weekdays. What it will do is to produce a series that starts on the 3rd of January 2011, that my calendar tells me was a Monday, and then it will go in weekdays from there. So fill weekdays, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, that's Monday to Friday. Then it skips the weekend, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, skip the weekend, and so on. So those autofill options depend on the situation. They're contextual as well. Something else that can be very useful to do is to fill in 2 dimensions. So let's suppose I've got a straightforward series like this one, from 5 up in steps of 5. Having filled that part of a row, if I now, as a separate exercise, drag down, I can actually build up a whole grid there, a whole big range of numbers where I've done a combination of series in one direction and a copy in the other direction. The next thing and final thing I want to demonstrate in this unit is what's called flash fill. I'm looking at case study 1. I'm going to insert a new column. So select column C. This time I'm going to insert a new column using the contextual menu. So right click, click on insert. Of course, one column was selected, so one column gets inserted. This column is going to be called full name. Tick to enter. I'm going to make this column a bit wider. Now I'm going to start typing the full name of this person. Now on to the second name. And as soon as I start typing the second name, it recognizes the pattern. And it does what's called a flash fill. If I'm happy with what it's worked out, I press the enter key and everything is filled. Now flash fill basically works on text data. If you can't get it to do quite what you want it to do, if you've entered the first value like this, an alternative to just starting on the second one is once you've typed the first one in, just select the cells you want the flash fill to work in, including the first one. Then in the editing group on the home tab, on the fill button, there is a flash fill option. If you click on that flash fill option, it will do the flash fill for you, hopefully successfully. Flash fill generally will only work if it is adjacent to the cells that you're using to populate the flash fill cells as well. In this unit we've looked at filling a range of cells. We've looked at the use of autofill in general and the use of the series fill dialog. And we've also taken a quick look at flash fill. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Welcome back. In this unit we're going to look at copy and paste in Excel 2013. We're going to look at inserting cells from the clipboard and at the use of paste special, including transposing rows and columns. In the last couple of units we've been looking at ways of entering data into an Excel workbook. We've looked at actually typing the data in, and we've looked at facilities such as the various versions of autofill to enter series and repeating data into a workbook. One other very important option, which we did look at briefly earlier on, is the option to copy and paste data. Sometimes you might want to copy and paste data from another source. For instance, you may have data in a different document altogether, or you may want to move data around within a workbook. So I may have something on sheet 1 and I want to copy that to sheet 2, for example. So in this unit we're going to look at some of the copy and paste options in Excel 2013. Now the first thing I'm going to do is to demonstrate one or two important things about copy and paste. I've selected a range of cells on the Case Study 1 monthly sales worksheet, and I'm going to copy those to the clipboard. There is a copy button in the clipboard group on the Home tab. Note the little drop down, copy or copy as picture. Copy as picture would actually copy this range of cells, not as a set of cells, but as a picture of that set of cells. In this occasion, we just want to do the default copy. So those cells are now on the clipboard. Now let me go to sheet 1, which is currently empty. I'm going to paste those cells. Now, when you do a paste, almost without exception, the best way to do it is usually to select a single cell that corresponds to the top left-hand corner of the range of cells you're going to paste, and then do the paste. You can either use the keyboard shortcut of Control V, or you can use the paste button, which is also in the clipboard group on the Home tab. There is a button and then there's a lower half with a drop down. We're going to look at that drop down in a moment. Let's just do a straightforward paste. Now, having done that paste, what I'm going to now do is to select the cell G5 again and do the paste again. And basically it overwrites the previous paste. Now let me go back to monthly sales, copy to the clipboard again, back to sheet 1, select G5 again, but this time instead of doing a paste, I'm going to go to the cells group, the insert button, the lower part, click on the drop down, and I'm going to click on insert copied cells. And when I click on that, it says, do you want to shift the cells right, that's the existing cells right, or do you want to shift the existing cells down? I'll go with shift cells right, click on OK. The insert is done, but the cells that were there before get shifted out of the way. And that's a very important fundamental difference between insert cells and paste. With paste, you are going to overwrite, and with insert cells, you're going to move things around. Now, with paste, you need to be very careful, because if, for example, I'd selected that shape and said paste, I would still get the shape of the range that I'd copied pasted into position. You can't force it into something that's the wrong shape. And generally speaking, when you're going to do a paste, you need to think carefully about what is going to get overwritten. And as I said earlier, as a general rule, it's a good idea to look carefully at what's going to happen, but then only select the first cell, because that will give it basically an anchor to paste from, and then the shape of the range that you're pasting will determine what gets overwritten. Now take a look at this little table that I've set up here showing basic arithmetic operations. If you look at the first one, addition, 5 plus 4 equals 9. If I click in E3, you can see, although we haven't really looked at formulas yet, we'll be coming to that a little bit later on, then you can see C3 plus D3 is how you do this particular piece of arithmetic. C3's value is 5, D3's value is 4, C3 plus D3 gives a value of 9. So what we have in E3 is a formula. Similarly, we have a formula in E4, E5 and E6 for those 4 basic mathematical operations. Now let me copy that, and let me put the cursor over here and let me paste it. Now what I get is a table which is just as correct as the first one is. But if I look at, for instance, L3, the formula in L3 is not the same as the formula in E3. What Excel 2013 has done is to adapt that formula to allow for the fact that I have copied and pasted. And that's one of the very important things that Excel 2013 does for us. Now, before we go any farther, let me just minimize the formula bar to make a bit more space. So, copy and paste has built-in intelligence, but it also has a very wide range of selection options in terms of what you paste. Now let me copy this table to the clipboard once again, and then I'm going to select cell E9 and I'm going to paste once again, but this time I'm going to go to the paste button, the lower part, and I'm going to choose paste special. And with the paste special dialog I can decide exactly what I want to paste. So as a first example, let's suppose that I say paste values. If I just want to paste values, click on OK, look what happens. I get the values that are in that table, but without all the formatting. I just get the numbers and the formulas and the words. No formatting at all. And notice that when I've done the paste, in the bottom right hand corner where the little handle is there, there's an icon, a drop down paste options, and at that point I could choose from other available paste options. So I seem to have done a paste with the values only, but if I decided at this point that I wanted to keep the source formatting, for example, if I click on that, I will actually get that source formatting. If I said values, so that's in the paste values section, just values, click on that, then I don't get the source formatting. So I can choose using paste special what I want to paste, values, formats, formulas, so on. But then I can also use this little icon in the bottom right hand corner here to effectively to sort of change my mind if I like. Or I can do the paste special and then make my mind up between those options later on. So let me undo all of that and let's take a look at transpose. So there is my selection again, copy it to the clipboard, choose a target top left corner cell, go to paste special, and this time I'm going to, I think I'll just paste the values, but I'm going to transpose them, which means rows become columns, columns become rows. Click on OK. And there I have my table of basic arithmetic functions transposed. Rows for columns, columns for rows. One other aspect of formatting that I'd like to quickly demonstrate is this. When you paste into a location where you already have some formatting in force, the option of keeping source formatting or just pasting values becomes very important. Let me format this part of this sheet using some kind of unusual font. What about that engraver's font there, and quite a large size, say 18 point, because there's no content there so you can't see anything. But if I were to copy this to the clipboard, then click within that area where I just changed the font and went to paste special, if I say values, then I'm only going to get those values. I'm not going to get the source formatting, but the values will pick up what's called the target formatting, the formatting of the target area. So if I click on OK, you will see that table with that large special font, because basically the cells, the range of cells that I've pasted in have picked up the target formatting, and that's a very important point to remember as well. In this unit we've looked at copy and paste in Excel 2013. We've also looked at insert cells. We've seen how to use paste special and at how to transpose rows and columns. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again. In this unit we're going to start to look at formatting cells and ranges. We'll look at how to wrap text and how to set horizontal and vertical alignment and orientation for cells and ranges. We'll also look at the options for merging cells. In this unit I'm going to concentrate on doing some formatting on the Case Study 1 worksheet monthly sales. When you're applying formatting in Excel 2013, you can apply the formatting to individual cells, to ranges, rows, columns, or whole worksheets. And it's very important when you're applying formatting to make sure you know what you're applying it to at any one time. The other thing to bear in mind about formatting is that although it's partly about style and about making your workbooks and worksheets look good, it's also very much about getting over a message, explaining the information that's contained within the data in your worksheets more effectively by formatting the worksheets and workbooks well. Now at the moment, if you look at these monthly sales figures, it's all a bit dull and drab. The numbers are there, but for somebody glancing at it, it wouldn't immediately spring off the page at them exactly what the data were, what they related to. So one of the things that's in my mind when I'm working out how to format a worksheet like this one is how I can get over the message and the information that it contains as effectively as possible. Now the first thing I'm going to do is to do a bit of a flash fill here just to demonstrate a particular point. So I'm going to do an insert to the left of column C. This won't be quite the same as last time. Okay, and there are my full names. Now these full names basically represent text data. And what I want to do now is to narrow column C. So I'm just going to pull it over to the left, make it narrower and narrower. And once I get to the point that something won't fit, you start losing those names. The names get truncated by the contents of column D. So what I'm going to do now is to select the whole of column C, and then in the cells group on the Home tab, I'm going to click on the Format button and I'm going to click on Format Cells. And that brings up the Format Cells dialog that we'll be seeing quite a bit of. And the first thing I'm going to do is to select the Alignment tab and click on this checkbox, Wrap Text. And when I click OK, that will cause the text in column C is the current selection, to wrap within the cells. Click on OK. And I've now got wrapping text. Now one of the consequences of wrapping text is that of course the rows are different heights. If you take row 2, which has got a relatively long name in it, it's just about twice as tall as row 3 that has a short name in it. One of the things that's now happening on this sheet, and this is quite a common occurrence, is that because I have rows that are of different heights, it's actually quite difficult to read this data. You can see that, for instance, in row 2, the data's all at the bottom of the cells, whereas in row 3, because the row height is much less, it doesn't appear to be at the bottom, even though in fact it is. And one of the things you can do to compensate for this and normally make it easier to read is to adjust the vertical alignment within the cells. Now, if I chose a particular cell, say that one, the one with the word Jason in it, if you look in the Alignment group on the Home tab, there's a set of 3 buttons here: Top Align, Middle Align, Bottom Align. If I click on Middle Align, Jason is now middle aligned. If I selected the whole of column B, I could do the same thing to the whole of column B. And in fact, if I selected the whole worksheet, I could middle align the whole worksheet. And although sometimes these things are a little subjective, I think that's quite a bit easier to read across each of the rows to see the sales figures relating to each salesperson. Now, with virtually everything that you can do in terms of the formatting of cells, the options to do them are also in that Format Cells dialog. So on the alignment page, you see how we now have vertical alignment is center, and that is now applied to the whole of the worksheet. Now in terms of horizontal alignment, text is usually left aligned. It isn't always, but it's usually left aligned. Unless you get a situation like this one, team. You notice these A's and B's, they look a bit messy over to the left of the cell. Why don't I center align those? if I just select that range of cells, there is a set of horizontal alignment buttons: align left, align center, align right. And I can either use those, or I can go back to the Format Cells dialog and say center. And that will center align the selected cells, but only the selected cells. Now I want to make another change to this worksheet. I'm going to select row 1 and I'm going to insert a row above it. So click on Insert, and in E1, that's the one above January, I'm going to write in 2012 because these figures relate to the year 2012. Then what I'm going to do is to select from E1 to P1. And in the alignment group, to the right of where the buttons are that we used just now, there is a Merge and Center button. Click on the drop down there. You've got Merge and Center, Merge Across, Merge Cells and Unmerge Cells. I'm going to choose the first one on this occasion, Merge and Center, and look what happens. I now have a merged cell with a 2012 heading above the whole of my range of months, and that helps to explain quite clearly what year these months relate to. So now I'm going to select column A, click the Insert button, or the top half of the Insert button, to insert a column to the left of column A. This time I'm going to select cells A3 to A7, and I'm going to click on Merge and Center again, and this time in that selected cell I'm going to type Team A. And now I have Team A identified. It's going to do the same for Team B. I'm going to leave column E with the team letters in there for just a moment, but clearly once I've done this I could actually do away with column E if I wanted to, because I've got the information here. So that's how to merge cells. I've shown you there how to merge cells along a row, horizontally and vertically. You can actually merge a whole block of cells. Let's go from S5, say, down to X11. When you're looking at a sheet and working out what the range is, if you look at the range of column headings, so that's the letters for the columns and the numbers for the rows, you can tell this is S5 to X11. And if I now do a merge and center, I've got what is in effect one big cell. When you've got a merged cell like this, the cell reference is the top left hand first cell in the merge. So in this case it's referred to as S5. I'm going to return to the team names, Team A and Team B. And what I'm going to do is to go into the Format Cells dialog. Sticking with alignment, what I'm going to do is to rotate that text. If you look at the orientation control over on the right here, you can either pull the text round the way that you want it to go. So if I wanted it to go like that, I could turn it, or I can put the number of degrees in there, type it in, or use the little spin button controls. But I've set it to 90 degrees round that way, so if you turn your head, move your head anti-clockwise, you'll be the right way around. Click on OK, and you've now changed the orientation of the text in those cells. Let me just click away again. I'm going to make column A a little bit narrower, and it's that simple to change orientation for cells or a range of cells. Now finally, I want to do a little bit of alignment on the numbers in this table of sales figures. Now I want to make these columns a little bit wider so that it's a little bit easier to see the numbers, and the column widths are measured in characters, and the characters that are used to measure these are the same size as numeric characters. The longest number here has got 3 characters in it, so if I wanted, say, a character either side of the longest number, I want to make these columns 5 wide. So I'm going to select columns F to Q, Format, Column Width. I'm going to set it to 5. And the headings, Jan to Dec, I'm going to center, so I'm going to use the center button there. And for the numbers, I could center those. I think if you center them, they look a little bit strange actually, because where you've only got a 2-character figure, it doesn't really align. I prefer to see these kinds of numbers right aligned. So I'm going to choose instead for those right aligned, but then they are right up against the right hand edge of each column. Now when you're doing left alignment and right alignment, you can actually format with an indent. So if I say format cells, horizontal right with an indent, and give them a 1-character indent, click on OK, I think that's a nicer effect really. So the 3-character numbers are basically centered because they're 3 characters wide. The cell is 5 characters wide and they've got a 1-character indent. Now obviously you'd need to adjust that according to the specific requirements of the situation you're in, but you can do right and left indents in that way. Now there's an exercise for you to do. This is my answer to the exercise as well. It's version 8 of case study 2. And let me just explain what I've done to the June 2013 mileage claim. First of all, I've introduced a new row 1 where the top cells in columns G and H have been merged to give me a mileage heading. And so that the mileage cost heading doesn't occupy quite as much space, I made the text wrap, which also meant that the row 2 height now has to be increased to allow for that wrapping. And in doing that, I've then also done a middle align vertically. For each of the headings, they're basically horizontally centered, and for all of the numbers, both the currency amounts and the numbers of miles, I've right aligned them with a 1-character indent. Now at the moment, where we have descriptions of expenses, none of them run onto a second line, but I have made all of the cells below the description of expense heading. I have said with each of these that the text can wrap if necessary. So that's my answer to version 8 of case study 2. I'd like you to pretty much produce the same thing. In this unit we've taken our first detailed look at formatting cells and ranges. We've seen how to wrap text and how to set horizontal and vertical alignment. We've also seen how to change text orientation, and we've looked at merging cells. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again. In this unit we're going to continue to look at formatting cells and ranges. We're going to look at changing font attributes including size, style, colour and underlines, and we're going to look at the use of cell styles. Let's begin by looking at font. Now the first thing I'm going to do is to select a range, and the range I'm going to select is this rectangle of cells. And then I'm going to hold the control key down and add that cell and that cell. So that's now my selected range. If I want to try a different font, I can use the live preview facility in Excel 2013, click on the drop down and hover over the different available fonts. Now of course one of the problems, as you can see here, is that sometimes the drop down list of fonts and the live preview is somewhat hampered by the fact that what I'm trying to do the live preview on is actually behind the drop down list. But on this occasion I can see enough of it to choose the font that I want, and I'm going to go for the Verdana font. Now when I've chosen Verdana, I can then choose a font size. At the moment it's got the same size that it started out with, which is 11 points. And again, with font size, I can do a live preview there as well. And of course, the font size drop down doesn't obscure nearly as much. So I think I'll just go back down to 11 point. That looks fine. I then have a number of style options. A couple of them are actually done with buttons in the font group on the Home tab. One of them is bold. That is a toggle, so click on bold to make it bold, click again to take it off. And then I also have italic, and of course I can have both if I want to. And I also have additional effects available to me, such as underline. So if I wanted to underline the text here, I could go for underline or double underline. Don't think I'm going to use underline at all on this occasion. Now, before we go any farther with this, I want to quickly show you one of the Excel options that's very important. If you click on File to go into Options and then choose the General tab, in the second section, when creating new workbooks, it says use this as the default font, and it says body font, and it gives you a default font size as well, 11. You can change either of these. Now, I fear this list will go off the top of the page. Don't worry about that too much. Use this as the default font. It says body font. I'll explain that to you in a moment. But if you wanted something as your default font, supposing you wanted your default font to be Calibri all the time, then you could select Calibri here, and that would always be the default font on any new workbook that you created. You can, of course, as I've just demonstrated, always change the font in a particular case, either for a whole workbook or a whole sheet or any range, any selection within a worksheet. You can choose any of the fonts that's available to you. So this is only the default. Now let me explain that setting of body font that you saw just now. With the current Case Study 1 workbook, you may recall that when we looked at themes, we set the theme for this to TA theme. And if I click on the drop down for this theme for fonts and go back to the dialog we saw before, customize fonts, for this theme there are two default fonts set, and in a theme in Excel 2013 you always have these two default fonts. One of them is the heading font, which is applied to any heading styles in your workbook, and the other one is the body font, which is applied to any body styles in your workbook. Now the body font here is Calibri, and what that setting of body font in my Excel options means is, for the default font, always use the body font of the current theme. So in this case, where the theme applied is my TA custom theme, what Excel does is it looks at your options and says, oh, the option this user wants is body font. It looks at the theme, it says, oh, it's TA custom. It looks up TA custom's body font, it's Calibri. That's why Calibri is the default font that's set there. It also has a heading font of Franklin Gothic Book. Now I'd like you to try to remember that Franklin Gothic Book setting, because it's going to be important in a little while from now. Now one thing you may have noticed here, that as we've been applying a different font and bold and so on, some of the visibility has gone on some of the content of these cells. It looks as though column B could do with being quite a bit wider, column D as well, and we've lost part of the heading on column C. I tend to leave the readjustment of row heights, column widths and anything else of that nature until I've finished the rest of the work that I'm doing, unless of course it's not enabling me to get a good view of the finished result. So in this case what I'm going to do is to leave those as they are and tidy those up when I've done the rest of the formatting work that I'm going to do. So let's just get back to looking at fonts and effects again. I still have this range selected. Apart from the buttons that appear within the font group on the Home tab, there's also this little dialog box launcher, bottom right corner. That gives access to the Format Cells dialog. And on the Font tab, apart from a list of all the fonts, and the various styles, regular, italic, bold, bold and italic, and the list of sizes. You have underline options, and more underline options than appeared within the group itself. So apart from single and double, you have single accounting and double accounting underlines. You have strike through, superscript and subscript. And you also have the option to change the font color. If you click on this drop down next to color, you can either choose one of the theme colors for the currently selected text, you can go for one of the standard colors, or you can click on more colors to go into a normal standard color picker. So on this occasion, let's just choose one of the theme colors. Let's say that sort of purple color there for the text. Very often when you apply a color change to a selected range, such as this one, it's actually very difficult to see what the color is because of the color of the background. On this occasion, it's probably not too bad actually. Let's just click away and see that a little bit better. And there we have our colored font. And in addition to the choice of font, the style, the size of the font, and the other effects such as underline, I can also change the background color for the selected range. There's a fill color drop down here in the font group. I can also do fill color from the dialog, but if I wanted to use a lighter purple color, for example, if I select that as the fill color, click away, then you can see that I've got a slightly more tasteful looking color scheme there with the darker purple font and the light purple background. So you've seen there how to apply a wide variety of formatting options to case study 1. What I'm going to do now is take a completely different tack, and we're going to take a look at using styles. Now, just before I apply this style, I'm going to delete column E, the one with the unnecessary team letters in it. Right click, delete. Now what I'm going to do is to select the content of the body of this worksheet. So this is basically the sales figures. And then in the styles group on the home tab, click on sales styles, and that brings up the sales styles gallery. The way that the sales styles work is that there are predefined styles for different worksheet elements. So for instance, if you just want a normal style, this is the normal style. Note the live preview. If you then have headings and you want to apply heading styles, then the heading styles are available here. Now in this particular case, I'm going to apply the normal style. I don't particularly like this normal style, by the way, but I'm going to apply the normal style. That's now applied that to all of those selected elements. And for the month numbers, I'm going to apply a style of heading 2. And for the salespeople's names, I'm also going to apply a style of heading 2. For the year, I'm going to make that heading 1. And for the two teams, I'm going to make those sales styles 1 as well. So I've got one more little group there. Select those sales styles. I'm going to make those heading 2 as well. And yeah, that doesn't look too bad. I would maybe now want to put some background color in there as well. Now, I mentioned just now that I'm not particularly happy about the body style here, where the numbers are right aligned horizontally and bottom aligned vertically. Let me just select all those again and change that alignment. So I want the middle aligned, and I'm going to go into Format, Cells, Alignment, and I'm going to say horizontally right with a 1 indent. Put that back the way that it was. And I can actually save that as my own style. So if I click on Cell Styles here and say New Cell Style, it will use that as a new cell style. Now to make it easy to remember, I'm going to call this, there's my new cell style. And I'm going to be able to use that in future in a similar kind of situation. If I click on Cell Styles here now, you can see at the top of the list Custom TA Normal. Now, many of these other styles involve various combinations of colors. So we have the accent colors, for instance, and if instead of using one of the standard heading styles, or indeed one of the standard body styles, I wanted to use a set of accent colors, live preview, I can decide whether I want to apply sort of color effects to those as well. I'm going to leave you to experiment with those. And then there's just one other thing to look at here. If you take something like this heading 1 style that I've just set, if I click on Cell Styles, you can see that heading 1 is the one that's selected. If I right click on that, I can actually modify the style if I want to. Click on Modify. I come up with a style dialog which gives me the basic definition of this style, which says that the font is Calibri Body 15 Bold Text 2. And it has a bottom border only. If I click on Format, I can go in and format the various elements of this style. One of which, note, is the choice of font. This particular style uses the Calibri body. And I mentioned to you earlier on in this unit that the default heading style is Franklin Gothic Book. So if I really wanted this heading to have the normal heading style for this theme, which is my own custom theme, I would change that to the heading font here. I could obviously go in and change other aspects of this style as well if I wanted to. Click on OK. Click on OK again, noting that the style definition has now changed to use the Franklin Gothic Book headings font at font size 15. Click on OK, and I've now got the Franklin Gothic Book font as the style in use in this heading 1 style, which is also used, of course, over here in the team names, where they are now Franklin Gothic Book as well. So now it's time for another exercise for you. I've used a couple of the accent-based styles here in case study 2, and I've basically removed the grid lines as well to make this look a little bit clearer. Change the wording up here. It no longer says mileage cost in H2, it just says cost. And when I removed the word mileage from mileage cost, that no longer turned. So row 2, now I've managed to reduce the height, and the presentation now looks a little bit neater again. My answer to this is saved as version 9 of case study 2. In this unit, we've looked at changing font attributes, including size, style, color, and underlining. And we've also looked at the use of cell styles. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello and welcome back. In this unit we're going to look at formats for cells and ranges in Excel 2013. We'll start with general format, then we'll look at text, number, currency and date and time formats. So let's start with one or two all-important basics about formatting cells and ranges. First of all, when you create a new blank worksheet, click in any cell. And if you look at the format of that cell, you'll find that it is general. Now there are a couple of ways of looking at the format. If I right click, one of the options on the contextual menu, about 3 or 4 items from the bottom, is Format Cells. And that brings up the Format Cells dialog that you've seen before. That dialog is also, of course, available from this button in the Cells group on the Home tab. But there are a number of format categories. There's about a dozen of them: general, number, currency, etc. And general is the default, and it will be applied to any empty cells and many other types of cell in a workbook, unless and until you tell Excel something different. Let me demonstrate that. So I'm going to start typing in B3. Type a 1 in there. and I'm going to type $250 in D3. Okay, so I've done some typing there. I've put in a 0.1, the amount of $250 converts to £150 on, and then I've written the 2nd of December. If I now click the enter tick on H3, it becomes 2-dec. Now if I look at B3 and look at the format of that cell, I'll discover that it still says that it's general. If I look at C3, format that cell general. D3, look at the format of that cell, and it's decided that it's currency. Where Excel 2013 doesn't have any significant doubt about what the format of a cell should be, it will actually apply the appropriate format, in this case currency. Now I'll come back to D3 in just a moment. Let's move on. You won't be surprised to find that E3 is still text. What about F3? That's £150. What about that? That is also still general. G3, you'll have worked out by now, is going to be general. H3 is called custom. You may have expected date, but it's taken it to be custom. So let's look at what's happened in each of those cases. Now let's start with B3 and C3. They both have a format of general, but as you can see, the number in B3 is right aligned and the text in C3 is left aligned. Now, whilst there is no intrinsic problem in leaving either or both of them in general format, if, for example, you were dealing with, let's say you were dealing with movie titles, and your movie titles you were typing in column C further down, so you might have something like, and then there's another movie which is just called 10. In that case, Excel 2013, although it's going to keep both of those as being in general format, one will be left aligned, one will be right aligned. In the case of something like a movie title, it's very likely that you definitely want whatever you type in that movie column to be treated as text, even though it's a number such as the name of a movie called 10. What you can do in this case, and what is very often the better choice, is to actually declare that these fields are not general but text. Having selected the two, right click, click on Format Cells and choose Text. Then, if you read the note there, text format cells are treated as text even when a number is in the cell. The cell is displayed exactly as entered. So if you want something to be treated as text, declare it to be text, and then even if you put a number in it, it will still be treated as text. If I formatted the cell underneath it as text and typed in $500, it would still be treated as text. Excel gives me a little warning there that I can choose to ignore, but it is treated as text. Let's just take a look at that warning. Click on the drop down. So the warning is that we've got a number stored as text, and we're happy with that. We're going to just ignore that error because it isn't actually an error. So now let's go back to B3 and look at the cell formatting for B3. If I don't want to leave that as general, if for instance I'm going to have a whole sequence of statements here, I want to be absolutely clear that the contents of column B are going to be numbers, I can change the format to number. And when I choose number format, I have a number of options. I can choose how many decimal places to show. I could, for instance, here say I want 2 decimal places. Where I'm dealing with larger numbers, I can say whether or not I want to use a thousands separator, a comma, before any groups of 3 digits to the left of the decimal point. And then for negative numbers, I can choose to show them with a negative sign or as red very often the use of red rather than a negative symbol is used in accountancy type applications. And I can also choose whether I want negative numbers to be shown in brackets rather than as negative numbers or just red. So let's go with the 2 decimal places at the moment. You can see what happens here. If you were numbering a list, you probably wouldn't want it to say 1.00. You'd probably just want it to say 1. So let's go back in and just set that to 0 decimal places and click on OK. Now let's take a look at D3, which says $250. Again, if I look at the format for that, it's already been established as currency. I've got pretty similar options to the ones that I have with numbers. I can choose how many decimal places I want. In this case, I am going to go for 2 decimal places. And I can also choose which currency symbol. Now obviously this will largely depend on your locale, but if say you were doing conversion from your local currency to or from a different currency, you may need to put a currency symbol for that other currency, and even though it's not your local currency. So you have a list here of very many currency symbols. US dollar is the default here because I'm using the US locale. But you can choose from any of the available symbols there. And then similarly you have options in terms of thousand separators, negative shown as red, and the use of brackets for negative numbers as well. So let's click on OK. That's now $250.00. One of the important things about formatting these cells is that you can either do the formatting before you enter the data or after. Let's suppose that column D is going to be a currency column. Having selected it, if I right click and click on Format Cells and say that it's currency, 2 decimal places, it's going to have a dollar symbol and the negatives are going to be written as negatives. Click on OK. If I want to put a dollar amount in a cell, say I want to put a dollar amount in D11, all I need to type is say 34.6. So I've not typed a dollar, I've not put 2 decimal places, tick, and it automatically formats it in the declared format for that cell. And of course that cell is in a column where all of the cells have that currency format. So you can format the cells before or after you put the data in. Now let's turn our attention to H3. As I pointed out before, it's actually been formatted as a custom cell or a cell with custom formatting. I'm going to talk about custom formatting in the next unit. So for now, let's just declare it to be a date. Click on OK. It becomes December 2nd, 2013. Let's go back into format again. The format that's applied here is that one. And a couple of those formats have a star at the beginning, and the note down here is important. Date formats display date and time serial numbers as date values. Date formats that begin with an asterisk respond to changes in regional date and time settings that are specified for the operating system. What that means is that it will treat that date as the date, the 2nd of December 2013, even if I change my regional date and time settings. So if I changed now to being in UK locale, it would still interpret that date as the 2nd of December. If you use one of the date formats which doesn't have an asterisk, then it won't correctly interpret the date if I change my locale. One other very important thing to be aware of is the way that dates are actually stored in Excel 2013. Let me just cancel this for the moment. Dates are stored as the number of days since the beginning of the year 1900. So if I put in a number like 123 in I8, it's interpreted as a number obviously. Now let me right click and say I want it to be a date. It'll be the 123rd day of the year 1900, which is the 2nd of May. So similarly, if I took that date in H3, 2nd of December, and formatted it as just a number, I'll say no decimal places. There have been 41,610 days since the beginning of the year 1900. That's how it actually stores dates in Excel 2013. And just to finish off, I'd like to just demonstrate one other thing. Let's put in 0.25. In Excel 2013, there are a number of other number formats that I'm going to leave you to experiment with. One of the other number formats is percentage, so let's convert 0.25 to a percentage. We'll say no decimal places, and it's 25%. 0.25 is 25%. Let's format that as a fraction. It's a quarter. Let's format it as scientific notation. It's 2.5 times 10 to the minus 1. If you don't understand scientific notation, I'm not going to go into that now, but if you do, you'll know what 2.5 times 10 to the minus 1 is. And one other thing, time in Excel 2013 is stored as a proportion of a day. So 0.25 would be a quarter of a day. So let's convert that to time format. And it's 6 a.m., which is a quarter of the way through a day. And here's the next exercise for you to do, starting with version 9 of case study 2. And my answer to this is version 10 that you can see in front of you now. I want you to make sure that the miles figures under mileage are all formatted as numbers with no decimal places. We're only going to deal with whole numbers of miles. And then I want you to format a range. This range is in two parts actually. You could do it as two separate formats, but it's much better to do it as a single format. So select the whole range, including the cost column, which is currently empty. And I want you to format that as currency. Make sure you've got a dollar symbol assigned if you're working in US locale. If you're doing your own calculations in your own currency, UK, Europe, Hong Kong, Japan, wherever you're working, use your own symbol and your own currency, of course. And make sure that's formatted as currency with 2 decimal places. Make sure the dates are formatted as dates using this particular format. This is one of the ones with an asterisk, so this would be responsive to a change of locale. And then for the description of the expenses, make sure that that's formatted as text. My answer to that, as I say, is version 10 of case study 2. In this unit we've looked at various format types in Excel 2013. We've looked at the default general format, we've also considered text format, we've looked at quite a few different number formats, and at currency format and date and time formats. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again. In this unit we're going to look at custom formats and at the use of the Format Painter. In the last couple of units we've looked at some of the available formats, and in particular some of the number formats that are available in Excel 2013. Apart from using the standard formats, you can actually use custom formats. Custom formats in Excel 2013, it's really quite a big subject, and custom formats can get very complicated. But if a custom format is required in the MOS exam, it's quite likely that it will be a pretty straightforward variation on a given format. So in this unit what I'm going to do is to introduce you to the basic principles of custom formats, and then I'll leave you to a little bit of experimentation yourself. And also there's a reasonably good bit of online help that will help you with custom formats as well. Now first of all, I've got here blown up in a very large typeface 4 cells. The first one has a positive number in it, the next one has a negative number, then I've got a 0, then I've got a piece of text. When you define a custom format, what you really say to Excel is this is what to do with a positive number, this is what to do with a negative number, this is what to do with a value that's 0, and this is what to do with a piece of text. So you have a maximum of 4 definitions that are part of the custom format. You don't need all 4, but you need to be careful if you're leaving 1 or 2 of the definitions out that you notate it correctly. The 4 definitions are separated by semicolon symbols. So ideally you have 4 definitions and each of the definitions is separated by a semicolon. Now what I'm going to do in this case is to build up a custom format, starting with a very simple example. So I've got those 4 cells selected, I've got the Format Cells dialog open. I'm going to select Custom. There are several custom formats there already, and you can certainly adapt the existing ones if you wish to. Let me show you an example. Let's take the very last one there. Click on OK. Now what you can see there is that we've got, for some reason, 198 is now blue. What was minus 5,420 something is now red. The minus sign's gone. It's shown as red in brackets as a negative. What we had for the 0 has gone altogether. And we've now got number here, hello. So let's take a look at that format and see how all of that has come about. Now first of all, you can see the semicolons here. You've got one there between where it says blue and where it says red. Then you've got 2 together. And then you've got the words number here followed by at. Now first of all, the first section of the definition is for a positive number. The second part of the definition is for a negative number. The third part will be what to put if there's a 0 there. The fourth part will be what to do if there is some text there. Now what I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to put the cursor between those 2 consecutive semicolons, and I'm going to type in quotes the word 0. And what should happen is that if I have a 0 value, it will actually say the word 0. And that's exactly what has happened. So this particular custom format says if a cell that this custom format is applied to has a value of 0, it will actually put the word 0 instead of the number 0. Now let's look at the last part again, because at the moment what the last part says is literally number here and then at. Well, what at means is show whatever that text is. Let's take that number here text string out. And let's just say OK. So we just get the word hello. So the use of the at means that we show there whatever the text actually is. Now as far as the positive numbers concerned, in square brackets we've got blue, which determines that if it's a positive number it will be blue. Now we have hash, which means we're going to put a numeric digit in there if there is one, but we're going to leave it blank if there isn't. Then a comma. The hashes mean if there is a numeric digit here, put one. But the 0 means, and this is the last digit before the decimal point, the implied decimal point, what this means is always put something there. So if we're talking about a small number, so 0.2 or something like that, you would still put a 0 here. Well, supposing we want to make that 2 decimal places, 0.00. Now let's see what we get. And you will see that we get 197.64, which is the number we started with. So now let's look at the negative part of this custom format. Let's suppose that instead of putting the negative number in brackets, I'm going to display a minus sign. I'm still going to show it as red. Let's suppose that I'm going to say show 4 decimal places. Click on OK. And there we have my number displayed with 4 decimal places in red with a negative sign. So that's the basic principle of how custom formats work. Let me now clear all 4 of those cells. And what I'm going to do is to also clear the formatting from those cells. So that's that. And I'm just going to use one of the cells and I'm going to apply that custom format to it. When you go into format cells and you select custom formats, the ones that we worked on during the process of developing that are still there. The only one I really want to keep is the most recent one. You can delete custom formats. If I just click, say, on that one of the ones we used in the process, click on delete. And it's a good idea to clear up custom formats when you're not using them anymore. Note that the custom format is kept in the workbook that you developed it in. So if you developed a custom format that you like, it's not some kind of tool that's kept within your installation of Excel 2013. And what you would need to do would be, say, to create a template that would include this custom format, and then you could use it in other workbooks created from that template. Okay, so I've got one cell selected. I've still got a bit of clearing up to do. I'll do that later. Let me apply that latest format. There we are. Now I'm going to type in there the number 0. Note that the 0 is shown in the cell and the formula bar until I tick, and then it appears as the word 0. Let's delete that again. Let me put in a negative number, minus 345.9. Click the enter tick. You get the custom formatted version here in the cell, but you can see the original content in the formula bar. Let's try the positive number, 0.6. Note that I get my leading 0 before the point in the formatted cell, and then just a final check. Just type in text, which should of course just be repeated, and I get this is text. That's fine. So that's custom formats. And as I mentioned earlier on, this can be quite a complex subject, and we're not going to spend any more time on it specifically now, although we will look at a further example in the case studies after we've finished the body of the course itself. But there's some very good information in Excel help about custom formatting. There's a page, Create or Delete a Custom Number Format, that explains in quite a bit more detail about the 4 parts to a custom format name. Gives you some more examples, talks about some of the characters and codes you can use there, and that's well worth looking into, both to give yourself a bit more solid, broad and deep knowledge before the exam, but also if you come to use custom formats yourself, it can be quite a powerful tool as you develop your use of Excel. That leaves me with just one topic to look at in this unit, and that is copying formats. Now, one of the things that can be very useful when you're using Excel 2013 is to copy formatting. Let's suppose I'm working on this pretty straightforward worksheet here with demographic information about 5 African countries. I'm working in the heading that says unemployment rate, and I'm going to do a little bit of work on formatting that heading. So first of all, I'm going to put in a fill color. As the fill color, I'm going to use this sort of fairly deep red. I'm going to change the font color to that just slightly off-white color. I'm going to center the text, and I'm going to increase the font to 16 point. So let's suppose that for some reason I'm quite happy with that, and I think I want to apply the same formatting to the headings of columns C and D. Well, having select B1, which has the required formatting in it, on the Home tab in the clipboard group there is a Format Painter button, and if I click that, the cursor becomes a plus with a little paintbrush, and if I click on population million in cell C1, I copy that formatting onto that cell, and I've now got two headings with the same formatting. Now note that having done that, having used that copy, it's not available to do the next column. If I wanted to do it again, I could go back copy by clicking on Format Painter again, and then I could paste it onto the other one, and so on. It would be more than a little frustrating if you had to do that for maybe several different places within a worksheet where you want to copy formatting. So there are a couple of shortcut ways of doing this multiple times. If you've got a format like that one and you click on the Format Painter to copy it, you can actually click and drag over consecutive cells to apply it to many cells at once. So if I click on C1, hold, drag on to D1 and let go, watch what happens. It applies it to both. And then another way of doing it, I'm going to apply it now in a situation where it's perhaps not ideal, but I'm going to once again select unemployment rate and its formatting. This time I'm going to double click on Format Painter. And if I do that, I can use it once. I can use it as many times as I like, really. And then when I've finished using it, if I just click back on Format Painter again, it cancels it. And I'm ready to do something else. So that's Format Painter. In this unit we've looked at defining, using and deleting custom formats, and we've looked at the use of the Format Painter. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again. In this unit we're going to look at conditional formatting. There are 5 types of rules: highlight cells, top bottom, data bars, color scales and icon sets. We'll also look at the tools and techniques in Excel 2013 for managing conditional formatting rules. The amount of data in case study 1 here is not particularly huge. But if I were trying to get over a message to people with this data, it wouldn't be immediately apparent from the way this data is currently presented what the message was. Now it's true that people could look at all these numbers and maybe try and work out which of my teams is doing better, which of the individual salespeople is doing better, whether there are trends, whether things generally are getting better or worse, whether we do more selling in the summer than we do in the winter, and that kind of thing. But there are a couple of tools that can help you in your presentation of data, and in turn to help people looking at the data to interpret the data. The first of the tools we're going to use is called conditional formatting. And the principle behind conditional formatting is this: we apply a set of rules either to all of the data or to some of the data, and based on these rules the presentation of the data is changed. Now I'm going to start with a very specific example of this, and then I'll talk about general aspects of conditional formatting. So I'm going to start with Jason Carmichael's data. So the range I'm going to select is E3 to P3, that's the data for Jason Carmichael. And then in the Styles group on the Home tab, Conditional Formatting, click on the drop down, and you'll see that there are 5 types of conditional formatting rules. Now with most of these rules there is a live preview facility, so let's have a look at what the rules are. We'll start with the highlight cells rules. Now the general idea of the highlight cells rules is that we can change the color of the cells depending on how successful or otherwise a particular value is. If I go into greater than, click on greater than, you'll see a color already being applied there, and the highlighting indicates that the scores, if you can call it that, the sales figures, are effectively banded. And at the moment the best ones have that sort of red color, middle ones have a sort of pinky color, And then the colours vary as we go to the lower scores. So 321's a rather pinky colour, and then as we go down through the 100 scores, you can see that the colour change there indicates poorer scores. So that's the highlight cells type of rule. Top and bottom rules, we can, for instance, flag what are the top 10 items, what's the top 10%, for example. Now in this case, of course, we've only got 12 scores, so the top 10% would only indicate the very top score. But if I wanted to, say, indicate the top 20%, I'd get 2 scores and so on. Let's now try data bars. Now with data bars, the width of the bars will indicate how good a particular score is. Jason's best score was in April, 506, so it's got the widest bar. His worst score, 108, was in June, so it's got the narrowest bar. And then as you can see, you can choose the colour of the data bars, and also note that apart from the data bars themselves, you can still see the numbers. Another option is to use colour scales, and in this case the colour scales pretty much vary continuously on a range from green, the best score, 506, right through to the darkest red, which is 108, the worst score. And then the fifth option is to use icon sets. Now with icon sets you get icons that indicate, for instance, whether things are getting better or worse. If you want to see the numbers as well, there probably isn't room here, but let me just show you how you can see things deteriorating, evening out, getting better during the course of the year, and so on. We'd need wider columns to see the numbers as well, but you can choose between these directional ones, which show improvements and when things are getting worse, and then you can also choose where you show shapes: green, amber and red shapes, circles, triangles, blocks and so on. And then you have indicators: green, tick, good; amber, not so good; red, cross, bad; and then different coloured flags and so on. And you can see here what a wide range of indicators you have for conditional formatting in Excel 2013. Now what I'm going to use here, I think, are the data bars, and I'm going to choose a green gradient fill. Click on that, and I now have those markers in place, and I can see that for Jason, April was the best month and June was the worst month. Now, having set up a rule, I may well want to change it in future. And one of the things you need to be able to do is to manage all of your conditional formatting rules. So if I click on the conditional formatting button right at the bottom, we have Manage Rules. Now generally speaking, when you open this dialog, you will see the rules that apply to the current selection. Actually at the moment I've got cell A1 selected and I've got no rule on A1, but if you want to see all the rules on the worksheet, click the drop down there, click on this worksheet, and you can see all of the rules that apply on this worksheet. You can pretty much have as many rules as you like, and in fact one cell or range of cells could have several rules applied to it. Now I'm going to demonstrate that to you in just a moment, but first of all what I'm going to do is I'm going to apply the same rule to Martin Dean's scores and to Douglas Gresham's scores and Jenne's and Shinsa Ishikuro, all the people who actually are in Team A. But note that they don't get the rule as a team, so it's not going to mark the top rule for the whole team as the thickest green data bar. Each of them is going to have that for their individual scores. So if one person's scores are generally much higher than the others, the thickness or the wideness of their green bar will relate to their own scores and not the whole team. So I'm going to do that, and I'll join you again in just a moment when I've done that. So now you can see that I have 5 conditional formatting rules set up. I set all of them up in the same way, and each of them applies to one row, one member of Team A's sales figures for the year 2012. Now with any one of these rules I could delete it. There's a delete rule option, and I also have some buttons that I can use to move the rules up or down in the sequence. The reason I might want to move them up or down in the sequence is that I can actually have any number of rules applied to a range, and I may need to stop processing rules after I've found a rule where the condition it imposes is true. So let's take a look at an example of that. I'm now going to create a new rule, but instead of going back to the worksheet and using the approach we used before, I'm going to click on New Rule here. I then choose the rule type, format all cells based on their values, so I'm going to use that approach again. Once again, I'm going to use data bars, and I can now format this and produce pretty much the same effect that I had for the individual team members of Team A. But this time I'm going to apply it to all the members of Team B in one go. Now I'm given an option of solid fill or gradient fill. I'm going to go for gradient fill again. Choose a color. I could go for the same green color, but let's go with that blue color for now. And I'm also going to put a border, and I'm going to choose a pretty similar color, maybe that kind of color for the border. Maybe more that color. Okay, that's fine. And that'll be fine. Click on OK. Now I have to choose the cells to apply it to. Now when you want to choose the range to apply it to, you can type the range in, or if you click on that little icon there that looks like a little spreadsheet on the right, the dialog almost closes up, and you can then drag on the range that you want to apply the rule to. Now the important thing here is that I'm not treating the individual sales team members as individuals. I'm saying that this will draw the bars based on team sales for the whole team. So the members with the most sales will get the widest bars. Then I click back on the equivalent of that icon over there. Note that it's actually put in for me E8, that's that cell, to P12, that's right down there. So that is the whole of the sales team figures for Team B. Click on that, apply, and there is my set of data bars for the whole of Team B treated as one. Now if we look at that in the context of the formatting rules for this worksheet, you can see that new rule is right at the top. Now what I'm going to do is to add another new rule. I'm going to add a rule which basically identifies the top 5 scores for Team B throughout the year. So I'm going to go for rule type, format only top or bottom ranked values, that's that rule type, and I'm going to look for the top 5. Now there's an option here, if I check in that checkbox, to look for percent. So I could say the top 5%, say, of the selected range, and then when I select the range for Team B, it'll give me the top 5% for their scores. But I just want the top 5. And I'm going to format those scores in a particular way to highlight them. So I'm going to click on the Format button here. And I'm going to choose, say, a nice bright blue color, say that nice blue color there, and I'm going to go for bold, say. Now you'll see the significance of that in a moment. And click on OK, and OK again. Now I've got to choose what range to apply that rule to, so I'm going to choose the same range that I chose just now. Click on that, apply, and you can just about see, probably, that the 5 highest scores are flagged in blue. Now, what I'm going to do is to say that within that range, if this rule applies, so if I've found one of those top 5 scores, I want you to stop processing. So I'm going to check the Stop If True button here. Now I'm going to click on Apply. And what you can see is that those top 5 scores, it just so happens that each member of Team B has got one of those top 5 scores. That is, I'm afraid, purely by accident. And I'm then actually also going to go into the second rule. I'm going to edit the second rule, so click on Edit Rule. And I'm going to check the box that says Show Bar Only, which means we won't see the numbers for the others. And now click on OK. Click on Apply. And what you can now see is you can see the width of the bars to get an idea of how strong the sales were for each of the members of Team B in relation to the whole team. But the top 5 scores are actually flagged as top 5 scores. In fact, there are 6 because the 5th place score, 530, happened twice. So in that way, you can apply a rule to a range, you can apply another rule to the same range, and you can say if the first rule is satisfied by a particular cell within that range, stop processing. So don't apply the data bar rule in this case if the top 5 rule is true for a particular cell. Now, of course, when it comes to presenting and interpreting data like this case study 1 data, hopefully you can see from this some of the huge number of possibilities you can get with conditional formatting. So for instance, we could do a top 5 rule or a top 10 rule for all of the salespeople and see, for example, if Team A has more top scores than Team B or vice versa. And that just leaves you with a case study 2 exercise to do. I'd like you with case study 2 to flag any airfares over $300, any accommodation over $175, and any meals over $40. My answer to that is version 11 of case study 2. In this unit, we've looked at conditional formatting in Excel 2013. I've given you an overview of the types of rule, and we've looked at a couple of detailed examples of applying conditional formatting rules and at the tools and techniques for managing those rules. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again. In this unit, I'm going to introduce you to the 3 types of sparkline in Excel 2013. We'll then look at 1 or 2 examples of the use of sparklines. At the beginning of the previous section, I pointed out that when you're dealing with a mass of numbers such as these, it's often quite difficult to present them in a meaningful way. And if you want to get over a particular message or make a particular point, it's actually quite difficult when what you're using is just a huge array of numbers like this. Now, we saw in the previous section how you can use conditional formatting to help with this, where, for example, you can emphasize the best performance or the highest scores. Sparklines are another tool that you can use for this kind of purpose. And one of the strengths of sparklines is to show trends. That's not the only thing you can do with sparklines, but it's certainly one of the things that sparklines are used for most often. And in many ways, they're a more effective way of showing trends than the equivalent use of conditional formatting is. So what I'm going to do first of all is to demonstrate how I can show the trend in Jason Carmichael's scores over the year using sparklines. So having selected Jason Carmichael's scores, now I go to the Insert tab on the ribbon, and there is a group sparklines, and first of all I'm going to select line. There are 3 types of sparklines: line, column and win-loss. So let's start with line. We get the Create Sparklines dialog, and you need to specify 2 things. First of all, which data range are you presenting? Well, in this case it's pre-selected E3 to P3. And where do you want the sparkline to be placed? Well, I'm going to put it in cell Q3. I can just type that in at the moment. So Q3. Click on OK. and the spark line is placed in cell Q3. Now I'm going to make column Q a bit wider. And a spark line is basically a graphic that fits in one cell on a worksheet. And as you can see, the graphic basically is a line diagram showing the progress of Jason's sales over the course of 2012. So you can see the peaks and troughs, and it's a very straightforward way of seeing the pattern of Jason's sales over the year. With this spark line still selected, let's take a look at the second type of spark line, which is the column spark line. Now in this case, the sales in each month of the year are represented as columns, as in a standard column chart or column histogram. One of the things to note about this is that although it's a very straightforward graphic, it can still be formatted in Excel. And in particular, you may notice, for example, that the tallest column here, the one representing the April sale of 506, and the lowest column representing the June sale of 108, they're certainly not in proportion. And the reason that they're not in proportion, I'm going to show you in just a moment. But when you have a sparkline selected, you'll see you have a contextual sparkline tools tab, single tab called Design. And you can go into the design. For instance, there's a whole gallery of styles you can choose from. So if I wanted to choose, say, that style of sparkline, maybe to fit in with the rest of the style of my worksheet, that's absolutely fine. You can also decide to show, for example, the high point, in this case the tallest bar, or the low point, in this case the lowest bar. You could probably just about see that. Now, as I say, there are quite a few formatting options for sparklines, and some of them will make a lot more sense when we look at charting later on in the course. But for the moment, one very important one to look at is, if you look at the group on the Design tab, there is an Axis button. And if I click on that, it gives me access to settings for vertical axis minimum value and vertical axis maximum value. Now, if I were to do a whole set of sparklines for the whole team, which is what I'm going to do in just a moment, then each of them is treated in its own right. So each of them will have its own minimum and its own maximum, because the default setting for these is automatic when you're putting in sparklines. If I wanted to make them manual, I could, for example, either select same for all sparklines, and then as I create any others they'll be the same, or I could put in a custom value. So let's suppose I want to set a custom value here. Let's say I want to set a value of 0. Now you'll see that the heights of those columns are going to be proportionate to the number of sales. And then if I wanted to set a custom maximum value, I know what the maximum is from the previous unit where we looked at the maximum values. I could set that to, say, 600. Maybe that's a little bit high, but let's set it at 600. And I could use the same values for all of the sparklines, and it would be easier to compare them. Now I want to show you something else which is quite important here. With the sparklines still selected, on the Contextual Design tab over on the left there is an Edit Data button. And if you click on the top of the button, the Edit Data button, it brings back up that Edit Sparklines dialog, which gives you the range E3 to P3 and the location where the sparkline is. Actually says $Q $3. That's an absolute reference. I'll explain the dollars to you a little bit later on in the course. But for the moment, just think of that as Q3. Now then, what I'm going to do is to insert a column to the left of column E, because that's where I'm going to put the sparklines next. They don't have to be on the end of a row. I can fit them right in the middle of a row. Now let me select that sparkline again. Let me go into the Design tab again and look at Edit Data again. Automatically, when I do an operation on the worksheet, the range for the data and the range for the sparkline are updated. So all of that still fits. The data are now in F3 to Q3 and the sparkline is in R3. Now what I'm going to do is to change both the data and the sparkline location. And for the data range, instead of F3 to Q3, I'm going to make it F3 to Q12. And I'm just going to type that in. And for the location of the sparkline, I'm going to have a sparkline for each of my salespeople. So the locations are going to be not R3, but they're going to be a range from E3 to E12. Now watch what happens when I click on OK. What I now have is a set of sparklines, and there's one sparkline per salesperson. And if I now, with those sparklines selected, go into the axis drop down again, and this time I'm going to say same for all sparklines. All of those sparklines will now have the same axis values, so it makes it much easier to compare them. Let me just check the height of row 3. It's 36. I'm going to set them all to have that row height. Now let me click somewhere else, and there we have my complete set of sparklines, one per salesperson. Now, having created these sparklines, they're actually in what's called a group because of the way that they were created. And if I click on one of the sparklines in the group, the whole group is selected. So for instance, if I now click on line, they will all be changed into line type sparklines. Let me just put them back to column again. On the Design tab in the Sparkline Tools, in the Group, there is an Ungroup option, and if I click on Ungroup, the sparklines assume individual identities. And if I now click on Line, only the one that was selected at that time becomes a line sparkline. But of course it means that if I wanted to treat them as a group, for example, if I wanted to set them all to have the same minimum maximum or use the same scales, etc., I can no longer do that once I've ungrouped them. One other thing to be aware of is that you can't just delete a sparkline just by clicking on it and then pressing the delete key or something like that. To clear a sparkline, again go to the group, there's a clear button, and there is clear selected sparklines or clear selected sparkline groups. So if I say clear selected sparklines, only the top one goes because that's the only one that I had selected. I no longer have a group. I could go through them, do them individually, or if I still had them as a group, of course I could use the clear selected group option. Now the final point to mention about sparklines is the third type, the win-loss sparkline. Now this win-loss group only really works with positive, 0 and negative numbers. And what I'm going to do here is to show you a very simple example of a win-loss sparkline. Now for a very simple example of a win-loss sparkline, what I have here is some history of a particular stock over time, and the change on the day, which will be a positive number on a good day, negative number on a bad day, 0 if the stock doesn't change on that day. We're going to represent those in a win-loss sparkline. Now with a win-loss sparkline, all that matters is whether something is positive, 0 or negative. The actual values don't matter. So if I select that range and then go to Insert and then Win-Loss, I'm going to put the sparkline in cell C3, click on OK, and you can see, pretty straightforward, there's one day with a 0, but other than that, where there's a loss, it shows a red block, where there's a gain, it shows a blue block. So that's a win-loss sparkline. In this unit, I've introduced you to sparklines and shown you the 3 different types of sparkline. I've shown you how to customize those and change the options, and also how to group and ungroup them, and how to delete sparklines. That's it for this section. Please join me in the next one. Welcome back. In this unit we're going to look at named ranges in Excel 2013. We'll see how to define a named range, and I'll explain what the scope of a named range is. We'll then see the various changes that you can make to a named range and the general aspects of managing named ranges, including deleting them. Now, the first thing I'd like to point out in relation to named ranges is that that's the term that's used in the syllabus for this course, and that's the term I'm going to use frequently in the course to refer to named ranges. But really, I think a more accurate term is the term that some people use, which is range names. Because what we're looking at in this unit is how to name a range of cells, how to manage the names that you've given to ranges of cells, and how to use those names. Now, in order to demonstrate range names, what I'm going to do is to use this partial line of sales data for Jason Carmichael for the year 2012. And with this range of data, I've got two analysis or presentation tools on this same worksheet. First of all, I have a spark line here in D3, and over here in Q3 I have the average of the sales so far in the year. That's up to and including the sales for September 2012. Now, if you look at the cell Q3, it actually uses a function, and we haven't looked at formulae and functions yet. We're going to come to those in a later unit, but this one's pretty straightforward and you'll be able to see at a moment what it does. The average function gives the average for the range of cells, in this case from E3 to M3. So E3 is the January sales figure, M3 is the September sales figure, and if you average those you get 286. The spark line, if I click on that, I see the Sparkline tools. There's the design tab for the Sparkline. If I click on the edit data button, as we saw before, I can see that the data range for the Sparkline is also E3 to M3. Now, given that I've got two things that are referring to this range from E3 to M3, when I get the October figures in, when I've got a number I can put into N3, I'm going to have to go into that formula to include N3 in that formula, and I'm going to need to go to the Sparkline definition and change that definition in the dialog box to include cell N3 in the data used in the Sparkline. But there is an alternative to that, and that is to give the range of Jason's sales a name. Something like Jason Carmichael 2012 sales, something like that. And to use the name in the formula and the name when I make the Sparkline instead. And then all I have to do when I get the October figures in is to change the definition of that name. Instead of saying it's the sales from January to September, I say it's the sales from January to October, and by just changing the definition of the name, my average will work and my Sparkline will work for each subsequent month. So that's what we're going to begin with in this unit. So let's define a name for the sales for Jason Carmichael. If you go to the Formulas tab, in the Defined Names group, there is a Define Name button. Click on Define Name. It brings up the New Name dialog that enables us to define a new name. Now, first of all, you need to come up with a name. As far as possible, what Excel 2013 will do will be to use information about the current selection to suggest a name. It's actually done quite well here, because although I've got completely the wrong cell selected, I've actually got D3 selected. It looks for something that might be a heading and tries to use some or all of that to form a name. Now, in this case, I'm not quite happy with the name Jason Carmichael. I'm going to actually adapt it a little. So I think that's a better name, Carmichael Jason 2012 sales. It says specifically the name of the salesperson, the year to which the name refers, and the type of information, that sales information. Now we look at scope. Now, the options for scope are either the current workbook, which means that I could refer to this range on any sheet anywhere in this workbook, or I can restrict the scope so that I can only refer to it on the current sheet. Now, if you restrict the scope to the current sheet, obviously you won't be able to refer to it elsewhere. I've got no real reason on this occasion to restrict it to the current sheet, so I'm going to say that these sales figures are going to be usable anywhere in the workbook. You might argue, well, you've only got one sheet anyway, but this workbook may well be extended into other sheets, and I've got no reason to restrict it, as I said, so let's stick with the scope being the workbook, and I'll be able to use this name anywhere. Now, if you want to put a comment in here to remind yourself about something about this name, some reason you've done what you've done, or perhaps some information about how you expect it to vary over time, etc., you can put it in this comments box here. But the most important setting that remains is right down the bottom here, and that is to actually put in the range that we refer to with this name. Now, in this range definition here, this is a much more complete type of range definition, because it includes the worksheet name. Given that we can use a range anywhere in a workbook on any sheet, and we may well restrict the scope to the current worksheet, when we put in a range definition, we will put in the name of the worksheet that the range is on. Now, in this case, the name of the sheet is sheet 1, and the first part of a range definition is normally the name of the worksheet. That's then followed by an exclamation mark, what IT people often refer to as a bang, so it's sheet 1 bang, and then we have the range itself. Now, this currently says D3, and that's definitely not the range of Jason's sales, that's actually where the spark line is. So I'm going to use that little icon there as usual, click on that, select what I actually mean, click on the little icon again, and now you can see that my range has been corrected to say sheet 1 bang E3 to M3. So that means that I can now refer to that range as Carmichael Jason 2012 sales. Click on OK, and that definition is in place. So let's now use that name in the two situations that the range is currently used. Let's start with the average figure. I'm going to go into that average of E3 to M3. I'm going to delete that range, and I'm going to type a letter C, and you'll see at the top of the list there the name Carmichael Jason 2012 sales. If I had other names beginning with the letter C, I'd see a list of them here, and I could either select from the list, or perhaps I could type in the second letter of the name, but one way or another I need to find the correct name here. I can put that in, double click, check it, and there we are. My definition is now in terms of the name. Now let's look at the sparkline definition. Select the sparkline, go to the Design tab. We could use the top half of the Edit Data button. If you use the bottom half, one of the options there is Edit Single Sparklines Data. And this gives you a smaller dialog that just has the data defined on it, E3 to M3. Now I could type in there the name, but I'm not going to. Instead of that, I'm going to click on that icon as usual. And watch what happens now if I drag over with the mouse down to select the correct range. Watch what happens at the end. It actually substitutes automatically the name. So all I then have to do is to hit the Enter key, click on OK, and my sparkline is now defined in terms of the name rather than the cell range itself. Now for the all-important change. Let's suppose now that I've got the October figures in, and the October sales for Jason, that's 119. I've entered 119 in N3. Obviously it doesn't affect the average or the sparkline. But if I now go to the Formulas tab, one of the options there is Name Manager. If I click on Name Manager, it shows me a list of all my defined names. Now I've only got one defined name, that's it. If I go into Edit, I can edit that name. Now I can either change the name of the name if I want to, or I can change the range that it refers to. Now I only have one change to make, and that's to change M3 there to be N3. Now when I click on OK, I want you to look carefully at the average, which currently says 286, and the sparkline when I click on OK. And close the name manager. And you can see that I've got an extra little tail going down on the sparkline, and my average sale for Jason for 2012 has gone down to 269. So you can see there how the name has basically enabled us to do two jobs in one. And of course in a complex workbook where you're using a name for fundamental important data, you may be using that name in dozens of places throughout the workbook, and you can just imagine how much work you will have saved yourself by using a name. Now just a couple of other things now to tell you in terms of names. Let's go back into the name manager. And you saw there the edit option. There is also a delete option. Note, it's very important, and one of the reasons why I don't particularly like calling these named ranges and prefer to call them range names. When you do a delete, you're not deleting the range, you're not deleting anything in the cells, you're just deleting that name. Another thing to bear in mind about the name manager is that if all you want to do is the sort of thing that we did just now and change the range to which a name refers, you can do that in the name manager using this box at the bottom here, and it's got that little icon at the right where you can define a range by selection on the sheet. You have a new button in the name manager which enables you to create a new name. Excel 2013 will try to give it a name based on the selection you've made, but of course you can define your own name if you want to, and it will also try to work out what the range is, normally the selection that you currently have, but again you can change that as required. Now one other thing I'd like to tell you about in relation to delete is this. If you have a defined name, such as this one, Carmichael Jason 2012 sales, and of course it refers to a defined range of cells, if you delete some of those cells, Excel 2013 doesn't update the name for you. In fact, if I deleted some of the cells that are currently in the range whose name is Carmichael Jason 2012 sales, next time I looked at the name manager and looked at Carmichael Jason etc., I would see an error. It would actually give me an error message saying that it's an incorrect definition. So adding cells, as we did just now, to a range, you need to go in and amend the definition of the name. But if you delete some cells, it doesn't automatically update anything for you. You just create an error for yourself. And there's one other thing about names that I mentioned very much earlier on, I said I'd come back to. Let's suppose that I've got the cursor down in the cell B13. On the Home tab, on the Find and Select menu, you may remember Go To, and one of the Go To options is Go To a Name. And if I selected this name here and clicked on Go To, it actually takes me to and selects the range whose name is Carmichael Jason etc. In this unit we've looked at named ranges. I've shown you how to define a named range and what the significance of the scope is. We've also seen how to change the definition of a name. We've then looked at managing named ranges, including creating new ones and deleting them. That's the end of this unit. I look forward to seeing you in the next one. Welcome back. In this unit we're going to continue looking at ordering and grouping cells and ranges in Excel 2013. First of all we'll see how to apply subtotals, and then I'll show you how to create an outline including the use of grouping and ungrouping. Quite a bit earlier on in the course I mentioned that we may have sales data for many team members, and it may be really useful to have all of that sales data on one sheet. At the moment I've got the data here for just two teams. Once you get very large quantities of data onto a worksheet, although it's very useful to have it all in one place, it can be a bit overwhelming, and sometimes you want to be able to perhaps take a broader view of the data on the sheet. One of the approaches for doing that is to use outlining, and I'm going to demonstrate outlining to you now using case study 1. Now, case study 1's data is pretty straightforward at the moment. We have 2 teams. Each team has 5 salespeople in it, and we have 12 months of sales data from the year 2012. Now, what I want to do is to first of all create an outline where I'm going to separate out the 2 teams in a sense and make it possible to look at either team's data separately in a very straightforward way. And once you've seen that, I'm sure you'll be able to see how that could be extended to any number of teams. Now, in order to do that, we're going to start by putting in some subtotals. The members of Team A, the 5 people, each have a number of sales in January, and I'm going to put a subtotal in for each month of the year for just the Team A members and separately for just the Team B members, and then perhaps put a grand total in as well. But one very useful feature of Excel 2013 is that the process of putting subtotals in can be very highly automated, provided you have certain types of pattern in your data. Now, the data here is not quite right for this sort of thing yet, and so what I'm going to show you now in this particular example is how to give the data the kind of structure that will make that outlining very straightforward. Now, one thing that's very helpful when it comes to outlining, as you'll see, is that if you are going to put groups of rows together, which is what we're going to do here, we're going to have the 5 rows for Team A as one part of an outline and the 5 rows for Team B as another part of an outline. You really want to be able to see where the change of teams occurs. So what I'm going to do is basically to split the merge cell with Team A in it. So on the Home tab, Merge and Center button, I'm going to say Unmerge Cells, and instead of their current content, I'm going to put A in each cell. Then I'm going to do the same for B. And now what I'm going to do is to select all of the data, that's from A2, I don't need the year for this, right down to P12. And then on the Data tab, there is an outline group, and one of the options in the outline group is Subtotal. And that brings up the Subtotal dialog. Now, the contents of the subtotal dialog are very important, and the first thing to note is it tells you where it will put a subtotal, and by default it says it will put a subtotal at each change in column A. Now, if you look at column A, that's where we've got the team letters. Doesn't matter that that letter is lying on its side, that's only a presentation aspect. The letter in the cell A3 is A. The letter in cell A4 is A. The fact that they're lying on the side is purely down to formatting, not to content. So wherever column A contents changes, I want you to insert a subtotal. So I'll get a subtotal for A, I'll get a subtotal for B. Now I get a choice of which sort of subtotal function I'd like. Do I want a sum? Do I want a count? Well, the count will always be 5 in this case because there are 5 people in each team. Do I want the average number of sales, the maximum number, the minimum number, etc.? I'm going to go for sum on this occasion. And the next question is, what would you like subtotaled? By default, it's going to subtotal the December figures. In fact, what I want it to do is to subtotal every month for me, right back to January. Do you want to replace current subtotals? Well, there aren't any at the moment, but if there were, I would say yes. Won't do any harm to leave that in saying yes. And do I want a summary below the data? Yes, I do. I could put in a page break, which would be great if I wanted to print this out afterwards. For the moment, I'm going to leave that box unchecked. Click on OK. And as if by magic, what we've now got is for Team A, note how Excel 2013 has put a new row in, and it's put a subtotal for each month for the members of Team A. It's put a subtotal for each month for the members of Team B, and it's got an overall total for each month for the total for both teams. So I think that's pretty good. That saved me quite a lot of work. But now let's look at the outline element of what's just happened. If you look to the left of the main body of the worksheet, you can see the outline controls numbered 1 to 3. If you look at the level 2 outline, there's a minus sign there, a collapse button. If I click on that, watch what happens to Team A. You see that Team A is collapsed. You can see there's a team there because the plus sign indicates that there's something that you could expand. But all the detail of the team is collapsed. All you can see are the team totals. And further down, of course, there's the same for Team B. So at the next level of outline above the individual salespeople, you have the teams. And at the very top level, this is level 1, you have the total for the whole of the sales force, Team A and TB. And of course I can collapse that down and just see my overall grand totals. So in putting those subtotals in, we've also done a very highly automated outlining job. And if I, for instance, wanted to start with the grand total, expand out and see the totals for the two teams, and then say, oh well, it's Team A that I'm interested in, let me just expand Team A, I can just look at the detail for Team A. The next thing I want to show you in this unit is how to achieve outlining using grouping and ungrouping without subtotals. So in order to do this, I'm going to remove row A, the one that just tells us the year is 2012. In fact, what I think I'm going to do here is I'm going to rename this sheet, make it a little bit easier. I'm going to change the name to 2012 monthly sales, remove the first row, and now what I'm going to do is to select, say, the first quarter of months, the first 3 months, and then on the data tab in the outline group, I'm going to click on group. And if I group those, what will happen is that group gets an expand and collapse button, and I can collapse it or expand it. And at any time I can use the ungroup button to either just ungroup that particular group or to clear the outline. On this occasion I'm just going to ungroup. But I could also produce a more useful outline on the columns, and provided that I give Excel 2013 a little bit of help, it's going to make short work of that for me as well. Let's suppose that I insert a column between March and April, and I'm going to call that column Q1. That's quarter 1. And in H3 I'm going to put the sum of E3 colon G3. So that's the sum of the figures for January to March for Jason Carmichael. That gives me a figure of 854 sales. Now if I select down to the bottom of the column, down to grand total, I could actually do an autofill, and it will autofill that formula down to the bottom of this column. Now I can either do that using the command from the ribbon, or I can use a keyboard shortcut, Control D, D for down. Control D will autofill that down, and if you choose any cell in that column, this one for instance, H11, its formula is the sum of E11 colon G11, E11 to G11. So the sum in each case is adapted to suit the row that it appears on. Now let me do the same for Q2. And in fact, if I were to copy, Control C, just H3, which is the sum of E3 to G3, and paste in there with Control V, I would get the formula, the sum of I3 to K3, that's April to June. And again, I can use Control D to fill down. Another insert, this is Q3, copy, paste, fill down, and now I'm actually going to copy column P, including the heading, all of it, and I'm going to copy it to column T and change the Q at the top to say Q4, and I have quarters for all of the year 2012. And now let me select all of those, and on the Data tab in the Outline group button, click on Auto Outline. Watch what happens. It automatically creates a column outline for me, and if I collapse these, I can see the quarter totals. Now at the moment I don't have a grand total there. I could put in a grand total, which will be the sum of those 4 cells in the case of Jason Carmichael, and then I could do an auto fill down to create the others, of course. So I've now got a pretty good outline of my information, including a breakdown by quarter and a breakdown by team. And of course this principle can be extended to a very large number of levels of outline. Now I've just got a couple of other things to point out here. One of them is that in the first part of this exercise, the way that we achieved the outline for the rows was by the use of a cell where a change in a value in that cell, in this case the cell in column A, indicated that Excel 2013 should insert an automatic subtotal. That is one approach to outlining. When we were doing the columns, we used the other approach to outlining, which was we actually put the subtotals in manually for each of the quarters. And Excel can recognize where we have subtotal fields of that type, and it will use those as its guide to how to construct an outline. So both of those are perfectly feasible and reasonable ways of doing outlining in Excel 2013. The final thing I'd like to do here is just to click on the Ungroup button here and click Clear Outline. And as you can see, everything is back to the way that it was. In this unit we've looked at applying subtotals in Excel 2013. We've also seen how to create an outline, both by the use of subtitles, either automatically generated or manually inserted, and by the use of grouping and ungrouping. That's it for this unit. Please join me in the next one. Hello and welcome back. In this unit we're going to look at creating tables in Excel 2013. We'll look at how to move between using tables and ranges, and how to add and remove cells within tables, and in particular insert and delete rows and columns. Now before we get into the detail of this unit, I'd just like to remind you about something. Right near the beginning of the course, I pointed you at a page on Microsoft.com with details of the Excel 2013 77420 exam. And I also pointed out that within those details you will normally see a list of skills measured, and I've currently opened this list at Create Tables. And this basically indicates the sequence of the units that I'm going to be covering from now on tables. Just below that part of the list of skills, there are some preparation resources, and each of these is a link to some help, either in the form of pretty straightforward help or in the form of a straightforward tutorial available from Microsoft.com. And as I pointed out to you right near the beginning, I do suggest that you get into the habit of looking at all of those. There have of course been some of those already for the earlier parts of the course. Generally speaking, they don't go into as much detail as I do, but they do give a different outlook, and they are links to official Microsoft information. So I do really encourage you to take a look at each of those alongside working through the course with me. When you're working on data in Excel 2013, you're generally working in two dimensions with rows and columns. And if you look at the data that I've got here, it's got straightforward information about 10 African countries, and I can look up, for instance, the population of Nigeria or the official language of Libya quite easily. These are the sort of things you would do with a database, and in fact you can use Excel as a very straightforward flat file type of database. And generally speaking, one of the most straightforward ways of doing this is to convert this data into a table. And what we're going to look at in this unit and the next couple is how to use tables in Excel 2013. Now, bearing in mind that you may not be particularly familiar with databases, let me explain the basic principle of what we're going to do here. Each row here represents an entity, a country, and the first country here is Egypt. And we have certain attributes: what the main religion in Egypt is, what the official language, there may be many official languages, but this is the language that is spoken most commonly. We have a rounded figure for the millions of people in the population, and then we have a rounded to the nearest $100 GDP per person. These attributes of Egypt, these fields, correspond to the columns in our worksheet. And when we turn this range of data into a table, each column in the table will be an attribute or a field, and each row will be a record. So we'll have a row for Egypt and a row for Algeria and a row for Morocco and so on. In order to make this work best, what you really need is to have a heading on every column. So I'm going to put a heading of country at the top there. The formatting really doesn't matter for reasons that will become apparent in a moment. But just to avoid confusion, what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy the formatting of B1 using the format painter to A1, and then I'm going to clear the formatting on these countries. I don't want to imply that these country names are some sort of heading. They're just another feature of each of the countries. So the name of Egypt, which is Egypt, is just one of its attributes, one of its fields. So I'm going to clear the formatting, and then I'll just put the font size back to 14. And I have something now that's a bit more representative of what will become our database. Having set up the data, I'm now going to create a table. So first of all, select the data that I want to use. Then on the Insert tab, click on Table, and I see the Create Table dialog. In the Create Table dialog, first question, where is the data for your table? Well, the range is shown A1 to E11, that's correct, so I don't need to change that. If I hadn't made the correct selection beforehand, obviously I could change that now. And the other important point there is that at the top of each column I have a header, which basically is the name for each column, for each field, for each attribute. That's ticked to show that my table has headed. Click on OK, and my table is created. Now when the table is created, a number of things happen, and one of them is that you have a contextual design tab. It's marked up here as Table Tools, and you can use the commands on this tab to do a number of things to a table, and we're going to look at a couple of those in just a moment. Now before we do some more work on that table, I'd like to show you an alternative way of creating a table, and in this case we're going to start from scratch with an empty table basically. Now a table doesn't have to be on its own on a worksheet, it doesn't have to be the only thing on a worksheet, it doesn't need to start in cell A1 or anything like that. You can put tables pretty much anywhere. If I select a single cell, I've selected B16, click on Insert Table, I still get the Create Table dialog. It's got a single cell selected, B16, and it can't see any sign of a header, so it hasn't checked the box My Table Has Headers. But when I click on OK, the minimum requirement for a table is actually for it to occupy 2 cells, because it needs a cell to hold some data, in this case B17, and it will always have a column heading shown when you create a table, which is what I've got here. Now having created that table, I have an option to resize the table. If you look in the Properties group to the left of the Design Contextual tab, Resize Table will let me select a different range, or in fact I can resize it by just dragging it out. So for instance, if I want to make it taller, or if I want to make it wider, I can build it up to any size that I like, and then I can subsequently type data in, change the names on the columns and so on. So you can start a table from scratch in that way. So back to our original table now. On the Design tab, one of the things that you can do is to rename a table. A table is given a default name, which is normally table followed by a number. You can see the name in the Properties group on the left on the Design tab. I'm going to call this one African Demographics. And I can now refer to that table from elsewhere by that name. Now let's look at how we can make some changes to a table once we've created it. You can certainly use a sizing handle to change the size by dragging, but you also have commands to insert columns, insert rows, and delete columns and rows as well. If I wanted to insert a column to the left of column E, if I select column E, right click, click on Insert, I get a new blank column. If I then want to change the heading on that before I put the corresponding data in, if you select the column heading, you can change the column heading either by typing directly in the cell or by using the formula bar. To insert 2 columns, I select 2 columns, and the newly inserted ones will be inserted to the left of the selection. So right click, click on Insert, I have 2 new columns. I'll just, as usual, do an undo there. And if I want a column at the right hand end, so in what is currently column F on the worksheet, all I need to do is to type a heading in here. So let's suppose I wanted to put in here, once I've typed my heading in, if I press the Enter key, then automatically, provided I've typed in the header cell there, Excel 2013 gives me an additional column at the right hand end of my table. Now I'm sure you won't be surprised to learn that as far as rows are concerned, there are no big surprises. If you wanted to insert a row, say above row 7, select row 7, right click, Insert, you get a blank row above. Obviously if I'd selected more than one, I'd get more than one inserted above. And to get a row at the end, it works pretty much the same it does with a lot of components of Office 2013. If you select, say, the cell F11, put the cursor in there, press the Tab key, you get a new row at the end. And incidentally, in terms of adding a row at the end, an alternative is to just type in the first cell of the row beyond the bottom of the table. As soon as you press the Tab key, the row that you've just typed into becomes a row within the table, and the table is extended accordingly. When it comes to moving things, you need to be a little bit careful. Supposing I wanted to put Libya up before Morocco. If I cut Libya, so having selected the row, I click on Cut, and then select Morocco and think I'm going to insert Libya before Morocco. If you just do a paste, so that's Control V, it actually overwrites Morocco and you've lost it. So let me undo that. Let me go back and cut Libya again. If instead of doing that paste, when I right click on Morocco, I do insert cut cells, then what it does is to do a proper insert. So Libya goes in before Morocco and the space left by Libya is filled by everything else moving down. So you need to use the insert cut cells command for that to work correctly. Again, if I right click on Angola and do cut, if you go to the Home tab in the Cells group, one of the options on the drop down there is Insert Cut Cells. Insert Cut Cells is very important in Excel 2013 because it does a move. It actually moves whatever it is that's in the way out of the way rather than overwriting it, deleting it. And when it comes to moving columns, pretty much the same principles apply. I'll leave you to experiment with that. If you need to delete a row or column, that's pretty straightforward. If you select the row or rows, right click, there is a delete option. Select the column or columns, right click, there is a delete option there as well. And as with just about everything else in Excel 2013, it's always good to look around for those other options, those other ways of doing things. If you have a single cell selected in a table and right click, there are quite a few things on the contextual menu. For instance, on the insert you have a flyout, insert table columns to the left or table rows above, so you can do either with a single cell selected. And with delete, you can say delete table columns or delete table rows. So make sure to have a good look around at what all of the various options are when you've got a particular selection within Excel. Now there are just a couple of other things to quickly point out to you. One of them is that if you've got a table in Excel, it's very straightforward to convert it back to being a range again. If you right click within the table, and there is a table menu, and one of the options on the table menu is convert to range. And if I click on convert to range, I get a confirmation question. I click on yes, and everything is just back to being a range again. Its existence as a table is gone. I've got a cell selected inside here, and as you can see, I've no longer got the contextual tab because it's no longer a table. And one thing that I didn't point out earlier on, but which is also well worth knowing about, if you have a range, which I now have, on the Home tab in the Styles group there is a Format as Table option, and this will also convert the range to a table just as we did before, but it enables us to do it in a formatted way, so we could choose from a gallery of formats. Let's click on Format as Table, and you can choose from a very large gallery of table styles. We'll be looking at the styles in a little bit more detail in a moment, but let's choose one of those now. Let's choose, say, that one. Confirm the range, table as headers, etc. Click on OK. Now we have a table which is formatted according to one of the gallery styles. Not a particularly good one, I would say, because you can barely see some of the numbers on the background. But that's converting a range to a formatted table. So your next exercise, I'd like you to take case study 2 version 11, remove row 1, the one with mileage written in it. We think we know what we mean by miles and cost as the headings columns G and column H, and I want you to convert the resulting range to a table. So clearly the actual dates will be attributes on the table, fields on the table, description of expense, entries like travel to Bourne & Co, lunch with Matthews, they will be attributes of the table as well. And the various fields of the table include airfare, meals and miscellaneous. And my answer to that is version 12 of case study 2. In this unit we've looked at how to create tables in Excel 2013. We've seen how to turn a range into a table and a table back into a range again. And we've also seen how to add, move and delete cells, columns and rows within tables. That's the end of this unit. Please join me for the next one. Hello again. In this unit we're going to look at some of the ways in which you can modify a table. We'll see how to apply styles to tables and how to band rows and columns. We'll also look at how to insert total rows in a table. And finally, I'll show you how to remove styles from tables. In the previous unit we took this kind of African demographic data and we turned it into a table. Here's the range selected. Click on Insert, click on Table, click on Create Table, and I have a table created. Now if I want to see that style, I need to click away from the table for a moment and you can see more clearly the features of the style. The style will be based on the prevailing theme for the worksheet and will include features like the font that's used, the borders if any, and the fill colours. If I wanted to change the style for this particular table, all I need to do is to click somewhere within the table and then on the Table Tools Design tab there is a Table Styles gallery over here on the right, and if I click on More, which I'm going to do in just a moment, you'll see the available styles. Now you may also recall that in the previous unit I showed you how you can create a table directly using a button on the Home tab which is Format as Table, and with the Format as Table button you get this same gallery of styles. So that's an alternative approach to achieving the same effect. But let's go back to the Design tab now. Let's click on More for the gallery and let's do a bit of previewing of some of these table styles. Now of course as I hover over the light styles you can see that they are light. In fact the colour scheme's very light and generally speaking there's not very much by way of dark fill colours and thick borders. When you move around to the medium styles then you get styles that feature more colour, more intense colours, and finally down in the dark colours you can get some really quite deep and rich colours. Let's choose one of those table styles. This one's called Dark 3 and let's take a look at that style. Now as a general rule the header row is formatted in such a way that it contrasts with the rest of the table. And the headers themselves, here we've got country, main religion and so on, although they just look as though they're titles on the columns, they're also used to reference the columns and fields in various formulae. So the titles, the header content, is actually very important in a table in Excel 2013. Another thing which is very important is this set of table style options. And these are operated by a set of checkboxes. We have a banded rows checkbox checked. If I uncheck it, you'll see what that does. The rows are no longer banded. The banding of rows is very often useful for reading across, but it also has quite a good stylistic effect. And you can also band the columns in Excel 2013 by checking that box there. You can also band the first column, sometimes useful as in this case where the name of the country has a particular significance, although as I said in the previous unit it is only one of the attributes of the country as far as Excel is concerned. And you can also band the last column, which may also have a special purpose as well. In the top right of that group of checkboxes there is a filter button checkbox. If I uncheck that, you'll lose that set of filter buttons. We're going to talk about those filter buttons in the next unit. You can also switch off the header row if you want to. And finally, there is a very important total row, and we're going to look at this total row next, but let me just check it to switch it on first. Now what happens with this total row is that Excel 2013 rather helpfully gives you a facility at the bottom of each column to pretty much automatically put in a total or an average or a maximum or minimum, some other statistic for the values in that column. This is really intended for numeric content columns, so things like GDP per person, population, area, and it's not really useful for the official language column or the main religion column or the country column. And in fact, what it's done by default here is to put in a total for that final column, which is not really appropriate either. The final column is the gross domestic product per person in each of those countries, and for the 10 African countries in this table, adding those GDPs together per person is a pretty much meaningless calculation. If I click within the cell, I get a little drop down on the right here, and the drop down on the right gives me access to the functions that I can choose between for that bottom cell. And one of the functions I can choose is none. So if I wanted to keep that bottom cell empty, I just select none. A total of GDP per person would be meaningless, but what about an average GDP for those 10 countries? That might be more interesting and useful. What's the average GDP per person for those 10 countries? What about putting in the maximum? Or indeed, what about putting in the minimum? And what about a count? Well, I know the count's going to be 10, but the count would be 10 for any of these columns. So maybe what I'll do at the moment is I'll leave that one blank and I'll move on to the next column, which is population. Now, a total population for those 10 countries might be useful. So let's choose a sum population, 492 million. And then finally, let me go into the area column, and I'm going to put a sum in there as well to show the total area of those 10 countries, 12.3 million square kilometers. So that's how to use the totals row. And just one other thing here, don't forget, if you're not inside a table, you won't see the Table Tools Design tab. If you click anywhere within a table so that you get that Design tab, click on the Design tab, go to Table Styles again, click on the More button to bring up the gallery, and right at the bottom there is a Clear button which will clear the table style. Click on Clear, and you still have a table, but basically all of the formatting has been cleared from it. In this unit you've seen how to apply styles to tables, including how to band rows and columns. I've also shown you how to insert and set up a total row. And finally we saw how to clear styles from tables. Hello and welcome back. In this unit we're going to look at filtering and sorting in tables. We'll look at how to filter records and how to sort data on multiple columns and on how to change sort order. And finally we'll have a look at removing duplicates from a table. We're looking at the table which has got some demographic information about 10 African countries. And we're going to use this to demonstrate filtering of a table in Excel 2013. In this case we're looking at all 10 of the records in our table, our little flat database, and if I wanted to look at particular records I could select them by using filtering. Now, filtering on 10 records of course is not as useful as it would be on filtering say 1,000 or 1,000,000 records, but the principles are exactly the same and it's a lot easier to follow what's going on when you're only dealing with 10 records. Let's take an example of a very simple filter. The filter buttons are automatically placed at the top of each column, and I'm going to filter first on official language. If I click on the drop down to the right of the heading there, official language, there is a list of all of the languages that are available in the table. You can see that select all is checked and that all of the 5 languages that feature are checked. Let me uncheck select all and let me just check Arabic. Having selected Arabic, what I've said there is only show me the countries where the official language or the primary official language is Arabic. Click on OK, and there are 4 countries in which the primary official language is Arabic. Note that when the filter's been applied, the icon on the button changes from a simple arrow to a little filter symbol. Now let me click on that filter symbol again, and at any time, if I want to clear the filter, there is a clear filter option. So let me choose clear filter, and I'm back to the full data set again. Let me go back into official language again. Again, I'm going to deselect them all, and I'm going to say Afrikaans or Arabic. So I'm now selecting 2 options, click on OK, and I find that I have 5 countries where the primary official language is Afrikaans or Arabic. Now the official language here is basically a text field, and if I go into that filter one more time, instead of selecting which of the 5 available values I want, if I go to text filters, I can use one of the more sophisticated text filters. Let's use contains. And let's say that I want to filter based on the fact that the official language contains, say, the letter G, or it contains the letter H. It's a very strange filter, but there's no reason I shouldn't do that. Official languages that contain either G or H. Click on OK, and there we are. Now with that filter still in place, I'm going to turn my attention to one of the numeric filters. I'm going to apply a filter to the GDP per person column. So I click on the filter button. This time it displays options for number filters as well as the list of all the specific values that I have. The number filter I'm going to apply in this case is greater than, and I'm going to say that I want GDP per person to be greater than $4,000. That will be. So click on OK. And there we are. There are 2 countries where the official language contains the letter G or the letter H, and where the GDP per person is over $4,000. So there I've used multiple filters. So I've removed those filters. Let's now have a look at sorting. Click anywhere within the table, and on the Home tab in the Editing group on the right there is a Sort and Filter button. From the Sort and Filter button you have access to 2 very straightforward sorts. Then you also have access to a custom sort. We'll look at the custom sort in just a moment. Let's just start with some straightforward options. If I were to choose the main religion here, the heading on the column, or anywhere else in the column, and click on Sort and Filter, and then click on Sort A to Z, then all of the countries are sorted in alphabetical order of main religion. If I sort within the area column, that's column D, Sort and Filter, smallest to largest or largest to smallest, let's do largest to smallest, then the whole table is sorted with the country with the largest area at the beginning. So that's a very straightforward way of sorting this table simply on one column. If you wanted to sort it on more than one column, then you need to go into the Custom Sort option here, which brings up the Sort dialog. And basically what happens with the Sort dialog is that you work on the principle of levels. So let's suppose that the first level I want to sort on is going to be the official language. So let's choose official language, and we're going to sort it in alphabetical ascending order, so that's A to Z. And then if having sorted it by language, I want to sort it by GDP per person, I click on Add Level, choose GDP per person, and let's say I'm going to go smallest to largest. Notice one of the other important options in this dialog is that one, My Data Has Headers. This is the default, and obviously in this case this data does have headers, so we're not going to sort the very top row, and of course Excel realizes that the bottom row is a total row. So we've got official language in ascending alphabetical order, and then GDP per person from smallest to largest. Click on OK. So we have Afrikaans, South Africa, $11,500, and then we have 4 countries where the official language is Arabic, and for them they are sorted into ascending order of GDP per person. So that's how you sort on multiple columns. And of course, if I wanted to change the sort order, it's pretty straightforward. Just go into the custom sort again. I'll see my custom sort defined, and if I say wanted to add a level or delete a level, say I wanted to delete that level, delete, add a new one. I want to sort on area largest to smallest, for example. You can actually sort not just on values, but you can sort on various properties of formatting, for instance cell color or font color. That might sound a little bit unlikely. You might think, well, why the heck would you want to do that? Well, the point about it is that, for instance, if you were using conditional formatting, cell color may be part of the information that you have about a particular row in the table, a particular record. And it may be that sorting by cell color gives you the best sort order for your purposes. In the examples here, though, we're only sorting by value, so I've changed this now to sort by official language ascending and then area descending, largest to smallest. Click on OK, and now the table is sorted on official language, Afrikaans, then Arabic, then English, French, Portuguese, and where 2 or more countries have the same main official language, such as the 4 countries where Arabic is the main official language, they are sorted in descending order of area. So 2.4 million square kilometers, 1.8, 1.0, 0.5. The last thing I'm going to look at in this unit is something that's a real nuisance for people who have to look after large quantities of data, and that is where you have duplicates. Let's suppose that instead of just having about 10 countries in this table, I've got 50 or 60. Or maybe if this table were not a table with a list of countries, but the names of the people that live in those countries, where I have many millions of names, how do I find duplicates? Sometimes finding duplicates is easy. Let's suppose that I sorted this table on country. So I go to the sort and filter, sort A to Z, and I find 2 Egypts. Then I can immediately say, oh, hang on, that's a duplicate. I'll delete one of those, click on delete, and it's gone. But sometimes the problem with duplicates is that there is some slight difference. There is something which makes it more difficult to see that you've got a duplicate. Now what I've done here, rather artificially I admit, is that I have entered a country called Democratic Republic of Congo, and I already had one DR of Congo, and if I just sorted them, or if I just looked for the same country, I wouldn't necessarily find them. However, all of the other information is the same, and sometimes when you're looking for duplicates, what you really want to do is not so much look for things where one field is exactly the same, but where a lot of information is similar. A very good example of this that happens a lot is where you have something like a telephone directory, and you maybe have got somebody in as John Doe with their address and their phone number, and elsewhere you've got it in as J Doe, or perhaps somebody spelt John with or without an H. So there's some difference that stops you recognizing the duplicate name. So I've been trying to make sure that I don't have any duplicate countries in the table. I found the duplicate Egypt. But there is another duplicate, but I can't find it just by looking at country. So the next thing I might say is, okay, I definitely haven't got a duplicate country, but what if the country is spelt wrongly? Or what if I've got the country in with different names? I really only need to look to check that everything else matches, because if I found a different country where the religion's the same, the official language is the same, the area's the same, the population's the same, the GDP's the same, where everything else is the same, then it must be a duplicate country, because within the full list of African countries there are none that match in everything except name. So what I can do is to go to the Data tab and click on Remove Duplicates. Now, within the Remove Duplicates dialog, you can decide which columns must match. You definitely know that the country doesn't match, so what about trying everything else? Note the usual checkbox here, My Data has headers. And note also that if you only want to find a very small number of matching columns to establish that you've got duplicates, you can unselect all and just check the ones you need. Or you can select all and then you can deselect what you don't need. Now what I'm saying here is that if everything except country matches, then I know for a fact that it must be a duplicate. So I'm going to click on OK. It gives me a message, 1 duplicate value found and removed. 10 unique values remain. Click on OK and it has found and removed the duplicate of DR of Congo, and left me with just the one Democratic Republic of Congo. Now obviously that's a tool you've got to be very careful with, and you've got to be pretty confident that if the columns you leave checked match all of them, then you have got a duplicate. But if you are in that position with a particular table, that is a very helpful tool. In this unit we've looked at filtering and sorting the records in a table. We've seen how to apply single and multiple filters and how to clear filters, and we've also looked at various ways of sorting data, including the use of multiple columns. Finally, we looked at how to remove duplicates from a table in Excel 2013. That's it for this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back. In this unit we're going to look at utilizing cell ranges and references in formulas and functions. We'll first of all look at the 3 ways of referencing cells. That's using relative, absolute and mixed referencing, and then we'll look at how to use cell range references in formulas. Finally, we'll look at the order of operations within Excel 2013. By now you should be familiar with the fact that if I click in a cell such as A1 here, I can see the reference to the cell in the name box there, A1, click through B1, C1 and so on. If in cell K1 I type this formula, sum A1 colon J1, close brackets, tick that, it sums the numbers from A1 to J1. And in cell K1 I have a value of 55 and a formula of the sum from A1 to J1. Now the type of reference that you see in this formula, A1, J1, and in the display here in the name box for the selected cell K1 is called a relative reference. And the thing about relative references is that as you copy, paste, move around, fill down, autofill, Excel 2013 adapts the use of those relative references to suit a new location. So if I make a copy of cell K1, and bear in mind that when I copy cell K1 I'm actually copying the contents as a formula. If I were to paste it into K2, notice what happens. In K2 the value is the sum from A2 to J2. So Excel's realized that I'm working on row 2 instead of row 1. It's adapted the formula accordingly and therefore I get a different total. And that's the behavior that you get with relative references in Excel 2013. Now what I'm going to do is to undo that paste into cell K2. I'm going to select K1 again, and I'm going to change the contents of K1 by changing the references, and I'm going to change these references to absolute references. Now you make something into an absolute reference by putting a dollar in front of it, and you put a dollar in front of each component in this case. So I'm now saying that the value in K1 is the sum from $A $1 colon $J $1. So it still sells A1 to J1, tick, and I still get 55. So before, the range we were working with was A1 to J1. The range we're now working with is $A $1 to $J $1, and they are exactly the same range. The difference is that the use of the dollar in front of the A and the 1 and the J and the 1 means that if I do things like the copy and paste I did before, they will not change. They are absolute references, they are fixed. So let me copy that formula. Let me paste it into K2. The answer is still 55 in K2 because the formula in K2 now says the sum from $A $1 to $J $1. When I did the copy and paste, Excel 2013 didn't change any of the absolute references. It left the absolute references exactly as they are. Now if you think about what happened there, you can probably work out that the important thing was not to let the 1 vary, because the behavior we saw earlier on corresponded to Excel 2013 realizing that the sum along row 1, when we copied and pasted the formula into K2, was actually now going to be a sum along row 2. So we were really just stopping row 1 changing to row 2. And in fact, if instead of that we'd said, okay, well, we don't actually need an absolute part for A and J, because if I were working out what the formula to K2 was to be, it would be A2 to J2. Because if I copy and paste this formula further down column K, the only thing I need to stop from changing is the row number, because the columns A to J are still correct. Now if I take that formula, A $1 to J $1, copy it and paste it into K3, look what happens. The formula in K3 is exactly the same. It's A $1 to J $1, which is fine because we're still adding the cells from A1 to J1, and the only thing we've stopped from changing is the row number. So let me illustrate that to you in a slightly different way. Let's go to A4, and I'm now going to say that in A4 I want the sum from A1 to A3. That gives me a total of 111. If I copy that, paste it into B4, I get the sum of the figures in column B, because of course the letters this time have changed. Instead of a sum based on column A, I've got a sum based on column B, but the row numbers are the same, 1 to 3, 1 to 3. Let's go back to A4 now and say, well, if I'm going to use this formula across these columns, it's the columns I want to let vary, not the rows. The rows can stay the same because the rows will always be rows 1 to 3. So if I said in fact that I want A $1 to A $3, my formula in A4 says I want the sum from A1 to A3. If I were to fill that formula to the right and put it in B4, I'd want it B1 to B3, C1 to C3, D1 to D3, and so on. And in fact, if I select A4, drag across to J4, and do Control R to do a right fill, that's exactly what happens. Each of the cells in row 4 gets the appropriate letter, but they all have the row numbers 1 to 3. So I have a formula here, equals sum from A1 to A3. That's using relative references. If I copy the formula in A4 and paste it, say, into F8, then what Excel 2013 does is to change the column letter from A to F, because I've pasted the formula into column F, and it's worked out that if for A4 the rows to use are 1 to 3, then for F8 the rows to use are 5 to 7. So the row number range it's put in there is numbers 5 to 7. Now if instead in A4 I change A1 to A3 to be $A $1 to $A to $3, I'm using absolute references. So the letters for the columns and the numbers for the rows are absolute. If I copy that and paste it somewhere else, I get exactly the same formula. $A $1, $A $3 is the range that's used. If, however, I go back to A4 again, and this time I, for example, just say A $1 to A $3, I've got a mixed reference in that the A part can vary and the row number part, $1, $3, that can't vary. So if I copy that particular formula, paste it somewhere else, then as you can see, it's changed the column letter from A to I because it was allowed to change that, but it hasn't changed the row number. The row number is still 1 to 3 because it was not allowed to change that. So that's a mixed reference. The next thing I'd like to look at is how to reference cells on a different worksheet. I've added 2 new sheets to this workbook, sheet 2 and sheet 3, and notice that sheet 3, in the name there is a space. Now on sheet 2 I'm going to put in a sum, but the range I'm going to use is going to be a range on sheet 1. Now that's pretty straightforward because all I have to do is to put sheet 1, the name of the sheet, followed by the exclamation mark, the bang symbol, and then I can say A1 colon J1. And as you should have worked out by now, that'll give me an answer of 55. I could of course use absolute references on the cells there or mixed references, but the important thing here is the use of the worksheet name before the cell reference range. If I want to reference another worksheet where there's a space in the name, all I have to do, single quote, name of the sheet, close the single quote, bang. And in this case, if I show you what's on sheet 3, it's got the numbers 1000 to 10,000 in those cells. So if the sheet name has space in it, just put single quotes around it. Now you're certainly not restricted to referencing cells in the same workbook. You can reference cells in another workbook. Here's the African demographics workbook that we looked at earlier. I'm going to select part of this. I'm just going to select, say, the names of the countries, say the first 3 columns like that. So I'm going to copy that for the moment. And now I'm going to switch back to that test workbook that I was using just now. Got a cell selected there. And on the paste button, one of the options is paste link, and I'm going to do a paste link. And you can see that the contents of that range are now being pasted onto this sheet. Now let me select one cell, and as you can see, the reference to this one cell here is made up of a reference to the worksheet, which now includes the name of the workbook in square brackets, So it's African demographic 02.xlsx in square brackets. That's the workbook. Sheet 2 is the name of the sheet in that workbook, and then after that I have the individual cell A2. And once again I could use absolute, relative or mixed references there. And of course whichever cell I select within that range, I get the correct reference within that other workbook. The situation in this case is that these workbooks are actually in the same folder. If I wanted to reference a workbook in another folder on my PC, then what I would do is to put in here the path to that particular workbook. So we've looked at the use of relative, absolute and mixed references. You can also, of course, use names as the arguments of functions and so on. So let me just show you a quick example of that. Supposing I select cells A1 to J1. On the Formulas tab, define a name for that range. I'm going to call it row 1 range. Note the refers to cell down here actually gives that as equals sheet 1 bang $A $1 colon $J $1. It uses the absolute references in that definition. So click on OK, and now select cell K1, and this time when I do equals sum and open the brackets, now when I type the letter R, O, one of the options will be row 1 range. Going to use that name, close the brackets, tick, and of course the answer, not surprisingly, is 55. So you can see there within the function sum, my argument is the name row 1 range. Now, apart from using functions, which of course we're going to be looking at in later units within the course, we can also have straightforward formulae in Excel 2013 cells, and there is an order by which operations are performed. In K8 I've entered the formula equals B2, that's cell B2, relative reference, plus 17 times C3. Obviously in those cell references I could make those relative or absolute or mixed. But the order of evaluation means that the multiplication of 17 by C3 is done before the addition to B2. Now there is a very good help page available which will give you full details of the order of operations and also give you full details of the operators that you can use in formulae. I'm not going to go through formulae now separately. Quite a few of these points are going to come up in subsequent units. But let's just have a quick look at that help page. So the page within the Excel 2013 help is this one, overview of formulas. It does give you several examples of formulae that you can use, including the incorporation of functions. But most importantly, it gives you a list of the arithmetic operators, the comparison operators and text operators, reference operators. Virtually all of these we're going to be covering in one form or other in subsequent units. But this page in help gives you a good central location for a list of all of these. A couple of other important points. One of them is that if you're unsure about the sequence of execution of operations in a formula, you can always use parentheses, or indeed if you need to change it from the default you can use parentheses. And the other important point to bear in mind is that generally speaking, in the absence of any other rules, formulae are evaluated in left to right order. So I'm going to leave you to have a read through this very important page. Got a lot of information in it, including more information about reference styles. In this unit we've looked at utilizing references in relative, absolute and mixed formats, and in particular at referencing cell ranges in formulas in Excel 2013. I've also talked about the order of operations in formulas and referred you to the main sources of information in the online help. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back. In this unit we're going to take a general look at the use of functions in Excel 2013, and we're also going to look at the options for arguments when using functions. We'll look in particular at the standard functions sum, min, max, count and average. Now we've already seen earlier on in the course the use of some functions in Excel 2013. Let's look at a particular group now, and I'm going to use this group to demonstrate some of the main general features about functions. Let me suppose that I select this range of cells A8 to J8. On the Home tab in the Editing group on the right there is an Auto Sum button. And if I click on the drop down on that, I have a choice of these standard auto sum functions: sum, average, count numbers, max and min. Let's start with max. Now when I selected max there, given that I started with 10 cells with the numbers 1 to 10 in the 11th cell Excel 2013 automatically put a formula. And the formula equals max, A8 to J8. Max is a function, and as you can probably guess, it's the max function, the maximum value in the range A8 to J8. The set of arguments in this case is A8 colon J8. And there are many ways that you can express the arguments for a function. Let's stick with the max function, and let me put in a different version of the same set of arguments. Now in this case what I've done is to actually enumerate all of the 10 arguments for this function. And what I've done is to enter all the arguments separated by commas. Note that the letter for the column can be upper or lowercase, it doesn't make any difference. If I check that now, obviously the maximum value is still 10. That's the largest of those 10 values. Now let me show you another alternative for entering those arguments. I could put in literally the values, the numbers 1 to 10, and say what is the maximum value of this set of numbers: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I'm no longer referring to the cells, so I'm not using any of the content in cells A8 to J8. I'm just using those 10 numbers literally as those numbers. And again, I get the same result. If I were to, for instance, change that function now from max, I could put in the function average, for example. And the average of those numbers is 5.5. Now when you want to enter the value of a function, as soon as you type in the first letter of the name, Excel 2013 shows you the functions whose name begins with that letter. So if I was thinking now of putting in the sum, I've typed in S, now U, and I can find the sum function. All I need to do is to double click to use that function, click on the enter tick, and the sum of those numbers is 55. Now returning to that auto sum button and its drop down for a moment, the functions on there, sum, average, count numbers, max and min, are the ones specifically that we need to deal with on this course and the ones that you should be familiar with. But let's look at functions more generally just for a moment to look at some of the more general common features. I'm going to select any other cell on this worksheet. I'm going to click on More Functions, and that brings up the Insert Function dialog. Now you don't really need to be familiar with the use of this dialog, but I want to briefly tell you about it. If you want to find a function in Excel to perform a particular task, so for instance, let's suppose you want to find a function that evaluates cosines for you. If you put in a description or a word or a phrase, click on Go, then if there is a function that will do that for you, then it'll take you to that function. You've got cosH and cos functions here. So let's suppose that I decide that cos is the function I want to use. Select cos and click on the OK button. And what I see is the function arguments dialog. Now exactly what's in this dialog will depend on the function, but in the case of a cos function it'll want one number. I can type that number in. I can use this little icon on the right here to select a range on the worksheet to use as the argument. And basically there's a description of what it's going to do, returns the cosine of an angle, and it says number, whatever you put in here, is the angle in radians for which you want the cosine. There's even a help link down in the bottom left hand corner of the function arguments dialog. So whichever function you're using, you can use this dialog to enter, select and help you with the arguments for that function. So for example, if I wanted the cosine of 1 radian, if I clicked 1 in there, clicked on OK, I'd find that it's 0.54, etc. Now the actual number of functions that's available in Excel is a pretty big number actually, and if you go to the Formulas tab, there is a function library where these functions are arranged into a number of categories. Now one of the function library buttons is Auto Sum, and this gives us access to those 5 key numeric functions that I've mentioned already. We're going to look at those in more detail from now on. It also gives access to that More Functions option, and in fact at the left hand end of the Formulas tab there is an Insert Functions button that brings up that Insert Function dialog. The other categories include financial, logical, text, date and time and so on. And in fact we are going to use logical functions, a couple of examples, text functions, a couple of examples of those in later units as well. But if you wanted to choose and use one of these functions, for instance, if you wanted to use the average function, all you need to do is to click it from here. It appears there within a cell, whatever cell you had selected, and wherever possible, if Excel thinks that it can recognize which arguments you want to use, it will put in an argument, a cell, a range or whatever, and if in fact it's guessed that the arguments that you want to use is incorrect, you just need to delete what's between the brackets and put the correct arguments in there. Now I'm going to illustrate one or two of these points about using functions using case study 1. And the first thing I'm going to do is to calculate Jason Carmichael's average sale over the course of the year 2012. I can't just average the figures from E3 to T3 because of course mixed in with those now I've got these quarterly subtotals. I could just of course delete those, but I want to leave them in, which means I'm going to average 4 sets of numbers. There's actually 12 numbers in total, but they're in 4 groups of 3. Now let me go to the Auto Sum button here on the Formulas tab. I know I want to work out the average, so I'm going to click on Average. That inserts the average function in the formula bar there, and you can see that Excel 2013 has put in what it thinks might be the correct range for the arguments, E3 to T3. But if I click on the Insert Function button, it brings up that little Function Arguments dialog. And you notice that for number 1 it's got E3 to T3. Now I don't actually want E3 to T3 as the first part of the argument, so I'm going to click on the icon and I'm going to choose Jan to March and then click on the icon again. Now if I click into number 2, so this is the second part of the arguments, this time I want April to June, click again. Now notice that each time that I do this it gives me another box to put in another optional set of arguments. So I could stop at this point. I could say okay, that's the first half year, January to March, April to June. I've got 6 numbers in there being averaged, but in fact I don't want to stop after 6 months. I'm now going to do the next one. So again, this time July to September, click again, and then finally for the last quarter October to December, and I can click on OK. So Jason's average monthly sales figure for 2012 was just over 260 units. Note how the arguments look in that use of the average function. If you look in the formula bar, it lists 4 ranges, which effectively is 12 cells. And you're really just saying take the average of these 12 cells. And the fact that the 12 cells are actually specified as 4 ranges is no different from if I'd listed the 12 cells. If I'd put as the arguments E3, F3, G3, I3 and so on, that would have been fine as well. And of course, bearing in mind that we're using relative references, so you've got to be a little bit careful here, but it is okay. I can now do a fill down if I want to, down to row 7, so Control D, and let's have a look. What have we got for Shinsa Ishikuro? We have average E7 to G7, etc. It works absolutely fine. And in fact, I could even go one further down and do the Team A total average. And that figure of 1530 is the average total monthly figure for the members of Team A. So that's the Team A monthly average. If we now fill down further still, we'll go down to the Team B total. We can see that the Team B total is in fact a slightly higher figure, 1661. But you can see how the use of the functions, the use of ranges and arguments, and the use of fill, autofill, series fill and so on can actually give you some very powerful summarizing functionality in Excel 2013. Let me just point out something to you before we move on that's quite useful actually. If you select a range of cells, let's say I select U3 down to U7. If you look at the right hand end of the status bar, you can see displayed the average, the count and the sum for these selections. So the count is 5, I've got 5 cells selected. The average of those 5 is 306 and the total, the sum of the values, is 1530 of course. If you right click on the status bar, don't forget you use the check and uncheck procedure to denote what is actually shown on the status bar. So if I also wanted to see the minimum, let me just check minimum, and you'll see the minimum displayed there as well. And the minimum value out of those 5, as you can see, is 261. So that can be pretty useful when you're working with arrays of figures and you want a quick check or a quick calculation. That's a pretty useful feature on the status bar as well. So that leaves you with an exercise to do now, starting with version 12 of case study 2. I want you to convert the table which was in version 12 back to being a range. I want you to remove all of the conditional formatting rules. Don't forget, when you're dealing with conditional formatting, one of the options here you have is clear rules, either from selected cells or from the entire sheet. I'd then like you to introduce 4 new rows at the end there, 19, 20, 21, 22. 19 and 21 are spacing rows with a height of 10 units. 20 and 22 are totals rows with heights of 20 units each. In row 20, I'd like you to total columns C, D, E, F and I. I want you to ignore G and H for the moment. And then in row 22, I20 needs to be a grand total of the individual totals that are in row 20. One thing that we haven't really looked at all so far is the use of borders on individual cells and ranges and so on. And in fact, we're going to look at that in a bit more detail later on when we look at 1 or 2 of the case studies. But if you want to try this now, if you select any cell within a worksheet, on the Home tab in the font group there is a borders drop down, and you have some preset border options there, but right at the bottom you also have more borders that takes you into the Format Cells dialog with the Border tab selected, and from there you can either use one of the presets or you can draw your own border. See if you can come up with the sort of effects I've got on the borders there. That's something to try out yourself to see if you can work the borders out. My answer to this particular exercise is version 13 of case study 2. In this unit we've looked at some general aspects of the use of functions in Excel 2013, including various options for defining the arguments when using functions. We've also taken a look at a couple of examples of using standard numeric functions, including sum, min, max, count and average. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back. In this unit we're going to look at utilizing conditional logic in functions in Excel 2013. We're going to start by looking at the basic if function, and then we're going to look at SUMIF, AVERAGEIF and COUNTIF functions. Now let's return to case study 1, and we're going to look at Jason Carmichael's sales figures for 2012 again. In row 8 here we have the subtotals that have been in here for some time. I'm going to replace the subtotals for each month by the corresponding average for the members of Team A. So for instance in E8 I'm going to put as the formula, note that a formula always begins with an equal sign, so it's going to be equals average open brackets, and then I'm going to average the Team A figures, close the brackets, and that gives me an average figure for Team A for January. Then what I'm going to do is to copy and paste that average figure onto each individual month. I'm even going to put the averages for the quarter totals as well. So effectively I can do a right fill across there. Now what I'm going to do is to calculate whether each person in Team A is entitled to an end of year bonus, and they'll get an end of year bonus if their average sale per month exceeds the team average. So if you take Jason's average sale per month, which is 260.8, the overall Team A average is 306, so unfortunately Jason isn't going to get a bonus for his 2012 sales. Now it's pretty straightforward to see that when you've got 5 members of a team, but we need to automate this. So we're going to use a conditional logic function, the basic conditional logic function, which is the if function. So what I'm going to do is to put an indicator in V3 that determines whether Jason's going to get a bonus or not. It's going to be a formula, so it's going to begin with an equal sign, and it's going to use the if function. Now initially this is going to be slightly wrong, but deliberately slightly wrong, and you'll see what I mean by that in just a moment. Now the way this is going to work is to say that if a team member's average figure for the year exceeds the average in U8, then the person will get a bonus. So we say, first of all, if, open the brackets. Now when I do that, you'll see immediately under the formula bar that there is a set of prompts in the form of a screen tip. The if function has basically 3 arguments. It has the test that you want to perform, what's called the logical test. Then you enter the value to put into the cell that you're putting this function into if the test is true. And then you enter the value you're going to put into the cell if the test is false. The cell in this case is V3, and the test is U3 greater than U8? Now notice that while I'm putting that logical test in, the logical test is highlighted in the screen tip. Sort of reminds me what I'm doing. But as soon as I put the comma in, then the second argument is highlighted, and that says, right, what do you want to put in V3 if the test is true? And what I'm going to say is if the test is true, I'm going to put in there the word bonus. Putting it in double quotes like that means I'll get actually the word bonus. When I've decided what happens if the test is true, put a comma. Now I've got to put in the value if it's false. And if it's false, I'm going to put, well, I think I might just leave it blank actually. So I'm going to put a space in there. So if U3 is greater than U8, put the word bonus in cell V3. If it isn't, just leave a space. So let's tick that and see if it works in this case. And of course we have an empty cell. Now I want to apply that to all the members of the team. So in theory, of course, I could copy that formula and I could paste it into V4 and use it for Martin Dean's test. But if I paste it in there, of course, you're going to compare U4 with U9, which won't be right because U9 is the first of the sales team B members' averages. So this is a case where we've got to be aware that we need to use some kind of absolute or mixed reference for the average for team A. Let's go back into that use of if there, U3 greater than U8. And what I really want, the U is fine, but what I really want is to fix the 8. So I need to make the 8 an absolute reference. Therefore, I'm comparing U3 with U$8. I'm always going to use row 8. So tick again. Now let me try filling down from there, just down to V7. So Control D to fill down. And I find that 3 of my team members will get a bonus. Martin Dean, Douglas Gresham and Jenna Hayes. They're all entitled to a bonus. Okay, the next thing I'm going to do is to extend this same principle to both teams, and instead of basing the award of a bonus on the average for team A, I'm going to base it on the average for the 2 teams together. So I've repeated the same change that I made earlier on for team A, and I've worked out that for team B the overall average was 332.3 sales per month. So I could work out which members of team B qualify for a bonus, but instead of that I'm going to award the bonus on the basis of an average of 319.1 for the combined teams. So whether you're in Team A or Team B, you must have exceeded the figure 319.1 in order to get the bonus. That figure is in cell U15. So let's go back to the cell V3 again and replace the U8 by U$15. That's the new criterion. I'm going to fill it down for Team A, see what difference it makes. Well, it rules out this member of the sales team whose average was only 315.3. Let's copy that again, paste it there, fill it down, and I find there are actually 3 members of Team B that get a bonus, but only 2 in Team A, which reflects the fact that generally speaking the figures for Team B were slightly higher than the ones for Team A. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is to replace the word bonus with the amount of bonus that the person is going to receive. And the basis on which the bonus is going to be based is that the team members that have exceeded the overall average will get $60 per sale above the average. So first of all, I'm going to put a heading on this column V here. So I'm going to type the word bonus up there. I can format it simply by copying the formatting from the top of U. So select U2, hit the format painter, hit there. That's the heading sorted out. Now let's go to this if statement. If U3 is greater than U$15, the word bonus. Well, I don't want bonus in the word bonus. What I want in there now is a number. And the number that I want is to subtract U3 minus $15. So that's the amount by which U3 in this case exceeds $15, and I'm going to multiply it by 60. So what I'm going to do is to put U3 minus $15 in brackets and multiply it by 60. But note that will only happen if the salesperson has exceeded the average. They'll still just get a space if they haven't. So let's tick. Let's fill down the first group, see how that works. And okay, we can see that somebody's got a bonus of $121.5. That's they only had 2 sales over the average, so that's just over $120. The person got the really good high average, has done really well out of this. Now, I'm still not quite happy with that for a number of reasons, and one of the reasons is I'd really rather that that was formatted as currency in that column. And the other reason is I don't particularly like having the $60 rate hard-coded into that formula. So maybe I should put the $60 per sale rate as effectively a sort of parameter to this bonus payment. So the first problem is a pretty easy one to deal with. If I select that range, and while I'm about it, I might as well select the other range as well. Then in both cases I can say format, format cells, and for the number type I can choose currency, 2 decimal places, dollar symbol, click on OK. Notice that the lower part still has the old version of the formula in it. So let's do a copy here. Let's paste, fill down. That's better. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to put over here, say in cell W1, the rate, which is going to be $60. I could of course hide column W if I wanted to avoid people realizing where that rate was being held, but I'm actually going to give it a name. I'm going to call it bonus rate. Click on OK, and then I'm going to go back to V3 again and change the formula here. Instead of times 60, I'm going to say times bonus rate. Okay, then I'll refill down, copy that again, paste it in there, refill down, and there we are. I'm a lot happier with that now. And of course, one of the great advantages of using the name there, bonus rate, is that if I looked at those figures and decide I was paying too little or too much in bonus, I could see what that would cost me, say, if I changed it to 50. Look at the totals in column V. All I've got to do is change that figure in one place, and I can see what impact that has on those totals. So now I have a pretty tricky exercise for you to do. We're back to case study 2, and what we're going to do is to calculate the mileage cost and put that in column H. Now I'm adding a couple of complications here. First of all, the standard mileage rate is in K2. So in that cell, which I've actually assigned a defined name to, is the standard rate. But there's also a rate in K3, which I've also defined a name for in my solution, and that is the rate to use if the mileage on a particular individual line exceeds 100 miles. So if you take row 4 here, the 120 mile claim would be at the 45-cent rate, and the 84 mile claim would be at the 50-cent rate. So we put the cost here in column H, and the other part of this that you might find a little bit interesting, apart from using the if statement in the cost column, is how to suppress any currency values when there are no miles in column G. Now there are a couple of ways of doing this, but don't forget custom formats. My answer to that is version 14 of case study 2. Finally, in this unit, I'd like to look at some functions which perform straightforward arithmetic, but which incorporate logical functionality. And the first one of these functions we're going to look at is the COUNTIF function. Now I've rearranged the sales data of case study 1 into a completely different format. Instead of dividing the salespeople into two teams, I've just listed the 10 names. And with those 10 names, in the first column, column A, I put the team they belong to. And what I'm going to put in cell C13 is a count of the number of members of team A. Now in order to do that, I'm going to use the COUNTIF function. And the COUNTIF function counts something but subject to criteria. Double click as usual and I get the prompt. First of all, what's the range that I want to count? Well, I'm going to count from A2 to A11. And what's the criterion? I want to count the number of occasions when it says A. So literally I just put A in double quotes there, tick, and it tells me that there are 5 A's. So that's COUNTIF. Now what I want to put in cell C14 is the total sale in January for all of the members of team A. Now the function I'm going to use here is SUMIF. And SUMIF starts out pretty much the same as COUNTIF, because first of all you specify the range of cells you're going to use to test to see whether the values should be included or not. So that's still going to be A2 to A11. And the condition we're testing for is still that the content of the cell is A. Now in the cases where we find an A, the value we want to choose to include in our sum will be in the range C2 to C11. And what Excel does in this situation is that as it steps through from A2 to A11, if it finds a match, if it finds an A, it will take the corresponding value from column C. So when it sees that A2 is an A, it'll include C2 in the sum. When it sees that A4 is an A, it'll include C4 in the sum, and so on. So that's our formula. Tick the box, and we find that the total is 1568. And the final one that I've done here in C15 is the average for team B. So you can see the formula equals average if A2 to 11, the criterion is B, and then the numbers to include in the average if the value in A2 to 11 is a B are in C2 to C11. So that's the use of average if. In this unit we've looked at the use of logical functions in Excel 2013, including if, SUMIF, average if and COUNTIF. That's the end of this unit. Please join me for the next one. Hello again and welcome back. In this unit we're going to look at text functions in Excel 2013, and in particular we're going to look at the right, left and mid functions, at the upper and lower functions, at using concatenate and using trim. So far the functions that we've looked at on this course have mainly been number processing functions, and we've incorporated some logic into the use of those functions as well. In this unit we're going to look at functions which are primarily concerned with processing text. I'm going to take a couple of pretty straightforward examples. I've got another version of case study 1 here, version 10 if you want to refer to it. And what I'm going to do is to make up a long version of the names of the salespeople. In this particular version of case study 1, column B has got the family name of each person, column C has got the given name, and what I'm going to do is to make a composite name. So I'm going to put first initial, space, and then family name as their sort of long name. So first of all, let me just make a space to include that in. And what I'm going to do is to build this name up in steps. Now I'm going to start with the first initial of the person's given name. And the functions which return parts of a given text string are left, mid, and right. Left gives you characters from the left, right gives you characters from the right, and mid gives you characters from somewhere in the middle. You specify what you mean by the middle in each case. Now in this case I want the first character of the person's given name, so I'm looking at a character from the left, so I'm going to use the left function. And the left function, as with any other function, can be entered either in lowercase or uppercase or any mix. It doesn't really matter which case you type the function in, but I get the prompts there. First of all, what text do I want some leftmost characters from? Well, it's C2. Comma. Now how many characters? Well, I only want the first character. So give me the leftmost one character from C2. Tick, and it's a D. Now the next thing I want to do is to add to this full name the surname, but I'm going to need a space as well. So in fact the full name I'm putting together here will have 3 parts. It will have the first initial, that's the first character from the given name, then a space, then the family name, in this case Gresham. When I want to actually put a number of strings together, the function I can use is the concatenate function. And in doing this, what I'm going to do is to concatenate 3 things together. This also illustrates not only stringing 3 text strings together, but it also demonstrates nesting functions, because what I'm going to do is to concatenate 3 things. First of all, the leftmost one character from the given name. Then, separate by a comma, a space. So all I have to do is put a space in double quotes. And then the family name, which in this case would be B2. And then close my brackets. Let's see what I get. And there I now have my full name. Perhaps I'll put a header on that column as well. So there we are. And of course, if I fill that down, it should work for everybody else as well. Now there's another pair of text functions that can be pretty useful, and that's the upper and lower text functions that force text to upper and lower case respectively. So if I went back into cell D2 and change the arguments for concatenate, I'm going to change the third argument. Instead of just using B2, I'm going to use upper B2, which will convert B2 to uppercase. So what Excel is going to have to do now is to concatenate 3 things together. All 3 of them are text strings. The first one is only a single character. It's the leftmost one character of what's in C2. The second argument is also a string, but it's a single space. And the third argument is the contents of B2 converted to uppercase. It's going to concatenate those together. Tick. And there we are. I now have that name in uppercase, and again I can fill that down for all the others as well. Now this is a different variant on the same kind of issue. The main difference here is that I've imported the data from a text file and I have some fixed width data. And the fixed width data I basically have to pull apart using text functions. So in column A I have the names of my salespeople, and the format of the name is, first of all, there's a single character that determines which team the person's in, so the first one there is A. Then there are 15 characters for the family name, and then I have the person's given name, in this case Douglas, and that's also padded out to 15 characters. And what I'm going to do is to make up a version of a full name very similar to the one we saw just now, but clearly I've got quite a bit of processing to do that. So first of all, let me make a blank column to do the work in. And what I'm going to do is take the first character of the given name, then I'm going to put a space, then I'm going to take all of the family name. Now to find the first character of the given name, I need to do a bit of counting. If the letter for the team is 1 and there are 15 characters for the family name, then the first character of the given name is character 17 in this string. And in order to find character 17, I can use the mid function. Now with the mid function, I first of all put in the text, which in this case is A2. Then the start number. Now the start number is going to be 17. And the number of characters I want is 1. Tick that to see what I get, and I get the letter D. Do a little test throughout, that's fine. Now what I'm going to do is to attach a space after that. Of course I can use the concatenate function, but I can also use the ampersand symbol, which does the same effectively as the concatenate function. So if I put ampersand and then a space in double quotes, I get the first letter of the person's name followed by a space. Again, I'll fill it down. Now I want to attach to that the family name, which is going to be mid again. Again A2. This starts at character 2 and it's 15 characters long. Now one of the problems you have here, given that we're saying 15 characters long, is of course none of the names actually are 15 characters long. And if I just left this formula like this, although I'm sure it would work okay, I'd finish up with a load of spaces at the end of the name. Because if I take mid A2 starting at 2, that's the letter G, and count 15 characters, I'll get Gresham, and then in this case 8 spaces. But there's a very useful function in Excel 2013 called trim that will trim leading and trailing spaces for me. So if I embed that mid within a trim, trim will actually remove any leading and trailing spaces for me. So let me try that. I think that's pretty good. Fill it down. I think I'm pretty happy with that. And just one other thing to point out about these text functions, and in particular about trim. Trim will remove leading and trailing spaces. It will also remove multiple spaces within a string and replace them by single spaces. So for instance, if in C2 I type equals trim A2, watch what happens to the string in A2. It finishes up with a single space between A. Gresham and Douglas, and then of course if I fill that down you can see it works consistently throughout. And last of all, I could embed the trim function within a lower function, and it would convert the whole of that string to lowercase. In this unit, I've introduced you to the Excel 2013 text functions, and we've looked at examples of most of these: right, left and mid, upper and lower, concatenate, which you can also do using the ampersand operator, and we've looked at the trim function. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back. In this unit we're going to look at creating charts and graphs in Excel 2013. And having created some charts and graphs, we're going to look at positioning them, adding additional data series to them, switching between the rows and columns in the source data, and finally we'll take a quick look at using quick analysis. Now, I mentioned earlier on in the course that one of the challenges of dealing with very large quantities of data is presenting and summarizing that data. We've looked at arranging data such as these sales figures in various ways already in the course, but an excellent way of presenting and summarizing data is the use of graphs or charts. Now, from this point onwards, I'm going to generally refer to graphs and charts as charts. And the charting facilities within Excel 2013 really are very strong. You can create charts very quickly. You can base them on data from one or more worksheets. You can format them in very elegant ways, and you can use things like the themes associated with Office 2013 to give a consistent look and feel to your charts alongside other documents you may be preparing and presenting. And even if you make the wrong decision about the sort of chart to use, it's usually pretty straightforward to change the chart and to change the formatting later on. Now, in this first unit on charting, I'm going to concentrate on a couple of the basic types of chart and how to create them. But before we start with a couple of examples, I'd like you to take a look at this page on the Excel help. It's available chart types, and it actually gives you information about all of the available types of chart and what sort of data each of them is appropriate for. You can also see straightforward examples of each on this page as well. Now, as I said, I'm going to go through a couple of examples in detail, but I'm certainly not going to go through all of these on this course. But I'm going to concentrate on a couple of the well-known chart types, particularly pie charts and line graphs, and on column and bar charts. However, don't forget that the tools and techniques that I'm going to show you here are usable across pretty much the whole set of the charts in Excel 2013. Now, it is true that with some of the chart types they have a particular requirement in terms of the type of data that they work on, but a lot of the formatting techniques and so on are pretty much universal. Now, generally speaking, the approach to creating a chart in Excel 2013 is to select some data and then to select a type of chart. I'm going to select some data here. I'm going to select cell D8, which says A total. I'm going to hold the Control key down and click U8, which is the total, or the average total I should say, for the members of Team A. Then I'm going to select D14, which says B total, and the corresponding figure for Team B. So I've made a data selection. Now I go to the Insert tab, and there is a Charts group, and within the Charts group I have a number of little icons in the middle corresponding to the main types of chart, and one of those is the pie chart, and I'm going to insert a pie chart and watch what happens. I get a choice of styles. There are 3 styles of 2D pie chart. There's a 3D pie chart and a special type of pie chart called a donut chart. I'm going to create a 3D pie chart. Click on that, and there is my chart. Now, creating a chart in Excel 2013 really is as simple as that. And in the case of a pie chart, generally speaking, what we're doing is representing how some kind of whole, some kind of total is built up. Now, in this particular example, if I only had a team A and a team B, then my total sales will be the total of those two numbers, and therefore I am showing here how the total sales are split between the two teams. Now, as with virtually every other type of chart, I can make that bigger by using a sizing handle. Note that within it, not only have I got the pie itself, but I've got a little legend at the bottom. It's a very small legend, but you might just be able to make out that the blue color is the A total and the sort of orangey color is the B total. Note the B total is slightly bigger, but if I hover over them, I get a screen tip there that tells me that, for example, is the point B total. The value is 1661 and it's 52% of the total sales. I also have a space for a chart title. It really just says chart title, but I could change that. I could give it a title like 2012 sales or something like that. And then over on the right here, outside the actual area of the chart, I have some buttons that I'm going to be showing you how to use later on, whereby I can do things like filter the data in the chart, where I can change the style of the chart, and where I can add, remove or change chart elements such as a title, a legend, grid lines, data labels and so on. Now, not every type of chart will require each of those types of chart elements, but I'll cover some of those later on. Now, once I've created a chart and provided I've got the chart selected, I have a set of chart tools. I have two tabs up here, a design tab and a format tab, and I'm really going to concentrate on these more in the next unit. But some of the buttons on the design tab I want to quickly go through now. Over on the left you have add chart element, and that's one of the options that you can use to get to points like adding or changing a chart title, adding data labels, adding a legend and so on. You have a number of chart styles in the middle that you can choose from, and you have a change colors button on the left if you want to change the overall color scheme. Over on the right you have two or three very important buttons as well. We're going to look at switch row stroke column and select data later on, but for the moment I want to look at this button, change chart type, because if I click on change chart type, it gives me the change chart type dialog, and I could, for the same selection of data, use a completely different chart type. So for instance, I could say I want to change that to a column chart, a clustered column perhaps. Click on OK, and now my chart is a clustered column chart. I have a column for A, a column for B. Note how much bigger the B total looks than the A total, and this is one of those classic graphing tricks where you overemphasize the difference between two values, in this case the B total and the A total, by not showing the vertical origin on the chart. But again, it really is that easy to change the chart type, representing the same data but giving a very different picture. So back into change chart type again. Another type of chart I could use there would be, say, a bar chart, where again I've plotted the two figures, but they're plotted as horizontal bars instead of vertical columns. Now, apart from being able to resize a chart and to change the chart type, you can also move a chart. By default it will be created on the same sheet as the data, but you can create a sheet just to hold the chart, a special type of sheet called a chart sheet, or you can move it to any other existing worksheet in the workbook. There's a move chart button over here. If you click on that, then you can either choose the second option, which says object in, and then there's a drop down with the list of the available worksheets. In this case there is only one worksheet, but if I created another standard worksheet I could move the chart to that, or I can choose new sheet, and I could call this something like sales chart, and then what will happen is a new special type of worksheet called a chart sheet will be created. Click on OK. And that particular type of sheet, that type of chart sheet, is a type of sheet which cannot hold data as such. It doesn't have the normal worksheet structure. It's there purely to accommodate a chart. Now, one thing you'll need to be careful of when you're working with charts is the difference between a chart area and a plot area. When you've drawn a chart, the chart area is bounded by this rectangle. And if I grab the chart area, usually near the perimeter, the rectangle with the sizing handles on it, I can move the whole chart around quite simply with the mouse like this. But if I select something in the plot area, such as that rectangle, or this inner rectangle, which actually has the grid for this on it, I could accidentally resize the plot area within the chart area and maybe make a bit of a mess of my chart overall, although don't forget that undo still works. So be careful to draw a distinction between the chart area, which is the whole chart, and the plot area, which is made up of one or more individual, normally geometric shapes and words within the chart itself. So that's just something to be a little bit careful of. So the next thing I'm going to do is to delete this chart. So make sure I've got it selected. So click on the chart area and literally press the delete key, and the chart has gone. Now I've still got that selection of those 4 cells. I'm going to go back to the Insert tab again. I'm going to click on Recommended Charts. If you've made a selection and Excel 2013 looks at the selection you've made and decides that it would be particularly suitable for use with one of its charts, it will tell you what the recommendation is. In this case, there are no recommendations. But I want to do something else now anyway, because what I really want to do is to plot Jason Carmichael's sales over the course of the year. Now, first of all, let me just delete the quarterly figures. Now I'm going to select Jason Carmichael and the 12 monthly figures. Let me try recommended charts again. This time it recommends 3 possible types of chart: a clustered column, a clustered bar, or a line graph. On this occasion I'm going to go for the line graph option. So click on OK, and I have a line graph of Jason's sales. Now with that line graph selected, on the Design tab, let's have a look at that Select Data option. Because the Select Data option gives me details of the data that's selected for this particular chart. Now at the moment, if you read the range up there, it tells me the worksheet the data is on is 2012 monthly sales, and the cells selected are D3 to P3. Now if you look carefully at the horizontal scale on the line chart, you'll see that it's only numbered 1 to 12. It doesn't have the months Jan to Dec on it because they're not included within the chart data range. If I wanted to include those, I would need to change the range. Instead of saying D3 to P3, I would say that it needs to be from D2 to P3. Let's make that change, see what that does to the chart. And now what you can see is I've still got exactly the same chart, but of course now it knows what the horizontal scale should be, Jan to Dec. Note also that the data range for the chart is still marked as selected here by the shaded area with the little sizing handles on the corners. Supposing I now wanted to include Martin Dean's data here as well. Let me just move the chart a little. Let me get that sizing handle and let me pull that down to include Martin Dean's data as well. Watch what happens. I've now got 2 line charts, and the 2 line charts are showing the data for Martin Dean and Jason Carmichael as two separate lines. Now, in the language of Excel 2013 charting, each of those lines corresponds to a series. There is a Jason Carmichael series and a Martin Dean series, and we just added a series to that chart. We could of course add more series. Conversely, the Jan, Feb, Mar variable values correspond to categories. So there's a category of Jan, category of Feb, category of Mar. And if I go back into select data, you can see that here. The legend entries corresponding to the series are Jason Carmichael and Martin Dean, and the category entries correspond to the months of the year in this case. Now what I'm going to do now is to change the chart type yet again. This time I'm going to change it to a column. I'm going to make it a clustered column this time. That's okay. You can see the comparison there between the series for the two salespeople. And what I'm going to do now is to reduce from 12 months of the year to just the first 3 months of the year. So I'm now comparing Martin Dean and Jason Carmichael over 3 months, and I'm going to bring Douglas Gresham in as well. So I've now got 3 series, and it just so happens 3 categories. Instead of plotting them this way round, I could actually switch the series and the categories round. So instead of having a figure for January for each of the 3 salespeople, represented by one of these coloured bars, vertical columns, and another one Feb, another set Mar, if I click on switch row columns, what happens? What I get is a block for Jason Carmichael, block for Martin Dean, block for Douglas Gresham, and within that little group of columns in each case I'll have a column for January, a column for February, and a column for March. So again, it's that straightforward to switch the series and the categories around in Excel 2013. The final thing I want to look at in this unit is the use of the quick analysis tool. I showed you earlier on that if you make a selection of data, you can click on recommended charts on the Insert tab to get a list of charts that Excel 2013 recommends. Well, you can use the quick analysis tool for a pretty similar purpose. If I were to select, say, this data, when I release the mouse, you'll see a little icon appear at the bottom right hand corner of the selection. Hover over it and it says quick analysis. Click on that and it brings up a number of options. It brings up some recommended formatting options, charting options, totals, tables, spark lines, and so on. In this case, if we choose charts, it shows us the recommended charts: clustered column, clustered bar, stacked column. Hover over them for a live preview and then choose the particular chart that you want. Let's choose stacked bar, for example. And that's created. I can format it and so on. So that's the use of the quick analysis tool in charting in Excel 2013. In this unit we've created some charts and graphs, positioned them, and then added additional data series and switched between rows and columns in the source data. Finally, we had a quick look at using quick analysis in relation to charts. That's the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again. In this unit we're going to look at formatting charts in Excel 2013. I'll show you how to add legends, amongst other things, how to resize charts and graphs, and how to generally modify chart and graph parameters. We'll also look at how to apply chart layouts and styles. So first of all, I've once again selected the data that I used to create a pie chart in the previous unit, and I'm going to create a pie chart again. So back to the Insert tab, and I'm going to click on charts. I'm going to create a 2D pie chart on this occasion. Now the first thing we're going to look at is how to resize that chart. I showed you one way already, and that is if you grab it by one of its corners, you can resize it manually in that way. Now there is a more accurate way of doing that, and that is if you click on the Format tab in the Chart Tools, right over at the right hand end of the ribbon you'll see a Size group, and within the Size group there are controls where you can exactly specify the height and width of the chart. So if I say wanted it to be 4 inches tall and 6 inches wide, I can control that from there. Now apart from getting the chart to the size that I want it to be, I may also want to decide which elements I want to show in the chart. A pie chart is a little unusual in that it's one of the few charts that doesn't have axes, but there are other elements that it can have. For instance, it can have a title and it can have a legend. If you click on the Design tab, there's a button right over on the left that I mentioned before, Add Chart Element. And if you click on that, for instance, if you look at Chart Title, there is a fly-out menu that says None. That's what it will look like with no title. You can have a title above the chart, or you can have a title as a centered overlay. So it actually overlays the chart and it's centered over some part of the top of it. Let's stick with it being above the chart. If I want to actually change the title, one easy way is just click in, delete the characters that are there, and just type as normal. And then when you've finished, you can just click somewhere else within the chart. So my chart now has a title. But let me go back to Add Chart Element again, go to Chart Title again, and click on More Title Options. That actually brings up a panel on the right. You don't really need to know all of the intricacies of this panel, but it's worth knowing that it's there. And if you've got the time, I suggest you experiment with it, because it gives you many options for formatting a chart title. And there is an equivalent panel for many other elements of charts, as we're going to see later on in this unit. So if, for instance, you wanted to change the fill of the chart title, let's just take an example of, say, a solid fill. I could say solid fill, and then I can also choose the color that I want for the solid fill there. Now on this occasion I'm just going to say automatic, which means that it won't put a fill in there in this instance. When you finish working with a panel like this one, you can just close it. So that's my chart title. Now let me look at the chart legend for this one. So I'm going to go to Add Chart Element again. I'm going to go to Legend. Once again, I have the options of None. I can have it on the right. I can have it at the top. I can have it on the left. I can have it at the bottom. More Legend Options gives me a Format Legend panel. And these icons, as with the previous panel, are actually tabs. They give you access to different aspects of formatting the legend. On this occasion, the main problem I've got with this legend is it's far too small. But while it's selected, if you wanted to make the text bigger, if you just go to the Home tab and the font group, and you see currently the legend text is at 9 point. Watch what happens if I go for larger sizes of text in the legend. Look at the legend, but also look at the whole chart. So 10, 11, 12, 14, 16. As I let it get bigger and bigger, you can actually see the pie itself getting smaller to accommodate that larger text. So there's no problem in choosing the size of text that I want. I'm going to say 14 point, and I think that 14 point is a lot easier to read. Now let's just take another look at this Add Chart Element button. You notice that we've looked at chart title and legend. We've still got data labels to look at. I'm going to come back to that in just a moment. Which of the options on this menu are enabled will depend on the chart type. But there is another way of adding these chart elements, and that's to use the top one of the three buttons which are to the top right of the chart. If I click on that plus button, you notice there's a little fly out menu. Add, remove or change chart elements such as the title, legend, grid lines and data labels. Now, depending on the chart type, you'll have a different list of the available chart elements. We've already got a chart title and legend. If I also want to include data labels, that actually means the values, the numeric values which are relevant to each of the slices of this pie in this case. So if I said that I want to include data labels and then fly out here, I'm given options of where I'd like to put them. Would I like to center them? Would I like to put them inside ends, outside ends, best fit as far as Excel 2013 is concerned, and so on. So you can also use that button not only to enable or disable chart elements, but also to choose from the available options for each of those chart elements. Now on this occasion, I'm not going to show data labels. Let's now look at chart style. On the Design tab in the Chart Tools, there is a Chart Styles gallery. If I click on the More button, I can see there's about a dozen different styles there. And they have live preview, of course. And apart from using those, the second of these formatting buttons, the one with the picture of a sort of brush on it, if I click on that, that also gives me access to that gallery. And again, I can do live preview, decide which particular style I like. What about that one? That looks pretty good. And so I can choose from the available styles in that way. Note that the available styles have names. That one's style 6, for example. This one's style 7. They're not very imaginative names, but it's important to know what those names are because sometimes they're referenced by those names in the exam, as are various other gallery elements. And when you've chosen a style, you also have the option of changing colors. So if I click on the Change Colors button here, I have a number of swatches of colors. So if I, for instance, roll down through those various swatches, I can see what each of those would give me on my pie chart. Again, that's a good one to experiment with. So now I'm going to look at some of the other available chart elements and options, and I'm going to use a different chart for that. Let's do a chart of the first 3 members of Team A's sales over the year. If I click on the Quick Analysis button down there, go to Charts, it seems to like the idea of a clustered column, so let's go with clustered column. Now let me resize it. It needs to be a lot bigger than that so we can see what we're doing. And let's look at some of the formatting options for this type of chart. Now first of all, clearly some of the options work in exactly the same way that they did with the pie chart. So if I wanted to enter a chart title, I could click in there and enter a chart title. Similarly, if I wanted to move the legend, remove the legend, or make the text bigger, it would work in exactly the same way. But one of the differences here is that we have 2 axes on this particular chart, and it's not immediately obvious what the vertical axis is. I don't think you really need to label the horizontal axis, Jan, Feb, Mar. I think most people would know what that means. And if you put 2012 somewhere in the chart title, it would even tell you which month of which year they refer to. But let's suppose that we want to make it clear that the vertical scale is showing sales in a month. If I click on the plus button here, the number of chart elements is greatly increased. And I've currently got shown axes, chart title, grid lines and legend. If I want axis titles, if I click on axis titles and then on that little fly out arrow, do I want the primary horizontal axis titled? Do I want the primary vertical axis titled? Well, I just said I don't really need the horizontal one titled, so let's leave that out. But let's have a primary vertical axis. Now if I click on More Options here, I get a full formatting panel here where I can format things like the color of the text, the background fill, and so on. We really don't need to go into all of that here now. All I really need is to put some words. Now, interestingly, this text is lying on its side, but it still works on the principle that if I click in there, use the appropriate delete buttons, backspace buttons, and so on, I can type some text in there. I've typed in the text sales in the month, and of course I could increase the size of that text if I wanted to. So that's adding a title to one of the axes. The stylistic side of it works in exactly the same way. There are a number of styles for that type of clustered column that I could choose from. But one of the other major differences here is the third button, the filter button. Because although we could have filtered the data on the pie chart, because there were only two numbers in it, that wasn't really going to achieve very much. But if I click on Chart Filters here, you can see that I have quite a few options. And one of those options is, instead of showing all three people, what if I wanted to exclude Douglas Gresham's data? If I uncheck the Douglas Gresham box and click on Apply, I've now got a clustered column chart with only two people in it. And if I scroll down through the months and decide that I don't want to show the last 3 months of the year, I can uncheck those boxes, click on Apply, and I've now got a clustered column chart for just two of the salespeople, Jason Carmichael and Martin Dean, and only covering the months January to September. So you can see how highly you can customize and format a chart like this using the tools in Excel 2013. So now there is a really quite challenging exercise for you to do. I want you to take version 14 of the Case Study 2 Expenses worksheet and make this pie chart which summarizes the expenses for June 2013. The chart is on a separate chart sheet called June 2013 Expenses, and as you can see, it's a 2D pie chart. The legend is on the right. I've entered a suitable title, and the data is shown in the form of percentages of the total within the pie there. Obviously there are many options for how to show those data labels, but that's the one that I want you to find. One of the other things you may notice there in the legend is that when I first created this chart myself, the fifth item in the legend said cost. So I changed the name to mileage cost on the heading in the data for June 2013. You might want to do something similar to that as well. And my answer to that is version 15 of Case Study 2. In this unit we've looked at various aspects of formatting charts in Excel 2013. We've looked at adding legends and other chart elements and at resizing charts and graphs. We've also considered various ways that you can modify chart and graph parameters, and we've looked at applying chart layouts and styles. That is the end of this unit. I'll see you in the next one. Hello again and welcome back. In this unit we're going to look at inserting and formatting objects in Excel 2013. We'll see how to insert images and how generally to add borders to objects, add styles and effects, change colours and generally modify object properties. We'll also look at the options for positioning objects. It's often the case that we'll incorporate an image or some other type of graphical content into an Excel workbook. This is often done to help with presentations and to add emphasis or explanation of the data, the summary of the data, or some other aspect of what the purpose of the workbook is. In this unit we're going to look at some of the options, tools and techniques for inserting and formatting objects in workbooks in Excel 2013. And then in the next unit we're going to look at a couple of specific cases. In the next unit we're going to look at text boxes and at what's called smart art. But we're going to start this unit by inserting a photographic image into a workbook. So for much of this unit I'm going to be working with a blank workbook. It really doesn't make any difference whether there is content in the workbook in order to demonstrate these tools and techniques, because as you'll see the images don't actually fit into the cells or the rows of the columns. They effectively float over the relevant worksheet or worksheets. To insert an image I'm going to click on the Insert tab, and then within the Illustrations group there is a Pictures option and an Online Pictures option. I'm going to start with the Pictures option, and this is going to insert a picture from my computer. So click on Pictures, and now I'm going to browse to the folder that contains the image that I want to insert. Now the image I want to insert is that one. When I've selected it, if you look at the drop down next to the Insert button at the bottom right of the Insert Picture dialog, you'll see that there are three options. There is an Insert option which will insert the picture. There is a Link to File option which will create a link to that picture. And the third option is both, in that it will insert the picture into the workbook, but it will also establish and maintain a link to that picture, so that if I subsequently updated that picture it will be updated in the workbook as well. Now on this occasion I'm just going to click on Insert. And now you can see that image inserted into my workbook. Now although the image doesn't actually fit into a cell or a row as I said earlier, the top left hand corner of the image will be in the cell you had selected before you did the insert. I'll demonstrate that again to you in just a moment. One of the problems you very often get when you insert pictures is that the size is perhaps nothing like the size that you wanted it to be. But as soon as you have inserted a picture, and provided that picture is selected, you will see a Picture Tools Format tab. And one of the options on the Format tab at the right hand end is a facility to crop and or size the image. Now apart from the crop and size options, in the bottom right hand corner of that size group there's a little launcher, and the launcher will provide a Format Picture panel on the right where you can access many of the options for formatting a picture. And we're going to look at a couple of those options now. Now you can actually resize a picture using sizing handles, and I'll demonstrate that to you in just a moment. But if you want to size a picture accurately, there's a whole group of sizing options here. A very important one right in the middle, Lock Aspect Ratio. I'm going to leave the aspect ratio of this picture locked. And then you can either size it according to actual height and width, or according to scale height and scale width. So relative to the original picture size, you could maybe say, well, I'd like this to be 50% of the original picture size. Now of course the fact that I've locked the aspect ratio means that that'll make it 50% width as well. And now the whole of that picture is in view, and you can clearly see the sizing handles which offer an alternative way of resizing the picture. Let me make that picture quite small. Now let me select cell G1, and I'm going to click on Insert Picture again. I'm going to choose the same picture again, click on Insert again, and as I said just now, the top left hand corner of the picture is positioned in the top left hand corner of the range I had selected when I did the insert, which in this case was cell G1. Having inserted the second picture, I'll click to select. I'll be able to see the handles on the edges, and then all I need to do is to click the delete key to delete that picture. If you want to move a picture, and bear in mind that effectively, although the top left corner of the picture starts in a certain position, the picture is really only sort of floating over the worksheet. It's very easy, just click on it and you can move the picture to any position you like on the worksheet. If you hold the Control key down while you do that, watch what happens. You actually get a copy of the picture that you can also move to anywhere else you want on the worksheet. Now there really are a lot of effects and formatting tools that you can use in Excel 2013. Generally speaking, you have two options for selecting and applying them. One of them is the Format tab and one is the Format Picture panel on the right. Let's start on the Format tab. There is an Adjust group here, and within the Adjust group there are artistic effects. Note that the picture on the right is the one that's currently selected. So on the artistic effects, if I hover over an artistic effect, I can see a preview of it. The preview sometimes takes a little bit of a time to apply because some of them are quite complex. And also, once the preview comes up, you'll normally also see a name for the effect as well. So in this case, it's Paint Strokes. Let's try that one down the bottom there. That one's called Photocopy, and so on. So it's a good idea to experiment with these different artistic effects and see what each of them looks like. And then it's very important to familiarize yourself with the other adjustments that are available. So for example, we've looked at artistic effects. If you look at corrections, you can look at options to sharpen or soften the image. And you can also look at adjustments for brightness and contrast. Apart from the presets, each of which has live preview, etc., you have picture correction options. If you click on picture correction options, it takes you to a different tab within that Format Picture pane on the right, and you can use the controls on that tab to fine-tune adjustments to sharpness, to brightness, to contrast, and so on. And this really illustrates quite well the interchangeability between the use of the commands, buttons, groups on the Format tab and the more detailed controls that are available in the panel on the right. There are then other controls such as color, where you can adjust color saturation, color tone, you can recolor a picture. And then again, if you click on picture color options, it takes you to a different part of the Format Picture panel on the right. So it's very important that you familiarize yourself with those adjust settings, and Reset Picture in the bottom right hand corner of that group lets you reset the picture, so to remove any adjustments you've made. Reset Picture and Size, I think that tells you what it does really. It resets all of the adjustments and puts the size back to the original size. Now what I'm going to do is to show you how to insert an online picture. So go back to the Insert tab, click on Online Pictures. What you see in this particular dialog will depend on what online sources you have. Now you should certainly see Office.com Clipart, which will give you access to Microsoft's Clipart library. And you will probably see Bing Image Search, which will enable you to search the web for a suitable image. I should of course point out to you that if you are producing a document that you're going to use other than completely privately, you need to be careful about copyright and royalty on images that you plan to use. You then may also see other sources, such as in my case my SkyDrive, where I may have some images there that I want to use. I'm going to use Office.com Clipart, and what I'm going to do in this case is I'm going to look for Clipart to do with money. So type in a subject, click on the search button, and what I can then see is a gallery of Office.com Clipart related to money. I can scroll through the gallery, try to find an image that might suit my purposes. If I was, say, working on the expenses sheet, I maybe want to include something that looks like somebody working on their expenses. This is actually somebody doing coin collecting, so maybe that one. Having selected an image, click on Insert, and that image is inserted, and of course I can resize it, etc. We've already seen how to make adjustments to images, but it's also possible to apply picture styles. And on the Picture Tools Format tab, one of the options is a whole gallery here of picture styles that you can apply. These involve things like frames, shadow, rotation, and so on. So for instance, if I wanted to try this particular style, or perhaps this one, maybe try that one. You can see the reflection here, for example. And each of these styles is a composite of individual style elements that are on the right here. So we've got border styles, picture effects, shadow, reflection, glow, and you can build up these styles individually using the elements that are available there. But of course, if you bring up the Format Picture panel on the right, available there you have picture corrections, picture color, and so on that we looked at just now. And then you also have the options for effects, shadow, reflection, glow, and so on. So you can go into each of these and use the more detailed controls to adjust the style of the picture. So that's how to get online pictures, and that's how to apply styles either as composite presets or as individual style elements. So I've got a nice straightforward exercise for you to do now. Just take case study 2, version 15, and put a graphic on it. Maybe a pile of coins like that, maybe some banknotes, and just put it somewhere over the worksheet where it doesn't obscure any of the working figures. Note, one of the reasons I put this pile of coins on here is to hide the 2 mileage rates, which are actually behind the white background of this graphic. My answer to this is version 16 of case study 2. So far we've looked at inserting images, photographic images and clip art onto worksheets. You can in fact insert basic geometric shapes as well, and in fact in the next unit we're going to look at inserting smart art, which are basically sets of shapes with intelligence. But let me just quickly look at the insertion of basic geometric shapes, because that's pretty useful and very flexible and relatively straightforward as well. So if I click on Insert, one of the options in this illustrations group in the top right there is Shapes. Click on the drop down and I see a Shapes gallery. Shapes are divided into recently used shapes. The name tells you what they are. Lines, rectangles, basic shapes, block arrows, and so on. Let's say I choose something like this heart shape here. Once I've selected it, I get a crosshair cursor and I can draw that shape on my worksheet. Now, having drawn that shape, I have a whole set of formatting options available to me that are basically the same options, and certainly the same kind of options, as the ones that we've already seen for pictures. So, for instance, if I wanted to change the fill color, in the Shape Styles group there is a Shape Fill button, and from there I can try different colors. There is also, of course, that familiar button in the bottom right hand corner of the group that brings up the Format Shape panel, and this has a lot of functions in common with the functions that we saw in the Format Picture panel. So for instance, if I click on what looks like the pen nib here for effects, I have shadow, reflection, and so on. Let's try a reflection preset, and I can have something there with a nice reflection on it. I think you can just about see the reflection there. Let's try something with a bit of glow. Let's give it quite a healthy glow, and so on. So you can insert shapes, you can draw them, you can resize them, you can apply the styles and effects. In this unit, we've taken our first look at inserting and formatting objects in general in Excel 2013. We've seen how to insert images and then how to add various styles and effects to images, such as adding borders, changing colors, and modifying object properties in general. We've also seen how to size and position objects. That's the end of this unit. Please join me for the next one. Hello again and welcome back. In this unit we're going to look at inserting and formatting text boxes and at inserting and formatting smart art. So far in this course we've entered text for quite a number of different reasons. We've entered text as part of the data, such as the names of the team members here on the sales team performance spreadsheet. We've also used text for headings, so for instance the year 2012 there, or the totals headings, A total, B total, grand total. But one thing in common with all the text that we've used so far is that it's been within cells. In the previous unit we looked at how you can add pictures, graphics, clip art and so on, and that can be made to hover over the worksheet structure itself and can be used for presentation, emphasis, etc. Well, you can do exactly the same with text using text boxes. Now, in order to demonstrate text boxes, what I'm going to do is put a simple text box onto this worksheet, and it's just going to say Team A. So if I click on Insert, there is a text group towards the right hand end of the ribbon. One of the buttons in there is the text box button. Click on text box. Now if I hover over the worksheet, you'll see a cursor which is like a sort of sword pointing upwards. Click and drag to draw a text box. I'm going to draw a rectangular text box, quite a big one. Note how the background of the text box obscures what's behind it. And now all I'm going to do is to type some text into it. You can actually put text into a text box by pasting, by the way. Now, having entered that text into the text box, if I click away, the text box is deselected and it just sits there containing my text. If I want to move the text box, I need to select it. You'll know you've got it selected because you'll see the sizing handles. And once it's selected, if you move the cursor somewhere near the edge, you get the four-pointed arrow cursor and you can just drag the text box to a different position. Incidentally, while it's selected, there's also a rotation control there where you can rotate the text box if you want to. So that's how you insert a text box, how you can put text into it, you can rotate it, you can move it, and you can use the handles to resize it. While it's selected, of course, there is also a Drawing Tools Format tab available, so you can do sizing, you can bring up a format shape panel and so on. And many of the features that we looked at in the previous unit in relation to pictures, shapes, etc. can be used and applied to text boxes as well. Now when it comes to actually formatting the text itself, you have a number of options. Basically, if you click within the box, select the text by dragging over it with the mouse with the button held down and go to the Home tab, you can choose font in the usual way. So we could go for, say, Algerian. We could choose a large font size, say 44 points, and then we can do things like horizontally center, vertically center, make it italic, and so on. Alternatively, if you go to the Drawing Tools Format tab, you could, for instance, apply a word art style to the text. So let's suppose that we liked that word art style. And one other thing you might do with a text box quite often is when it comes to shape fill, if you say no fill, of course, it becomes a transparent shape and you can see right through it. You could, of course, again, if you went back to selected again, you could remove the shape outline, which will be in this case the border that you can see. Remove that and now you can see no outline either. So most of the options to do there with text boxes I'm going to leave you to experiment with, but we've covered the basics there. The next thing I'd like to look at is the use of smart art. I've talked already a few times about how you can have a very large amount of data and how important it is to try to put over the meaning, the consequences, the implications of that data, and to present it in a way that has an impression on your audience. We've looked at various techniques, including charting, conditional formatting, and many other techniques in order to get over the message that comes out of the data you're working with. Smart art is another way of supporting this putting over of a message. And Smart Art combines the use of graphics and text and a certain amount of intelligence in Excel 2013 to give you some pretty dynamic and powerful and flexible diagrams. Now I'm going to demonstrate Smart Art with an example. I'm going to choose an example which I think you'll all be familiar with the general idea of. It's very often used for demonstrating this kind of feature. But there are many types of Smart Art in Excel 2013, and before I look at this particular example, let's just look at some of the options that are available. So first of all, if I click on Insert, in the Illustrations group, there's a little button, the middle one on the right. It's Insert a Smart Art Graphic. Now, the Smart Art graphics are divided into categories, lists, processes, cycles, and so on. But the very top entry on the left there, All, shows you all of the Smart Art options. There are some available on office.com. They do change over time, so it's always worth checking there. I'm going to concentrate on the ones that are installed as part of Excel 2013. So let's have a quick look at what some of these charts look like. Let's start with a list. There are a number of lists, and if I choose one of them, say that one, called a picture accent list, I can use it to present a list of items. Now you've got these sort of mid-blue blocks here where I can enter text. Where it says the word text, I can type in there and enter some text. I've got text line on its side. I could click into one of those and enter some text. And then these small squares with the sort of sky blue background, if I click in one of these, I can put an image in there, maybe a person's headshot or something like that. So basically, when you start with a piece of Smart Art, you're given a basic structure and you can start to fill it in. Now, as we'll see in a moment, you can adapt the layout, you can adapt the style, you can change the colors and so on. So that's a list type of Smart Art. Let me just undo that. Let's try a different one. Let's go for a cycle. What about this type of cycle? Now this is a cycle with 5 stages, but if I right click on one of those and say add shape after, I've got a cycle with 6 stages. And using this kind of facility, I can start with a basic Smart Art model, and I can adapt the model to suit my specific requirements. So once again, let me undo that particular example. And let's just do one more, and this is the one I'm going to just do a little bit of work on. So I'm going to go for a hierarchy, and I'm going to go for the conventional type of organization chart. And there is a pretty conventional type of organizational chart. So let's assume that I'm putting in the structure of a company here, and at the top of the company structure we have the president of the company. If I click on that top box and start typing president, obviously president is not going to fit into that space. But watch what happens as I enter that text. The text size adjusts to accommodate whatever word or words I put in there. Now obviously there'll be a limit to how much I can fit in there, and if necessary I may need to increase the size of the block, the individual element of the diagram. But as far as possible, the Smart Art system within Excel 2013 will adjust the text size to accommodate what I type in. Here I'm putting in the next person in the hierarchy. And now I'm going to assume that I have 3 vice presidents. I have here the marketing VP. And let's suppose that the marketing VP also has a PA. If I right click on marketing VP, I'm shown add shape, and add shape I have a number of options. I have an after, which will put somebody to the right of this person, a before, which will put somebody to the left, an above, which will put somebody above them in the hierarchy, a below, somebody who reports to them, and an assistant who will basically fulfill the same kind of role as the PA to the president. So if I click on Add Assistant, I get somebody who's indicated in the structure there as an assistant. And again, I can type in there PA to Marketing VP. Now there are a couple of very important points I'd like to make here. First of all, the whole Smart Art graphic, the whole diagram, is bounded by this box. You can just about see the outline there. And of course, if I select the whole diagram, I can resize it. It works like pretty much any other site type of diagram. Now of course it's much more complex than a standard single graphic, because Excel 2013 has to do quite a bit of work to maintain the relative sizes of the various boxes in it, make sure all the text fits, and of course it's also redrawing the lines that connect these blocks together. And although the various Smart Art graphics that are available have different shapes in them, different lines and so on, the basic set of rules that governs this is common. Another thing to point out is that if you right click on one of the graphics, as we did just now, you're offered a number of options. One of them is change shape. If you want a shape to be different from the default rectangle, you could put a different shape for that particular graphic, and Excel 2013 would handle that for you. And if you don't want one of these shapes, suppose I decided I didn't need 3 vice presidents, if I select the 3rd vice president and hit the delete key, note that the box and the lines that connect to it will be gone as well. So press delete, and everything is adjusted to cater for the fact that I now only have 2 vice presidents. So in summary, from a functional point of view, that's how you can build up a Smart Art diagram in Excel 2013. Now, a couple of other things to point out to you now that are very important when it comes to actually formatting the diagram. There are 2 Smart Tools tabs that you can see there. There's a Design tab and a Format tab. And on the Design tab, you have a number of options for things like Add Shape, Text Pane, and then you can do things like promote and demote individuals within the hierarchy and so on. But in the Layouts group here, there is a Layout Gallery, and let's just click on the More button on the Layout Gallery, and you can try different layouts. For instance, with that layout, you could put a little image in each box, maybe a headshot of each person within the hierarchy. Now, as you try these different layouts, some of them probably quite distort the hierarchy. So for instance, that one doesn't really show correctly the relative rank or seniority of the 2 VPs compared to the PA to the president. But there are a number of options, and you can click on more layouts to look at even more. And also on the Design tab, there is a Smart Art Styles gallery. Click on the styles and you can try different styles with rounded and shadow boxes, different text. You can even go into lozenges, 3-dimensional structures and so on. Again, plenty of those there for you to try. And alongside that you have a Change Colors button here where you can change the color scheme as well. So when it comes to putting together a Smart Art graphic, there are many options. On the Format tab, you can work on word art styles for the text, shape styles, including styles for individual shapes. So let's suppose that I wanted the PA to the president to have the PA's own shape. I could perhaps select a shape style for that particular one. Maybe with that one I might go for that style, for instance, maybe a slightly darker background and so on. And then there are options here to do things like change shapes, change the color of shape fill, change the outline, add shape effects and so on. Now, as you can imagine, considering the number of Smart Art graphics there are, the number of layouts and styles there are thousands and thousands of combinations here. But it's a very good idea for you to go through these, perhaps systematically, try a few different things out. When it comes to the Excel 2013 Moz exam, if you're given a Smart Art graphic, there's a good chance that you will, it'll usually be a fairly straightforward variation on one of the standard ones, but it's a very good idea to know what those variations are, to know not only how to add shapes to a smart art graphic and remove shapes, but also how to do a little bit of styling, a little bit of formatting. In this unit we've looked at inserting and formatting text boxes and at inserting and formatting smart art graphics. And in fact this is the last unit within this course, and you'll now move on to working on the 3 case studies that hopefully will give you good practice for the MOS Excel 2013 exam. I'll be working through each of the 3 case studies systematically on video. You'll be able to work along with me, but I suggest that before you watch those videos you have a go yourself. You try out each of those case studies and see how much of each of those you can manage to figure out for yourself. That's the end of the last unit within the course. I'll see you in the case studies. Hello and welcome to this introduction to case study 3. The first thing I want to talk about in this introduction is the exam environment. Now you'll be using a device with a number of windows, and when you're working on these case studies, if you've got a conventional PC or a conventional laptop, you may well only be able to see one window at a time. And what I want to talk about now is what the other windows will show in the exam environment and how you can adapt your case study environment to allow you to have the necessary information available to you. Now, in the exam environment, the main window will be an Excel 2013 window, and of course that's the absolutely essential window when you're working through the case studies. You need at least a window with Excel 2013 open. One of the other windows you'll have in the exam environment will be a window with the instructions. Now, there are various ways you can arrange this when you're doing the case studies. If you've got a very big monitor, very high resolution, you may be able to have another window open with the instructions in it. Or, if that's not the case, or if you don't want to work in that way, you could maybe have the instructions open in a copy of Word and switch between them using the Alt-Tab switching mechanism on your keyboard. Alternatively, you could print the instructions out. Or you could have the instructions on another device, a laptop or a tablet, and follow through the instructions on that other device. Also in the exam environment you'll have another window with access to the resources. Now the resources will all be in a folder. The resources include things like any images you might need, JPEGs, etc. And maybe if you need to import some data from a text file, that text file may be in the resource folder as well. Now, as I'll mention a little bit later on, you should always make sure before you start that you know what's in that resource folder. But it's useful to have another window which can quickly give you access to that resource folder as well. So again, maybe a File Explorer or Windows Explorer window that's available on your PC when you're doing the case studies might be useful as well. It is important to realize that when you're doing the exam you will have no online help. Now let me talk about the exam itself. First of all, there is limited time to do the exam, so don't let yourself get stuck on a particular problem. There is enough time to do what needs to be done, but you will need to work at a good pace. Now in the case studies, case study 3 in particular, there should be plenty of time to do this in 40 minutes approximately. You should have no trouble completing the work in that time. With case studies 4 and 5, there's still plenty of time, but you do need to keep working and you can't afford to stop and have a long think about something. If you get stuck, then you're going to need to improvise. I'll tell you a little bit more about that in a moment. Also in the exam, you are graded on what you produce, not on how you do it. So what you're really trying to achieve is an end product, and ultimately that's what you'll be graded on the exam in, the end product. Now here's a few exam tips for you. Another piece of information you'll have on the device that you're using in the exam will be a clock. Locate the clock, keep an eye on it. Set yourself some milestones based on the instructions. Right at the beginning, have a quick read through the instructions so you've got a good idea of what you're going to do. And maybe at least mentally slice them up into, say, 4 10-minute chunks and make sure that you know where you should have got to at each 10-minute point. You won't pass the exam if you get 10% of the document perfectly correct, but you don't even try the other 90%. You're going to fail. You need to have a go at virtually everything in the instructions. And the other thing is, you can't pause the exam to have a think about things. Once it's started, that's it. You're on a deadline, you can't pause it. If there was some huge technical problem or a fire alert or something like that, then there's a procedure that the examining body will follow to restart the exam, or you need to retake the exam, whatever it might be. But you don't have the option of asking them to have 10 minutes to think about something. Once it's started, you're on a timer. Read the instructions carefully and take note of some of the very important advice that they contain, such as frequently saving your work. And review the resources before you start work. I mentioned the window with the resources in it. There'll be a folder containing the resources. Have a look at that before you start so you know what you're going to be used to complete the exam. And the other thing to do before you actually start is have a look at the finished document. Almost the last thing I'm going to say to you in this introductory section is to have a look at the finished document for Case Study 3 before you start trying to produce it. So you've got a good idea of where you're going in the case study, and the same goes for the exam as well. Now, a couple more exam tips. If you can't do something in an ideal way, you may need to improvise. Let's take an example. Supposing part of the exam is to fill part of a row or column with the months of the year from January to December, and you just can't remember how to do a series fill. Well, just type the letters in. Type Jan, Feb, Mar, or the full month names. If you can improvise when you're stuck, improvise. The chances are it'll make little, if any, difference to the exam result, and it will almost certainly let you get on to the next stage in the instructions, and you won't leave a gaping hole in what you're trying to do. You'll be opening various panels, dialogues, and so on. With dialogues which are modal, close them as you go unless you're told not to. If you don't close modal dialogues, you may finish up trying to do things that you can't do because you've still got a modal dialogue open. Where you have non-modal panels, generally speaking, it won't do any harm to leave them open, but don't let the workspace become cluttered by open dialogues or panels that you no longer need. Also, although it may seem that printing is available during the exam, you won't be producing printed output. You may be simulating printing, but you won't actually be printing. In the case study environment, I'll be printing to a virtual device or into software. I'll often print into OneNote or some other piece of software. If you want to print to a real printer in the case studies, that's absolutely fine. If you've been using a touch device, or if you're used to using Excel 2013 on a touch device, and I hope that you haven't been relying on that, you need to beware, because these case studies and the exam are very much geared up to using mouse and keyboard. And as you will, I think, have realized if you've been using a touch device, it can be quite difficult to do some of the more intricate things that you might be doing in Excel using a touch device. Now a few words about the case studies. The case studies are there to give you practice with tools and techniques. We can't cover absolutely everything in the case studies, so you need to make sure you've covered all of the course and you've got plenty of other practice. Don't forget, If you look at the overview of the Moz Excel 2013 requirements, it will say that you're expected to have had several months practice of using Excel 2013. So these case studies aren't intended to be a comprehensive review of every single topic. They're meant to give you some practice at doing quite a long sequence of Excel operations in a limited amount of time. However, if you cover the course fully and you cover the case studies fully, you will have covered a very significant proportion of what you might be required to know and do in the exam. But don't forget that practice is all important as well. In the case studies, I will cover a few new topics, and some of the topics we've already covered I'll be covering in a different way. So you may pick up a few new things going through the case studies as well. So be prepared for that. Our case studies are divided into sections. The exam is not. Most of the case studies are in 4 or 5 sections, and those sections are there for a reason. The reason being that you can have sort of checkpoints in terms of where you've got to, and if you get to a certain point and you just can't do it yourself, then you can carry on with the sample file provided. But you won't get these sort of breathing points, these sort of stations in the exam. You start at the beginning, you end at the end, and that's that. Now let me talk specifically about case study 3. The instructions and resources are in the Case Study 3 folder. Make sure you know where that is. The instructions are in that document, Moz Excel 2013 CS3 procedure.docx. The final document is called Moz Excel 2013 CS3 final.xlsx. Apart from those, the folder contains my intermediate steps in the solution, with file names like the ones shown there. You won't get intermediate step solutions in the exam. You will be saving your intermediate steps with file names like that in the case studies, hence the CS prefix. So you should be able to compare those with my intermediate sample solutions. The procedure document contains reference numbers to the sections. They're labelled Part 1, Part 2 and so on. You won't get those in the exam. So, Case Study 3, you're virtually ready to start now. I suggest that you try the whole case study on your own, then work through the videos. But if you want to work through the case study one section at a time, that's fine. I would recommend you do at least one of them from beginning to end to get a feeling for how long the period of time of about 40 minutes is going to seem in the exam. And, as I mentioned before, take a look at the final document, then begin. Hello again. This section covers part 1 in the Case Study 3 procedure. There is no input document for this section as it is the first section of the case study. The sample output provided has the name Moz Excel 2013 CS301.xlsx, but your output file will just be called CS301.xlsx. Excel is running and the first instruction says to create a new blank Excel workbook. If you have the start screen shown, click on blank workbook and a new workbook appears with a single sheet, sheet 1. The next instruction asks you to add 2 workbook properties. Generally speaking, to add workbook properties, if you go into Backstage View by clicking on the File button, and then to the Info tab, the properties are available on the right. You have a number of options. At the bottom here you have Show All Properties, which gives you access to the properties in situ here, Or if you click on the drop down on properties at the top, you have the option to show the document panel, which will appear above the workbook. Or if you click on advanced properties, you get the book 1 properties dialog. From here you can access all of the properties, and if you go to the summary tab, the basic properties are there. You're required to enter a title, which I'm going to do now, and also to add your own name as author. My name already appears here as author. To save the changes, click on OK. Note that both of those properties now appear on the Info tab in Backstage View. The next instruction is to save the workbook in the standard Excel 2013 format with the name cs301.xlsx. So we click on Save As, choose Computer. Now in the exam you will be told which folder to save it in. I'm going to save it in my working folder. Make sure that the standard Excel workbook format is selected, and then enter the required file name and click on Save. Next we add a second worksheet, so click on the plus button here to add a second sheet and rename it to the defined name. Right click, click on Rename and type in the new name. When you finish typing, just click somewhere else. The next instruction is to move that new worksheet to the start of the workbook. If you right click on the tab of the worksheet, you have a move or copy command, or you can simply click and hold and drag it to a new position at the start of the workbook. The next instruction is to rename sheet 1 to monthly prices and then to select cell A1 in it. So again, select that sheet, right click, rename. Be very careful with the names that you're provided with. Make sure that you spell them very carefully and correctly. And sometimes you'll have spaces in names, sometimes you won't. Be very careful about that as well. So I've renamed that and now select cell A1. The next instruction relates to a text file that contains monthly prices for the Dow Jones Industrial Average from December 2003 to December 2013. It is in fixed width text format, and the first row contains headings, and these headings tell you what each of the columns of figures represent. If you are provided with this kind of data to import into Excel or to use in some other way, it's always a good idea to have a look at it first. In this case, I've opened it up in Notepad, just so that I'm familiar with the type of data. Now we're going to import that text file's contents into the monthly prices worksheet. So to do an import, go to the Data tab, and in the Get External Data group there is a From Text option. Click on From Text and then browse to the input file. It's there. Click on Import, and that brings up page 1 of the text import wizard. Now, as pointed out in the procedure, you're dealing here with fixed width data rather than delimited data. So we're not dealing with data which has got commas or tabs or paragraph markers separating the data. It's fixed width format. And generally speaking, Excel 2013 will work out what the format is, but sometimes it gets it wrong. So very carefully check that it has made the right choice here between delimited and fixed width. You can also make sure that it's starting import at row 1, and very importantly that it recognizes that the data has headers. Now in this particular case it has not recognized that the data has headers, so we need to check that box just to confirm that the first row is a header row. So I'm happy with step 1 in the wizard. Click on Next. On step 2, this screen lets you set field widths, column breaks, and the lines with arrows signify a column break. What Excel 2013 is doing here is indicating where it thinks the fields are. And as you can see over on the left here, it's trying to split up the date into 3 individual components: a month, a day number, and a year. Now we don't want to do that. We want to keep these dates as being complete. So we're going to remove 2 of these field breaks here. Now to delete a break line, double click on the line. Let me double click on the first one. That's now gone. Double click on the second one. Now I'm pretty happy with that because the breaks correspond to the headings. So I've got a date column, an open column, high, low, close, etc. So I'm happy now with step 2. Click on next. Now with step 3, I'm given the option of selecting the columns that I do and don't want to import, and also setting the data format for a column. Now generally speaking, I tend to do the selection of data formats when I've got the data into Excel, and in this particular case you're not instructed to do otherwise. But if you read the note here, General converts numeric values to numbers, date values to dates, and all remaining values to text. Given that basically the type of information I've got here is either dates, which are in the first column, or the numeric values, which are in the other columns, I can import these using what are effectively the default settings in Excel 2013, and then I can sort out the actual formatting within Excel. It's telling me that it's going to treat the first column as general format. There are dates in there, so it will be able to treat those as dates. The next 3 columns, the instructions say don't import the open, high and low columns. There's the open column. Let me just select that. And with that, I'm actually going to skip that particular column. So I'm going to select the option here, do not import column. Same for high, same for low. So those 3 columns will be skipped, and the other columns, close, that's numbers, average volume, numbers, adjusted close numbers, they'll be fine with the general data format. So I'm happy with all of those. Click on finish. So then we have one final little dialogue here. We will always accept the default setting in the top half. We don't do pivot tables, pivot charts and so on this course. And we don't cover data model on this course as well. So the only option we have really is in the middle section. Where do you want to put the data? On the existing worksheet starting in cell A1, which is what we're instructed to do. And you can actually see cell A1 there selected. Or, if necessary, you can specify it needs to go onto a new worksheet. But we're following the instructions here, so we click on OK. And there is all of that data imported into our worksheet. And the next instruction says delete column B, which will contain the close values. So we didn't import 3 of the columns from the text file. So one option is not to import data in the first place. But if you do import a column that you don't need, you can select it like this, right click, click on delete, and that column has gone. Now that is in effect the end of part 1. But one other thing I should mention, while you're working through all of these examples, and certainly in the exam, make a point of saving your work on a regular basis. You don't want disaster to strike and to have to go back a long way in order to recover a much earlier version. So although the instructions don't tell you over and over again to save your work, get in the habit of doing that. We just completed part 1 of case study 3. You should have saved a file with the name cs301.xlsx as the last stage in that part of case study 3. There is also a sample file with the longer name given there if you want to compare what you've done with the sample. That's the end of part 1. Time for part 2. Welcome back. This section covers part 2 of case study 3. The names of the sample input and sample output files are given there. But if you're working through this yourself and creating your own workbooks, the input is cs301.xlsx and the output will be cs302.xlsx. The first instruction in part 2 is to save the workbook as cs302.xlsx. The next instruction is to format the values in column A except the heading to be date values with English United States locale and a format of MAR-12. So I'm going to select everything in that column except the heading, right click, format cells, select date format, and the format I want is short text version of the month hyphen year, just a 2-digit year. Click on OK. Now, one thing you may already have noticed is that the values in this worksheet are in reverse chronological order, and the next instruction is going to put them into chronological order. So it says select the whole of the worksheet, which means we can click on the little box there above 1 and to the left of A to select the whole worksheet, and sort it oldest to newest according to the date in column A, allowing for the fact that row 1 contains headers. Now you've got these quick sort buttons here, A to Z, in this case oldest to newest, lowest to highest, Z to A, newest to oldest, highest to lowest. Or if you want to be absolutely certain that you've got the settings right, you can click on sort and bring up the sort dialog. Now in this case the data does have headers, very important that you get that box checked or unchecked correctly. And then all you need to do is to decide which column or columns you want to sort by. We're going to sort by the date column, which by default sorts in the order oldest to newest. So click on OK. Now data is now correctly sorted. Now the next instruction is a funny little instruction. Use the name box to select cell D1, which should be empty. If you want to go to any particular cell, and this is particularly useful if you're going to a cell which is way off the end of what you can see, if you click in the name box there, and in this case if I type in D1 and then just hit the enter key, it will take you to the cell you've specified and select that cell. Next, enter the text change. And now we're going to start doing some calculations. These figures relate to the what's called the adjusted close value of the Dow Jones at the end of a day. In fact, these figures are for the first working day of each month over a course of 10 years. Now what we're going to do is to work out the increase from one month to the next, and of course if that increase is negative, that would mean that the value of the average fell. So the instruction says enter a formula in cell D3, that's that cell, that will calculate the increase in the adjusted close figure, edge close figure, column C, from December 03 to January 04, i.e. the increase in the adjusted close during the oldest full month in the data. Now the formula will be the January value, which is C3, minus the December value, which is C2. So tick, that gives us an increase of 34.20. And if you're pretty good at mental arithmetic, you can probably have a look at that and say, yep, that looks right. And indeed it is. The next instruction says fill this formula down to cell D122. So what we're going to do is apply this formula throughout the range of the data. Now, you should remember there are various ways of doing fill. We've got the fill button over here in the editing group on the home tab. You can also use keyboard shortcuts. Control D does a fill down. But there's an even easier way of doing this normally, although it can be a little bit tricky when you go off the page. And that is, if you pull the selection rectangle there by the little button in the bottom right hand corner and pull it down as far as you want to go. In this case we want to go down to cell D122 and then just release it. The fill down is done for you automatically. And if we just choose one of these other cells at random, say that one, row 104, the formula is C104 minus C103. So what we've now got is the monthly change in the Dow Jones over a period of 10 years. The next instruction says select the range D3 to D122 and name this range change on month. Now if you're going to select a range with the mouse, generally speaking, if it's going over a long distance, so you're going to have to scroll in all sorts of directions, I usually find it easiest to start at the bottom, so in this case at D122, and then go up to the beginning, because you're going to have to stop when you get to the top anyway. It's often easier than going the other way where you might go too far. Having selected that range, we're going to name that range. So go to the Formulas tab, click on Define Name, brings up the Define Name dialog, give it a name. If you're not told otherwise, e.g. if you're not given an alternative value for the scope of this name, accept the defaults. No need to put a comment in as we're not asked to. Click on OK and we've now defined that name. Now apply the Ion theme to the worksheet. So we go to Page Layout, click on the themes on the left, and click on the Ion theme, and the Ion theme is now applied. Apply Style Heading 2 to cells A1 to D1. So I'm going to select A1 to D1 by dragging with the mouse, and then on the Home tab, Cell Styles, I'm going to select Heading 2. So I've now applied Heading 2 to those 4 headings. Next instruction. Modify the style Heading 2 so that all sides have the same style of border as the bottom border has initially, and horizontal alignment is center. So if I go into Cell Styles and back to Heading 2 again, which I used just now to apply that style to those headings, if I right click on Heading 2, I have the option to modify that style. Now of course this is not the same as modifying the formatting of a cell, an individual cell. We're actually modifying a style here, so any cell that has this style applied will be modified, its format will be modified by modifying the style which is applied to that cell. So click on Modify, brings up that style dialog, and that gives us an option of modifying. Now this style includes definition of font and border. What I'm going to do is to click on Format and change some aspects of that style. Now first of all, border. If I click on border, you can see what the border is at the moment in this little border graphic, a sort of preview here. And as you can see with the preview, I have a line at the bottom, and that's exactly what you could observe in Heading 2 just now. The definition of that is on the left. It's a red line, fairly thick red line. And by default, if I were to click, say, on the left upright, I would get the same border style. And by clicking on the 2 uprights and the top there, I've now applied that border style throughout. So that's part of the modification of the Heading 2 style. The other part is to set the horizontal alignment to center. So we go to the Alignment tab. Horizontal currently says General, And where it says general, how it's aligned will depend on the content of the cell. So for instance, if it's text, it'll be aligned left. If it's numeric, it'll be aligned right. But I'm going to change this to say center, so that whatever sort of data is in a heading 2 style cell, it will be centered. So I've changed the border, I've changed the alignment, their definitions within the heading 2 style. Click on OK. Click on OK to apply the change. And now if I just click away, you can see that those 4 cells have all got full red borders, and in all 4 cases they're centered. Now at the moment the columns aren't wide enough for you to see that properly, but I've got a feeling we're going to make those columns a bit wider a little later on. Now one interesting thing to note about what we've just done is that if I go back into cell styles and back to heading 2 and right click to modify, notice that now Excel 2013 realizes that we're not only defining a font and a border in this style, but we've also defined an alignment rule, which is horizontal center. It will also pick up the bottom aligned rule as well, but we're not really bothered about that. We've only been asked to do horizontal center. So the final instruction in part 2 is to save the workbook. That's the end of part 2 of case study 3. You should by now have your own CS302.xlsx. If not, the sample output is there for you to check. I'll see you in part 3. Hello again and welcome to part 3 of case study 3. If you're working along yourself, then your input to this part of case study 3 is CS302 and you'll be generating CS303. If you're using the sample input and output files, the names of those are shown there. The first instruction is to save the current workbook as CS303. Next, change the alignment of all cells other than the heading cells so that they are right aligned with an indent of 1 character. Now as before, I'm going down to the end here, D122, and I'm going to select right up to almost the beginning except for the heading. Then I'm going to right click, click on Format Cells, and then on the Alignment tab for horizontal alignment, I'm going to say right with an indent and an indent of 1. Click on OK. Now notice that for some of the numbers in column C, you can see there, because you can no longer see those numbers, you get that line of hash symbols. That isn't necessarily a problem as such, it just means that the numbers won't fit into the available space. But I've got a feeling we're going to sort that out next. So next we're going to do some work on the Quick Access toolbar. Add the column width command to the Quick Access toolbar and use this to set the column widths as shown in this table. So we click on the drop down at the right of the Quick Access toolbar, and then nearly at the bottom, More Commands. That takes us into Excel options with the Quick Access toolbar page selected. We need to add the column width command to the Quick Access toolbar. The commands are in alphabetical order, and as you can see there with popular commands selected, column width isn't shown. So if I go to All Commands and then go down, I should be able to find column width. There it is. Click and add, or double click. It gets added. Click on OK. And now you can see that column width button on the Quick Access toolbar. If I hover over it, you can see the screen tip. So the next job is to use that button to set the column widths for all 4 columns according to the values in that table. So let me start with column A, click on the column width button, and the value to go in there is 11 characters, so click on OK. Now click on B, again column width, that one's going to be 13. Column C is going to be 14. And finally column D is going to be 11. So I've set those 4 column widths. The next instruction says freeze row 1 in the current view. That's straightforward enough, but let me just point something out to you very quickly here. If you weren't actually looking at row 1, let's suppose you'd got, say, row 90 to 109 shown. When you click on freeze panes and say freeze top row, it says keep the top row visible while scrolling through the rest of the window. That would actually freeze row 90. It's the top one in the view, not the top one on the worksheet. So let me unfreeze that again. Make sure you've got row 1 actually visible if it's row 1 that you need to freeze. So freeze top row now freezes row 1, and I can scroll up and down freely with row 1 frozen. Now use the go to command to select the change on month range. This is also a pretty neat thing to do. Click on home, over to the find and select button on the right in the editing group, click on the go to, and amongst the things that are listed there is that named range, change on month. If I click on OK, I go to that range and it is selected, so I've now got the change on month range selected. Now apply conditional formatting to the selected data so that the best 3 months are shown using green fill with dark green text and the worst 3 months are shown using light red fill with dark red text. So we're looking at the best 3 change months, so the ones with the biggest increases in the index, and the worst 3, which are going to be the biggest negative changes in the index, and we're going to identify those using conditional formatting. So we click on the conditional formatting button there, and we're looking for top and bottom rules. Top 10 items by default, but we want top 3. Bottom 10 items, but we want bottom 3. So let's start with top. Click on top 10 items. We don't want 10 items, we only want 3. And the top 3 are going to be identified by green fill with dark green text. So that's green fill with dark green text. Click on OK. Now we could click away, have a look, check that's worked at this point, but while this is going okay, let's try the other one now, top bottom. Let's try and find the bottom 3 as well. Change 10 to 3. And in the case of the bottom ones, light red fill with dark red text is the effect we want, so click on OK. Now let's click away and let's scroll down and see what we've got. Well, look, there's our 3 red ones. June 08 to Feb 09, we've got 3 big negative changes. Minus 1,288, minus 1,525, and minus 938. Now, there's some big growths. There's 773.4 in September 10, 1,041 in October 11, 756 in Jan 13. So there we are. We've used conditional formatting to highlight the best 3 and the worst 3. Now, probably one of the best pieces of advice about doing the exam is sometimes you're asked to do things. There may be no apparent reason for it, but you really need to do it. And some of the things there are just checking the breadth of your knowledge. So having done that conditional formatting, the next instruction is unfreeze the top row. Well, you just unfreeze the top row basically. So click on unfreeze panes and the freezing of row 1 has been removed. Now the next instruction says make sure the units you are using are inches. This is another one that sometimes catches people out. If you go to the advanced options, so go into Backstage View, click on Options, go to Advanced, you may well find, if you go down to the Display section, that the ruler units are set as default units, which will be the default units for your locale. Now, the default units for your locale may or may not be inches. If they are, fine, but if not, you need to set them to inches from this point onwards in this case study, because the other things you need to do here are going to be defined in inches. So make sure you've got inches if you haven't got already. Click on OK. And now the next question is, set the page size to letter. So we're going to Page Layout, we're going to Size, and we're going to set the size to letter, which is 8.5 inches by 11 inches. If you're used to working in metric units, you need to know how to follow instructions in inches. I suggest you make sure that you can follow instructions in either system, although generally speaking I think there is a tendency towards doing things in inches. But make sure you can cope with either. So letter. Set the top and bottom margins to 1 inch and the left and right margins to 2 inches. So click on Margins. There are no margin settings which have those exactly, so you're going to need Custom Margins. So down to Custom Margins, and we want the left margin to be 2. If as you step through these you don't get exactly the one you want, then you're going to need to type it in. So we're going to set both left and right to 2 inches, top and bottom to 1. Click on OK. And then add a page header with 2 elements, page number on the left, current date on the right. Now you can insert the page header in a number of ways, as you know, but if you click on the View tab and change to Page Layout View, you have a simple click to add header option there, and on the left, if you put the page number, that's one of the default content items on header and footer elements on the Header and Footer Tools Design tab. So you've got page number on the left there, and on the right you can select current date, and the current date is that one. And the last instruction in this section is save the workbook. So this is saving CS303. That's the end of part 3 of case study 3. If you've been working through this yourself, you should now have CS303.xlsx. If you've been using the samples, then the sample output is Moz Excel 2013 CS303.xlsx. I'll see you in part 4. Hello again and welcome to part 4 of case study 3. If you haven't already prepared your own version of CS303.xlsx as input to this section, then you can use the sample input file that's provided. The sample output file has the name that you can see there, but I hope you're going to produce your own version of CS304.xlsx. The first job to do in part 4 is to save the file with the new file name. And now we're ready to select 2 columns to draw a chart. Now, although you can work in Page Layout View, I'm going to go back to Normal View. So I'm going to click on View, Normal, and then I'm going to select column A, hold the Control key down and select column C, and the instructions say create a 2D line chart. So insert, and then in the charts group, that's the line chart button, click on the drop down, And the first and simplest format is a line. Click on that and the line chart is created. Now the first job is straightforward enough. Change the chart title to Dow Jones Industrial Average. To change the chart title, simple as clicking within the field itself, delete what's there, and type in the new title. When you're finished, just click elsewhere. The next job is to change the size of the chart to be 4 inches tall and 6 inches wide. Now there are a number of ways of resizing a chart. You could do it manually of course, but then you won't necessarily know what the height and width are. But on the Format tab in the Chart Tools, there is a size group on the right, and that shows you the current height and width. In addition, you can click on the button in the bottom right hand corner to show the Size and Properties dialog, which brings up of course a panel on the right which gives you a lot of options for formatting the chart area. So let's change the height to 4 inches. I could of course type that in rather than use the little roller controls, and change the width to 6 inches. And of course I can use the scroll bar if I need to position the chart in any way to see more clearly what I'm doing. Now the next job we have is to change the minimum on the vertical axis to 6,000. Now we haven't looked at many of the settings in relation to these charts in great detail yet. We looked at a few of them on the course, and indeed you won't need to do anything very complex. But I just want to spend a moment now explaining one or two things about this Format Chart Area panel on the right, because many of the things that you may need to do, you can do using this panel. First of all, if you look at the Chart Options button there with the drop down next to it, it lets you select what you want to work on. So you could select the chart area itself, the chart title, the horizontal or category axis, the plot area, the vertical or value axis, the vertical or value axis major grid lines, and also you can choose from the series that are shown on this chart. Now at the moment this chart only shows one series. It shows the adjusted close, edge close series. So if I want to work on the vertical value axis, I would click that, and now I have access to that vertical value axis. Now notice that the panel now says Format Axis, and the various controls and options I have now relate to formatting that axis. That isn't the only way of choosing that though. If I wanted to work on the horizontal axis, clearly I could choose again using the same method. But if I just click within the horizontal axis, I can select it that way. But let's go back to the vertical axis again. And now I have these 4 buttons: Fill and Line, Effects, Size and Properties, and Axis Options. On this occasion I'm going to click on Axis Options. And I'm going to look at the main axis options, and amongst the axis options are the bounds on the axis, the minimum and the maximum. Now by default they are automatically assigned based on the available data, and as you can see here the scale has been drawn from 0 to 18,000. The instruction is to change the minimum to 6,000. So all I need to do is to click into the minimum bound and type in 6,000. Click somewhere else, and the minimum is now changed. Now as you can see from that, there are many options within these various format panels for various elements within a chart, and there are an awful lot to remember. But I do suggest that you spend a little bit of time just looking through them, familiarizing yourself with what's there, and at least if you know what's there and you're pretty confident that something you need to set or reset is there, even though it may take you a moment or two to find it, you know you won't be on a sort of wild goose chase anyway while you're looking for it. So we've reset our minimum to 6,000, and of course now, as you would expect, the rises and falls in the Dow Jones Index are much more marked on that new vertical scale. The next instruction says move the chart to be an element in the worksheet DGIA 10-year report. So all I have to do first of all is to make sure I have the chart selected. Then on the Chart Tools Design tab, right over at the right hand end, there is the Move Chart button. Click on Move Chart. And that brings me options of either a new sheet or to an existing sheet, making an object in one of the other existing worksheets. In this case, I'm moving it to another existing worksheet, which is DGIA 10-year report. Click on OK. And the chart has now been moved to that new location. I'll just close the panel on the right. The next instruction says change the chart style to Style 3. So again, make sure we've got the chart selected. We must have a chart selected because we can see the chart tools, and since we only have one chart, I guess it's got to be that one that's selected. And then you just need to find Style 3. The styles are numbered from the beginning, Style 1, 2, 3. That's Style 3. And there is our Dow Jones Industrial Average chart covering the 10 years from December 03 to December 13. The last thing to do in part 4 is to save the workbook. So that's the end of part 4 of case study 3. I hope you've produced CS304.xlsx. If not, the name of the corresponding sample output is shown there. I'll see you for part 5. Welcome back to case study 3. In this unit we're going to look at part 5. If you don't already have your own CS304.xlsx, then the slide there shows you the name of the sample input file that you can start from. I hope you're going to be producing your own version of CS305.xlsx, which will also actually be the final version of the output of case study 3. So the first thing we do in part 5 of case study 3 is to save the workbook with a new name. Now we select the worksheet DGIA 10-year report. It's actually currently selected. And then we're going to select the cells B17 to D17 and merge and center these cells. And then into those cells we're going to enter that text. Now so far when we've done merging, we've generally done merge and center, but the next instruction says select cells B18 to C18, merge these cells and right align the merged cell. Now of course we could do merge and center and then change the alignment, or if you go to the merge and center button in the alignment group on the home tab, merge cells just merges the cells, and then we can choose the right alignment button in the same group. Now we enter the text. You may just about be able to see, hopefully, that it's high followed by a colon. Tick that and you'll see we have high colon right aligned in the merged cell. Now for cells B19 to C19, we're basically going to follow the same procedure, but this time it will say low. Now for the next instruction we're going to need to use a formula. In cell D18, enter a formula that identifies the maximum value of the Dow Jones Industrial Average over the period of the report. Now there are a number of ways of doing this, but I want to actually type this formula in on this occasion. And in order to identify where we're going to get that maximum value from, let's just go back to the monthly prices worksheet. The prices, in this case the adjusted close price, is column C, and the values for the period of the report start in C2 and go right down to C122. So we're looking for the largest value in that range. Now the structure of the range will include the worksheet name, because we're actually going to put a formula in on a different worksheet. So if I select cell D18, the formula I want is equals, max is the function, open brackets, I get the prompts, and the prompts means I can put in a list of individual values, I can put in ranges, I can put in named ranges, and so on. So one of the things I could have done here, of course, would have been to name that range. And if I'd named that range, I could just refer to the name here. So I'm going to actually type the range in. So it's single quote and put in the name of the sheet, which is monthly prices. Single quote to end that name. Bang character to denote the end of the sheet name, and now it's C2 colon C122. Close brackets, and that should be the correct range for all of the closing prices over that period. If I now tick, it gives me a value of 16,086.41. And believe me, that is the maximum of the values there. You could of course check that yourself if you'd like to. The next instruction says in cell D19 enter a formula that identifies the minimum value of the Dow Jones over the period of the report. Well, that's pretty straightforward, because I can fill down, select both cells, and I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control D. So I've got the maximum value twice, click in D19 and change max to min, tick it, and the lowest value is 7,062.90. Now select cells B17 to D19, that's that little block of cells there, and set the fill colour to orange accent 2 darker 25%. Now to set the fill colour, on the Home tab in the font group, choose this button, the fill colour button, choose the drop down. I'm using a theme colour. The theme colours are the ones that have names like that. So I need to go to the orange range, orange accent 2 lighter 60%. Keep scrolling down till I find the one that I want. There we are. Orange accent 2 darker 25%, that's the one. And set the text colour to white. Well, the text colour, which is the same as the font colour, I'm going to set that to white. White is always a theme colour. And then if I just click away, you can see that we've got some highlights of the 10-year period of this report. We can see the high and the low for the Dow over that period. Now the next step is pretty much a variation on the one that we've just made. We're going to select again 2 or 3 blocks of cells and do a bit of merging. One of the things you'll notice is that we're going to put that string of text in again, DGIA, DEC 2003, etc. If you want to be able to save yourself a bit of typing, you could actually copy that to the clipboard now. Don't forget that when you've got merged cells, the content in the merged cell is actually in the top leftmost cell. So in this case, that DGIA string is in cell B17. So if I copy it within the formula bar, so I'm going to do a Control C. Now I'm going to do what the instructions say and select cells O17 to Q17. and do a merge and center. Enter the text, same as before, DJA, etc. If I click in the formula bar and do a Control V and then tick that saved me a little bit of typing. Now select cells 018 to P18. Merge these cells and right align the merged cell and enter the text best monthly rise. So let me go back here, merge cells, align right, type in, again I've got a colon on the end of that. Now merge 018 P18, pretty much the same procedure again. This time it's got to say worst monthly fall. Tick again. Now in this case, in cell Q18, I need to put a formula that identifies the maximum monthly rise of the Dow Jones over the period of the report. Now this time it's not the maximum value, it's the maximum rise, and of course, as I'm sure you remember, that's in column D, but it's also part of our named range. So if I now put a formula in Q18 equals max, and I hope that you can remember what that named range is called. It's called change on month. There it is. Double click that. Close the brackets and tick. That tells us that the best rise in a month was 1,000 points in the month. And similarly, next one, it's cell Q19. Enter a formula that identifies the maximum monthly fall of the Dow over the period of the report. So that's going to be equals min. So the biggest drop in a month was just over 1,500 points. Now select cells 017 to D19 and basically do the colouring exercise that we did before. Select those again. Note that when you've just used two buttons, as you have here, you've got a fill button that you've just used to fill a particular colour. That button has taken on that colour as part of its icon, and you don't have to search for the colour again. You can just click the button and you'll get the same fill colour again. Similarly for the font colour, we've just done a white font, so if I click again, I'll get a white font again. You don't need to go in and search for the same colours again. That's a fairly common feature within Excel 2013. It's a good opportunity to look to save yourself a little bit of time. So there we are. Click away again. We now have two little panels that help to identify some of the high points of the 10-year period covered by the report. The next instruction says hide the worksheet monthly prices. So if I right click on monthly prices and click hide, it will be hidden. And then, as a bit of a tidying up exercise, remove the column width command from the quick access toolbar. If you go into the drop down at the right hand end of the quick access toolbar, you can obviously go back into the Excel options via clicking on more commands and remove that particular button from the toolbar. But there is a quick and easy way of doing it that I didn't show you during the course. If you right click on the button, the column width button in this case, one of the options right at the top there, remove from quick access toolbar. So a button that you may have put on just temporarily, you can remove it very quickly just by clicking that, and that button has now gone. The next instruction is save the workbook, so that saves CS305, and then finally save the workbook as CS3 final. So I'll just do that and I'll be done. So that's the end of case study 3. I hope you've got through successfully to the end, that you have a CS305.xlsx, which is basically correct, and that you've saved a CS3 final.xlsx as well. If you feel encouraged by case study 3, I hope you do. Now's the time to get started on case study 4. I'll see you for that. Hello again and welcome to Case Study 4. Before we worked through Case Study 3, I talked a little about the exam environment. I'm not going to do exactly the same run through at the beginning of each case study, but at the beginning of Case Study 4 and Case Study 5, I'm going to give you a quick run through of those main points again. I do accept that some of you may of course have done Case Study 5 or Case Study 4 before Case Study 3, in which case please look at the introduction to Case Study 3 because it will go through all of these points in more detail. Main points about the exam environment are these. Within the MOS exam, you'll have a number of windows available on the device that you're using. You'll have a main window with Excel 2013. You'll have another window with access to the instructions, another window with access to resources, and a clock so that you can keep track of the time. Ideally, you need to sort of simulate this in the case study environment, but how you do that will very much depend on what sort of environment you're working in yourself. You'll certainly need a main window with Excel 2013. If you've got a large monitor with a high resolution, you may be able to arrange those other windows around that. You may have another device, so for example, you could be working through these case studies in Excel 2013 on a PC, and maybe you've got a laptop or a tablet that you could display the instructions on. You may be adept at switching between windows in Windows, so you could perhaps have the instructions open in Word and also have your Excel 2013 main window, and you can switch between them using Alt-Tab, for example. You might also choose to print out the instructions before you start and just have them next to you and work through them in Excel 2013 on your PC or laptop. Another very important point about the exam environment though, and I would like you to follow this within the case study work as well, is that you will not have any online help. In the exam, very important point is that you have limited time. Don't let yourself get stuck on a problem. There is enough time to do what needs to be done, but you do need to work at a good pace. Locate the clock in the exam and keep an eye on it. Try to get used to doing that when you're working through the case studies as well. Look at the instructions before you start. Maybe divide the instructions up into 4 bits, maybe 10-minute chunks. Just try to keep to a schedule. You won't pass the exam if you get 10% of what's required done perfectly, but you don't even try the rest of it. You need to get most of it done, and you need to get as much of it as you can correct. You also can't pause the exam to have a think. A few exam tips now. Fairly obvious, but read the instructions carefully. They often contain good bits of advice, and follow advice like frequently saving your work. Review the resources before you start work. Make sure you know what JPEGs are available, what CSV or text files are available, and so on. Review the finished document before you start. You will be able to see a copy of the document you're trying to produce, so get a good look at that before you start as well, to give yourself an idea of the main points of what you're doing. If you can't do something in an ideal way, you may need to improvise. If you need to, say, do a series fill of the months of the year in a row or a column from January to December and you can't remember how to do it, type them in. A few more exam tips. Close dialogues as you go, unless you're told not to. It's usually okay to leave non-modal panels and dialogues open, but don't get the workspace too cluttered up. Although it may seem that printing is available, you won't be producing printed output in the exam. There may be printing simulation in force. I will be doing printing to a virtual device in the case studies. By all means, print to a device in the case studies yourself, but you won't be printing onto paper in the actual exam. If you're using a touch device, beware, because the exam and the case studies are very much geared up to using mouse and keyboard. In fact, I would venture to say that practicing on a touch device is just not a good idea because you won't be using a touch device in the exam. These case studies are designed to provide you with practice with tools and techniques. We can't cover absolutely everything. The case studies cover a proportion of the topics that we've covered in the course, but you need to have covered all of the course as well, and you need to have got plenty of practice. There will be a few new topics in the case studies. Some topics will be covered in a different way, so be prepared to pick up a few new ideas and a few new topics, and also make a point of trying to work out which way you prefer to do things. Our case studies are divided into sections, the parts, normally 4, 5 or 6 parts. The exam is not divided into such sections. So you're just about ready to start case study 4. The instructions and resources are in the case study 4 folder. Make sure you know where that folder is. The instructions are Moz Excel 2013 CS4 procedure.docx. The final document is Moz Excel 2013 CS4 final.xlsx. Apart from those, the folder will contain my intermediate steps. You won't get these in the exam, but if you get stuck, or if you want to compare what you've done with what I've done, then use those files by all means. You'll be saving your intermediate steps with shorter file names like cs401.xls. The procedure document contains references to parts, part 1, part 2. You won't get those in the exam. So, case study 4, you should be ready to go. I suggest that you try the whole case study on your own, then work through the videos. But if you want to work through the case study one section at a time and watch the videos one at a time, that's fine as well. Take a look at the final document, then begin. Welcome to case study 4. In this section we're going to cover part 1 in the procedure Moz Excel 2013 CS4 procedure.docx. There is no input document for this section as it is the first section of case study 4. The sample output file is Moz Excel 2013 CS401.xls. The first step in this procedure is to open an existing workbook. Note that the workbook in question has an extension XLS, which almost certainly means that it's in the older Excel format. When you select Open from Backstage View or from the Start screen and browse to the folder holding the resources, you need to make sure that you have the correct file type selection. If you look towards the bottom right hand corner of the Open dialog here, you'll see that my selection is all Excel files, and this includes both the latest formats such as XLSX and XLSM, and the older formats such as XLS and XLM. If you need to look for a specific format, and in particular if you have a very long list of files in a particular folder and you don't want to have to browse through perhaps hundreds of files to find the one that you want, you can be more specific about your selection of file types. So in this case, all Excel files is a very long list of extensions, whereas Excel files is a much shorter list. But whichever of those you choose, you'll have no trouble finding the required workbook, which is FIFA World Cup Finals.xls. Double click or click and open. Now the first thing to note here is that this particular workbook is opened in compatibility mode, which of course you can see from the file name at the top of the title bar there. And the first instruction is to save it with a new file name, again with an extension of XLS, so it's going to be saved in the old format. So we do a file save as, back to the folder that we just used. Note that the save as type is Excel 97 to 2003 workbook. Click on save. Notice that we've got the new file name at the top of the window now, and we're still in compatibility mode. Now, the next couple of paragraphs give an explanation of what this particular worksheet means. And although it's not particularly well formatted, and you're probably quite familiar with FIFA anyway, the international governing body of association football or soccer, let me just quickly explain what this particular data represents. The World Cup finals have been running since the year 1930, every 4 years, with a few gaps due to World War II, for example. There is a host country, there is a winner country, and a runner-up country, so this is the final match, and the score in the final match is given there in column D. Sometimes the score indicates a tied result, such as in 2006 the result was 1-1 in normal play plus extra time. But in fact there was then a penalty competition to decide the winners. So this score only shows the goals in play. It doesn't include the penalty goals that were scored in the deciding stage of the final match. There's then a figure for the final attendance at the final match, the total attendance for all matches in the final tournament, the number of matches in the final tournament, and the number of goals scored in the final tournament. And it's an analysis of this set of results that is the main feature of case study 4. Now we need to do a couple of bits of replacement. First of all, of course, the country West Germany became Germany before the 2002 tournament and after the 1990 tournament. And in order to simplify things, we're going to refer to West Germany as Germany throughout, even though technically it represented two separate countries. After reunification, it became just Germany. So what I'm going to do is go to the Home tab, do a find and select, a replace. We are going to find West Germany, replace it with Germany, and in theory we can do just a replace all. Don't forget, when you're doing a find and replace, you may need to check the other options, such as whether you're trying to match case, whether you're trying to just work on the current sheet or on the whole workbook, and so on. Now in this case, West Germany is referred to consistently, so we're going to just say replace West Germany with Germany. You can always do a test replace anyway, so you can say find next. There's an instance of West Germany. Click on replace. Okay, it's replaced that West Germany with Germany and it's found the next one, so I can just do a replace all now. And it's done a total of 6 replacements apart from the one I'd already done. Now I close and I've consistently got Germany throughout. I also need to replace the abbreviation NL by Netherlands. And again, I can find an instance, do a test replacement, and then do a replace all. So in this case there were a total of 2 replacements in addition to the one I did first. When I finish doing those find and replace operations, I'll just close that dialog. The next instruction concerns the removal of leading, trailing and repeated spaces from text within a sheet. Let me just show you an example of this. In cell B12, if I click to the right of the word Argentina in the formula bar there, you'll see that the cursor is immediately after the final letter A. If I do that in C12, you'll find that there is a space after the A. Now, things like these leading and trailing spaces, in situations, for example, in United States, where you might have a double space between United and States, can cause quite a bit of problems when you're trying to match things, count things, and so on. So it's a pretty routine procedure to trim away trailing, leading and repeated spaces, and you may very well be required to do this. Now if you need to do that for a whole column, I'm going to show you a way of doing it, and the way I'm going to show you also involves showing you one of the pitfalls, one of the traps you might fall into. So I'm going to start by removing the leading and trailing spaces from column B. So I'm going to insert a blank column, and in C2 I'm going to put equals trim, and then it's going to be B2. So the value in there will be the trim value of B2, which of course will be the word Uruguay, and I can be confident that all of the leading or trailing spaces, if any, have been removed from that. Now let me use the little fill down button on the right to fill that down. Same thing's been done for everything else in column B. Now having done that, you might be tempted to just type the heading in there, host. In fact, I could have done host using the trim function as well. And then you might say, well, I'll just delete column B. But look what happens if I delete column B. I'm going to right click, click on delete. What I finish up with is a column of errors, because the column C that I was working on just now with the trim function references in it, those trim functions each referred to the original column B, and I've just deleted the original column B, so those functions no longer work. So what I should actually have done is this. Let me undo that delete. If you look at C2 again, it says equals trim B2. There are two things about that particular cell that are important. One of them's the formula that's in it, equals trim B2. Another one is the actual value in it, which is Uruguay, the result of applying that function to the value in B2. Now, it's actually the values that I want to see. So if I select C2 down to C20, copy with Control C, then select cell B2, don't do a paste because that'll effectively give me another error. But on the paste drop down, if I go to paste special and select paste values, what paste values does is to only paste the values and not the formulas. So in this case it will paste the value of each of the cells in column C, C2, C3 and so on. So it will actually paste Uruguay, Italy, France, etc. without pasting the formulas. So let's click on OK. That's fine. Now I can delete column C, which is the column with the formulas in it, because I don't need those anymore. Click on delete, and I can now be confident that the contents of column B are trimmed. No leading spaces, no trailing spaces, and no multiple spaces within any of the strings. That's how to do column B. We need to do the same job on column C and column E. I'm not going to go through that again with you. I'm going to leave you to do that one. But I am going to do this myself now, so I'll join you again in just a moment when I've done columns C and E. Next instruction, insert a new column to the left of column D. So select column D, do an insert. The new column D should contain the number of goals scored by the winning team. The number in this column should be obtained using a text function and the contents of column E. The new column D should have a heading of winner goals scored. Well, let's start by working out what the winner's goals scored are. The text function to use here will be left, which gives us the leftmost so many characters from a specified text string. Now in this case the text string goes in first. Don't forget the prompts in the screen tip there. The string we want is in cell E2, and the number of characters we want is just the first character. So it's the leftmost one character of the string E2. Tick, and it's 4 goals. Fill down. And that is the winning goals scored for each of the final matches. Let me just enter in the header. Now, of course, you can't read all of the header in the cell because the string is too long, but I'm sure we're going to deal with that a little bit later on. The next step, insert a new column to the right of column E. So what we're going to put in here will be the runners-up goals scored. So again, right click, click on insert. The function to use here for the runner-up goals scored will be the right function. So it's the rightmost characters from E2, and I only want one character. tick. This time I get, of course, the rightmost one character. So again, I can fill down there. And I've got the runner-up goals scored. And I enter that heading. Now, as I mentioned right at the beginning of this section, we're working in compatibility mode. And the penultimate instruction in part 1 is to run a compatibility check to make sure that the workbook is still compatible with earlier versions of Excel. To do a compatibility check, you click on File to go into Backstage View. Then you click on Check for Issues. And one of the options at the bottom there is Check Compatibility. Click on Check Compatibility. It runs a compatibility check, and in this case it says no compatibility issues were found. It also has the checkbox here, check compatibility when saving this workbook. Now, many of the features of Excel 2013 are not compatible with earlier versions. And I know for a fact that in this particular case study we are going to convert this to a newer version a bit later on. But you do need to be aware of the issue of compatibility with earlier versions, and you do need to be able to do that compatibility check. So click on OK, and then the last instruction in part 1 is to save the workbook. So I'm going to click on the Save button. In this first part of case study 4, we've covered part 1 of the instructions in the procedure MozExcel 2013 CS4 procedure.docx. You should have saved your own version of CS401.xls. The sample output is MozExcel 2013 CS401.xls. Please join me for part 2. Hello again. This section covers part 2 of the case study for procedure. The name of the procedure document is on the slide there. If you've created your own output from part 1, it'll be called CS401.xls. The name of the sample output from 1 and input to part 2 is given there as well. And I hope that you're going to be producing your own output from part 2. It'll be CS402.xlsx. There is also a sample output available, and that file's name is given on the slide there as well. This is the file that I finished up with at the end of part 1. It's in compatibility mode, and in compatibility mode there are various things that you can't do in Excel 2013. So just to take an example, if I click on the Insert tab, I can't insert sparklines in compatibility mode. There are various other things that are either not available or that have reduced functionality. Now, the first instruction in part 2 is to convert the workbook to the latest file format and save it with a name of CS402.xlsx. So what I'm going to do is to click on File to go into Backstage View, and there's a compatibility mode heading there. To the left of it there is a Convert button. Click on Convert. This action converts the workbook to the current file format. Click on OK. Now, in addition to doing the conversion, as the message says there, I need to close and reopen the workbook. So, I'm going to click on Yes. The workbook is reopened, and note it has automatically renamed it for me with an XLSX extension. What I'm now going to do then is to save that as CS402.xlsx as instructed. Select row 1 and enable text wrapping. There's the Wrap Text button. Change the vertical alignment to middle align. Sometimes when you have a mixture as you have here, if you click, you don't necessarily get that setting straight away. You may have to click twice to overcome any inconsistencies with what's already there. But on this occasion, that's all correctly middle aligned. And the horizontal alignment to center. Click on center, and the horizontal alignment is done as well. Set the widths of columns D and F to 10 characters. So select D, hold the control key down, select F. I can right click for column width, set it to 10 characters, click on OK, and center align the content of these columns horizontally. The next instruction is to insert a new worksheet at the beginning of the workbook and rename it to Tournament Trends. Now, to insert a worksheet, you've got a number of options. On the Home tab in the Cells group, on the drop down for the Insert button, one of the options is Insert Sheet, and that inserts a sheet at the beginning of the workbook, which is where we want this one to be. Having inserted that sheet, we right click on the tab, click on Rename, and rename it to Tournament Trends. Click somewhere else and the rename is complete. The next instruction is to insert another new worksheet at the beginning of the workbook. One of the other ways of inserting a worksheet is to use the button down here, the plus button here for New Sheet. Note that if you use the New Sheet button here, it will insert the new sheet to the right of the selected sheet. So we previously had Tournament Trends selected, and by doing the New Sheet using the button there, we've got a new sheet to the right of that. If we'd used the Insert option on the Home tab again, it would have put another sheet at the beginning. It would have been to the left of Tournament Trends. So on this occasion, that would have been a better way of doing it. But let's rename it to Tournament Best as required, and then we can just drag it into position. It's now the first sheet in the book. Next, select the worksheet Final Stats, and then select both the range A1 to B20 and the range H1 to K20. Now, to select two ranges, we select the first one, click on the first cell, hold the Shift key down, click on the last cell. That's selected the whole of that range. Now, in order to select another range at the same time, hold the Control key down, and I'm going to select H1 to K20 just by clicking on H1 and dragging down to K20, and I've now got both of those ranges selected, and I'm going to copy them to the clipboard. I normally use Control C, but don't forget you've got the copy button there in the clipboard group on the Home tab. So they're now copied to the clipboard. The next instruction says group the worksheets Tournament Best and Tournament Trends. Select A1 on one of them and paste with Transpose the contents of the clipboard. Now, to group the worksheets, we select one of them. If the worksheets are in a contiguous sequence, you can select the last one with the Shift key held down, and that will select all of the worksheets in the sequence. We only have two to select here, so we can either do that, or we can just hold the Control key down and click the second one. You can see both worksheets selected now. You can tell by the highlighting on the tabs that they're both selected. We click A1 on one of the sheets, and then we're going to paste with Transpose. Now, to do this, I recommend the Paste Special dialog, and one of the options there is Transpose. Transpose will interchange rows and columns. So in our original Final Stats sheet, for example, the first column is the list of years of the final tournament, starting with 1930. That will now be the first row. By having the worksheets grouped, whatever we do now will be done to both worksheets. So click on OK, and you can see there on Tournament Best that we have the data pasted with Transpose, so the years are along the first row instead of down the first column. And if I looked at tournament trends, you'd see that that's exactly the same as well. While those two worksheets are grouped, many of the operations that might be performed on either of them will be performed on both. And the next little sequence of operations, by performing them on one, will actually be performed on both. Next, change the tab color of the two grouped worksheets to the standard color light blue. So if I right click and click on tab color, it brings up a color picker. The standard colors are shown there, and one of the standard colors, that one is light blue. So click on light blue, and in fact, although you can't see it too clearly there at the moment, both of those worksheets have a light blue tab color now. Next instruction. On the worksheet Tournament Best, change the horizontal alignment for row 1 to center. So we select row 1 and change the alignment to center. Note that, as I mentioned earlier, on this occasion, because we started off with a mix of alignments, when I click center once, it hasn't immediately centered everything. But if I click it again, I'll now find that all of the cells in row 1 are centered. The next instruction says select the range B2 to T2. So B2 through to T2. Change the cell formatting to orientation 90 degrees, horizontal center, vertical center, and wrap text. I should point out that sometimes in Excel 2013, vertical center is referred to as vertical middle or middle align. They actually mean the same thing, but there's a little bit of an inconsistency there that you need to be aware of. I'm going to click on Format, go into Format Cells, and I'm going to do all of these settings within the Format Cells dialog. So we'll go into Alignment. I'm going to say Orientation 90 degrees. I can use the little spin buttons, or I can do what I'm doing here, which is to type 90 degrees in. The little graphic above shows me which way around the text will then be. Horizontal alignment will be center. Vertical alignment will be center, and I need to check the wrap text box. Click on OK. Change the width of column A to 10 characters. So select A, right click, column width, change that to 10 characters. And change the vertical alignment of rows 3 and 4 to middle align. So now select row 3 and row 4, and then in the alignment group on the Home tab, vertically there's the middle align button. Click it once. As you can see, it's actually got them all bottom aligned after clicking it once. Basically what's happening there is it's making them the same, and then when you click it again, it actually middle aligns them. It's just one of those idiosyncrasies that you'll soon get used to. Now ungroup the worksheets. That's pretty straightforward. Clicking on one of the tabs will do it, or you can click on a different tab altogether. If I click on Final Stats, you can see that light blue color a little bit more clearly there. Change the tab color of the Final Stats worksheet to the standard color green. So let's right click, tab color, standard color, there's green. And then finally save the workbook. I'm going to click on the save button. And that's basically the end of part 2. In part 2 of case study 4, you should have taken your output of part 1, CS401.xls, and produced your output of part 2, which is CS402.xlsx. The sample input and output files are available if you need them. Please join me for part 3 next. Hello again, and welcome to part 3 of case study 4. If you're providing your own input to this section, it should be cs402.xlsx. If you don't have your own input, then the name of the sample input file is shown on the slide there. There are two outputs from this section. One of them is cs403.csv and the other is cs403.xlsx. The names of the sample output files corresponding to those two are shown on the slide. So the first task in part 3 is to save the workbook with its new name. Now select the worksheet Tournament Best, and what we're going to do is to export the contents of this worksheet to a CSV file. Now by default the CSV file will be in the usual resources folder. You can either do a file save as, or what we're going to do on this occasion is file and then export. And one of the options there is change file type. Now we're going to export this to a CSV file format. So click on CSV and click on Save As. Make sure the correct folder is selected, which it is in this case, and then click on Save. Now a warning comes up to say that the selected file type does not support workbooks that contain multiple sheets. But we only want to export the active sheet. Click on OK. We're also told that some features in the workbook might be lost if we save it as a CSV file. Do you want to keep using this format? Well, that's what we've been told to do, so the answer to that is yes. And we now have that sheet saved in CSV format. Now the next instruction is to close the open workbook. You'll notice that the workbook now still has its 3 tabs, but the first tab has been renamed as it's now been saved in CSV format, and we really need to go back to working on the original Excel workbook. So I click on File, Close. It asks if I want to save the changes. Well, I've already done a save as, so there's no need to save the changes. And what I'm going to do is to reopen the XLSX file. So I'm going to go back to cs403.xlsx, and of course that's back to exactly where I was before I did the export to CSV format. And incidentally, just before we move on, here is that csv03.csv file in Notepad. Note how it has the 6 rows of data separated by commas, exactly how it should be. Also note that in some cases, notably in row 4, total attendance, because the numbers of total attendance actually contain commas, the individual field values, so let's take the first attendance figure we've got, 590,549. That's enclosed in double quotes. And as I explained during the course itself, the reason for the double quotes is because we need a comma to be part of the actual data rather than a separator between items. So you will normally see, and will certainly need to use, those quotes whenever you've got data with commas in. But in all of the other rows, the commas don't occur, so the commas are only used as separators between the individual items. So that's what that exported CSV file actually looks like. So the next instruction says, on the worksheet Tournament Best, change the vertical alignment for rows 5 to 6 to middle align. So pretty much the same that we did before with rows 3 and 4, just change that to middle align. This particular worksheet is called Tournament Best, and the idea of this is going to be to highlight some of the best facts, figures, statistics about the tournaments over the years. So we're going to use conditional formatting first of all to flag the highest final attendance. So we select all of the cells that represent final attendance figures. Column T, of course, is the final column within the set of data. Having flagged that, we go to conditional formatting. To flag a best or a worst, we go for the top and bottom rules. The default top rule is the top 10 items, but I can easily change that to just the top 1 item to give me the highest attendance on the final match. Click on OK. Click away to see which match that is, and it's actually the final in Brazil in 1950, which had an attendance of 174,000 people. Next, we're told to indicate the 3 tournaments with the highest total attendance. So let's select total attendance. If you're working like this and something's just slightly off screen, you've been told to put the columns at a certain width, you don't really want to interfere with the settings you've made, don't forget you can always use zoom. Even though in this case if I use zoom and it stops me being able to read the numbers in the cells, that really doesn't matter because I don't need to read those numbers. I just need to be able to select B4 through to T4 in this case for total attendance. Now if I want to indicate the 3 tournaments with the highest total attendance, I can go to top bottom rules, top 10 items. I can change that 10, I'll just delete it and type 3. Click on OK, and now I can see the 3 tournaments with the highest total attendance. Next is to flag all tournaments where there were more than 50 matches. So the number of matches is in that range, and to flag the tournaments where there were more than 50, I can just use the highlight cells rules, and one of the highlight cells rules is a greater than rule. So if I change the figure there from the default of 40.5 to the number I've been given, which is 50, click on OK. Once again click away, I can see that the tournaments where there were more than 50 matches, well, they actually started in 1982 and went on from there. The final example is going to use a colour scale, in this case to indicate the number of goals scored. So we'll have one end of the colour scale for the most goals scored and the other end of the colour scale for the least goals scored. So in this case I'm going to choose the number of goals, which is B6 through to T6. Again, conditional formatting. I'm going to choose colour scale. If I hover over the colour scale, it will tell me what colour scales are available. The one I need is the very first one, green, yellow, red. So select that, click away to see it more clearly, and you'll see that the most green is the highest number of goals scored. So the most green we've got there was in 1998 when 171 goals were scored. And then the most red would be in the very earliest years, 1930, 1934, where there were only 70 goals scored, although of course there were considerably fewer matches in the finals tournament. And then finally in part 3, save the workbook. That's the end of part 3 of case study 4. I hope you managed to produce CS403.csv and CS403.xlsx. If you didn't, then the sample output file names are there, and you can refer to those and use them as input for part 4. Please join me for part 4 next. Hello again and welcome to part 4 of case study 4. This section covers part 4 in the procedure MOS XL 2013 CS4 procedure.docx. If you have your own input for this section, it will be CS403.xlsx. If not, you can use the sample input provided. There is also a sample output provided. The name is shown on the slide there, but I hope you're going to produce your own output, CS404.xlsx. As usual in this case study, the first thing to do is to save the workbook with its new name. The next instruction says select the worksheet Tournament Trends. In cell A7, enter the text Average Attendance. In cells B7 to T7, enter the average attendance per game for each of the final tournaments. Now once again, it'd be a good idea to zoom out a little so that we can get all of that in view. Now the average attendance per game will be the total attendance, which is the figure in row 4, divided by the number of matches, which is row 5. So the average attendance for 1930 would be equal to the total attendance, which is B4, divided by the number of matches, which is B5. So for that tournament, the average is 32,808.3. We can fill that right using Control R, having selected the range, and that gives us the average attendance per match for each of the final tournaments. For the range B7 to T7, change the vertical alignment to center and the number format to number with 1000 separators but 0 decimal places. So we click on Format, Cells, vertical alignment we change to center, and then for the number format we change it to number, 0 decimal places, but we're going to check the box for 1000 separators. And as usual, when you're working out formats on the number tab, you can see a preview, including a preview of how negative numbers will appear. The preview is in the sample section here, and the options for negative numbers are shown down here. Now we're not going to have negative attendance at a football match, so we don't need to worry about negatives, but we can just check that the sample looks right. 1000 separators, no decimal places. That looks fine. And there we have our average attendance figures for each of the final tournaments. Next, in cell A8, enter the text Average Goals. In cells B8 to T8, enter the average number of goals per game for each of the final tournaments. Now, the number of goals is in row 6, the number of matches is in row 5, so the first one is simply equals B6 divided by B5. So the average number of goals in the first tournament was just under 4, 3.88 recurring, and then I can fill to the right by pulling on the little fill handle. That gives me my number of goals per tournament. And for the range B8 to T8, change the vertical alignment to center and the number format to number with 1 decimal place. So once again, Format, Cells, Alignment, vertical is center, and then for number, it's going to be number with 1 decimal place. We don't need 1000 separators here because the average number of goals per match won't go into the thousands. Click on OK, and that's my average number of goals per match in the final tournament. Hide rows 4 to 6. Hiding rows is just like hiding anything else. Normally you select it. In this case, select rows 4 to 6, right click and click on Hide. Those 3 rows are now hidden. There is a thick line there indicating that there are hidden rows, but we don't need to worry about that on this occasion. Change the width of columns B to T to 6 characters. So I select all of those, right click, click on column width. You see that at the moment those columns still all have the default width. I set them to 6 characters. Should make everything quite a bit narrower. And now I can zoom back in a little bit if I want to give myself a little bit of more of a close-up view of the data that I'm going to be continuing to work on. Insert a column to the left of column B. Set the width of the new column to 20 characters. So right click on column B, click on Insert, and then the new column B, column width 20 characters. Click on OK. Insert a line sparkline into cell B3 that plots the values in the range C3 to U3. So in here I'm going to insert a sparkline, go to the Insert tab, the sparklines are here, the type I want is line, so click on line. I specify two things when I create a sparkline. First of all, the data range that's going to be represented, and secondly, the location for the sparkline itself. Now, having already selected cell B3, the location range for the sparkline B3 is already set correctly there, but I need to set up the data range. I could type the data range in, or I can click on the icon here, select the range with the mouse, click again, and the range is correctly set up now in the data range control within the Create Sparklines dialog. Click on OK, and the sparkline is inserted. Now once you've inserted a sparkline, you'll have the Sparkline Tools Design tab available, and you can enable any other options that you need to enable. First of all, in this case it says change the style to dark number 6. Now if you hover over the styles there, you'll see that they have names, dark number 1, 2, 3 and so on. Don't forget you've got a more there, so there's actually quite a few different styles to choose from. The one that we got there by default was that one, dark number 5. The one to its right is the one that we want, dark number 6. So that's the style. And to show the first point and the last point, there's a set of show options to the left of the style group. And if I click on first point, you'll see the first point shown, and last point, you'll see the last point shown. Incidentally, if you need to show all of the markers, of course, you've got that option there. But I'll leave you to experiment with the other options, and they're the ones that we're required to show in this particular example. Now we're then told to insert a sparkline in cell B7, which basically has all the same settings as the one in B3, so that's straightforward enough. Click within B7, once again go to the Insert tab, Line, select the data range for this one, cursor's in B7, cell B7 is selected, that's fine, so I can insert the sparkline, and I can once again show the first point and the last point. So that's my second sparkline in place. The third sparkline is slightly different to the other two. Insert a column sparkline into cell B8. So I've selected B8. We're representing the data in C8 to U8 this time. So once again we're going to insert, but this time a column sparkline. So let's select the data range, C8 to U8. The location B8 is correct. Click on OK. Now we've got a column sparkline. Now, depending on how familiar you are with graphing and statistics and so on, you may or may not realize that that's quite a deceptive column histogram really there, because if you look at the average number of goals per match, the numbers in the range C8 to U8, you'll see that they never get particularly low. They're always at least just a bit over 2. 2.2 I think is the lowest figure. But that particular sparkline has the vertical axis set so that it appears that the very lowest figures are virtually 0. In order to give a correct representation for the heights of those blocks, we really ought to have the vertical axis graduated from 0. And clearly it isn't at the moment because the blocks are disproportionately tall. Now this is probably a little bit more complicated than you would get in a MOS Excel 2013 exam, but just to show you how this kind of thing works in case you do get a question like this, and to allow you to do a little bit more experimentation with some of these settings yourself. If you select that column sparkline, in the Sparkline Tools Design tab, there's a group over here on the right called Group. One of the buttons is Axis. If you click on the drop down there, you can change the settings for horizontal axis options, vertical axis minimum value options, and vertical axis maximum value options. Now the axis options for the vertical axis are currently both set to automatic. But if you were told to change the minimum, for example, if you click on custom value, you could set a custom value, in this case of 0. Now as I set that to 0, watch what happens to the sparkline in B8. You see how now the column heights much more accurately and realistically represent the numbers in the range C8 to U8. So that's an example of a slightly more advanced bit of formatting of a sparkline. The last instruction in part 4 is to save the workbook, and I'm doing that now. That's the end of part 4 of case study 4. I hope you've managed to produce CS404.xlsx OK. If not, the name of the equivalent sample output is there on the slide. Please join me now for part 5. Welcome back to case study 4. This is part 5. I hope you've produced your own version of CS404.xlsx. That will be your input to part 5, and your output will be CS405.xlsx, as well as a final version of this case study's output. If you don't have your own copy of CS404, then you can use the sample input there, Moz Excel 2013 CS404.xlsx. And when you get to the end, if you haven't managed to produce your own version of the output, there's a sample version of that as well, with the name on the slide. Once again, the first thing to do is to save the workbook with the new name. The next instruction is to insert a worksheet at the start of the workbook and rename it to Winners. Set its tab color to the standard color yellow. So I'm going to select Tournament Best. On the Home tab, do Insert Sheet, which will be inserted to the left of the selected worksheet. So that's right at the beginning of the workbook. Right click, choose Rename. Type in the name Winners, and then if I right click again on the Winners tab and set the tab color, go down to the standard colors, and one of the standard colors there is yellow. Now select the Winners tab and insert Smart Art of type Vertical Picture List. Well, the Winners tab is selected, so I can click on Insert. In the Illustrations group, right hand button in the middle, insert a Smart Art graphic. The Smart Art graphic I'm going to insert is a list, so I can either scroll through the all list to find the one I want, or just concentrate on the lists. And if I scroll down there, I will find that vertical picture list. If I click on that, I've got a description of it on the right as well as a representation. Click on OK, and there is my vertical picture list. Next, set the style of the Smart Art to Cartoon and change the colors to Gradient Range Accent 6. Now the Smart Art styles are shown up here on the Design tab within the Smart Art tools. If I click on the More button, I can just scan through those to find the required style. Subtle effect, moderate effect. That one's cartoon, so I've chosen the cartoon style. Now for change colors, again I've got a whole gallery of colors here, plenty to choose from. They are arranged in accents, which are of course dependent on the theme, and the one we've got to choose here is accent 6, which is towards the bottom, and it's gradient range accent 6. So there's coloured outline, coloured fill. That's gradient range accent 6, so that's fine. That's the one. Now in case study 4 so far, we've been looking primarily at the FIFA World Cup tournaments, which ones have had the best attendance, the most goals and so on. What we're now going to do is to basically sort of award winners' prizes to those. Now when you're putting text and images into SmartArt, generally speaking you'll be typing the values in. We're not going to be putting formulae in here and looking up other worksheets, but you are going to need to be careful to make sure that you get the right values. The first graphic, the upper graphic, we're told to put 3 pieces of text into it, and as you can see from the upper graphic there are placeholders for 3 pieces of text. The top text will contain the phrase highest final match attendance. The second one will have the name of the host country for the tournament with the highest attendance at the final, together with the year of the tournament. So for example that would be Italy 1990. And the third one will be the actual attendance at that final match. So let's go back to tournament best and just check which of the tournaments had the highest final attendance. Well, in fact it was the tournament in Brazil in 1950 with an attendance of 174,000. So what I'm going to do now is go back to the winners page, click in the first text placeholder and type. In the second text placeholder I'm going to put the name of the country followed by the year. So that's Brazil 1950. And the third one is going to be that actual attendance, which was 174,000. So that's the first winner, if you like. The second winner goes in the middle graphic. The phrase to type is going to be highest total attendance. We need the name of the host country and the year with the highest total attendance, and then we need to know what that highest total attendance is. So let's go back to tournament best. Total attendance is in row 4. When we did our highlighting using conditional formatting, we identified the 3 highest. Of those, the absolute highest was the United States one in 1994 with a total of 3,587,538 people. Sounds very accurate. So let's go back and I'm now going to enter those figures. So there we are, highest total attendance, United States 1994, 3,587,538. One incidental point here, if you are entering data, for example, into SmartArt, or perhaps into a text box or something like that, where you're not going to be using formulae and functions and so on, and you've got some maybe complicated or long numbers, you can use copy and paste, provided that you're careful. Let's suppose that I was having trouble remembering that highest total attendance figure, for example. If I go back to tournament best, there's the number I want, 3587538. If I select that and copy it, so just Control C, then go back to my winners sheet, click in the appropriate place. On the paste drop down in the clipboard group on the home tab, one of the options under paste options is use destination theme. And what that will do will paste the value there, the 3,500,000 and something, but it will use the destination theme of the graphic that I'm pasting it into. So watch what happens if I do that paste here. You can see the number comes in perfectly well, and the destination theme formatting is what it picks up. So the third graphic is going to contain the phrase most goals in the tournament, and I need to find out which tournament had the most goals and how many that was. So I go back here, most goals, this was on the colour scale. The greenish green is that one, 171. That was France 1998, and there were 171 goals. So that's pretty straightforward. Let me type all of that in. And that's the last of the statistics that I need to type in. Now, for each of these three graphics, include the national flag of the winning host team. So, first of all, we're going to put in the flag of Brazil. So click on the icon there for highest final match attendance. Now, in this case, I'm given an option of looking for a file, going to office.com, doing a big image search, etc. The flags that I need are going to be in the resource folder. So I'm going to click on Browse and go to the resource folder. The Brazil flag is the first one there. Click on Insert. Then I'll do the same for the United States flag. And finally for the flag of France. And so we've run our own little investigation into the results of the FIFA World Cup finals since 1930, and we're ready to award our three special prizes. And there they are. And the final couple of instructions in part 5 of case study 4 are to save this version of the workbook, and then to also save this version of the workbook with the name cs4final.xlsx. That's the end of part 5 of case study 4, and in fact the end of case study 4. I hope you produced your own cs405.xlsx and also a cs4final.xlsx. If you've had any trouble with that, the name of the sample output is shown on the slide there. There is also, of course, a Moz Excel 2013 cs4final.xlsx. That's the end of case study 4. Please join me for case study 5. Hello and welcome to case study 5. If you've already worked through case study 3 or case study 4, you'll know that at the beginning of each of those case studies, I gave you a short introduction to the case study in terms of what to expect in the exam, how to set up your case study environment, and also a little bit about the case studies, in particular in the way that they differ from the exams. I'm going to do another short version of that now at the start of case study 5. You're not necessarily doing the case studies in the order 3, 4, 5. If you're starting with this one, then I'd like to make sure that you get some of that introductory material here. First of all, you need to be aware that when you do the Moz Excel 2013 exam, you'll be working on a device with a particular specialized environment set up. Now the environment consists of a number of windows. I would expect that it would change over time, but generally speaking you will have a main window which is your Excel 2013 window, which is the main one you'll be working in. You'll have another window with access to the instructions in it, another window with access to the resources, and a clock, some timer to tell you how much time you've had or how much time's remaining. Now ideally when you're working on the case studies, you're going to be able to set that kind of environment up yourself. Obviously exactly how you do it will depend on what facilities you have available. But let me just talk about a couple of the options in terms of setting the environment up. You'll certainly need a main window with Excel 2013 in it, and it's no good doing it in a tiny little corner of a window because some of these case studies require fairly large ranges of data and some big graphics and so on. So you need to make sure that you've got a good size window to work in. If you've got a large monitor with a high screen resolution, you may be able to arrange all of those windows in such a way that you can see them all at the same time within the monitor and still have a big enough window on Excel 2013. That'll be a matter of experimentation, but that's one option. Another option is if you have more than one device, say you've got a PC and you've got a laptop, or you can borrow a laptop, maybe you could put the instructions on a different device, or maybe you could at least look at the resource folder on a different device. Alternatively, if you're good at switching between applications in Windows, how about putting the instructions in Word and have your Excel 2013 window, and then you can switch between the two, as well as switching into File Explorer or Windows Explorer to see the resource folder. As another option, you could print the instructions out and just have a printed copy of the instructions next to you while you work. The other thing about the exam environment to be aware of is that you will not have access to online help. Now let's talk about the exam itself. Critical point about the exam is that you are limited for time, so don't get stuck on a problem. There is enough time to do what needs to be done, but you will need to work at a good pace. Locate the clock and keep an eye on it. Set yourself some milestones based on the instructions. Maybe look at the instructions before you start, divide it up into say 4 chunks and give yourself 10 minutes for each chunk, and then keep an eye on those milestones as you go along. You won't pass the exam if you get 10% of the document perfectly right, but you don't even try the rest of it. You need to cover most of the material, and you need to get most of that pretty much right. You can't pause the exam to think about things either. It is a case that the start button will be pushed and you'll have to complete the exam in one go. Now here's a few tips for the exam. Read the instructions carefully before you start and take note of some of the very important advice that you're given, such as frequently saving your work. Review the resources before you start work. Make sure you know what you're expected to be using. Review the finished document before you start work. If you can't do something in an ideal way, you may need to improvise. Let me give you a particular example. Let's suppose that one of the things you need to do is fill a series. Maybe you need to put the numbers 1 to 20 in a row or column, and you've just completely forgotten how to do a series fill. Well, just type those numbers in, 1 to 20. It won't take you very long, and if you don't do that, you may well get stuck. And a couple more exam tips. Close the modal dialogues as you go, unless you're told not to. It's usually okay to leave non-modal dialogues and panels open, but don't let the workspace get too cluttered up so that you can't really see what you're doing. Although it may seem that printing is available in the exam, you won't actually be producing printed output. You may be simulating printing, and in the case studies we're going to set up a couple of prints. Make sure you follow those through, and by all means when you're working through the case studies, do actual printing just to make sure that you understand all the aspects of the setup that we cover. If you've been using a touch device with Excel 2013 and you're used to using a touch device, beware, because you will not be using a touch device in the exam. Now some more information about these case studies. They're provided to give you practice with tools and techniques. We can't cover everything in these case studies, so make sure you've covered all of the course and that you've got plenty of other practice. There will be a few new topics, and a couple of topics we'll cover in a different way. Make sure you watch out for those, and as you cover things in different ways, try to work out the way that suits your approach best. Our case studies are divided into sections. The exam is not. Now specifically case study 5. The instructions and resources are in the case study 5 folder, so make sure you know where that is. The instructions are in the document Moz Excel 2013 CS5 procedure.docx. The final document is Moz Excel 2013 CS5 final.xlsm. Apart from those, the folder contains my intermediate steps in the solution. My intermediate steps are files like Moz Excel 2013 CS501.xltx and so on. You'll be saving your intermediate steps with file names like cs501.xltx and cs502.xltm. So you'll be saving your files with shorter versions of those names. The procedure document contains references to those parts that I mentioned. You won't get those in the exam. So we're just about ready to get started on case study 5. I suggest that you try the whole case study on your own, then work through these videos. But if you want to work through the case study one section at a time, and therefore the videos one at a time, that's fine as well. Take a look at the final document, then begin case study 5. Hello again and welcome to Case Study 5. The first section, Part 1, is what we're starting now. The procedure is in the usual resource folder, Moz Excel 2013 CS5 procedure.docx is the name of that procedure. No documents have been produced by you so far, so you have no input document for this section. The sample output is Moz Excel 2013 cs501.xltx, and I hope you'll be producing your own output file, cs501.xltx. The first thing we're required to do in case study 5 is to open an Excel template. Now I'm going to do that from within Excel in just a moment, but before I do, I'd like to explain a couple of things about Excel templates. Here is a template file. This is actually the one that we're going to use, looked at in File Explorer. If I double click an XLTX file, watch what happens. What happens is that I don't actually open that template file. What happens is that I create a new workbook from that template file. So double clicking on a template file like that doesn't open it for editing, it uses that template file to create a new workbook. Now let me close that workbook. Let's go back to File Explorer, and this time what I'm going to do, instead of double clicking, I'm going to right click and click on Open. Now if I click on Open, I actually open the template file for editing, and that's the mode that I need to be in Part 1. I'm not going to create a file from this template just yet. I want to make some changes to the template first. So you need to be very careful when you're working with templates that if you need to make a change to a template, you open the template itself to work on the template, and that you don't accidentally or even deliberately create a new workbook from the template. Okay, what I'm going to do now is to close this template. So I've got nothing open in Excel, and now I'm going to do the normal open procedure, File, Open, browse to the Case Study 5 folder, and now I'm going to actually open that file, and then it will open as a template ready for me to make changes to the template, which is what I need to do in Part 1 of Case Study 5. So the first job is save the template as template cs501.xltx. So we do a File, Save As, go to the Case Study 5 folder, make sure Excel template is selected as the file type, change the name. That's it, click on Save. There's my new template. The Part 1 instructions are actually quite detailed because we're going to add some fairly detailed validation rules to this worksheet. The single worksheet already has some data on it, but there is no validation in place. Add basic validation to the columns as follows. Allow for data for up to 200 students to be entered, and in all cases ignore blanks. So we start with column A. When entering data in column A, Users must choose A, B or C from a list. The source can be entered directly as a list when setting up the validation. The input message should read select class letter and have a title of identify class. Provide an appropriate error alert. Test both valid and invalid data. Okay, now if I'm going to allow for 200, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to a particular cell. I'm going to go to cell A201. So if I just type A201 into the name box and hit the enter key, it'll take me there, and then I can select back up again, and I'm going to put my validation in that range. Go to the Data tab. One of the options on the Data tab is Data Validation. Click on the drop down, Data Validation. Now the settings, what am I going to allow? I'm going to allow values from a list. As soon as I select list, the relevant options are on this tab. Gives me the options of ignoring blanks. Well, the instructions say to always ignore blanks, so that's fine. And in this case, we're using an in-cell drop-down for the list. Now, you may recall from the course that you can make the list part of one of the sheets in your workbook and then potentially even hide that worksheet, or at least hide the cells with that list in. In this case, the instructions say that the source can be entered directly as a list when setting up the validation. So in the source, I can literally type A, B, C, and that means that the drop-down list that's available for the cells in this column will contain that list of 3 options. Next, we move on to the input message. The input message should read select class letter and have a title of identify class. So input message, the title is going to be identify class, and the input message is select class letter. Provide an appropriate error alert. Well, let's put the same title in, and then for the error message we'll say you must choose from the list. Click on OK. That should all be in place. Now let's try entering something into cell A15. Notice we've got the little in-cell drop down. Notice also that the prompts appeared. We've got identify class as the title and select class letter is there as the input message. Check the drop down's got the right things in it. Well, it's got A, B and C in it, so that's fine. Let me go down now to A16. Let me type the letter D in there. Now don't forget, you won't get an error message until you try to move away from the cell. So if I now click to a different cell, there's my error message, identify class, you must choose from the list. Let's cancel that. Let's go back in, choose a different value, C, and that's fine. So that's my first bit of data validation in place. Column B is the sex or gender column, and basically you need to do a pretty similar job to the job on column A. This time the list comprises just 2 values, M and F. So I'm going to leave you to do that one. I've already done the one here, and I'm going to move on to column C now. Column C holds the family name of the student, and the validation is when entering data into column C, any value is allowed, but there must be between 2 and 20 characters in the field. The input message should read between 2 and 20 characters and have a title of enter family name. Now first of all, we need to select the range this rule is going to apply to. It's going to end at C201. So if I put that in the name box, hit the enter key, that field's now selected. I don't actually need to do anything with that field, like put the cursor in there or anything like that. It's already selected. So I just hold the shift key down, click in C2. Now the whole of that range is selected, C2 to C201. Go to the Data tab, click on Data Validation. The settings I want are text length. So this will enable me to specify a length for the text to be entered. And text length, you've got some conditionals here: between, not between, equal to, not equal to. In this case we want between, and the minimum value is 2 characters, the maximum value is 20. So that's the main setting. Now let's go on to the input message. The title needs to read, and the input message itself is, and then for the error alert we'll use the same title again. OK, click on OK. You can already see the input message there, including the title, and that's basically the validation for family name. It will stop me from just leaving a single letter there in the family name. So if I just put in S and clicked away, error message. And of course if I typed in a very long family name with more than 20 characters, it would give me an error message as well. The validation for the given name is pretty much the same, so I'm going to leave you to do that. You just need to change the title in the input message and in the error message. Okay, I've set up the validation on column D. That just leaves us one more piece to do, columns E to O, which are the actual scores. So again, I'm going to select, using the name box, the last cell in the range, E2 to O201. So I'm going to select O201. And then back up to the beginning of the range, Shift key held down, click on E2. I've got the whole of that range. The data validation in this case that we're going to apply is that we're going to say we need whole numbers. I can specify a whole number range, so in this case I could say it's got to be equal to a certain value or greater than a certain value. In this case it's got to be between, and then the minimum value for the score is 0 and the maximum value is 100. Need to set up an appropriate input message and an error alert, and click on OK. And then again I can do the same sort of testing. You can see there the input message, so I put in the word there dog and click away. I'll get an error message if I put in a value of 110, and so on. So that's it. Having set up all of that validation and tested it, now what I need to do is to save the template. That's the end of part 1 of case study 5. I hope you've managed to produce your own cs501.xltx. If you haven't, the name of the sample file is there. I'll see you in part 2. Welcome to part 2 of case study 5. You should already have your own input file for this section, cs501.xltx, and I hope you're going to be able to produce your own output, which will be cs502.xltm. If you don't have or can't produce either of those, then the samples are available. The names are on the slide. So as usual, the first thing to do in this part is to save the template with a new name. Make sure when you're saving a template that you save it with a type of Excel template with an extension of XLTX at this stage. So all I'm going to do on this occasion is to change 1 to 2 and click on Save. The main feature of part 2 is the recording of a macro which is going to reside in this template. And when it comes to recording macros, it's very difficult for me to give you one or two of the pieces of information, such as the keyboard shortcut to use, because you may already on your installation of Excel be using that keyboard shortcut for something else. So although I'm going to set up a keyboard shortcut here, if you have any doubts about whether you're currently using that for something else, you can use a different keyboard shortcut, or you can leave the keyboard shortcut out altogether. Obviously, in exam conditions, the setup of the device you're using is completely under control of the examiners, and they can do whatever they like really in terms of enabling or disabling shortcuts. Now in this case we're told we're going to record a macro. As you know, to record a macro you can just go to the View tab, click on Macros and choose Record Macro. But also of course you may well have the Record Macro button on the status bar. Mine is down there towards the bottom left of the status bar. But let me just do this from the ribbon, Record Macro. And now I'm going to enter the properties for this macro. It's going to be called Analyze Scores. I'm going to set up a shortcut key, keyboard shortcut, Control Shift and K, so it's uppercase K. I'm going to store the macro in this workbook, and then there is a description to enter for the macro. So once I've set up those properties, click on OK, and I can start recording the macro. Now don't forget, there is no time factor in this. The actions you take are recorded, but the time between the actions isn't recorded and isn't critical to the overall execution or functionality of the macro. Having said that, in exam conditions, as usual, you need to crack on. So let me now record that sequence of steps. Select A1 on the sheet grades. Copy the sheet grades to create a new sheet in the current workbook and before sheet grades. So right click on grades, click on move or copy. Make sure that I've got create a copy checked. I'm given a choice of which book to copy the sheet to. There is only one book open at the moment, so it'll be the current workbook. And I select which of the existing sheets I want the new sheet to be before. Again, there's only one sheet, so it will be before the sheet grades. Click on OK, and the new sheet is created. Note the name that the new sheet gets, grades and then 2 in brackets. Rename the new sheet to Analysis. The whole of the existing name is highlighted. You just need to start typing. Put the new name in. Clear all validation from the sheet analysis. Now bear in mind that when you add data validation to a sheet, you can add different validation to different cells. Some cells can have more than one validation rule applied and so on. So the best way to clear all of the data validation from a sheet is select the sheet itself, all of the cells on the sheet, by using that little sort of magic cell in the top left hand corner. Click on Data, go to Data Validation. If you click on Data Validation, it says this selection contains more than one type of validation, which of course it does, because the validation we had on the grades sheet has all been copied to this new analysis sheet, and there are of course many different validation rules on that sheet. Erase current settings and continue. OK. And then we have down here within the data validation dialog a clear all option. Click on clear all, click on OK, and there is no longer any validation in force on the analysis sheet. Now insert a hyperlink in cell Q2 of analysis with a link to cell A1 on the grades sheet. The screen tip for the hyperlink reads, click to see the school grades. So having selected Q2, we click on Insert, click on Hyperlink. There's the Insert Hyperlink dialog with all of the available options. We're going to insert a link to a place in this document. So select that option on the left. Where do we want to go to? Well, we want to go to the grades sheet. We've been told to go to cell A1 on the grades sheet. The text to display is also given in the instructions, and it's grades. And the screen tip will be Click to see school grades, click on OK, and click on OK. Now that hyperlink is now there. We'll test it in just a moment. And then select cell A1 on sheet analysis. When you've finished recording the macro instructions, you can either use the stop recording option on the macros button there, or you can use the stop button on the status bar, if indeed you've got that displayed on the status bar. I'm just going to use the one on the status bar, click on stop, and I'm back into a situation where I could record another macro if I wanted to. Now, having recorded this macro, one of the next things that you're going to do in part 2 is to test it. But just before we do, don't forget, particularly if you've been doing a bit of work with macros and you're beginning to get the hang of the syntax, how they work and so on, you might want to take a quick look at the macros. So if I click on the macros drop down, view macros, make sure analyze scores is selected, click on edit. You can actually see the text of the macro here. I'm not going to go through what those instructions mean, but if you're used to working with macros, don't forget you've always got the option of going there, particularly if you get a problem, and figuring out what might be wrong, or perhaps making even some minor changes in order to make it behave correctly. When you finish looking at the code, you can just close the VBA window there. Now it's just about time to test this macro. It says delete the sheet analysis that was created whilst recording the macro. So right click, click on delete, get the usual warning about deleting a worksheet. Test the macro, then delete the sheet analysis again. One of the things about this particular macro is that it's a macro that can only really be run once. And if you were going to improve this, you'd probably improve it so that it could be run multiple times. The idea of the macro is, given the sort of database of grades on the grades sheet, this macro creates an analysis sheet where you can actually do an analysis of those grades without doing work on the grades sheet itself. The grades sheet is being used to maintain the data. The analysis sheet is used to do the analysis. Let's just run that macro. So we click on macros, we say view macros, there's analyze scores, click on run, and there we are. We have an analysis sheet. If I clicked in there, I'd find that all the data validation has gone. And if I click on grades, yep, it takes me back to A1 on the grades sheet. Let's go back to the analysis sheet. That seems to be fine. Test the macro, then delete the sheet analysis again. So delete. And that macro seems to work fine. Now the next instruction is actually very important. Clear any data below row 14 on the grades sheet that you may have entered, but do not clear any formatting or data validation. I've left some odd bits of data in here that I put in while I was testing my data validation. And if I were to select, say, row 15 and 16, and then right click and delete, I'd actually be deleting those rows, and I would upset the setting that I had before in terms of allowing for 200 rows of data input. When you have a selection, if you go to the Home tab, go to the Clear button in the editing group, we've already seen the various options for clearing the contents of something. Clear all is a very extreme case, but you also have options such as clear formats, clear contents, clear comments, clear hyperlinks. It's important to understand what these different versions of clear do. If all you want to do is to delete the data in a range, then having selected that range, in this case rows 15 and 16, if I just click clear contents, it'll clear the data without clearing anything to do with formatting or validation or anything else. Now the final instruction in part 2 says save the template as macro enabled template cs502.xltm and close it. An Excel template in the standard template format with an extension of xltx cannot include macros. We've now created a macro. We're going to be using that macro as we use the template, and we need to save it in a macro enabled template format. So it's File, Save As, but now we're going to change the type to Excel macro enabled template, and we'll be saving this as cs502.xltm. Click on Save, and finally close it. In Case Study 5 Part 2, I hope that you've taken cs501.xltx, done all of the required work on it, and produced cs502.xltm. If you've had any problems, the name of the sample files are there. Please join me for Part 3 of Case Study 5. Hello again and welcome to part 3 of Case Study 5. Your input to this part is the macro-enabled template cs502.xltm, and the output should be the macro-enabled workbook cs503.xlsm. Sample input and output files are available with the names on the slide. Now, the first thing to point out is that if you're going to create a workbook from a template, what you will normally do is do File New. You then see a list of templates. You can search for online templates, and here on the start screen you have Featured and you have Personal. And provided you have the appropriate folder set up correctly on your device, a template like the one that we've just saved, CS502, could be put into the Personal Template folder, and if I selected to look at Personal Templates, that would appear here in a very similar style to that. However, that's not the only way of creating a workbook from a template. So there is my macro enabled template. If I want to create a workbook based on that template, I can just double click the template in File Explorer, or I could right click and click on New. Excel opens and I have a new workbook. Now don't forget, because this workbook is based on that template, if I click on View Macros, I'll see that it has also got the Analyze Scores macro. So when I come to save this as a workbook, I need to save it as a macro enabled workbook. So that's going to be an XLSM file, and I'm going to give it the name of CS503. And there is my macro enabled workbook. So we're going to begin part 3 by adding a command to run the macro to the ribbon. So to customize the ribbon, if you just right click somewhere on the ribbon and select Customize the ribbon, takes you into the relevant page of Excel options. And what we're told to do is add a new tab called Analysis to the right of the View tab. And then on that new tab, we're going to put a single group called Setup, and within the group Setup there will be a single command to run the macro Analyze Scores. So let's start with New Tab. Click on the New Tab button on the right here. When a new tab is created, a new group is automatically added as well. And don't forget that in order to position the tab on the ribbon, you read from left to right down the list here. So Home, the top tab there, is on the left, to its right is Insert, and so on. The instructions say that we want the Analysis tab to be to the right of the View tab, so it's actually come up in exactly the right place, and it's also got one group on it. Now we need to rename the group and the tab. Let's start with the group, select it, click on Rename, and the name is going to be Setup. Note that whatever the name is, you can see custom written after it here, just to remind you that it's a custom group and it's on a custom tab. Let's rename the tab. Okay. And then within the group setup, we want a single command to run the macro analyze scores. So we'll select the group. To find a command to run analyze scores, we need to choose commands from, it's not one of the popular commands, definitely. It's actually a macro, and for a list of macros, choose this selection here, macros. And we have a couple of other macros to do with other things related to work I've done on this installation. So I've got to make sure I've got the right one, which is analyze scores. And then I can either double click it or I can click on add. And now you can see that command appearing immediately within the setup group, below it in the list on the right. Having done that, click on OK. You can now see the Analysis tab. Click on Analysis. There's the Setup group. Click on Analyze Scores. And as you'll see, that macro has been executed and we've got an analysis sheet. Now, the general thinking behind this macro was that if somebody wanted to do analysis of these grades, they would create a workbook from the template. They'd create an analysis sheet like this and then they'd run their analysis, which is fine. Supposing somebody though wants two analysis sheets, supposing somebody wants to do two different analyses, the next stage in part 3 is to explain a way of going about that, because what happens is the next instruction says rename the analysis sheet to tabular analysis. So let's rename it. Okay. And then run the macro from the ribbon again. Now let's run the macro again. Now we have 3 tabs. We have an analysis tab, a tabular analysis tab, and the original grades tab. Now it's time to do some printing, or at least to simulate some printing. Select the sheet grades and select the range A1 to O14. Set this as the print area. So we click on Page Layout, and on the Print Area button, click Set Print Area. Insert a footer with the sheet name on the left and page X of Y on the right, where X is the current page number and Y is the total number of pages. Remember, you can do this in Page Layout view, or you can just go to the Insert tab, click on Header and Footer, and that'll take you into Page Layout view anyway. By default, you start in the header, and on this occasion we need to insert a footer. So within the navigation group on the Design tab in the Header and Footer tools, click on Go to Footer, and you've got the option to enter a 3-part footer. Now we're told to put the sheet name on the left, so click in the left, click on the sheet name, and you see the code for sheet name. And then click on the right, and we're going to put in what is basically a standard expression. It says, for instance, page 2 of 10, that sort of thing. You can actually do that in Excel 2013 by building it up in stages. So first of all, type the word page, then enter a space. Then from the header and footer elements group, click on page number. The code for that goes in. Then another space and the word of, and another space, and then number of pages. So we've basically built it up, and the code for the current page number and the total number of pages, that's ampersand page for the current page number and ampersand pages for the total number of pages, are inserted, and we've built up that part of the footer in stages. And then it says print the worksheet in landscape format using print scaling to fit the print onto a single page of A4 paper. Now if I go into print, all of those other settings can be done there. So for instance, the paper size here is already set to A4. If you've got letter or something else, reset it to A4. You can see the preview on the right there, but we're told to use landscape orientation. Now, with landscape orientation, if you look down at the bottom right corner, you can still see that we're going to need 2 pages to print this. This says page 1 of 2. But then the last part of the instruction says use print scaling to fit the print onto a single page of A4 paper. The bottom option here, no scaling. If I say fit sheet on 1 page, it'll scale it accordingly, and now everything is on a single page. Then I can just click on print. In my case, I'm going to send the print to OneNote 2013. But of course, if you've got a real printer available, you could test by printing. So finally, click on the print button. So I'm back into normal view. Reset all ribbon customizations. So if once again I right click on the ribbon, click on customize the ribbon, the reset button is in the bottom right hand corner there, and I'm going to reset all customizations. Yes to confirm, click on OK. My custom tab has gone, and the final step in part 3 is to save the workbook. That's the end of part 3 of case study 5. I hope you managed to produce CS503.xlsm OK. If not, the sample output file is available with the name shown there on the slide. Please join me for part 4. Welcome to part 4 of case study 5. In this section we're going to cover part 4 in the procedure Moz Excel 2013 CS5 procedure.docx. I hope you produced your own version of CS503.xlsm. If not, a sample version is available with the name given there on the slide. And during this section, the aim is to create CS504.xlsm. Again, a sample version of the output is available. The first job to do in part 4 is to save the workbook with the name CS504.xlsm. So you should be absolutely used to doing that by now. In part 4 we're going to do some analysis on these results. So the first instruction is to sort the contents of the sheet analysis on class, sex, family name and given name in that order. So select the sheet analysis. Now we're going to sort these scores into sequence. Note that you don't really have to select specifically the rows that you want to sort if you want to sort everything on the sheet, but I'm going to select them all. And on the Data tab, I'm going to click on Sort. Make sure to indicate my data has headers. It does. I could just have selected the rows excluding the headers and it would have still been fine. Although you've got to be careful then about the column names, because if you omit the headers you won't see the column names, you'll see column letters. But let's now put in the sort criteria. The first column we're going to sort on is column A. Values A to Z, that's the class letters. Now we need to add a level for sex, so the second one is sex. MF, FM, A to Z of course will give F then M. Add the level. We're going to go family name next, again A to Z, and then finally another level, given name, again A to Z. Click on OK. And my data is now sorted into class, then females, males, and then alphabetical order within females, males on family name, then within family name on given name. Select cell A2 on the analysis sheet. Create a subtotal. So what we're going to do now, based on the contents of column A, is to do subtotals. That means that since A contains the class letters, we're going to do subtotals for each class. So there will be a subtotal for class A, then B, then C. To do this, On the Data tab in the Outline group towards the right, click on Subtotal. That brings up the Subtotal dialog. Now, in the subtotal dialog, first of all, at each change in, where are we going to put a subtotal? We're going to put it whenever the contents of column A changes. So that's after the class. When A changes to B, we'll put a subtotal, B to C, and then C to the end. Which function are we going to use? This normally shows the last function that you've used, defaults to sum. In this particular case, we're going to use average. And the subtotal should be added to all of the columns corresponding to the school subjects, i.e. columns E to O. So that's science, physical to languages, Spanish. And there should be a summary below the data. Now you need to specify which columns are going to get these subtotals. At the moment it's defaulted to just the last one, which is languages, Spanish. I need to have a subtotal for each of the subjects. So go right back to the beginning of the subjects. Science, physical corresponds to E. Now the other options. Replace current subtotals. Well, we don't have current subtotals, so it doesn't matter whether we replace them or not. Generally speaking, you would replace them, but obviously it may be different in a specific situation. Page break between groups. Well, we've not been instructed to put a page break between groups, so we'll leave that unchecked, which is the default. And then finally, do we want to show a summary below the data? The instructions say that we should. So click on OK. And there is the analysis. We have individual scores for each member of Class A, and then we have basically a Class A average row, which is now row 6. Let me just make that a little bit wider. So the A average scores are there, 89.25. In Science Physical, the average score for Class B was 78.6. In Science Physical, the average score for Class C was 81.25. And then you have a grand average, an overall average for all of the students of 82.69. Now you may well be instructed to do a bit of formatting on some of these averages, maybe put them down to 1 or 2 decimal places, something like this. But in this particular case study, that's as far as we go in terms of that part of the analysis. Merits are to be awarded to students whose average score across all subjects is better than the grand average across all subjects. Calculate the average score for each student in column P and use a conditional function to display the word merit in column Q for those students whose average score is better than the grand average across all subjects for all students. So the first thing we need to do is to calculate the average score of each student and put it in column P. So if I click in column P, all I need to do there is put equals average. Then I need to enter the range of scores for this student. I can do that either by typing, or I can of course just select, close the brackets, tick, and the average score for that student is 90. I can fill that down, Control D for example, and of course I can just copy that, Control C, paste it into P7, paste it again into P13, and then for each of those I can fill down. I can also use the same formula pasted into P18 to calculate the grand average. If you look at the formula that's in P18, note that it's the average of E18 to O18. Now I'm going to indicate in column Q which students get a merit. Now of course you can look at these scores, say the first person, Frankie Black, average is 90, the grand average is 81. You could actually write merit in there. You can work this out yourself probably fairly quickly. But the idea here is to use a formula so that if you've got a very large number of students, first of all it will save you time, and secondly it will reduce the chance of you making errors. One small issue we've got here is that in column Q we've got this hyperlink. The instructions don't tell us what to do with that. I think probably the simplest thing to do here is to just insert another column. Now what about this formula using a conditional function? Well, if P2 is greater than P18, we're going to put the word merit. So that's actually pretty straightforward. So if, what's the logical test? The logical test is P2 greater than P18, comma, what do we want to put? Well, if that's true, we're going to put the word merit into this cell. What if it's not true? What's the value if false? Well, we're just going to put blank. So let's see if that works in Q2. Well, it gives us the word merit. That's good. Now let's go back and look at that formula again. There is going to be a problem with that formula, because if I were to copy that and paste it into Q3, the problem I've got is that in Q3 I'm not comparing P3 with P18, I'm comparing P3 with P19. So I don't want the cell that I'm comparing it with to change. So as you'll know, if I go back there, what I really need to do is to fix the row number at 18. I need to make that an absolute reference. So that should say if P2 is greater than P$18. So I need to copy that. Now, of course, if I copy that and paste it into Q3, Q3 says if P3 is greater than P$18, which is exactly what I need. So let me just fill that down. Well, everybody in Class A gets a merit. Let's copy it. Let's paste it down there. Let's fill down for Class B. Only one person in Class B gets a merit, and that's Janice Volek. Let's do it again for Class C. Fill down. And nobody in Class C gets a merit. So there we are. There's our conditional function determining who is entitled to a merit. So that's completed our pretty straightforward analysis work on those student scores. Last instruction on part 4 is save the workbook. That's the end of part 4 of case study 5. I hope you've managed to produce CS504.xlsm. If not, the sample output is available. Please join me for part 5. Hello and welcome to part 5 of case study 5. The instructions for part 5 are in the procedure Mos Excel 2013 CS5 procedure.docx. If you've got your own input file, cs504.xlsm to start with, that's great. If not, you can use the sample input file provided. And the aim is to produce cs505.xlsm. And again, there is a sample output file if you need it. First things first, we need to save the workbook with its new name of cs505.xlsm. I'll do that and I'll leave you to do it yourself. Insert a blank row above the first row on the sheet Tabular Analysis. So select the first row, right click, insert. On the sheet Tabular Analysis, select the range A2 to O15 and convert it to a table. So select A2 to O15 Click on Insert and click on Table. That brings up the Create Table dialog. First of all, we need to make sure that we've got the correct range selected, which is A2 to O15. And then you need to make sure that you've correctly checked or unchecked My Table Has Headers. This table does have headers, so we'll click on OK to create the table. Change the table style to medium 20. You only need the cursor somewhere within the table, and you'll see the Table Tools Design tab. Click on the Design tab. The table styles are over here. Click on the More button to see the gallery. Light, medium and dark. Here are the medium styles. As you hover over them, you can see that they're numbered, medium 11, 12, 13 and so on. Medium 20 is that one. Change the widths of columns E to O to 12 characters. So select E, sweep across, and then on the Format button in the Cells group on the Home tab, column width, set these to 12, click on OK, and now I can just about see everything within the width of my display. The next instruction is to enable the total row for the table. So once again, just make sure the cursor's inside. On the Design tab, we need to check the total row. The total row is now selected. Now by default, there will be a figure in the final column. If I just move slightly to the right, you can see the drop down there that lets me choose between the available standard functions and of course more functions. I don't want the total score for languages Spanish, I want average. And then I'm going to need to do the same for the others as well. And then the instructions tell me that for each of these cells, so select, click on Format Cells, and I'm going to change that to being number with 2 decimal places. And then in A16, I currently have the word total rather than some kind of formula. I just need to change that to say average. Now, in row 17, use a conditional function to show the average score in each subject for female students. So what we're going to do is, for instance, in E17, calculate the average for female students only. The function we're going to use is going to be the average if function, and as you should recall, it has 3 arguments. First argument, the range that we need to run a test on. Now the range we're going to run a test on will be B3 to B15. And it's by checking the value in there that we will verify whether a student is a female. And the way we'll verify that is really the second argument, which is the criteria. And the criteria is we need the content of the cell in that range B3 to B15 to be literally an F. And if that's true, then that student is a female. The range we're going to average, however, is not the range B3 to B15. The range we're going to average for Science Physical is E3 to E15. So basically what we're saying is go through the cells from B3 to B15. Whenever you find an F, the corresponding value in E3 to E15, so that's in the Science Physical results, needs to be included when calculating this average. Now let's just see what we get if we tick that as it is now. We get an average for female students of 86.14. I'll leave you to check separately that that's right, but I can assure you that it is. But now let's look at that formula again. Supposing I wanted to put the equivalent formula in column F, what would change? Well, in fact, only the third argument would need to change. The first argument, the B3 to B15 part, is actually a fixed part. So what I'm really going to need to do in order to keep that fixed is to make it into absolute references. Now in fact, mixed references would do it because the row numbers 3 to 15 are correct. The only thing I've got to prevent from changing is B. So I mustn't let Excel think that as I work my way to the right across the table, that the column I'm checking for F's is going to change from being B. So I'm only fixing the B in place by putting the dollars in. But sometimes, in order to be absolutely certain, and maybe not to have to think about it too much, it's easier just to put in a full-blown absolute reference. In this case, B3 to B15. Let's check that still works. Okay, now let's fill that right. And what we find, for instance, in the last one, in the languages Spanish column, let's look at that. It's average if $B3 to $B15 is an F, average the figures from 03 to 015. Now that's for female students. What would we do now for male students? Well, again, let's copy that. Let's paste it in there. And let's take a look at that pasted formula. Now, first of all, it's pretty obvious that the F is going to have to become an M. And it's also pretty obvious that although the 3 and the 15 are still right, it's now averaging 4 to 16, which is definitely not right. So if I change that, that looks better. We're now saying that for male students, look in B3 to B15. If it's an M, include it in the average from E3 to E15. Let's try that out. Let's fill that right. Let's do both of these together now. Let's do that format cells to make it 2 decimal places. And finally, we're told about putting in a heading here for the female figures. So let's merge those 2 cells together. Let's right align and put F average. And then I'm pretty confident that that's going to be pretty much the same as well. So there we are. I've got averages in each of the subjects, and then I've got the female figures and the male figures in each. And then finally in part 5, save the workbook. In part 5, you should have taken the CS504.xlsm that you produced before and produced CS505.xlsm. If you've had any problems, don't forget the sample, input and output that are available. That's the end of part 5 of case study 5. Please join me next for part 6. Hello again and welcome to part 6 of case study 5, which is the last part of this case study, and indeed case study 5 is our last case study. This section covers part 6 in the procedure Moz Excel 2013 CS5 procedure.docx. I hope you've got your own version of CS505.xlsm to start with. If you don't have your own copy, you can use the sample input to this section. The name is on the slide there. And as output to this section, you should produce CS506.xlsm and in fact CS5final.xlsm. So the first thing we need to do in part 6 is to save the workbook with a new name. Once again, you know how to do that, so I'll just quickly do that now. Now we have a long sequence of instructions here of things to do on the analysis sheet. So select the analysis sheet and follow that sequence of instructions. First of all, collapse the 3 level 2 headings so that you can see only 1 row of headings and 4 rows of averages. Now, as you may recall, on the analysis sheet we've actually got figures here for the 3 classes and the averages for the 3 classes. If I look at that level 2 heading column there, if I click on the 3 collapse buttons, what I finish up with is a row of headings, sex, family, given, the names of the subjects, and then I have 4 rows of averages: A average, B average, C average, and grand average. Hide columns B to D. So select those 3 columns and hide them. Delete columns P to R. Select those 3 and delete them. Ensure that all of the numbers in the range E6 to O18 are formatted to show a maximum of 2 decimal places. Now, the first 3 rows of numbers are fine, but the last row still not limited to 2 decimal places. Select those, format cells, number, 2 decimal places, click on OK, that's fine. Select the remaining range of cells A1 to O18. Notice when I do that I can see the quick analysis tool down here on the right. Use the quick analysis tool to insert a chart of type clustered column. So click on the quick analysis tool, click on charts. If there are recommended charts, they'll be shown here. Sometimes there are, sometimes there aren't. It really depends on the data. If not, just click on Insert Chart. That will take us through to the Insert Chart dialog. Again, if there are recommended charts, they'll be visible here. If not, click on All Charts. And in this case, you can see that Clustered Column is selected. So if I click on Clustered Column, click on OK, I'll get a Clustered Column chart. Now notice that you can already see that that chart is actually the wrong way round, because I've effectively got 4 charts on there. The one for A average, that's the sort of Class A chart, and it really shows a comparison within Class A of all the different subjects. And then I've got another block there for Class B showing a comparison with all the subjects. I actually want the whole thing the other way around. I want to compare the different classes' performance on each separate subject. So I don't want the classes along the horizontal axis here. I want the subjects along the horizontal axis. Hence the next instruction, switch the rows and columns. So switch the rows and columns, and it's now the right way around. Resize the chart to be 4.5 inches high and 11 inches wide. So the chart's selected. On the Chart Tools Format tab, I can use the rollers. So for instance, to make that 4.5 inches, or I can type in a value such as here, 11 inches for the width. Having resized the chart, I can move it into a more readable position. Change the chart title to Comparison of Class Scores. So I need to click within the chart title, change that to, that's fine. Add a data table with legend to the chart. So back to the Design tab in the Chart Tools, click on Add Chart Elements. One of the options there is Data Table with legend keys. Click on that. And now I can see my data table. So for each subject, apart from being able to compare the 3 individual classes' performance on that subject and to compare those with the grand average, I can also see the actual numbers in the data table underneath. Move the chart to a new chart sheet called Class Comparison. So click on Move Chart, New Sheet, give it a name, click on OK. And that now appears on its own chart sheet. Don't forget with a chart sheet as well that you can zoom in and zoom out. So if I needed to look at something in more detail or get a broader view, zoom controls and so on work on chart sheets as well. Next, save the book. And finally of all, save the workbook as cs5final.xlsm. So in this final part of case study 5, I hope that you have successfully created cs506.xlsm and indeed your final cs5 final.xlsm. If you haven't managed to make those, then the sample output versions are there as well. That's the end of case study 5.